I am the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. On the eve of my betrothal to the crown prince, I was abducted in broad daylight. Upon my return, my reputation lay in ruins. The crown prince had already rescinded our engagement, handing the betrothal jade pendant to my cousin. In the depths of despair, unexpectedly, the young Lord Helan Ci boldly professed his desire to wed me in public, claiming he had long harbored feelings for me. Overwhelmed by panic and gratitude, I hurriedly brought a generous dowry and entered the He family. After marriage, the young lord treated me with great tenderness and care. However, during my 8th month of pregnancy, I inadvertently overheard a conversation between him and another. The young lord has a solution. The royal house will never accept a woman of tarnished virtue. Only after Xia Jinshi loses her reputation can Yu Ruo marry into the royal house safely. Now that Yu Ruo has successfully married into the royal house, why should the young lord demean himself by marrying a woman of ruined reputation? Helan Ci's icy voice cut through the air. She is the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, and her family is wealthier than nations. Marrying her brings a dowry substantial enough to alleviate the He family's financial woes. Even so, her family should be grateful without me. Where would she find a way to survive with such a tarnished name? And what of the illegitimate child she carries? Is the young lord truly willing to let that child be born? Ridiculous. The He family's lineage cannot be tainted by such a filthy bloodline. An illegitimate child can simply be disposed of. My heart sank as I felt the stirrings of labor, and I fought to give birth, only to have Helan Ci crush my child's skull before my eyes. I was buried alive in the cellar, my last moments filled with despair. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the day I was kidnapped, my reputation shattered. Chapter 1. A tragic death in the cellar. A fierce wind howled, and the snow fell heavily. With a sudden creak, the window was flung open by the tempest. The maid, braving the storm, shut it tightly. Such a fierce snowstorm. Let me bring the chicken soup. Pregnant Xia Jinshi gazed at the raging storm outside, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "My husband works hard at his studies. I should go myself." Though the maid harbored concerns, she draped a heavy fur coat over Xia Jinshi and, holding the food box and an umbrella, accompanied her to deliver the soup to Helan Ci in his study. After a treacherous journey through the storm, just as she was about to knock, she overheard mocking laughter from within. The young lord has a way. The royal house will never accept a woman of tarnished virtue. Only after Xia Jinshi loses her reputation can Yu Ruo marry into the royal house safely. The young lord's scheme is flawless. Indeed, Yu Ruo has seamlessly entered the royal house. Why should the young lord demean himself by marrying a woman of ruined reputation? Helan Ci's cold, unfeeling voice rang out. She is the legitimate daughter of the general's residence, and her family is wealthier than nations. Marrying her brings a dowry substantial enough to alleviate the He family's financial troubles. Even so, her family ought to be grateful without me. Where would she find a way to survive with such a shattered name? And what of the child she carries? Does the young lord truly intend to let that child be born? Preposterous. The He family's lineage cannot be tainted by such a filthy bloodline. Helan Ci scoffed. An illegitimate child can simply be disposed of. She will eventually have to sacrifice for the He family's bloodline. In that moment, Xia Jinshi felt a chill course through her body, her blood running cold. The affection she once received was merely poison cloaked in sugar. Once, when the royal house sent a matchmaker to express their intent to propose, she should have awaited the royal visit in her chamber. Yet, during the Lantern Festival, the crown prince sent a note inviting her to the festival, and her younger sisters insisted on accompanying her. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. That day, despite the presence of numerous guards, she was ambushed and abducted. By the time her father found her, discarded in a dilapidated temple, the news of her abduction had spread like wildfire. A woman with a ruined reputation could never hope to marry into the royal house as the crown prince's consort. No matter how deep their childhood bond, societal scorn proved insurmountable. She witnessed the crown prince take the jade pendant, a symbol of their childhood betrothal, and pass it to her cousin, Yu Ruo. In that moment, despair engulfed her. She could not even hear her mother's cries, feeling like a mere shell of a person, contemplating ending it all. But then, Helan Ci stepped forward, declaring to the world that his affections had always been for Xia Jinshi, claiming that he had refrained from proposing due to their long-standing engagement. He assured her that he did not care about her virtue, only about her, Xia Jinshi. Now, She realized it was all part of their scheme, from her abduction to the crown prince's engagement to Yu Ruo, to her dowry-filled entrance into the He household, all meticulously orchestrated by him. Instinctively, she cradled her belly, retreating in terror as the chilling reality dawned upon her. Run. Quickly escape. Those two words echoed in her mind. As she instinctively stepped back, she was confronted by the maid, grinning menacingly as she approached. Indeed, her trusted aides had been dismissed by Helan Ci under the pretense of disliking strangers, leaving only his loyal followers by her side. Are you not entering, madam? The maid's voice was chillingly cold. The conversation within the room ceased abruptly. The door swung open, and there stood Helan Ci. In that instant, his visage seemed ominous, devoid of the gentleness he once possessed. As she turned to flee, a shout rang out. Seize her! She was immediately captured, struggling frantically, only to lock eyes with her cousin, the very brother of the Yuruo they spoke of. Bound and cast into the dark cellar. As she fell, her belly struck the ground, blood gushing forth. Above her, the decaying wooden board that exuded a foul odor slowly closed, extinguishing the last remnants of light. The child within her, like Xia Jinshi, fought valiantly for survival. She clawed at the earth beneath her, a primal instinct driving her to endure, until she brought forth the child they had shared for 7 months. With her teeth, she severed the cord that bound her to her child, desperately yearning to hear its first cry, but only silence greeted Hera, silence filled with despair. Now, lying in the filthy earth, surrounded by decaying refuse, her pale fingers were embedded in the cold soil, her nails stained with blood. Beneath her lay a pool of indistinguishable, murky blood. Get up, stop feigning death. A harsh voice pierced through her despair. In her hopelessness, she fainted, only to be awakened by that biting voice. Barely clinging to life, Xia Jinshi slowly opened her eyes to find her husband, Helan Ci, standing before her, the very man for whom she would have given anything. As she gazed at the two before her, the echoes of mocking laughter reverberated in her mind. Helan Ci lowered his gaze, observing her sprawled on the ground like a dying dog. Stripped of all dignity, he raised his hand to cover his nose, his eyes filled with disgust. I've already sent someone to the general's manor, claiming that you had a difficult labor, resulting in the loss of both you and your child. Your parents are on their way. I must send you off before they arrive. What about my child? Xia Jinshi slowly opened her mouth, her lips cracked and bleeding from dehydration. Helan Ci raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his tone. You actually care so much about a bastard child? Xia Jinshi struggled to sit up, glaring coldly at Helan Ci. Return my child to me. Helan Ci scoffed and glanced aside. Soon, an old woman approached, cradling an infant still wrapped in swaddling clothes. Helan Ci turned his head to take a look, then seized the infant by the neck, lifting him high. The child, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly burst into tears. Helan Ci, let him go. Let him go. Xia Jinshi struggled to rise, but was choked by the old woman with a piece of white silk. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to tell you something. Helan Ci, holding the child, wore a smile reminiscent of a devil from hell. He raised the child high and then abruptly slammed him to the ground. The previously crying infant instantly lost all vitality. It was I who was present that night in the dilapidated temple. You monster, you monster! Xia Jinshi's eyes widened in horror as she struggled to move forward, yet the old woman tightened her grip around her neck. The sensation of suffocation gradually clouded her consciousness, as intense pain mingled with deep-seated hatred surged within her. In the suffocating darkness, her heart, once silent, suddenly leaped. Instinctively, her eyes, stained with vengeance, flew open. Just as Xia Jinshi awoke from the despair of being choked, she was abruptly dragged away by someone behind her, a hand covering her mouth. Chapter 2. Rebirth. The pungent scent of a narcotic rushed into Xia Jinshi's nostrils, leaving her no time to ponder as her mind began to swirl. In an instant, fury ignited within her. Helan Ci's words echoed vividly in her mind, and hatred rampaged through her heart, overpowering her despair. Struggling to free a golden hairpin from her hair, she summoned all her strength and plunged it into the hand that covered her mouth. Damn it! The assailant recoiled in pain, instinctively striking back. Dazed, Xia Jinshi failed to evade the slap and was thrown to the ground. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, the intruder seized her hair. You wretched woman, how dare you harm me? The pain jolted Xia Jinshi back to reality. One hand gripped her hair while the other tightened around the golden hairpin. The cold moonlight illuminated their faces as she gazed at the man's twisted expression, momentarily stunned. Yet, that moment passed swiftly, and the next instant, the hairpin found its mark in the man's neck. His eyes filled with disbelief. In the man's terrified gaze, Xia Jianxi withdrew the pin and stabbed it repeatedly into his neck. Blood gushed forth, splattering her face, the metallic scent overwhelming, threatening to induce nausea. The towering man collapsed with a thud, leaving Xia Jianxi standing alone beneath the cold moonlight, drenched in blood. Her grip on the hairpin trembled uncontrollably, droplets of blood falling from her eyes, blurring her vision. As rage subsided, she gazed at the man lying in a pool of blood. Awareness gradually returned, and terror flooded her being. She trembled uncontrollably until the hairpin slipped from her grasp. She stared at her blood-soaked hands, desperately trying to wipe them clean, but only succeeded in smearing more blood. Just as she teetered on the brink of despair, a brilliant firework exploded above her. Instinctively, Xia Jianxi looked up, hearing cheers erupt from a distance. Clenching her fists, she cautiously stepped outside, where she beheld vibrant lanterns adorning the streets and saw her missing sister, Xia Yuruo, calling out loudly amidst the crowd. In that moment, she realized she had returned to the day she was abducted. Xia Yuruo seemed to sense her gaze and abruptly turned, but Xia Jianxi quickly sidestepped to avoid detection. Where's she? Why hasn't she arrived? Surely nothing has happened. Hurry and check. Voices echoed from the depths of the alley, sending chills down Xia Jianxi's spine. She knew she had to escape immediately. Without hesitation, she turned and ran, but soon the pursuers spotted the body and began to chase her. Xia Jianxi fled for her life, uncertain of why she had been reborn after dying in the cellar. Yet she understood that capture would mean certain death. However, the footsteps grew closer, the sensation of being choked tightening around her throat, until she found herself cornered in a dead end. As she faced the impending doom, a sharp cry pierced the air. An assassin. Xia Jianxi suddenly recalled that fateful lantern festival, when she was kidnapped and a noble was slain. That noble was none other than the mother of the current regent, Song Taifei, who had descended from the mountain for the first time in years, only to encounter an assassin in the bustling streets of Bianjing. On that day, Xia Jianxi was abducted, her innocence shattered, while Song Taifei was fatally wounded. It was said that the regent had just returned from Jiangnan, entering the city only to receive news of his mother's assassination. By the time he arrived, she had already passed, leaving him with no farewell words. Xia Jianxi vividly remembered her wedding day coinciding with Song Taifei's funeral. Amidst the contrasting spectacles of mourning and celebration, her bridal sedan chair briefly halted, passing by the coffin of Song Taifei. The death of Song Taifei stripped the already powerful regent of his last weakness. He became a ferocious beast, recklessly slaughtering in the court. Only later did Xia Jianxi learn that Song Taifei's demise was entangled in a massive corruption case, implicating over half the officials in the court, including the Earl of Yongchang's estate. At that time, she had foolishly believed He Lanxi's lies, thinking they were merely victims of circumstance, willingly sacrificing her dowry to cover the Earl's debts. In hindsight, she realized her naivety, a scheme so easily unraveled had ensnared her completely. Xia Jianxi gazed down the fork in the road before her. One path led to the assassinated noble, while the other to her pursuers. Rather than fall victim to He Lanxi's treachery, she resolved to fight back. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed towards the cries for help. At that very moment, the footsteps behind her abruptly ceased. Don't pursue her. Are we to let her escape? She's headed that way. She won't survive. If we get caught up in this, we'll be in trouble. But, hurry. In those few sentences, Xia Jianxi discerned that the group behind the assassination was likely connected to He Lanxi. Though she had suspected it before, the confirmation startled her. He Lanxi was truly ruthless. If she survived today, she would ensure he suffered a fate worse than death. Rushing into another alley, she spotted two factions engaged in combat from a distance. The assassins had clearly prepared, ensnaring the guards while one made a beeline for the escaping Song Taifei. As Xia Jianxi watched the long sword poised to pierce Song Taifei's throat, she gritted her teeth and charged forward, colliding with her and bringing her to the ground. In the fleeting moment that followed, she heard the ghastly sound of a blade piercing flesh, accompanied by a piercing scream. Instinctively, she lowered her head, only to behold the long sword protruding from her chest. Yet, before she could even register the pain, the weapon was swiftly withdrawn and thrust again towards the Empress Dowager Song. Xia Jianxi, driven by an almost primal instinct, lunged forward to shield the Empress Dowager with her own body, desperately attempting to block the sword with her form. The assassin raised the sword high, eyes fierce with intent, and plunged it downward. Just as Xia Jinshi braced herself for her imminent demise, a sword intervened and deflected the deadly strike. "Take the Empress Dowager away," came a chilling voice, cutting through the chaos. Chapter 3: Assassination. Before long, a throng of soldiers rushed onto the scene. Xia Jinshi lay atop the Empress Dowager, faintly aware of her own blood gushing forth. Suddenly, she was roughly pulled aside by a pair of strong hands, unable to even glimpse the assailant's identity before being dragged away by her throat. Soon, she found herself in a corner, where her guard cast a fleeting glance at her before charging towards the tumult. Under the pallid moonlight, the clash of blades resonated like a funeral drum, reverberating through her heart. "Quickly, save her!" In a daze, Xia Jinshi saw delicate hands pressing against her wound. Yet, the surrounding chaos rendered her invisible to others. Yizichuan's trained men swiftly dispatched the assailants, their numbers dwindling quickly. "Your Highness, are there any survivors?" None, as before these assassins concealed poison within their mouths. The guard's brow furrowed, betraying his unease. These men were clearly prepared. How could we find evidence so easily? Yizichuan scoffed, fury burning in his gaze. Zichuan, the plain-clad Empress Dowager's song, rushed towards him. "Hurry, save this girl. If you don't act quickly, she will perish." Yizichuan cast his sword to a guard and hastened to the Empress Dowager's side. He steadied her as she approached, commanding, "Someone, assist the Empress Dowager into the carriage." "Zichuan, you must save that girl. If not for her, I would have already met my end. You absolutely must save her." The Empress Dowager grasped Yizichuan's hand tightly. "Rest assured, mother." Yizichuan reassured her, patting her hand before signaling others to help her into the carriage. Xia Jinshi leaned against the wall, watching as they escorted the Empress Dowager away, before Yizichuan swiftly approached her. Blood obscured her vision, making it difficult to discern the man's features. She could only faintly recognize that he was the powerful regent, Yizichuan. Yizichuan regarded the pale Xia Jinshi, his gaze icy. He had just returned from Jiangnan, having narrowly escaped 2 assassination attempts. After a long journey, he reached Bianjing, only to be ambushed yet again. His trip had been to investigate the whereabouts of disaster relief funds, but he had barely begun to uncover the truth before witnesses were silenced. He was compelled to devise a plan, employing a decoy to draw out the true culprit. Throughout his journey, he faced relentless assassination attempts, coming tantalizingly close to uncovering the perpetrator's trail, yet that cunning individual repeatedly evaded capture. After years in court, it was the first time he felt so manipulated. Just as he sought an outlet for his frustration, the mastermind had the audacity to invite him to a rendezvous at the Nishifang. Though Nishifang was a brothel, he had encountered a nun clad in monk's robes there, realizing the danger too late. In his attempt to flee, he found himself ensnared. After a harrowing escape through the ambush, he received alarming news of his mother's assassination attempt. It was only then that Yizichuan grasped the invitation for what it was, a diversion to ensnare him, allowing the hidden enemy to strike at his mother. He stared at Xia Jinshi for a long moment before coldly demanding, "Who are you? Your Highness, is this how you treat the savior of your mother?" Xia Jinshi spoke, her mouth filled with a metallic taste of blood, yet she forced herself to meet the blurred silhouette before her. Yizichuan frowned slightly. "If you value your life, I suggest you speak the truth. I am the daughter of General Xia Maoshan, and my name is Xia Jinshi." She managed to utter, straining to maintain her composure. "There is a jade token inscribed with the character Xia at my waist that can prove my identity." Yizichuan glanced at the maid pressing on her wound, who promptly understood, freeing a hand to retrieve the jade token. Yizichuan took it, running his fingers over the engraved character for a long moment before speaking. "The daughter of the Xia family? What brings you out here at such an hour?" "I was kidnapped." Xia Jinshi gasped, enduring the pain as she spoke each word carefully. Yizichuan leaned closer, scrutinizing her eyes. "Are you claiming that you, the sole daughter of the illustrious general and future consort of the Prince of Yong'an, were abducted? Who possesses the audacity to do such a thing?" With reddened eyes, Xia Jinshi did not respond directly. Instead, she countered, "And who dares to attempt the assassination of our regent's mother?" Yizichuan raised an eyebrow. "Miss Xia, are you not afraid of death?" "Of course I am. I am but a human. How could I not fear death?" Xia Jinshi replied bitterly. "Had I known that risking my life to save the Empress Dowager would lead to such interrogation, I would never have acted. Chuan continued to scrutinize her for a long while, then coldly remarked, "You assert that you were kidnapped, yet here you are, fortuitously rescuing my mother. How can I be certain this is not your scheme? I escaped from the kidnappers. There should still be traces of my flight in the alley ahead. I intended to warn the Empress Dowager, but alas, I arrived too late." As she spoke, the taste of blood intensified in her mouth, and blood began to seep from her lips. Seeing Chuan still skeptical, she suddenly laughed bitterly. "Had I known your highness would be so ungrateful, I would have merely watched from the sidelines rather than risking my life to save the Empress Dowager." Cunning words, Chuan retorted angrily. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, Xia Jianxi could no longer endure. She coughed violently, spewing blood, and in the next moment, she collapsed like a lifeless doll. Miss, you must not sleep," the maid cried out in desperation. Chuan, witnessing Xia Jianxi sprawled in a pool of blood, immediately rose. "Bring help." The doctor stationed nearby rushed forward, swiftly inserting silver needles into her. Although Xia Jianxi had seemingly lost consciousness, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, expelling a breath of foul air before fainting once more. "Immediate medical attention is imperative. We cannot afford any delay," the doctor urged, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Revive her," Chuan commanded coldly, turning away to mount his horse. "Return to the manor." The guards swiftly approached him, and upon receiving the doctor's nod, one scooped up Xia Jianxi and hastened towards the regent's manor. Chapter 4: Our Alliance. In the depths of darkness, Xia Jianxi once again beheld the sinister grin of Helan Ci advancing towards her. Fear and despair enveloped her gradually. "Get away! You must leave!" Xia Jianxi jolted awake, only to find her flailing hands firmly grasped by a man. She instinctively believed it to be the nightmare from her dreams, struggling desperately, while the face before her gradually transformed into that of Chuan. Chuan, with his handsome visage and slightly furrowed brows, looked at her with a hint of impatience in his eyes. "Are you awake now? The sword grazed your heart and pierced through. You better not move, otherwise, even the legendary physician Bian Ke would be helpless to save you." Chuan stood there, fixated on Xia Jianxi, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Xia Jianxi lowered her gaze to herself, noticing that she was draped in an outer robe, with thick bandages wrapped around her shoulder to her chest. "The one who dressed your wounds is from my mother's court." Chuan approached a nearby table, rhythmically tapping his thumb against the surface. Instinctively, Xia Jianxi looked at Chuan's hand, then followed his arm to meet his gaze. "Are you planning to continue interrogating me, your highness?" Chuan remained silent, subtly toying with a golden hairpin hidden in his sleeve. After Xia Jianxi had fainted, he immediately dispatched someone to search the area, and indeed, they discovered a pool of blood in an alley, along with a blood-stained and muddy hairpin in the corner, confirming Xia Jianxi's words were not unfounded. "When you feel better, I will send you home," Chuan stated softly, tucking the hairpin away. "You must escort me back yourself." Xia Jianxi looked at Chuan, enunciating each word clearly. "I will repay the life-saving grace you owe to my mother with treasures. Your highness must have investigated my background already. If I return alone, do you think a woman with tarnished virtue would have any chance of survival?" Xia Jianxi gazed at Chuan. "You must clear my name. Your reputation is of no concern to me." Xia Jianxi, "I will repay you for your life-saving kindness, but whether you live or die is of no significance to me." Chuan scoffed and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Xia Jianxi suddenly called out, "Aren't you investigating the embezzlement case of the Yongchang Marquis' residence? I can assist you." Chuan, who had just stepped out, abruptly turned around, and in the next moment his hand locked around Xia Jianxi's throat. "How do you know I'm investigating the Yongchang Marquis' case?" Chuan tightened his grip on Xia Jianxi's neck, causing her to struggle for breath, desperately trying to pry his hand away for a semblance of air. His eyes were unervingly red as he stared at her until she nearly lost consciousness. Then he violently withdrew his hand. Cough, cough. After narrowly escaping death, Xia Jianxi clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. "You had better clarify your words, or I won't hesitate to let you perish here." Chuan's eyes were deep, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Xia Jianxi gasped for air, taking a moment to regain her composure. She raised her gaze to Chuan, her eyes bloodshot from the pain. "I not only know you're investigating the Yongchang Marquis case, but I also know that your inquiry into the embezzlement is related to the theft of the disaster relief funds connected to the Yongchang Marquis. Izichuan narrowed his eyes, filled with a murderous glint. How do you know all this? Xia Jinshi sensed the danger looming over her. She steadied herself and met Izichuan's gaze. Your Highness boots are the latest fashion from Hangzhou, yet Bianjing and Hangzhou are different. The affluent of Hangzhou, a land of fish and rice, prefer elegant and understated adornments compared to the ostentatious allure of Bianjing. Izichuan discreetly glanced at his boots before returning his attention to Xia Jinshi. You must know that my mother is a merchant, and my maternal family resides in Hangzhou. I have heard some rumors regarding the flooding in Taiping County, and the local gentry often know more than even you, Your Highness. Xia Jinshi regained her composure and continued, If you wish to investigate, I seek to survive. Perhaps we should collaborate. Collaborate? Izichuan expressed a rare flicker of interest. How do you propose we cooperate? As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. I understand that you wield immense power, but if you wish to investigate in Hangzhou without connections, you may struggle to even reach the threshold. Xia Jinshi looked intently into Izichuan's eyes, noting his lack of rebuttal. You wish to uncover the truth about the relief funds, and I seek to save my life. Regardless of how it is calculated, Your Highness stands to gain without loss. Does he not? Izichuan remained silent, merely gazing into Xia Jinshi's eyes. Xia Jinshi looked up at him, striving to appear less anxious. In truth, her maternal family had never spoken of the Taiping flooding, yet after marrying into the Yongchang marquis' residence, she discovered substantial hidden accounts during her management of the books. Although the accounts were meticulously concealed, illicit funds always leave traces. At that time, Xia Jinshi sensed something amiss, but the funds in question were military salaries, and with the emperor's imminent investigation, she had no time to ponder further and hastily used her dowry to cover the gaping hole. Later, the case of the stolen relief funds concluded with the local governor implicated, a scandal that erupted widely, which she had vaguely heard about. Seeing Izichuan remain silent, she fixed her gaze on him. What are your thoughts, Your Highness? After a moment of silence, Izichuan suddenly leaned closer to Xia Jinshi, chuckling softly. Xia Jinshi, do you realize you are courting danger? Facing a dead end, I must fight for a chance. Whether I live or die rests on my own abilities. Xia Jinshi suppressed the tremors within her heart, her gaze resolute. After a long pause, Izichuan stood up and stepped back, turning away. What do you want me to do? A weight lifted from Xia Jinshi's heart, and she coughed softly, attempting to mask her slightly hurried breath. I need to return to the residence immediately. I want everyone in Bianjing, from the highest echelons to the street beggars, to know that I saved the esteemed Empress Dowager. Izichuan scrutinized Xia Jinshi for a long while, then raised an eyebrow in understanding. Very well. Just as Izichuan exited the room, a guard approached. Your Highness, news has spread in Bianjing that the legitimate daughter of the National Protector's family has been abducted while wandering during the Huajiao festival and has not returned for an entire night. Izichuan instinctively rubbed the hairpin in his hand. Send someone to investigate who leaked this news. Chapter 5. The broken engagement in the solemn ancestral hall. The forebears of the Xia family were enshrined. Before the heavy tablets, a woman knelt fervently, her appearance haggard, clearly having besieged for an extended period. Madam, the general has returned. A maid entered in a flurry, her skirts lifted in haste, while not far behind. Xia Maoshan hurried in. Xia Madam abruptly turned, confirming her ears had not deceived her. With great effort, she rose from the ground, her knees aching from a night spent in supplication. Yet, she staggered towards the source of the commotion. Observing his usually dignified wife rushing towards him in such disarray, Xia Maoshan instinctively moved to meet her. Just as they were about to collide, Xia Madam lost her footing and fell. Fortunately, Xia Maoshan reacted swiftly, preventing her from crashing to the ground. Despite her current state of disarray, Xia Madam's thoughts were solely on her husband. She grasped his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with hope. However, upon witnessing the flicker of hope in her gaze, Xia Maoshan instinctively averted his eyes and slowly shook his head. In that instant, Xia Madam's hopes were shattered. She clutched his garment desperately, nearly in despair. Then go find her. You must search for her. She is our daughter. Xia Maoshan, observing his wife on the verge of collapse, felt a surge of anguish. Just as he was about to speak, a servant rushed over. General, the Prince of Yong'an has sent someone to your door. Xia Maoshan's expression darkened immediately. Didn't they send word last night? We have urgent matters today. The engagement can be discussed another day. What brings them here now? The servant appeared flustered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Speak, Xiao Maoshan barked. The servant glanced at the pale-faced Xiao Madam before cautiously responding. The Prince of Yong'an comes with great urgency. It seems they are here to annul the engagement. Xiao Madam faltered, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. Xiao Maoshan felt an inferno of rage surge within him. He pulled Xiao Madam into his embrace and exclaimed furiously, "What audacity! My daughter is missing." And at such a critical moment, he comes to break off the engagement. This is utterly intolerable. I shall confront him personally and hear what he has to say. After calming Xiao Madam's emotions, he grasped her hand and strode purposefully towards the front hall. As they reached the entrance, they overheard the unkind voice of the Princess of Yong'an. "I understand your wife is unwell, but this matter cannot be delayed. Just tell her, and she will come. Please, Your Highness, do not be vexed. My uncle and aunt are anxious as well," came Xiao Yuro's voice. "Just wait a moment. My aunt will surely come to see you. What urgency compels even my wife's presence, given her ailment?" Xiao Maoshan stepped through the curtain, his countenance thunderous. The young heir of the Prince of Yong'an, Kong Muse, immediately rose. "Uncle," Xiao Yuro, who had just been beside the princess, hurriedly greeted him. Xiao Maoshan glowered at Xiao Yuro. "What are you doing here?" I am concerned for my elder sister and came to check on my aunt." Xiao Yuro lowered her head, feigning an appearance of distress. The Princess of Yong'an regarded Xiao Maoshan with evident discontent. "General, you are in quite the temper." Although Xiao Madam's heart was laden with sorrow, she patted Xiao Maoshan to soothe him before stepping forward, slightly bowing. "Your Highness, please forgive us. The general has been up all night. It is only natural that he is a bit heated." The princess scrutinized Xiao Madam's pallid face, her expression softening slightly. "I know there has been trouble in your family and do not wish to cause issues, but..." Xiao Madam fixed her gaze on the princess, remaining silent yet attentive. The princess, feeling a twinge of guilt under Xiao Madam's steady gaze, hesitated before continuing. "The news of Jianxi being abducted has spread throughout Bianjing. She has not returned for an entire night. Even if you find her, our Yong'an house will not accept a woman of tarnished reputation as our rightful wife. As for the engagement between our families, it would be best to consider it nullified." "You!" Xiao Maoshan seethed with fury, ready to rebuke her. But Xiao Madam restrained him with a hand. "Your Highness must understand that the engagement between our families was established by the late king. If you wish to annul it, you ought to present a petition to His Majesty, not come to us. You cannot simply dismiss the engagement that the late king arranged." The princess retorted. Glancing at Xiao Yuro, "The late king intended for one of your daughters to marry, and your family has more than one daughter, does it not?" Upon hearing Xiao Madam's words, Xiao Yuro lowered her head, her face flushed with shyness. Those present in the room were all astute individuals. Xiao Madam, witnessing Xiao Yuro's demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. Gritting her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment, she said, "Your Highness, why not speak plainly? Yuro and our muse have grown up together. Their temperaments are gentle. At this point, it would be best to hand over the marriage contract left by the late king to Yuro, thereby preserving the goodwill between our families." The princess affectionately grasped Xiao Yuro's hand, smiling as she spoke. Xiao Madam, observing the insincere display of Xiao Yuro, felt a taste of bitterness in her mouth. After a prolonged silence, she turned to Kong Muse, who stood nearby. "Does the heir share the same sentiment?" Kong Mu's expression soured as he instinctively raised his gaze to Xiao Madam. Yet, upon meeting her eyes, he quickly looked away. Xiao Madam, seeing Kong Muse unable to even meet her gaze, felt a profound sense of indignation. She forced a smile. "I believe the heir to be a man of valor. Yet it appears he dares not speak openly, hiding behind the princess like a coward." Kong Muse felt his face flush with embarrassment from her words. Summoning his courage, he looked towards Xiao Madam, ready to respond, when suddenly a servant rushed in. "Madam, General, the young lady has returned." Xiao Madam, who had been striving to maintain her composure as a noblewoman, immediately abandoned the princess and the heir, rushing outside. Kong Muse, witnessing this, wished to follow, but the Princess of Yong'an grabbed his arm. "What will you do? Even if she has returned, having been missing for a night, can she still be the innocent Xia Jinxi? Mother, even if the engagement is to be annulled, I must see if she is safe." Kong Muse pushed past the princess's hand and moved towards the exit. "Muse, wait!" Xiao Yuro called out, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic as she watched him hasten away. The princess of Yongin comfortingly patted Xia Yuro's hand. Do not worry. We shall go and see. Xia Madam hurriedly made her way, nearly stumbling several times. But Xia Maoshan supported her, ensuring she reached the doorway. Before the gates of the general's residence stood a man with his back to them, hands clasped behind him. Yet there was no sign of Xia Jianqi. Your Highness? Xia Maoshan was the first to recognize Yi Zichuan. Only upon hearing the voice did Yi Zichuan turn around, regarding Xia Maoshan and Xia Madam with a slight nod as he prepared to speak, only to notice Kong Muse hastily approaching. Why is the heir here today? I heard there were good tidings. Could it be he has come to propose to Miss Xia? Kong Muse's expression stiffened, and he steeled himself to perform a greeting, then inquired, I have heard that Jianqi has returned. Why is she not here? Instead, it is your Highness before us. Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow and looked toward Xia Maoshan. General, you have raised a fine daughter. Before Xia Maoshan could express his confusion, a carriage nearby opened, and a maid stepped forward, cautiously assisting someone from within. Slowly, the figure emerged. Jianqi. Xia Madam immediately recognized Xia Jianqi's pallid visage. She immediately rushed over. But as she reached out her hand to pull, she was stopped by the maid. Madam, Miss Xia has been injured. Please be gentle. Injured? Lady Xia's outstretched hand froze in midair. How could she be hurt? Yi Zichuan cast a casual glance at Kong Muse and then spoke. Last night, my mother was attacked, and it was thanks to Miss Xia's bravery that she remains unharmed. Lady Xia, you have raised a remarkable daughter. Chapter 6. The rebels and traitors. The hurried arrival of Princess Yongin and Xiao coincided with the words of Yi Zichuan, causing them to pause mid-step. The implication of the prince's statement was clear. Had the young lady truly spent the entire night in the company of the Empress Dowager? Lady Xia, standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation, her hands clenched tight, her eyes gleaming with hope. Indeed, a cold voice emanated from the carriage, and in the next moment, a pair of delicate, fair hands emerged from within. Yi Zichuan stepped forward to assist that hand, cautioning Mother, be careful. Soon, the elegantly attired Empress Dowager Song stepped out of the carriage. The gathered crowd momentarily halted, then bowed in unison, exclaiming, Long live the Empress Dowager. I have long since devoted myself to the Buddhist path. Let us dispense with such mundane formalities, Empress Dowager Song remarked, approaching Xia Jianqi and affectionately grasping her hand. Had it not been for Jianqi's selfless protection last night, I fear I would not witness the rise of today as sun. She sustained grave injuries while saving me, yet thanks to the divine physician who attended to her, she was barely saved. The expression of Princess Yongin shifted dramatically. Was she not abducted by bandits? How had she become the savior of the Empress Dowager? They had heard whispers of the assassination attempt against the Empress Dowager, but the messenger had only mentioned Yi Zichuan's timely arrival, without implying that anyone had rescued her. Empress Dowager Song raised her eyes to meet those of Princess Yongin, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Did the princess witness this with her own eyes? Caught off guard, Princess Yongin hesitated, eventually managing a sheepish smile. Is what the common folk have been saying. Empress Dowager Song smirked, a hint of derision in her gaze. How long has Miss Xia been missing for rumors to spread so swiftly? Surely, some ill-intentioned individuals are behind these tales. Seeing the displeasure on Princess Yongin's face, Xia Yuo quickly interjected. Sister went missing during the Lantern Festival. With so many people around, it is inevitable that rumors would arise. Empress Dowager Song shot an unamused glance at Xia Yuo. Whose daughter is this, so lacking in decorum? Lady Xia, observing her daughter's proximity to Princess Yongin, let out an annoyed huff, choosing not to defend her daughter. Instead, it was Xia Jianqi who spoke. Your Majesty, this is my cousin's daughter. She is, in fact, my sister. Oh. Empress Dowager Song scrutinized Xia Yuo with a discerning eye, finally wrinkling her nose in distaste. This sister of yours is quite the contrast to you. In looks and character, she is not commendable in any regard. Xia Yuo felt a rush of humiliation at the Empress Dowager's words, biting her lip to keep from crying. She instinctively glanced towards Kong Muse, only to find his gaze fixed firmly on Xia Jianqi. Though resentment brewed within her, she dared not protest further. Miss Xia was indeed abducted. Yi Zichuan's sudden declaration caused the crowd to collectively gasp. Lady Xia instinctively tightened her grip on her daughter. The wind and sand outside are intense. Perhaps we should discuss this indoors. Princess Yongin, who had previously shown signs of anxiety, now seized upon a perceived advantage. I see no storm brewing. Are you worried that the prince might misspeak, prompting such haste to retreat into the estate? Lady Xia, fuming internally, was about to voice her frustration when Xia Jianxi grasped her hand. Looking up, she saw her daughter merely gazing at her, then gently shaking her head. Though Lady Xia remained puzzled, she stifled her anger. This subtle exchange did not escape Zichuan's notice. He discreetly smirked before addressing Princess Yong'an. Miss Xia was indeed taken by others, but those individuals were not ordinary robbers. They were rebels and traitors. The weight of those words struck the assembly like a leaden hammer. Xia Yuo instinctively lifted her head, only to meet Zichuan's probing gaze, startling her into lowering it once more, fearing exposure by this formidable figure. The implication is clear. The kidnappers of my dear Jinshi are in league with the traitors who attacked the Empress Dowager. Xia Maoshan, esteemed leader of the generals, immediately discerned the deeper implications. Indeed, had it not been for Miss Xia uncovering their plot during her abduction and escaping with her life to reach my mother in time, using her own body to shield her from the assassin's blade, my mother, Zichuan, glanced deeply at Xia Maoshan. Acknowledging the remarkable courage and charm possessed by a young lady of the boudoir, it surely spoke to the general's adept guidance. Listening to Zichuan, Lady Xia felt her heart race, tightly clutching Xia Jianxi's hand, her complexion paling even further than her daughter's. Empress Dowager Song, noticing Lady Xia's distress, stepped forward to take her hand. This child, Jinxi, sustained grave injuries to save me. I had intended to send word for her to rest a few more days to avoid the rigors of travel, yet it seems that in less than a day, the rumors have intensified, prompting my urgent decision to bring her back. Lady Xia felt her eyes welling with tears at Empress Dowager Song's words, instinctively glancing at Princess Yong'an, but ultimately murmured, "To have saved the Empress Dowager is our Jianxi's fortune. I have heard today marks the day of betrothal for the Yong'an prince. Since I have delayed her marriage, once you select a new date, I shall ensure a substantial dowry for Jianxi." Empress Dowager Song gently grasped Xia Jianxi's hand, speaking softly. Kong Mu's complexion turned ashen as he glanced at the pale Xia Jianxi, his eyes filled with guilt. He hesitated, preparing to speak when Xia Maoshan scoffed coldly. "Our Xia family has no fortune to wed into the Yong'an prince's household." Xia Jianxi looked up at Kong Mu's, recognizing the troubled expression on his face, reflecting a man burdened by conscience. She understood that the Yong'an prince's household had already broached the subject of withdrawing their engagement. Having experienced a similar scenario before, Xia Jianxi felt no echo of the heart-wrenching pain she once endured. Instead, she found herself puzzled as to why this time they had not awaited her return. What is General Xia implying? Empress Dowager Song inquired, unable to suppress her frown. Xia Maoshan replied with a cold laugh. "Just moments ago, Princess Yong'an herself came to our door, stating that Jianxi's honor had been irreparably tarnished, and they could never marry a woman of such lost virtue as the heiress consort. They wish to annul the engagement with our family." Chapter 7. The book boy. Let us not dwell on the fact that Sheer stayed out all night to save me. Even if she had indeed been abducted by that rogue, how can you so easily declare her honor destroyed? The Empress Dowager Song expressed her indignation. Furthermore, the marriage contract between the Xia family and the Yong'an princess residence was established by the late king and the former emperor. It is not something you can simply annul. The Yong'an princess seemed somewhat uneasy. "I never said I wanted to break off the engagement." Yes, you did not explicitly state your intention to annul the engagement, but you mentioned that the betrothed of the Yong'an prince's household is a daughter of the Xia family, which is not limited to just one daughter. Mrs. Xia interrupted the Yong'an princess with a cold snort. The Empress Dowager Song's gaze fell upon Xia Yuro, who had been hiding behind the Yong'an princess, and she suddenly understood. It seems the Yong'an heir has his heart set on someone else, thus using this excuse to withdraw from the engagement. Xia Jianxi, who had remained silent until now, finally lifted her head to look at Kong Mu's. "Is it true?" Kong Mu's met the pale face of Xia Jianxi, her eyes reddened and filled with disbelief, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Kong Mu's silence, Xia Yuro hurriedly stepped forward. "Sister, Brother Muse did not mean it that way." "What other meaning could there be?" Xia Jianxi turned to Xia Yuro, clearly seeing tears in her eyes, yet she also sensed a hidden murderous intent in those eyes. "When I was being abducted by robbers, he not only failed to send someone to search for me, but even came to withdraw the engagement, being utterly untrustworthy and shameless." The young princess could not tolerate anyone disparaging her precious son in such a manner and furiously retorted, "Untrustworthy and shameless? Xia Jinshi, how dare you question Muse with such audacity? Do you think that because your honor is ruined, my prince must still marry you? Ruined honor?" Xia Jinshi looked at Kong Muse in the distance. "So, you truly care not whether I am dead or alive, but only about whether I remain pure?" Kong Muse, gazing into Xia Jinshi's tear-filled eyes, felt a pang of guilt wash over him. Sister, Xia Yuro, sensing Kong Muse's distress, quickly interrupted. Brother Muse was also compelled. News of your disappearance spread like wildfire. The Yongin prince's household, being a noble family, must consider their reputation. Xia Yuro, you refer to her as sister, yet every word you utter defends the Yongin prince's residence. Is your surname not Xia, but rather tied to the Yongin prince's Kong? Xia Jinshi shot a cold glance at Xia Yuro, questioning her word by word. I merely... Xia Jinshi, Yuro is simply speaking on behalf of our Muse. Why must you be so aggressive? The Yongin princess stepped forward protectively, adopting a stance of defending her younger relative. Moreover, this situation is fundamentally your fault. What do you mean this is Jinshi's fault? Mrs. Xia angrily approached. The Yongin princess glanced at Mrs. Xia before turning her gaze to Xia Jinshi. Our two families had already made arrangements, choosing today to announce the engagement. You, a young lady about to be wed, should have stayed within the confines of your home instead of venturing out, which led to this predicament, yet you now place all the blame on our Muse. Is this how the Xia family raises its daughters? I chose to go out? Seizing the crux of the matter, Xia Jinshi suddenly scoffed, her gaze fixed on Kong Muse. Her voice tinged with sorrow. Do you think the same? Xia Jinshi was a refined lady, her temperament gentle and dignified. This was the first time Kong Muse had witnessed her vulnerability, as if she could shatter at any moment. I did not Jinshi Regarding the Lantern Festival yesterday, Xia Jinshi did not wish to hear Kong Muse's excuses. She looked to the Yongin princess. Several younger cousins implored me for a long time, and I had not agreed to go out. It was the young lord's servant who persistently delivered invitations, asking me to view the lanterns. I cannot bear to refuse, as it would reflect poorly on the young lord, so I accepted the invitation to go see the lanterns. Now, this has become the excuse for the princess to blame me? As her words fell, Xia Yuro's complexion suddenly changed, her hands unconsciously clutching her sleeves tightly. The ever-observant Izichuan immediately noticed Xia Yuro's unease, crossing his arms and watching the unfolding drama with a knowing smile. The Yongin princess was initially taken aback, but quickly turned to Kong Muse, demanding, "Is this true?" Kong Muse immediately shook his head. "No, I understood that today was to announce the engagement. So how could I have invited Jinshi to that ridiculous lantern festival the night before? Is the young lord denying even his own actions?" Xia Jinshi accused, tears streaming down her face, then produced neatly folded letters from her sleeve and threw them at Kong Muse. Is the young lord even unable to recognize his own handwriting? Upon seeing those letters, Xia Yuro's face drained of color, her hands trembling at her sides. Those letters, which she had explicitly ordered to be destroyed. How could they now appear in Xia Jinshi's possession? A servant beside Kong Muse quickly picked up the letters, glanced at them, and then handed them to Kong Muse. Astonished, "Young lord, this is indeed your handwriting." Xia Jinshi, with reddened eyes, looked at the incredulous Kong Muse, asking each word carefully. "What do you have to say now? This is indeed my handwriting, but I did not write this." Kong Muse, holding the letters, suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "You say it was not you? Yet these letters were personally received by my close maid from your book boy. If you do not believe it, you can summon your book boy to confront me." As she spoke, tears streamed down Xia Jinshi's cheeks. Izichuan slowly stepped forward, bending to pick up a letter that had fallen from Kong Mu's hand. The yellow-white paper bore smudges of blood, remnants from her injuries that she had not yet managed to wipe clean. Those letters had been penned by Xia Jinshi herself, despite her injuries, and upon careful inspection, he had to concede that even officials from the Dali Temple, tasked with handwriting verification, would struggle to discern the script. Since Muse claims he did not write it, it must be that rogue who deliberately imitated his handwriting to lure you to the Lantern Festival and then abduct you. The Yongin princess's expression shifted dramatically, her anger boiling over. The Empress Dowager Song, who had remained silent, suddenly laughed. "So, The princess implies that the bandit bribed your book boy to painstakingly mimic the young lord's handwriting to kidnap Miss Xia and then assassinate me? Is it not your Yongin prince's residence that colludes with rebels, intending to harm me? The Yongin princess's face paled. She understood that if they were implicated with the rebels, the entire Yongin prince's residence would be doomed. Your Highness, we have no connection whatsoever with that rebel. Yizichuan concealed the letters in his palm, then addressed the Yongin princess. Since this matter involved a rebel, the Yongin residence must provide an explanation. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to report this to His Majesty. And the Yongin residence. Immediately send for that book boy. At once. The Yongin princess seized the servant, her words laced with urgency. Chapter 8 Confrontation. The servants of the Yongin prince's mansion were in a state of chaos. Moments ago, they had been calm. But suddenly the Yongin princess transformed into a restless creature, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Xia Yuo felt a hint of unease and attempted to discreetly send her maid away while the crowd was distracted, yet she was intercepted by a guard of Yizichuan, who inquired, "Where do you think you're going?" Instantly, all eyes were upon her. Xia Yuo's complexion grew exceedingly pale, and she managed to force a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. "I have been out for quite some time, worried that my mother might be looking for me, so I thought to send my maid back to inform her. Anyone who could emerge from the palace, a den of dragons and tigers, was no fool." The Dowager Empress glanced at her and immediately discerned her ulterior motives. "Then let us invite your mother over as well." Xia Yurua's expression shifted dramatically. As she pondered how to refute this, Yizichuan had already spoken. "Someone, please fetch Madame Xia and the Dowager." Yizichuan glanced at Xia Jinshi before continuing with a smile. "By the way, before my arrival, I heard rumors regarding Miss Xia's disappearance. I found it rather unusual. After all, how could rumors spread so swiftly? Therefore, I dispatched someone to investigate, and to my surprise, we have indeed uncovered some unsettling truths. We should bring them all here." Xia Jinshi watched as Xia Yurua's face drained of color, a sense of satisfaction welling up within her. It was reminiscent of her own past, when she had been deceived by letter after letter, each filled with reason and emotion, leading her to a perilous situation. Upon her arduous return, she discovered that the letters she had treasured were missing, leaving her unable to defend herself against the accusations from the Yongin princess. Reflecting on her previous naivety, she found it utterly laughable that Xia Yurua had been entangled with Kong Mu's all along without realizing it. Falling deeper into their trap with each step, Xia Maoshan observed the pale and frightening countenance of Xia Yurua and had begun to formulate his own suspicions. Although anger simmered within him, he restrained his fury, unwilling to create a scandal in public. The wind and sand outside are fierce. I invite everyone to take a moment's respite in our home. This time, the Yongin princess dared not object, for this matter involved treason, which could cost lives. The courtyard of the general's residence was not particularly spacious, but with the hurried arrival of the Yongin prince and the Xia couple summoned from the court, it soon felt crowded. Although Yizichuan was young, as the emperor's uncle, he occupied the prominent seat, relegating the Yongin prince to a subordinate position. Just as the hot tea was about to touch his lips, the Yongin prince had not even taken a sip before a servant burst in, bringing news from his son's quarters. Confusion clouded the Yongin prince's face as he set down the teacup. What does the regent intend? Yizichuan sat relaxed in his seat, leaning slightly back, a faint smile in his eyes. When the Yongin princess sent for the prince, did she not explain the circumstances? The Yongin prince had been in court since early morning, and upon being whisked away on horseback from the palace, was still trying to grasp the situation. The Yongin princess glanced at Yizichuan seated above and then leaned closer to the Yongin prince, whispering, "Confounded." The Yongin prince slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising with anger. The marriage between the Xia and Kong families was arranged during the late emperor's reign. How dare you act so recklessly? The Yongin princess, publicly reprimanded, turned pale, her tone laced with impatience. What matters now is not this. Yizichuan patiently awaited the Yongin princess to elucidate the matter before interjecting. Since everyone is somewhat aware of the situation, I, as an outsider, shall intervene to discern who is tarnishing Miss Xia's reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward to remove the cloth gag from the servant's mouth. This individual before us is the regent. If you dare to lie, do not blame us for being unkind. The servant, accustomed to being in Kong Yu's shadow, had never encountered such a scene and turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, spilling his secrets. The letters from the young master were all penned by me, imitating his handwriting. I was merely doing it for money. I had no idea it would lead to such grave consequences. He glanced nervously at Kong Muse, recalling how he had often assisted with the young master's lessons. Thus he could perfectly imitate his writing without anyone noticing. Kong Muse's expression shifted, clearly embarrassed. You just said you were doing it for money. Whose money did you take? And for whom were you acting? The servant cautiously raised his gaze, surveying the room before finally settling his eyes on Xia Yura. It was the second miss, the maid Yuding beside her. She gave me 50 taels of silver to help write those letters and deliver them to the general's residence. All eyes turned to the ashen-faced Xia Yura. She hesitated for a moment before dropping to her knees. I did not. I am unaware of this matter. I did not know that someone sent a letter to my sister. He is slandering me. If it is indeed slander, just summon Yuding. Suddenly, Madame Xia, sitting to the side, let out a cold laugh. A mere maid from the inner chambers can casually produce 50 taels of silver? If no one is behind this, then it seems the treasury of the second uncle's courtyard has been robbed. The head of the Xia family's second branch, Xia Maoshan's younger brother, had spent a lifetime in obscurity, relying on his elder brother's connections to remain in Bianjing. Fearing to offend his brother and sister-in-law, he hastily called out, quickly, bring Yuding here and bind her. There's no need for haste, Lord Xia. Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, and soon after, someone dragged in a bloodied figure. Xia Yurua squinted, and upon recognizing who it was, she collapsed to the ground. Yuding, when I first heard the rumors, I sensed something was amiss. I sent someone to keep an eye out, and I saw this maid whispering with some ruffians, spreading the news that Miss Xia had been abducted. Yizichuan Chaketsofti. It seems she is quite resilient. Only after being beaten to a pulp did she finally admit she was from the Xia residence. Chapter 9. Interrogation. Upon hearing Yizichuan's words, everyone instinctively turned to gaze at Yuting's bloodied lower half. Yuting lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of her chest, the onlookers might have been convinced that she had already breathed her last. Xia Jianqi glanced at the pallid face of Xia Yurua, then slightly raised her eyes to the scholar. Is this the Yuting you spoke of? The scholar, confronted with the sight of the broken figure resembling a tattered doll, dared not open his eyes to examine her closely. He merely lowered his head, trembling incessantly. Yes, it is. Xiao Maoshan observed the scholar's demeanor, his brows knitting together. In the next moment, someone, receiving his silent command, forcibly lifted the scholar's chin, compelling him to see who lay before him. That single glance rendered the scholar utterly petrified. After breaking free from the grip of the servant, he began to sob uncontrollably, bowing repeatedly. It was she. She slipped 50 taels of silver into my hands and instructed me to forge a letter in the prince's handwriting. It was also her who urged me to personally deliver the letter to Miss Xia's maid. Since it was you who forged the letter, are you not afraid of being exposed? When the truth comes to light, who will bear the blame? The princess of Yong'an, witnessing the scholar's confession, questioned him with rising indignation. You and the prince grew up together. How could you betray him for a mere 50 taels of silver? Hearing the princess's inquiry, the scholar hesitated for a long moment. Then, as if having made a resolution, pointed at the barely alive Yuting on the ground. It was she who approached me, leading me and several others to drink and gamble, orchestrating my loss of the prince's jade pendant, which was worth exactly 50 taels. So, you accepted the 50 taels from Yuting in exchange for retrieving the pendant? Yizichuan leaned on his hand, eyes glinting with amusement. Yes. She also told me that once Miss Xia left the residence, she would sneak in to destroy the letters, and upon completion, she would give me another 50 taels as a hush fee. The scholar knelt there, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. With reddened eyes, Xia Jianqi looked at Xia Yura, her face etched with incredulous pain. Xia Yura, I have treated you like a sister since childhood, yet you have betrayed me so. The seemingly lifeless Yuting, upon hearing Xia Yurua's name, finally opened her blood-misted eyes. Seeing the glint in Yuting's eyes, Xia Yurua suddenly screamed in terror, as if beset by a malevolent spirit, retreating rapidly. A matron beside Lady Xia swiftly stepped forward, seizing Xia Yurua's hand. Second miss, the prince is asking you a question. Xia Yua, seemingly startled, struggled violently, inciting the matron's wrath, who knocked her to the ground. Lady Xia arose immediately aghast. Sister, what is the meaning of this? Lady Xia regarded her sister-in-law with a cold glare. If you have issues, feel free to answer for your daughter. Just as Lady Xia's sister-in-law opened her mouth, she was halted by Lord Xia. Silence. The prince is present. This is not your place to speak. Fuming, Lady Xia's sister-in-law could only watch helplessly as her daughter was humiliated. Seeing Xia Yuruo feigning madness, Dowager Song's patience waned, and she set her teacup down with a hint of irritation. Will this never end? With Dowager Song's outburst, the crowd turned their eyes towards Yi Zichuan, their expressions shifting into something peculiar. As anticipated, Yi Zichuan spoke. If the second miss is unwilling to speak, I shall have no choice but to submit this case concerning treachery to the Dali Temple for public trial. Xia Yuruo. Before Yi Zichuan could finish, Xia Yuruo interjected. I do not know. I do not know why Yu Ting would do such things. I truly do not. At that moment, Yu Ting suddenly extended her formless hands, trembling as she pointed at Xia Yuruo. Miss, please save me. Save me. In that instant, Xia Yuruo appeared to be jolted awake, her eyes widening in terror as she continued to retreat. Stay away. Stay away. Yi Zichuan, propping his chin, observed the screaming Xia Yuruo with a bemused expression. Arching an eyebrow. Miss Xia, if you persist in your silence, I will have to invite the Dali Temple's officials here. I truly do not know. Xia Yuruo crawled to Yi Zichuan's side, her tear-filled eyes presenting an innocent visage. She seemed like a delicate beauty. I really do not know. Yu Ting has been by my side since childhood. She is gentle and understanding. I do not know why she is entangled in these matters. Your Highness, I truly do not know. Yu Ting, already subjected to unbearable torment, slowly raised her gaze to Xia Yuruo, then to Zichuan above, remaining unresponsive for a long time. Finally, she chuckled softly, as if having made a resolute decision, coldly declaring, these matters have nothing to do with the miss. Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow, slightly tilting his head to scrutinize the kneeling Yu Ting. Nothing to do with her? Then from where did those several taels of silver come? I stole them from a miss's private funds. Yu Ting slowly propped herself up, her expression resolute as if she had come to a realization. Yi Zichuan, narrowing his eyes dangerously at Yu Ting, who remained steadfast despite her suffering, inquired. Oh? Then why did you use that silver to bribe the scholar of the Prince of Yong'an? Because Xia Jianxi deserves to die. Yu Ting suddenly glared fiercely at Xia Yongxi, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Why should she look down upon me? Why should she have everything? Just because she was born into privilege? She has never known our hardships. Yet she pretends to be benevolent, bestowing scraps upon us. The mere thought of her smug face disgusts me. Yu Ting, Xia Jianxi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Do you know who it was that came to abduct me? Yu Ting scoffed. Whoever they may be, as long as they can ensure your demise, I will comply with whatever demands they make. Xia Jianxi observed the near-mad Yu Ting, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent for an extended period. That Yu Ting would shoulder the blame came as no surprise to Xia Jianxi. After all, Yu Ting was no ordinary maid, but rather a pawn placed beside Xia Yuruo through the machinations of Helan Ci. Chapter 10. The letter of annulment. Yi Zichuan narrowed his eyes, casting a dangerous glance at the woman before him, Yu Ting. In her, he suddenly perceived the echoes of those assassins he had once unleashed upon the inferno, each bearing a hardened demeanor that was utterly appalling. These individuals were assassins. Thus, Yi Zichuan could surmise that they had undergone inhuman training from a young age, enabling them to withstand torment. Yet, this woman before him was merely a maid from the courtyard. Such a seemingly frail creature not only endured the interrogation, but also counterattacked in court. She was clearly no ordinary individual, especially given her entanglements with the rebels. Not good. She intends to take her own life. Xiao Maoshan suddenly sprang to his feet, rushing to Yu Ting's side with lightning speed, seizing her jaw to prevent her from biting down. Soon, others approached to pry open her mouth, and indeed, they discovered a black poison concealed within. Yi Zichuan rose slowly, his expression growing increasingly grim. On my journey back to the capital, I have encountered countless assassins. Every one of them harbored this substance within their teeth. Lord Xia, your courtyard is truly a den of hidden talents. Uncle Xia, alarmed, immediately stood up. Your Highness, this girl has been in our household since she was very young. She is merely a child from an ordinary family. I had no idea how she became involved with the rebels. Let me go. After the poison was extracted, Yu Ting became agitated, frantically screaming and attempting to end her life in various ways. Yet Yi Zichuan's men restrained her firmly. Observing the nearly deranged Yu Ting, Zichuan suddenly laughed, then directed his piercing gaze towards Xia Jinshi. It appears that the rebels not only seek my head, but also wish to drag the general's household into turmoil. Xia Maoshan's body stiffened, instinctively glancing at Zichuan. Your Highness, Lord Xia, you must protect your wife and children well. Zichuan approached Xia Maoshan. I shall take this rebel and the scholar with me. As for Miss Xia saving my mother, I will present a formal petition to the throne to restore her honor. Upon hearing this, the scholar was immediately struck with fear. Bowing and pleading, young master, I only received 50 taels. I have no association with the rebels. Please, I beg you to save me. Kong Muse observed the scholar coldly, refraining from interceding on his behalf. Soon, someone gagged him and swiftly dragged him away. Xia Jinshi watched Kong Muse's demeanor and suddenly let out a mocking laugh. You are indeed heartless, young master. Kong Muse immediately met her gaze, feeling a sense of shame as he recognized her blatant ridicule. Jinshi, it is not as you think. What do I think? Xia Jinshi regarded Kong Muse, realizing that her former desire to marry him was akin to a foolish creature, utterly oblivious. What merit did such a man, who faltered in the face of adversity, hold that she should have devoted herself to preparing wedding garments for him? I came here today to... You came to annul the engagement. No. I wish to exchange the engagement. To have Xiao take my place as your bride, thus preserving the alliance between our families. I do not wish to bear the stigma of a broken engagement, nor do I desire to be wed to a man such as you. Kong Muse, you have truly disappointed me. Grand Dowager Song, witnessing the tears welling in Xia Jinshi's eyes, could not help but approach and grasp her hand. Good child, it is a blessing from the heavens that you see such a man for what he is before the engagement is finalized. In that moment, the despair and agony of being deceived in her past life surged within her, the bitter sensation exploding in her chest, and salty tears cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing Xia Jinshi in distress, Grand Dowager Song was immediately filled with anger. Prince Yongin, is this how you and your wife raise your son? Prince Yongin stood rooted, his robust frame humbled, barely able to lift his head in shame. Yes, I have failed in teaching my son. Xia Jinshi observed the man who always appeared so lofty before her, now bending under the weight of Grand Dowager Song's reproach, and her resentment dissipated significantly. After all, the prince had laughed heartily on the day he welcomed Xia Yuro into his home. Father, mother, I wish to annul the engagement, Xia Jinshi declared, wiping away her tears with determined resolve. Madame Xia gazed at her daughter, her expression unwavering, not at all surprised. How could the precious gem they had raised with such care compromise herself for a man like this? Very well. Xiao Maoshan's voice was robust and resolute. Bring me the engagement letter. Brother Maoshan, this engagement was arranged by the late emperor. You must think carefully. Prince Yongin immediately became anxious. This marriage cannot simply be annulled. Prince Yongin, your son and his fiancée, you have treated my daughter with such indignity. After I am gone, who knows how you will treat her? I have only this one child in my life. I shall personally present this engagement letter to His Majesty, even if His Majesty deems it an act of defiance. I will never hand my daughter over to you. Xiao Maoshan glared at Prince Yongin. Xia Jinshi, with tears in her eyes, looked towards her father, who had always stood resolutely by her side, and felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow. She recalled her father, who had once staggered through the winter rain, cradling the body of his only daughter, and her heart ached unbearably, tears flowing like a torrential flood. Soon, someone brought forth a box containing the engagement letter personally penned by the late king and the venerable Lord Xia. Xiao Maoshan opened the box and held up the letter. Prince, take a good look. This is the engagement letter personally delivered by the late king to our household. Xiao Maoshan, Prince Yongin exclaimed in fury. Do you even realize what you are doing? I, Xiao Maoshan, have never coveted an alliance with your Yongin household. In our military family, we have only one daughter. There has never been a second Miss Xia. Xiao Maoshan coldly regarded Prince Yongin, tearing the engagement letter into shreds. From this day forth, our two families shall have no further ties. Marriage between men and women shall henceforth be unrelated. The engagement letter ripped apart like shattered wings, swirling momentarily in the air before cascading to the ground. Xia Jinshi cast a glance at Xia Yuro, who remained seated on the ground, and let out a chilling laugh before turning to Kong Muse. Kong Muse, from here on, you may formally go to the neighboring residence to seek Xia Yurua's hand. Without the dowry of a general's household, how could a mere daughter of a fifth-rank official expect to be wed by the Yongin prince's household? Izichuan's voice rang clear in the silence, strikingly resonant. Chapter 11. The half-tiger talisman. Prince Yongin gazed at the scattered marriage documents on the ground. His teeth clenched tightly. Finally, he whirled around and slapped the face of Princess Yongin. Is this the outcome you desired? For the first time, the proud Princess Yongin found herself publicly humiliated by her husband. In that moment, emotions of rage, shame, and despair surged within her. She covered her face, looking incredulously at Prince Yongin. You struck me? You actually struck me? Enraged, Prince Yongin paid no heed to his wife's feelings. His mind was consumed with the imminent power that was slipping away, disrupted by the foolishness of his wife. If not for the multitude of onlookers, he would have relished the opportunity to drag this imbecile away and give her a sound beating to alleviate his fury. If it weren't for your arrogance, how could we have descended into this chaos? When His Majesty inquires, you shall explain it to him yourself. He forcefully shoved Princess Yongin aside and stormed off in a huff. Xia Jinshi observed the furious departure of Prince Yongin, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Initially, the late lord had forged this marriage alliance with the Xia family to secure military power. Since the demise of the late lord, the Yongin estate had become a mere shadow of its former self. The current Prince Yongin wielded no real authority and was increasingly marginalized in court, while Xia Maoshan, with the support of the Xia military, had risen to the forefront as the leading general, granted supreme favor by His Majesty. The late lord had discerned his son's lack of ambition, which compelled him to seek a matrimonial alliance with the Xia family immediately after Xia Jinshi's birth, hoping to bolster the Yongin estate through the protection of the national general's household. Significantly, when the late emperor sanctioned the marriage, he bestowed a half-tiger talisman as part of Xia Jinshi's dowry. This was intended to prevent the national general's household from monopolizing power, ensuring that upon her marriage, Xia Jinshi would claim half of their military authority. Princess Yongin harbored a disdain for Xia Jinshi, as her mother hailed from merchant background, and she considered herself too noble to condescend to forge ties with a family of merchants. Conversely, Madame Xia, though from humble origins, belonged to a reputable lineage, albeit of lesser status. With Xia Jinshi's reputation tarnished, Princess Yongin eagerly sought to replace her, believing that should they withdraw from the marriage, it would be justified. She could then marry off one of the other Xia daughters, securing the coveted half-talisman while gaining a daughter-in-law of her choosing. Are you not leaving, Princess? Madame Xia interjected coldly. Are you planning to propose to the household next door? At that moment, Princess Yongin felt her face flush with embarrassment. She glared venomously at Madame Xia and muttered, Do not think this matter will simply conclude here. Your daughter, as it is said, has gone to the Empress Dowager. How could a mere girl escape from bandits so easily? Who knows what she might have exchanged? Princess Yongin, exclaimed Empress Dowager Song. Are you willing to tarnish the reputation of the royal household with such baseless accusations against the child? Instinctively, Princess Yongin fell silent, realizing she could not afford to offend Empress Dowager Song, nor the formidable presence that accompanied her. Like a defeated bird, she left in disgrace. Kong Muse observed as both Prince Yongin and Princess Yongin exited, wishing to speak, but was interrupted by Madame Xia. Your Highness, please. My apologies for the disturbance, Kong Muse said, lowering his head and departing without casting a glance at the slumped Xia Yuro, who had been watching her intently. Xia Yuro opened her mouth to call out to him, but as she did, she caught the sharp gaze of second Madame Xia and quickly fell silent. Seeing Xia Jinshi's face grow increasingly pale, Empress Dowager Song felt a pang of sympathy and gently patted her hand. Your parents are deeply concerned for you. Focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with outside matters. Nothing is more important than your health. Xia Jinshi raised her eyes to the ever-caring Empress Dowager Song, feeling a twinge of guilt as she lowered her head. Thank you, Your Majesty. Each time she encountered the Empress Dowager's affectionate gaze, she felt a sense of unease. Though she had indeed saved the Empress Dowager, she had also exploited her, and the sincerity of the Empress Dowager's concern often left her feeling uneasy, as if she was receiving unearned rewards. Mother, we should return now, Izichuan remarked, glancing at Xia Maoshan. It is now time for the matters of the general's household. We should not linger here. Xia Maoshan immediately interjected. Today's events have truly troubled the prince. We owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Xia for saving my life. Izichuan nodded at Xia Jinshi, Please take care of yourself, Miss Xia. Xia Jinshi exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chuan, understanding his unspoken words. Yi Chuan did not allow Xia Maoshan to escort them, and with his mother at his side, he strode confidently out of the Xia residence. Casting a meaningful glance at Xia Yurua, his eyes filled with curiosity. Just as he exited, he happened to notice a figure slipping around the corner. Did someone come by earlier? The attendant paused for a moment before responding, Your Highness. The people from the Yongshan Marquis household came by. Initially, they requested to meet the general and madam. Upon learning that you were present, they abruptly claimed to have urgent matters and hastily departed. The Yongshan Marquis household? Yi Chuan narrowed his eyes. Did they mention the reason for their visit? The attendant shook his head. They did not specify. It was peculiar. They were quite arrogant when they arrived, but seemed flustered upon hearing you were home. They even ignored my offer to inform the general. Oh, Yi Chuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. When your general has a moment, do be sure to inform him that the Yongshan Marquis household paid a visit. With that, he tossed the attendant a pouch, a token of appreciation for you. Thank you, Your Highness. The attendant, unsure of what had pleased the prince, accepted the silver with gratitude and stood by until Yi Chuan helped the Empress Dowager into the carriage and left, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Today has certainly been eventful. Chapter 12. Leftovers. As the majority of the guests began to depart, Uncle Xia finally rose and addressed his elder brother. If there are no further matters, I shall take you Ruo home. Xia Maoshan remained silent, merely lifting his gaze to cast a cold glance at Uncle Xia. An immediate chill ran down Uncle Xia's spine, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Elder brother, first, take Jinshi back to rest, Xia Maoshan said softly as he turned to look at Madame Xia. She cast a disdainful glance at the kneeling Xia Yurua, snorted derisively, and then, supporting Xia Jinshi, turned to leave, muttering under her breath, a family of ingrates. Uncle Xia heard Madame Xia's words, and his face transformed into a palette of colors, turning from black to red, then pale again, until he stood there, feeling utterly awkward. It was not until everyone had exited the room that Xia Maoshan finally spoke. If you feel that life in Bianjing is no longer to your liking, then pack your things and prepare to take up your post elsewhere. Uncle Xia's expression darkened considerably at those words. Elder brother, it's not as you think. Xia Maoshan, however, remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon him. Uncle Xia's impending defense suddenly seemed feeble. Elder brother, I understand. Xia Maoshan observed his not-so-robust brother, rose, and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. You have read many books. You should comprehend that sometimes the wounds inflicted by family can cut deeper than those from enemies. You're my only brother, and I do not wish for the day we become strangers. Uncle Xia lowered his head, and after a prolonged silence, he exhaled a heavy sigh. I understand. Go home, Xia Maoshan said, casting a glance at Madame Xia and Xia Yurua before turning to leave. Watching his brother exit the hall, Uncle Xia's already unappealing complexion grew increasingly grim. Madame Xia bent down to help Xia Yurua up, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, and muttered in frustration. Fool! How could you not realize that this calamity has befallen us? Not realize? Uncle Xia scoffed coldly. I believe she is quite aware. What nonsense are you spouting? Madame Xia hissed in a hushed tone. Do you not know what kind of person Yurua is? She wouldn't dare harm a chicken, let alone conspire with a traitor. Do not let your elder brother's words confuse you. Do you truly think I am unaware? Uncle Xia suddenly fixed his icy gaze upon Madame Xia, an unsettling intensity in his eyes. Madame Xia felt her heart skip a beat under his scrutinizing stare, but forced herself to reply. I do not know what you're talking about. You and your daughter have your own schemes, and you truly think I am oblivious? The moment Jinshi faced trouble, the Yong'an prince's residents came to withdraw the engagement. It is one thing to break off the engagement, but they insist on replacing her with your daughter as the heir's consort. Or you and I, do we deserve to be in alliance with a royal household? Yuan Xiaoi, you are truly delusional to even dream of such a thing. Uncle Xia jabbed at Madame Xia's shoulder with his finger. Madame Xia stumbled from the force of his prodding, and with an angry surge, she pushed Uncle Xia back. Isn't it all because of your inadequacy? We share the Xia surname, yet Xia Maoshan is a first-rank general, while you are merely a fifth-rank official. His daughter can command the winds and rains, while my daughter can only settle for the scraps they cast aside. Is this all due to your lack of ambition? Indeed, I schemed to whisper into the ear of the Yong'an princess. letting her know that my Yu Ruo is 1,000 times better than that Xia Jinshi. You are useless, only seeking to gather the meager leftovers your elder brother offers. Why should my daughter not compete? Madame Xia approached him step by step, her crimson nails almost piercing his face. The usually meek Uncle Xia suddenly seized Madame Xia by the collar, gritting his teeth as he said, "Fool, is one marriage worth such a struggle? Xia Maoshan has no son. He may very well perish in battle. If we outlast him, all his possessions will be ours. Do you understand? Do you think Lin Shudong is a fool?" Yuan Xiaoyi sneered. "Do you believe she cannot foresee what you are plotting? If you wish to outlast him, you must first have the capability to seize what belongs to Lin Shudong." Uncle Xia fixed his gaze intensely upon Yuan Xiaoyi, and, after a long moment, he seemed to lose all strength, releasing her, allowing her to tumble to the ground. "So this is the outcome you desire? Now that elder brother harbors suspicions towards us, do you think we have any opportunity left? Opportunities are not awaited. They are seized." Yuan Xiaoyi pulled Xia Yuruo to her feet, resolute. "You may wish to remain meek, but I refuse to. I shall strive for what is rightfully mine, and I deserve more than she has. This time, it is merely a stroke of luck for her. Otherwise, she would have long since been disgraced. My plans would not have failed. Truly, your ambition knows no bounds." Uncle Xia muttered under his breath before sweeping out of the room. Xia Yuruo watched her father depart, and after a while, she turned to Yuan Xiaoyi. Her eyes read, "Mother, what should we do now? Without the marriage contract, there is no half of the ice military token, and Mu Zhe will not marry me. What should I do?" "Be silent," Yuan Xiaoyi scolded sharply. "If you raise your voice any louder, you might as well confess to that mother-daughter pair that this is all you're doing. Do you think Lin Shudong won't come after you with a knife?" Startled, Xia Yuruo quickly clamped her mouth shut, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes glistening with tears, looking utterly pitiful. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Yuan Xiaoyi's heart softened, and she gently comforted her. "Your father is inept and cannot contend with them, but the Xia clan's relatives envy the power of the general's residence. Just wait. There will be a way to force them to relinquish the Yong in marriage." Xia Yuruo looked at Yuan Xiaoyi, her eyes still red, unable to comprehend. Why is it that Xia Jinshi is so fortunate? Even after all this, she returns unscathed after saving the Empress Dowager. And I lost Yuding. If it weren't for Yuding insisting that this had nothing to do with me, I might have been dragged down as well. If it weren't for her clumsiness, this matter would not have fallen upon you. Yuan Xiaoyi frowned. Yuding is gone. Let it be. In due time, I will find you someone even better. For now, we must return and consider our next steps carefully. Understood, mother. Chapter 13. The ungrateful wolf. Before Xia Jinshi reached the courtyard, she could already hear the wailing cries of Tingwan and Shiwei. As expected, the next moment, the two of them came rushing toward her like two balls. Madame Xia quickly pulled Xia Jinshi aside to avoid a direct collision, but the two girls still managed to cling to one of Xia Jinshi's legs. "Miss, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, Shiwei was ready to sacrifice herself. Miss, thank goodness you're safe. If anything happened to you, Tingwan wouldn't be able to carry on." Xia Jinshi listened to their cries, unable to suppress a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Get up. My mother is still here. Can you not feel embarrassed? We lost the miss, and even death cannot atone for our sins. Embarrassment is nothing." Shiwei continued her lament. Madame Xia, watching the two girls clinging to Xia Jinshi, discreetly turned her head, carefully wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes before saying, "Get up quickly. Don't you see your miss is injured?" The two girls were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly got to their feet, meticulously checking Xia Jinshi from head to toe. Upon confirming her injury was on her chest, they both broke into a cold sweat. "Miss, you nearly died." Xia Jinshi naturally noticed the redness in Madame Xia's eyes and immediately cleared her throat. "What nonsense are you saying?" Shiwei finally realized that her mistress was present and quickly covered Tingwan's mouth. Yes, it's our foolish talk." Madame Xia discreetly wiped away her tears. "I must go pay respect to our ancestors and inform them that Jinshi has returned. You two must take good care of your miss. If anything happens again, I will skin you both alive." Tingwan and Shiwei quickly responded, "We dare not. We will ensure the miss is well taken care of and never out of our sight." Madame Xia was amused by the two girls and gave them a few more instructions before leaving, glancing back 3 times. Finally back in her familiar room, Xia Jinshi felt the reality of her rebirth slowly filling her being. She stood by the bed, her fingers gently caressing the silk canopy above. This silk was made from the finest mulberry silk, smooth to the touch and exceptionally light, carefully selected from the fabrics her maternal grandfather had sent from the south. Just that gentle touch made her nose tingle with tears. Thankfully, the heavens gave her a second chance. Just as Shi Wei came in with hot water to clean her up, suddenly a dark figure leapt through the window. Ah! Shi Wei and Ting Wan screamed in fright. Silence! The figure commanded coldly, then pulled down the mask, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Shi Wei and Ting Wan immediately fell silent, but stood guard protectively beside Xia Jianxi, their expressions wary. Who are you? I am the shadow guard assigned to your miss by the regent prince. My name is Yaozi. The figure glanced at Shi Wei, then stepped forward and bowed to Xia Jianxi. Miss, this was the final condition of Xia Jianxi's collaboration with Zichuan. She needed someone discreet, yet capable to assist her. Miss. Shi Wei looked at Xia Jianxi in confusion. Xia Jianxi nodded and then turned to Yaozi. My girls are a bit overly dramatic. I hope I didn't startle you. Yaozi raised an eyebrow, indeed. But I'm not so easily frightened. Xia Jianxi observed Yaozi, intrigued by her skills. You are Zichuan's shadow guard? Yaozi hesitated, then spoke with a hint of disappointment. I am not yet qualified to serve as the prince's shadow guard. I cannot defeat him. Only those who can defeat him can be his guard. Xia Jianxi couldn't help but inquire. Of course. How else would one protect the prince? Yaozi replied matter-of-factly. By the way, Miss Xia, when I passed through your main hall, I overheard some conversations that perhaps you would find interesting. Xia Jianxi frowned slightly. What conversations? Yaozi recounted what she had heard, concluding with a mocking tone. This is the first time I have encountered someone plotting against others so openly on their own territory. They probably think that speaking softly ensures no one hears them. Second Master is truly that kind of person. I knew this incident was closely tied to Second Mississippi. If she had insisted on dragging us away, how could we have left the Miss S side? Miss, it's shocking that Second Master and Second Madam have been scheming against you all along, especially since the General and Madam have treated them so well. Truly, they're ungrateful wolves. Unlike the righteous indignation of Shi Wei and Ting Wan, Xia Jianxi's reaction was rather subdued. After a long pause, Yaozi asked, Miss Xia, did you already know they were like this? Xia Jianxi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled bitterly. If she had known earlier, would she have been so easily manipulated by them? However, she had heard similar words from her cousin before being thrown into the cellar. Now, it was merely a reiteration. At that moment, Shi Wei and Ting Wan realized their miss had remained silent throughout, her gaze lowered, quietly observing her fingertips. Shi Wei stepped forward with concern, Mississippi. Not too late. Xia Jianxi took a deep breath, just a bit ahead of you. Ting Wan looked at Xia Jianxi, suddenly tearing up. How could the general let them off so easily? It's outrageous. The general should have dealt with them harshly. All these years, the miss has always treated Second Miss like a sister. How dare they do this to her? They are simply inhuman. Indeed, what kind of people are they? For all these years, whenever the miss had something good, she would always send a portion to Second Miss first. Who would have thought she would treat the miss this way? Truly, human hearts are insatiable. Shi Wei exclaimed, stamping her foot. Xia Jianxi couldn't help but look up at Shi Wei. Now you're quoting proverbs in your anger. Shi Wei was momentarily taken aback, then frowned, Miss. How can you still find humor in this? Xia Jianxi was amused by Shi Wei's expression and gently replied, We have no evidence to prove they did this. Even if my father wishes to seek justice for me, it would be without basis, and he could easily be counterattacked, which would only complicate matters. Then we're just going to watch? Tingwan couldn't hold back her grievances. They've already set their minds on this. They will reveal their true colors sooner or later. We must not rush. Xia Jianxi comforted softly. Yaozi glanced at Shi Wei and Ting Wan, chuckling lightly. Miss Xia's two girls appear quite innocent, not at all like typical maids in a secluded courtyard. Xia Jianxi paused, then smiled softly. They're clever. They just get startled easily. Shi Wei and Ting Wan both lowered their heads in silence. Indeed, Yaozi was correct. If it weren't for their blind trust in Xia Yurua, they would never have been deceived into leaving the Miss S side, leading to her abduction. Enough of this idle thinking. Go prepare a room for Yaozi and inform the steward that she is Shi Wei's distant cousin, here to work. Xia Jianxi gently tapped Shi Wei on the forehead. At the moment Shi Wei lifted her gaze, a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. Xia Jianxi was momentarily taken aback. but then gently reached out to wipe away the tear from the corner of her eye. "Hurry and take care of it," she urged. Chapter 14, Unworthy of her. After leaving the Yong'an Wang Fu, Yizichuan escorted the dowager consort Song into the palace. The emperor had received news of the assassination attempt on the dowager consort the previous night and had hardly slept, anxiously awaiting their arrival in the palace. As soon as the dowager consort entered the empress dowager's chambers, the emperor hurriedly arrived, eager to see her. "Aunt, are you all right? Were you injured?" Upon entering, the emperor pushed aside Yizichuan and rushed to the side of the dowager consort, grasping her hand and inspecting her closely. The empress dowager, observing the emperor's demeanor, could not help but cast a disapproving glance at him. "The emperor has been sending inquiries all night, fearing something might happen to you. Now that he knows you are here, he has come in haste. Your Majesty is concerned for me." The dowager consort smiled, then turned her gaze to the emperor. "Thanks to that young lady from the Xia family, who risked her life to save me. The daughter of the Protector General truly lives up to her lineage." The emperor had heard of this, but upon hearing the dowager consort mention herself, could not help but express his admiration. "She must be rewarded generously. It is necessary to show our gratitude. However, I have already instructed Zichuan to prepare a gift, which will be delivered tomorrow. Your Majesty need not worry about such trivial matters." "This is hardly a trivial matter," the Empress Dowager interjected. "It is but a matter of a few words, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs can handle it. I have heard that Miss Xia has not yet returned, and rumors abound. Your Majesty must take care to clear her name." The Emperor nodded repeatedly, of course. As he opened his mouth to say more, Yizichuan could no longer contain himself. "Your Majesty, I have matters to report. Perhaps it would be better for my mother and the Empress Dowager to converse for a while." The Emperor, reluctant to leave, was suddenly given a nudge by Yizichuan. "Enough already, uncle." The Emperor jumped in surprise at the gentle kick. The head eunuch hurriedly closed the door, fearing that a mere glance would result in his demise at the Emperor's hands. "I have gathered some intelligence during my trip to Jiangnan. Don't you wish to hear it, Your Majesty?" Yizichuan seated himself before the Emperor, furrowing his brow. "Hasn't the uncle already detailed it in his letter?" The Emperor replied, brushing off his sleeves with a serious expression. "These individuals are tied to the former Emperor's old guard. Many are former officials who are not easily ensnared. Uncle, this matter cannot be rushed." "I am well aware that it cannot be rushed." Yizichuan's expression darkened. "Many of the former emperor's old ministers are relatives of the Empress Dowager, and now these officials advocate for your selection of a consort. Do you not understand their intentions? The late emperor sought to eliminate these old factions, but the Empress Dowager has always refused to relinquish her grip, which is why he was never successful. Do you wish to be bound by these old ministers as well? I understand your concerns." The emperor sighed, "but they are deeply rooted and not easily uprooted. You have faced several assassination attempts on your journey back, and last night, my aunt nearly suffered harm because of this. I worry that if you continue to investigate, they will eventually succeed. At that point, this should not be your concern." Yizichuan interjected calmly. "Your Majesty must prioritize the realm." The emperor gazed deeply into Yizichuan's eyes, and after a long pause, spoke suddenly. "Uncle, are you so certain that Lord Song is innocent?" Yizichuan cast a cold glance at the emperor. The emperor immediately felt the weight of Yizichuan's gaze and straightened his expression. "Lord Song is your uncle. I understand your reluctance to believe me. However, the evidence is already conclusive. Your dramatic actions, embezzlement of disaster relief funds, is a crime that implicates 9 generations." Yizichuan looked steadily at the emperor, his eyes gradually growing colder. "Is your Majesty suggesting that I be sent to the gallows?" The emperor's expression shifted. "Uncle, you know that is not my intention. Before the late emperor passed, I promised to support you until you firmly established your position." Yizichuan stood, respectfully bowing to the emperor. "I understand your Majesty's worries, but if Lord Song truly is guilty of corruption, I will personally see to his sentencing." "Uncle." The emperor hastily rose, reaching out to support Yizichuan. "That is not what I meant. As for the case of the stolen official silver from Jiangnan, regardless of your Majesty's intentions, I shall continue my investigation. Lord Song is not only my uncle, but also my mentor. His integrity is beyond reproach, and I refuse to let him bear the stain of infamy. As for my mother, Yizichuan Sudendi remarqued, I intend to have her stay in the palace for a while." The emperor's expression changed, realizing that Yizichuan was worried about the dowager consort's safety. He would rather place her under the watchful eye of the Empress Dowager, as any incident in the palace would first cast suspicion on the one most at odds with them, the Empress Dowager herself. The Empress Dowager, who treasured her reputation, would not make such foolish decisions. Therefore, the most perilous place could also be the safest. You know well that I only wish for you to cease taking risks. The emperor helped ease Zichuan to his feet, then looked him in the eye, asking each word with gravity. Was it truly perilous yesterday? An image of Xia Jianxi, bloodied, flashed through Zichuan's mind, momentarily loosening his tense demeanor. That person nearly lost her life. Are you referring to Miss Xia? The emperor inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. Zichuan instinctively clenched the golden hairpin he had tucked in his sleeve, pausing briefly before addressing the emperor. I ask that your majesty ensures the Ministry of Internal Affairs prepares adequately. I also possess many rare treasures in my private vault that could be added. Please send more tokens of gratitude to the general's residence. It is imperative that the entire world knows it was she who saved my mother. Indeed, I could bestow upon her the title of a princess. The emperor suggested. She is already caught in numerous schemes as the daughter of the Protector General. Adding the title of princess would only invite more troubles. Are you concerned she might live too long? Zichuan smirked slightly before continuing. However, a decree of dissolution of engagement could be sent. The heir of Yong and Wangfu is of dubious character and is unworthy of her. Is sending only gold, silver, and the decree too perfunctory? The emperor frowned, finding it unsatisfactory. As the emperor opened his mouth to respond further, Zichuan had already stood and was leaving. Before departing, he reminded the emperor once more, if you find it too superficial, feel free to include some harsh words against the Yong and Wangfu in the decree. I am certain it would resonate more with her. Then perhaps I should summon the heir of Yong and Wang into the palace for a reprimand? The emperor raised his voice. Watching Zichuan's retreating figure, consider it compensation for the hasty marriage arranged by the late emperor. Zichuan raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. A teachable child indeed. Chapter 15, all killed during the few days that Xia Jianxi was confined to her bed in the mansion. Gold and silver treasures flowed into the general's residence like a river. The personal maid of the Empress Dowager visited multiple times, accompanied by the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. Within a few days, the tale of Xia Jianxi risking her life to save the Dowager Consort song during the Festival of Flowers had spread fervently through the streets and alleys. Although the long sword had not inflicted a fatal wound on Xia Jianxi, it had nevertheless caused a penetrating injury. Each time the dressing was changed, the pain was excruciating, causing her to cry out in anguish. At these moments, Madame Xia would shed tears of sympathy and curse the ungrateful wretches next door. One day, just after Xia Jianxi had finished changing her dressing, she faintly heard the lowered voices of curses outside, according to their claims. Everything in the general's residence will become theirs in the future. Ungrateful wretches, all of them. Stealing herself, Xia Jianxi drank the medicinal broth handed to her by Shi Wei. And before she could even set the bowl down, she directly inquired, "What has happened?" Shi Wei took the bowl back, her gaze evasive. "I'm not sure. Perhaps something has been lost having grown up together since childhood." Xia Jianxi immediately sensed that Shi Wei was hiding something and was seething with suppressed anger. She turned to Yao Zi. "Speak." Since Yao Zi had entered the Xia residence, she had shed her dark attire and now wore the skirts prepared by Shi Wei and Tingwan, feeling quite uncomfortable. When called upon, she was busy grappling with her own hem. The madam next door had evidently used some underhanded means to invite the clan elder of the Xia family to intervene, insisting that the marriage contract torn by your father did not belong solely to the general's residence, but to the entire Xia clan. She proclaimed that if you refused to marry, other daughters of the Xia family could take your place. Yaozi looked at Xia Jianxi and continued, moreover. The clan elder mentioned that as long as it is a marriage involving the Xia family, your father must present that military token as a dowry, regardless of which daughter marries. As soon as Yaozi finished speaking, Shi Wei could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed, "How shameless!" At this, Tingwan, who had been pretending to be deaf and mute, angrily tossed away her water ladle and approached, cursing. This has made Shi Wei so furious. She's cursing. "Miss, you should manage this. Your general has been cornered in the residence by those old geezers. How can you expect Miss to intervene?" Yao Zi, irritated by her tangled skirt, decided to sit down. The situation next door was nothing short of appalling. In order to secure this marriage, they had escalated matters to the clan. clearly indicating that any daughter bearing the Xia surname could partake in this marriage. Otherwise, how could those mercenary old geezers dare to stir up trouble? Shi Wei, in her frustration, kicked at the air and finally turned to Yao Zi. Can't you do something about them? Yao Zi looked at Shi Wei's earnest face, slowly turning away, choosing to believe that she had merely misheard. Xia Jinshi observed Shi Wei's flushed face and was taken aback, quickly adding, killing would come at a price. It is not worth sacrificing oneself over such people. Why can you still smile at this? Ting Wan, equally annoyed, remarked, these people, whom we refer to as the clan, have relied on our General's support for many years. Without it, the Xia family's ancestral hall would likely have rotted away. How dare they covet Mrs. Dowry? Absolutely shameless. Shi Wei interjected. The marriage contract arranged by the late emperor, along with that half of the military token, was bestowed by him and is not something they can simply take away with their ruckus. Xia Jinshi popped a dried plum in her mouth and smiled. Let them create a fuss. There is no need to be angry with them. Perhaps Miss is being overly optimistic. Those old geezers have indeed stated that the general's residence has no heirs. When the general retires, it is inevitable that the clan's sons and nephews will need to provide care, which is a veiled way of bullying us for not having a son. Shi Wei pouted. Her eyes slightly reddened. Xia Jinshi frowned slightly. Oh, they truly said such things? More than that, they also said Ting Wan's face flushed, struggling to articulate a word. They even claimed that Miss Xia, on that night, did not go to save the dowager consort, but was instead kidnapped, perhaps having lost her purity, which is why she wishes to withdraw from the marriage. After all, it is better to take the initiative to break off the engagement than to be exposed by the crown prince of Yong'an after marriage. At least it would still allow her to be seen as possessing integrity. Ting Wan finally managed to say what was on her mind, with Yao Zi echoing her sentiment. Just hearing this made Xia Jinshi surmise who had made such slanderous remarks, and a cold glint sparkled in her eyes, laced with a hint of murderous intent. After a long pause, Xia Jinshi stood up. Since they speak so brazenly, I must go and see for myself what further disgusting words these elderly relatives can conjure. Ting Wan and Shi Wei attempted to stop her, but their indignation prevailed, and they followed Xia Jinshi to the front hall. The main hall of the general's residence was crowded with people. Through the beaded curtain, Xia Jinshi could see General Xia, seated at the head, wearing an expression that was utterly unsightly. Uncle Mao Shan, as a father myself, I understand your concern for your daughter. Yet, this marriage was arranged by the late emperor. You cannot sacrifice her reputation alone by dismissing this engagement. Years ago, the late prince specifically chose a daughter from our Xia family. Now, since your daughter cannot marry, it is only fitting that another daughter from another family takes her place. It is unacceptable to casually annul this marriage. The elder at the forefront stroked his beard, speaking earnestly. You also said it was my daughter, Xia Mao Shan's daughter. How has it now become the daughter of the entire Xia clan? General Xia glared at the elder with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Is it not said that one can have only one daughter? What about the daughters of your second brother? From his family alone, there are several daughters. If you simply adopt one to take Jinshi's place, wouldn't the marriage be secured? Even if you dislike the daughters of the second branch, look at all the obedient and sensible girls in our clan. Any of them could suffice. If you find one you like, she can be adopted under your name. Why must you insist on annulling this engagement? Moreover, I have heard that the late Princess Yong'an shared similar sentiments. If Jinshi is no longer pure, we have plenty of virtuous daughters in our family. The elder continued to plead earnestly. Madame Xia, sitting nearby, slammed her cup down heavily. Uncle, what do you mean by saying my Jinshi is no longer pure? She was personally returned by the dowager consort Song and the regent. What if the dowager consort brought her back? Does that guarantee her purity? She was kidnapped by bandits. How could she possibly be innocent? Who knows what? Xia Jinshi abruptly lifted the curtain, coldly gazing at the elder seated at the head, and sneered. Are you suggesting that the dowager consort and the regent have conspired to provide false testimony for me? Perhaps I should send someone to invite the prince to discuss this matter with you. Uncle? Chapter 16. What a tremendous commotion. The regent is a figure of immense authority, akin to the living embodiment of the king of hell in Bianjing City. Is it not a sign of his own longevity that he dares to speak to me? You are spouting nonsense. I never uttered such words. Did not my great-uncle speak those words himself? How is it that the moment they left his lips, he now hesitates to acknowledge them? Standing tall and dignified, Xia Jinshi radiated an air of aloofness. When the elders speak, how can you, a junior, interject? Is this the custom of your general's residence? Witnessing Xia Jianxi's boldness, my great-uncle was compelled to invoke tradition. In our general's residence, it is not the seniority that grants one the license to speak frivolously. Xia Maoshan slammed down his teacup heavily. Seeing Xia Maoshan as sire, my great-uncle felt a twinge of trepidation, but mustered the courage to continue. Maoshan, I understand your concern for your daughter, yet some matters cannot be concealed as you wish. Jianxi was abducted by thieves for an entire night. Although she has returned, she cannot possibly remain untainted. Our Jianxi was personally returned by the beloved imperial concubine of the Song dynasty. Even those in the palace are aware of this, great-uncle. You cannot baselessly tarnish my Jianxi's reputation. Lady Xia, filled with indignation, retorted. Maoshan's wife, if what you assert is true, that Jianxi is still an innocent maiden. Why then would you so readily abandon a promising match? My great-uncle replied coldly. Your general's residence commands great influence. If you are resolute in clearing your daughter's name, who could you not invite? Indeed, esteemed elders, you hold us in high regard. The regent, a close kin of the emperor, has become someone you think you can summon at will. Xia Jianxi could not suppress a derisive laugh. You need not mock. You were forcibly taken by several burly men. The accompanying maidens witnessed it. How could you still be considered innocent? A woman standing nearby murmured. Who can deny it? It is said you were rescued, but it could very well be that you were eloping with a lover and got caught by the robbers. Otherwise, why was it only you who was abducted when several maidens went out together? In the end, you lost your promising match and refused to let go, causing distress to us clan members. Isn't that so? Such matters are at your discretion to declare black or white. Moreover, we all share the surname Xia. We are of one lineage. If your reputation is tarnished, your parents will surely devise means to shield you. What about our daughters? Because of you, matchmakers refuse to approach for proposals. Do you not owe us compensation? A woman, arms crossed, surveyed Xia Jianxi with disdain etched upon her face. If my daughter were in such a predicament, she would have long since ended her life with a length of white silk. How could she still have the audacity to walk among us? What nonsense are you spouting? Lady Xia, infuriated, stepped forward to silence her, only to be restrained by Xia Maoshan. In stark contrast to Lady Xia's fury, Xia Jianxi maintained an unsettling calmness, her gaze surveying the crowd, as if their words bore no relevance to her. Maoshan's wife, you cannot silence the truth. The woman scoffed, turning towards the corner where Lady Xia Heir sat. Isn't that right, Lady Mao Chuan? Lady Xia Heir, huddled in the corner, remained silent, while Xia Yuro, with a smug expression, reveled in the scene, inciting further irritation among the onlookers. Xia Jianxi approached the two women hiding in the corner, her gaze fixating on the shorter woman before her. Voice icy. Are you suggesting that those who have lost their purity deserve to die? If I am indeed untainted, shall those who gossip about me face their demise? You insolent girl, how dare you speak to your elders in such a manner? My great-uncle thundered. Great-uncle. Xia Maoshan shot a cold look in his direction. Xia Maoshan, a man accustomed to the battlefield, had blood on his hands from countless encounters. Although my great-uncle felt his age entitled him to authority, he dared not provoke Xia Maoshan. For a general who had taken lives bears an innate ferocity. Xia Jianxi approached Xia Yuro, her gaze unyieldingly piercing. You claim to have witnessed my abduction by those thieves. Yet did you also see me stripped of my clothes, thus losing my purity? Aye. If you were innocent, why did you not return that night? When you came back the next day, your clothes and jewelry had changed, and even your cherished golden hairpin was nowhere to be found. Sister, though I respect you, I cannot lie for you. Xia Yuro retorted defiantly, tugging at her hair. Xia Jianxi's gaze swept over the assembly, and before all present, she suddenly tore her left sleeve apart. On her fair left arm, a vibrant red, vermilion mark appeared, her token of purity, caught in the grip of the maid. Xia Yuro momentarily forgot to scream, her eyes widening in disbelief as she beheld the mark. How can this be? How do you possess a mark of purity? I was never aware, for this was applied by a palace made upon my birth, a gift from the empress herself. Naturally, you would know nothing of it. After all, you lack the privilege to enter the palace. Xia Jianxi gazed at her with an icy demeanor, her aura tinged with a hint of menace. See, they say you changed your headdress and attire, which cannot be false. But if I can prove my innocence, what will you elders say then? Xia Jianxi interrupted the woman's tirade. Shall those who slander me face death? Xia Jinshi, how dare you speak in such a manner? Xia Jinshi dismissed my great-uncle's admonishment, abruptly seizing Xia Yuro by the hair, dragging her into the center of the crowd amidst Lady Xia Heir's screams. Lady Xia Heir attempted to pull Xia Yuro back, but was firmly blocked by Yaozi. Since Xia Yuro is so confident in her assertions, allow me to demonstrate my innocence today. If I am indeed untainted, I shall sever the tongues of Xia Yuro and those who speak falsehoods. Xia Jinshi forcefully pushed her to the ground. Xia Yuro, still attempting to speak, was silenced by Ting Wan's grip. Xia Yuro wore an expression of disbelief, instinctively reaching to wipe away the mark of purity, only to be shoved away by Lady Xia. If you still do not believe, why not summon the prince and have him witness how the Xia family treats its kin, disregarding even the royal family? At that moment, Xia Jinshi seized a pair of pruning shears from a nearby vase, lunging at Xia Yuro, pinning her down. I will sever your deceitful tongue this very moment. Heavens! Stop her! Someone, stop her! Lady Xia Heir's face went pale with fear as she lunged to grasp Xia Jinshi's hand. Several maidens rushed forward to intervene, and the hall erupted into chaos. What a tremendous commotion indeed. A cold, composed voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Chapter 17. Proving innocence. As the beaded curtain of the hall was lifted, Yizichuan stepped in, bearing the weight of countless gazes upon him. The once imposing elders, who had been so aggressive moments ago, rose hurriedly upon seeing Yizichuan, their voices tinged with a palpable fear. Xia Jinshi, who had been riding roughshod over Xia Yuro, lifted her tear-streaked face at the sound. Observing her distress, Yizichuan could not suppress his frown, his expression darkening. Is the general's manner truly so unruly that even my savior can be bullied in such a manner? Having been the general's wife for over a decade, Mrs. Xia was unaccustomed to such indignities. She rushed forward and enveloped Xia Jinshi in her embrace, her temper flaring. You wretches, relying on the general's manor for your livelihoods. Now you dare to trample over us, as if we were mere clay figures. Seeing the scene unfold, the third uncle stood up, anxious to defuse the tension. This child has quite the temper. We did not mean it that way. I heard it all. Those women spoke of white silk and death, claiming my mother's words to be untrustworthy. Yizichuan interjected, surveying the women who had just spoken. There is no need to summon me. I am here. If there are matters to discuss, you may address them directly to me. As Yizichuan's words echoed, the atmosphere shifted. The once boisterous women fell silent, their audacity dissipating. Noticing their reticence, Yizichuan glanced nonchalantly at Xia Yuro, then turned his gaze to Xia Jinshi. It seemed Miss Xia was about to silence them herself. But given her injuries, it would be unwise to engage in conflict. Allow me to take on that task. Mother, I. Xia Yuro stammered, grabbing the arm of Xia Heir, desperately seeking refuge behind her. As Xia Yuro appeared on the verge of tears, Xia Maoshan finally spoke up. What brings the prince here? Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, aware that Xia Maoshan sought to avoid further embarrassment. My mother insisted I deliver a rare treasure, the spirit mushroom, to replenish Miss Xia's health. Upon leaving, I encountered His Majesty and thought to convey a decree as well. Before long, a servant entered, accompanied by the emperor's closest aide, Chief Steward Kai. Kai looked over the roomful of people, momentarily taken aback, before quietly inquiring, "What is this?" Chief Steward Kai. Xia Maoshan hurriedly approached, displaying a level of deference that was uncharacteristic of him, given the circumstances. Kai, understanding the situation, quickly replied, "No worries. My legs are not what they used to be, and I couldn't keep up with the prince. Your residence is quite lively. I wonder if it is a good time to receive a decree?" "Of course, it is indeed a good time," Xia Maoshan replied hastily. "Please wait a moment while I prepare." With the arrival of the palace's emissaries, even the most foolish would not dare to create trouble at such a pivotal moment. Everyone promptly began to tidy up, fearful that a moment's lapse could cost them dearly. Yizichuan observed the pale face of Xia Jinshi, his brow slightly furrowing. Why is it that every time I see Miss Xia, she appears so distressed? Having been schemed against, I have become a source of amusement for the prince. Xia Jinshi murmured. Yet it seems the task of delivering the decree has become the prince's responsibility. Since I am free, I might as well make this trip, Yizichuan remarked, glancing around the room before smiling. I never anticipated such a spectacle. His voice carried, ensuring that all present heard him distinctly. Soon, The previously chaotic hall was orderly again, and the third uncle, who had boasted of his seniority, now stood at the back, no longer daring to assert his authority in the presence of royal affairs. Izichuan raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Chief Steward Kai. Accepting the decree. Now that everyone is present, let us proceed. Those who had been lurking under the guise of guests now knelt to receive the decree, filling the hall with a sea of bowed heads. Izichuan surveyed the assembly and could not help but chuckle. There are indeed many people here. One might mistakenly believe the general's manor is thriving with descendants. Xia Jinshi, waiting to hear the decree, could not hold back a laugh at the prince's sardonic comment. Izichuan turned to her, then proclaimed, "By the grace of the emperor, the decree states, the only daughter of the Xia family, Xia Jinshi, who possesses virtue and grace, at the prime of her youth, is to be released from her engagement to the heir of the yeoman prince, whose character is unworthy of her. Xia Jinshi shall be permitted to choose another suitor, with a dowry of 180 sets granted." Thus decreed. As the decree concluded, Mrs. Xia turned to Izichuan, her face a mask of disbelief. In contrast, Izichuan appeared nonchalant, arching an eyebrow at Xiao Maoshan. "Will the general not receive the decree?" "Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor." Xiao Maoshan quickly reached out to accept the decree. Izichuan remarked, as he placed the decree in Xiao Maoshan's hands. "I must mention that his majesty specifically stated that it is the heir of Yong'an who is unworthy, and thus the dowry is to compensate Miss Xia for her grievances. As for the military token granted by the late emperor, that belongs solely to Miss Xia Jinshi. No one else is recognized in this matter." The elders present wore expressions of increasing discomfort, wishing they could bury their faces in the floor beneath them. Chief Steward Kai stepped forward to assist Xia Maoshan and Mrs. Xia. "His Majesty has instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare the dowry, but it has taken a few days longer than expected. If His Majesty were to learn of any greed, he would surely be very displeased." Mrs. Xia, with tears brimming in her eyes, hastily stuffed her purse into Chief Steward Kai's hands. "Thank you, Steward, for making this trip." Kai graciously accepted, instructing the servants to bring in the dowry. Xia Jinshi observed the elders scrambling for excuses to justify their actions, her eyes cold with disdain. "Miss, you seemed unperturbed earlier. Did you already know that His Majesty would grant your release from the engagement?" When Late whispered in Xia Jinshi's ear, Xia Jinshi's gaze shifted slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "His Majesty would certainly grant my release." "Why?" "Because I am the only daughter of the Guardian General's manor." Xia Jinshi replied softly, glancing at the dowry being brought in. It is worth noting that General Xia had defended the cold domain for 5 years, with Mrs. Xia by his side. It was during that time that Xia Jinshi was born. The years of hardship during the campaign took a toll on Mrs. Xia's health, and she was left with ailments that plagued her each month, requiring medicine to endure. Having consulted numerous physicians, it was determined that Mrs. Xia should not bear another child, as a misstep could result in the loss of both mother and child. Despite their youth and affection, Xia Maoshan was resolute in not allowing his wife to risk her life for another pregnancy, nor would he take a concubine, resulting in their family having only one daughter even as he approached his 40s. The elders of the Xia family, having discussed the matter ad nauseum, either demanded Xia Maoshan take a concubine or insisted that Mrs. Xia bear another child, repeating the age-old adage that not having an heir is the greatest form of filial piety. Yet, Xia Maoshan remained steadfast, placing his wife and daughter upon a pedestal, cherishing them as precious jewels. While some envied Mrs. Xia for having found a good husband, others whispered that General Xia had wisely retreated, using the absence of a son to ensure the family's prosperity. To the emperor, a valiant general without a son was indeed a boon from the ancestors. Thus, if the young lady is aware of this, why should she grant them the courtesy of proving her innocence? As Shi Wei recalled the aggressive demeanor of the elderly women from earlier, she could not help but curse under her breath. Xia Jinshi cast a frosty glance at the corner where Xia Yuruo and her mother huddled, sneering. One must allow certain individuals to come to terms with reality, mustn't they? Chapter 18. The Target of All. Izichuan, ever the onlooker who revels in chaos, read the imperial edict and, rather than depart hastily, chose to linger in the main hall, observing as the palace maids carried in the numerous bridal gifts. Truly, the general possesses an admirable temperament. Yi Zichuan accepted a cup of tea from a maid and leaned closer to General Xia, whispering, "Are you not planning to expel those who seek to disrupt Miss Xia's nuptials? Or do you intend to keep them around for dinner?" Xia Maoshan's expression darkened, shifting from black to blue, a sight most unseemly. The capital, Bianjing, was rife with the watchful eyes of officials, and the affairs of the general's residence could scarcely remain concealed from the higher-ups. Moreover, the timing of this imperial decree was all too convenient, and its contents unambiguously addressed the matter of the bridal dowry, clearly intended to inform the clan members of the situation. Noticing Xia Maoshan's countenance, Yi Zichuan smirked and added fuel to the fire. "You mentioned that few were aware of the Prince of Yong'an's withdrawal from the engagement. Yet now it seems your entire clan desires a piece of the pie. General Xia, it appears there may be a spy within your residence." Xia Maoshan was no fool. He understood that the news of the engagement dissolution was not widely known, and the current uproar was a clear indication of behind-the-scenes machinations. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, bore down on Xia Erfu and Xia Yurua. At that moment, an audacious figure dared to approach Maoshan. Xia Maoshan cast a fleeting glance at the elder, third uncle. Since His Majesty has already made a decision regarding Jinxi's marriage, we, as elders, ought not to say too much. There are matters at home requiring our attention. We shall take our leave. The elder, relieved that Xia Maoshan still acknowledged him as third uncle, subtly straightened his back. Xia Maoshan regarded the figures standing before him, silence enveloping them for a moment, before he finally let out a cold laugh. "Then I shall not insist you stay for the meal." "No need." The third uncle hesitated, then continued. "The matter of Jinxi's marriage is settled. We cannot say much more. However, you must consider the clan's interests in your dealings. As an elder, I cannot always show favoritism towards your family, can I?" "There's no need for that, third uncle," Xia Maoshan interrupted. "You are an elder with your own difficulties, which I understand. However, do not seek me out for clan matters in the future. My grandfather's and father's memorial tablets were never enshrined in the ancestral hall. Henceforth, do not come to the general's residence seeking funds for the maintenance of the Xia ancestral hall. We shall not support ungrateful relatives." The third uncle's face fell, turning a ghastly shade. "Xia Maoshan, what do you mean by that?" Did the third uncle truly not comprehend? Hearing the commotion, Madame Xia approached. "From now on, regardless of any important matters concerning the Xia ancestral hall, they shall have nothing to do with our general's residence. As for the manor you currently inhabit, I will reclaim it during the new year. Third uncle, please promptly inform the relatives residing there to vacate." Xia Maoshan, the third uncle's temper flared. "I am your elder, and those living in the manor are relatives without homes. Will you truly sever ties over a marriage contract?" When it came to seizing goods, they had never regarded the general as kin. Now, reclaiming one's possessions has rendered them unrecognizable. Yi Zichuan scoffed. "Old man, you've laid bare both the good and the bad." The third uncle's face flushed crimson from Yi Zichuan's words. He wanted to retaliate, but recognized that he could not afford to offend the current regent, his frustration causing his vision to blur. Clutching his chest as if he might collapse at any moment. Seeing that he could not win the argument, he feigned illness. Yi Zichuan shook his head. The elderly indeed find it easy to lay down when they cannot argue. You. Standing aside, Xia Jinxi could barely suppress her laughter at Yi Zichuan's words, quickly turning her head to avoid being seen. How disrespectful to the elderly. Yi Zichuan sneered. With such talent for theatrics, why not join a drama troupe? "My lord, this is a family matter of the Xia clan. It is rather inappropriate for an outsider to interject," Xia Erfu retorted, unable to contain herself at Yi Zichuan's demeanor. "Oh," Yi Zichuan shot a glance at Xia Erfu. "This is the general's residence. General Xia has yet to speak. Who do you think you are?" Xia Erfu opened her mouth to respond, but Xia Yurua grasped her hand, silencing her. The bystanders, witnessing the venerable third uncle nearly on the verge of a fit, rushed to support him. "Xia Maoshan, are you truly allowing an outsider to ridicule the elders of your family? The words of the prince are justified. Is that so?" Xia Maoshan's cold gaze swept over the crowd. "You claim my daughter's reputation is in tatters, yet you feast at the table of the general's residence while preparing to strike at us. Do you truly believe I am already dead?" As Xia Maoshan's anger flared, the assembly fell silent. Even the ailing third uncle dared not utter a word. Seeing the relatives too intimidated to speak, Madame Xia, who had remained an observer, suddenly murmured, "Brother, what great authority you wield. The previously subdued third uncle found his vigor renewed, slamming his hand on the table. Xiao Maoshan, you have truly risen in rank. Disregarding your elders, are you not afraid we shall report you for ingratitude? Ingratitude? My grandfather has been deceased for decades. My father has long since reincarnated. How do you count yourselves as my elders? Xiao Maoshan's cold gaze bore into the third uncle. Must every surname Xia come before me, claiming to be an elder? The third uncle was rendered speechless by Xiao Maoshan's stare, unable to formulate a response. Madame Xia observed that the third uncle was faltering, and thus interjected, Brother, we are still relatives. The bridal dowry includes a military token, known only to our family and the second branch. Xiao Maoshan interrupted her. I presume that you have come here after hearing my sister-in-law's words, coveting my daughter's marriage and dowry, which is why you've made this ruckus. Am I right? Madame Xia, sensing the gazes of the assembly upon her, felt a rush of panic. You are speaking nonsense, it isn't. Why have both the aunt and sister acted thusly? If my sister wishes for something, she could simply tell me, and I would willingly yield. Why must you tarnish my reputation? Summer Jinshi, struggling to suppress her laughter, pinched herself harshly, her eyes reddening as she stepped forward. Chapter 19. Treachery. Madame Xia, witnessing the tears of Xia Jinshi, felt an overwhelming pang of heartache. She embraced Xia Jinshi tightly, exclaiming in anger, the general's residence has extended countless favors to you, yet you dare to incite your relatives to cause a ruckus. When the facade is shattered, you and your mother will merely sit back and reap the benefits. Her voice trembled with emotion, resonating with a poignant sorrow. The crowd, previously gathered around Xiao Maoshan, suddenly snapped back to reality, turning their gazes towards the mother and daughter duo, especially the third uncle. He had been agitated by Xiao Maoshan's mention of retracting support, and upon hearing Madame Xia's words, he quickly grasped the intentions of the mother and daughter. Enraged, he shouted, How dare you, vile woman? You would use us! You heartless wretch! I shall end your life. Just as the third uncle's fist was about to strike Xia Heir's face, Xia Yurua suddenly knelt, pleading, Uncle, please calm your anger. My mother and I were merely blinded by momentary folly. We could not bear to see such a splendid marriage dissipate. Yes, Yuyu, my mother did not mean any harm. Unable to bear the dissolution of a marriage, yet able to disregard the plight of relatives living in the estate. Xia Jinshi remarked coldly, observing the theatrics of the kneeling Xia Yurua. The third uncle, having just quelled his fury, was instantly roused again. He seized Xia Yurua's hand, pulling her before Xiao Maoshan, declaring, Maoshan, it is they, the mother and daughter, who sent someone to the estate, claiming that in order to preserve Xia Jinshi's reputation, they would rather ruin a fine marriage than share the benefits with the clan. They are the ones sowing discord. Xiao Maoshan, looking at the flushed face of the third uncle, felt a deep sense of disappointment. He could hardly fathom that the Xia clan members he had supported would display such a countenance. It was truly revolting. So in your eyes, a profitable marriage is worth more than my life? Xia Jinshi interjected sharply. The third uncle's expression stiffened. I did not mean that. What do you mean then? Xia Jinshi gazed into the eyes of the third uncle, articulating each word. Do you know that this marriage belongs to me, yet still wish to seize it? Or do you seek to tarnish my reputation and steal my dowry? Listening to the third uncle's words, Xiao Maoshan's resolve grew stronger. He stepped forward, shielding Xia Jinshi behind him, and looked coldly at the assembled relatives, self-mockingly stating, I have always believed that since my father's passing, I have never mistreated the Xia clan. My wife has contributed financially and physically, and I have cared for the elderly and vulnerable in the clan. Yet, it seems I have merely nurtured a den of ingrates. Maoshan, we truly are not what? Not greedy for the marriage, or not greedy for the dowry. Xiao Maoshan inhaled deeply, followed by a bitter smile. I have cared for the clan because I have no heirs. Should the day come when my wife departs before me, I had hoped that you would remember my past kindness and support my wife and daughter. But here you stand, revealing such base intentions while I am still alive. How can I trust you with my wife and daughter? Madame Xia's eyes welled with tears, filled with guilt as she listened to Xiao Maoshan's words. I will write to our ancestral relatives, informing them of today's events. I, Xiao Maoshan, willingly sever ties with the Xia clan. Please, remove my name from the family register. The third uncle was instantly flustered, grabbing Xiao Maoshan's hand. Maoshan, you misunderstand us. We are not. Bring forth the servants. Xiao Maoshan shook off the third uncle's grasp, his voice icy. I ask that all Xia clan members, as well as the second madam and second miss, leave. You are no longer welcome here. The third uncle's face turned pale, realizing they had thoroughly offended Xiao Maoshan. Upon returning to the estate, he would have to inform the widows and orphans that the estate would be reclaimed by Xiao Maoshan, and he would become a pariah among the relatives. Maoshan, you cannot do this. I am your third uncle. If your grandfather were alive, he would never allow you to commit such an act of treachery. Eldest uncle, my mother is merely concerned for me. You know my father has never been effective in his official duties. At my age, I should be discussing marriage. Yet no suitable matchmakers have come forth. My mother only acted out of worry. Xia Yuruo quickly grasped Xiao Maoshan's sleeve, her tear-streaked face pleading. Xia Jinshi observed Xia Yuruo's performance with a cold gaze, then glanced at Xiao Maoshan, who seemed to waver. A sense of self-mockery arose within her. In her past life, she too had been deceived by Xia Yuruo's pitiful demeanor, ultimately yielding what rightfully belonged to her. Your marriage has always been a concern for my mother, and I have saved up quite a bit to prepare for your wedding. Yet you, out of your desire for the marriage into the Yong'an prince's residence, have humiliated me and forced me to prove my innocence. Xia Yuruo, while your mother grieves for you, do my parents not grieve for me as well? Xia Jianshi's tears fell like scattered pearls upon the ground. Xia Yuruo, typically fragile, would cry at the slightest distress. Yet Xia Jianshi was different. As the sole daughter of the general's residence, she was bound to uphold the family's reputation and decorum, rendering her resilient. After the age of 5, even Xiao Maoshan and Madame Xia rarely witnessed her tears. Madame Xia, perceiving the suffering and injustice Xia Jianshi had endured, felt an unbearable ache in her heart. She drew her only daughter close, proclaiming, Xiao Maoshan, while you may feel sympathy for them, Jianshi is my only daughter. If you forgive them, you betray both me and Jianshi. Shatan. Xiao Maoshan felt a surge of urgency, instinctively reaching for Madame Xia's hand, only to be pushed away. In that moment, the once tender-hearted Xia Maoshan hardened his resolve. Your marriage is important, and while your mother may grieve for you, it does not permit you to scheme against Jianshi. With matters reaching this point, further discussion was futile. Bring forth the servants. The servants and steward, who had been waiting nearby, rushed forth. Please, esteemed members of the Xia clan, as well as the second madam and second miss, kindly exit. Upon finishing his statement, Xiao Maoshan resolutely turned his back. The servants and steward, infuriated by the shamelessness of those present, eagerly moved to usher them out, with the steward leading, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed. Chapter 20. You are exploiting me. The preparations for the wedding dowry had long been completed, and the officials, including Master Kai, initially observed the commotion quietly. However, the laborers, possessing considerable strength, proved to be a challenge for the servants of the estate. Unable to tolerate the scene, Master Kai instructed his attendants to assist. When the relatives of the Xia clan were expelled, they sat on the ground, wailing and lamenting. Xia Yuruo had intended to resist, but just as her hand reached for Xia Maoshan, Xia Jianshi, who had been nestled in Madame Xia's embrace, suddenly seized her. At that moment, Xia Yuruo felt as though her hand might be broken. She was abruptly thrust into the crowd by Xia Jianshi. Struggling to regain her footing, she found herself encircled by Shi Wei and Ting Wan, who ensured their expulsion was complete. Uncle Wang, the steward of the general's residence, stood at the entrance, hands on his hips, exuding authority. The general's residence does not welcome outsiders. If you refuse to leave, do not blame us for being ungracious. Witnessing the general's ire, the Xia relatives quickly gathered around their elder, clamoring in a cacophony. Many of them resided within the estate, and now, having provoked the general, they feared being cast out onto the streets in the coming days, their anxiety palpable. It's all your fault. Uncle San suddenly regained his composure, and, in a burst of energy for a man over 60, rushed to seize the hair of the departing second Madame Xia, shouting, You incited this chaos. You must provide an explanation. Indeed, we shall confront Xia Maochuan. I wish to see how he can evade the troubles caused by his wife and daughter. The neighboring courtyard lacked the numerous guards of the general's residence, and soon, the doors of the second house were flung open. Xia Maochuan, who had been hiding inside, reluctantly stepped forward to speak. Uncle San, please calm down, he implored, noticing the fury in Uncle San's eyes. Recalling his ejection from the general's residence, Uncle San's anger surged. Yet, faced with overwhelming numbers, he had no choice but to swallow his indignation. Before him stood Xia Maochuan, who merely sought to placate the situation, igniting Uncle San's wrath. In a moment of impulsive fury, he struck Xia Maochuan across the face. The sharp crack echoed loudly, rendering everyone momentarily speechless. It is known that even the most agreeable Xia Maochuan held a position as a government official, and assaulting an officer could lead to imprisonment. Uncle San stared at his hand, then at Xia Maochuan, whose head had turned askew from the blow, rendered momentarily speechless. In that instant, the second Madame Xia, driven by frenzy, charged forward, pushing Uncle San aside as she furiously chastised him. "You wretched commoner! My husband is a government official. How dare you lay hands on him? The one denying you shelter was from the neighboring courtyard. You cower before them out of fear of their authority, yet dare to bully my family. What sort of elder are you? You. Uncle San, pointedly berated by the second Madame Xia, felt a surge of frustration. His voice rose in anger. You, second Madame, if not for your instigation, would we have offended Maoshan? Would we have faced the loss of our home? Today, if you do not provide a solution, I shall not let you off easily. Instigation? It is you who covet wealth and status, and now I am to be blamed for it." With a sharp crack, another slap resounded. This time, silence enveloped the gathering. The second Madame Xia covered her face, staring incredulously at Xia Maochuan. "Father!" Xia Yiruo rushed forward, supporting the second Madame Xia, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Xia Maochuan. "How did you strike someone?" Regaining her composure, the second Madame Xia could no longer contain her grievances and lunged at Xia Maochuan, tearing at his clothing. "You hit me? Xia Maochuan, you struck me. You coward. Instead of confronting them, you turn your aggression towards me in that moment." Chaos reigned in the second house. Xia Jianxi, who had stepped out, leaned against the door of the general's residence, observing their desperate pleas with a cold gaze, finding their plight utterly amusing. "Miss Xia, do you find this performance satisfactory?" A voice suddenly interjected from behind, startling Xia Jianxi. Upon recognizing Yizichuan, she relaxed slightly. "What of the prince? Is he amused by this farce?" Yizichuan regarded Xia Jianxi, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "On the day I escorted you home, the young lord of the Yongchang marquis, Heilin Ci, sent someone to inquire about your whereabouts. After learning you had returned safely, he hurriedly departed. Do you comprehend the reasons behind this?" Upon hearing Yizichuan's words, Xia Jianxi felt no surprise. Rather, she tightened her grip unconsciously. Memories of her past life flooded back. How she had been abandoned by the princess of Yong'an, only to witness Kong Mu's hand over her marriage contract to Xia Yiruo. At that moment, she felt as if she were a forsaken dog, despairing, nearly devoid of hope. That was when she fell into the treacherous dream woven by Heilin Ci, leading to her eternal downfall. "Miss Xia, a proposal?" Xia Jianxi turned to Yizichuan, her lips curling in derision. "He seeks to propose while the general's residence is in disarray due to my broken engagement with the young master of Yong'an?" Yizichuan, taken aback by her assertion, recalled the peculiar visit to the Yongchang marquis and discreet departure. He had taken precautions and confirmed her words. Indeed, Heilin Ci had come to propose. With narrowed eyes, Yizichuan scrutinized Xia Jianxi. "Miss Xia, your sources of information are alarmingly astute. Heilin Ci is a cautious individual. His schemes are nearly impeccable. Even I had to exert considerable effort to uncover his intention to propose amidst the chaos. Yet, you have revealed this knowledge with such ease. It suggests either you were aware all along, or you possess formidable allies. However, if you had such allies, you would not have fallen into this trap in the first place, indicating the former. Yet, if she had known of Heilin Ci's intentions, why would she have so foolishly walked into the snare? I have already been ensnared once. If I remain uninformed, I would be utterly foolish." Xia Jianxi understood Yizichuan's thoughts. In her previous life, her blind trust in Xia Yiruo and Heilin Ci had led her to their elaborate trap. Subconsciously, she glanced at her abdomen, where once resided her child, whom she had carried for 10 months. After a prolonged silence, she smiled bitterly. "In these years, I have placed too much faith in Xia Yiruo. In truth, she is riddled with flaws, yet I was blinded by the so-called sisterly bond." Yizichuan observed Xia Jianxi coldly, contemplating deeply. The Yongchang marquis had accomplished little in the court over the years and was in decline. Meanwhile, Xia Maoshan had achieved remarkable feats and enjoyed the favor of the new emperor. The Yongchang marquis could not possibly aspire to the marriage with the general's household. However, had Xia Jinshi not risked her life to save the esteemed imperial concubine Song, the general's only daughter, who had lost her reputation and faced a broken engagement, then the Yongchang marquis might indeed have been suitable. Miss Xia, when did you come to realize that the Yongchang marquis was the true orchestrator behind this grand drama? Yizichuan suddenly leaned closer to Xia Jinshi. As she gazed into the piercing eyes before her, her breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively recoiled. It was when I was kidnapped. Yizichuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. At that moment, they believed I had lost consciousness. They intended to drag me to an abandoned temple in the outskirts, where the one waiting for me was Helan Ci. Xia Jinshi fought against her trepidation, articulating the explanation she had pondered for so long, word by word. Had I failed to escape that day, my purity would have been irrevocably tarnished by him. And even if I recognized it as a trap, I would have had no choice but to resign myself to fate. Yizichuan remained silent for a long while before slowly rising and stepping back, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Thus, the day you saved my mother was your sole opportunity to break free from the scheme. Xia Jinshi, you were using me. Chapter 21. Regarding actions. Not thoughts. Xia Jinshi gazed at the menacing Yizichuan, offering no explanation but rather candidly admitting, indeed, as you have stated, during that time, I had no choice but to risk my life to save the Empress Dowager. It was only by wagering my own life that I could escape this meticulously orchestrated death trap. Yizichuan scrutinized her for a considerable duration before finally raising an eyebrow in understanding. If that is the case, then your reckless charge into danger is not surprising. After all, dying in the act of saving someone is far preferable to succumbing to the pressures of reputation. At least one dies without regret. Did I exploit the Empress Dowager for my own salvation? The prince would not be enraged. Xia Jinshi regarded Yizichuan, who appeared unperturbed, with a hint of astonishment. Actions reveal intentions, and no one is without flaws. Besides, our relationship has always been one of mutual benefit, has it not? Yizichuan archit aneyibro. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Xia Jinshi interjected. That day, there were intricate connections between the assassins of the Empress Dowager and my abductors. Surely, the prince did not come merely to deliver an imperial decree. The smile on Yizichuan's face vanished abruptly. He likely suspected that Helan Ci was behind the schemes, and his visit was to ascertain whether the kidnappers had ties to the Yongchang marquis. After all, the only lead connecting to the kidnappers was indeed the Yongchang marquis. Xia Jinshi fixed her unwavering gaze upon Yizichuan. He squinted at her for a long moment before finally acknowledging her insight. Xia Jinshi, you are quite astute, so much so that it raises concerns. Are you worried I might reveal secrets? Xia Jinshi chuckled softly. Rest assured, my desire for the Yongchang marquis to face utter ruin surpasses yours. At this juncture, Helan Ci, as the true mastermind behind the kidnapping, remained detached from the events, distancing himself entirely, as if none of this pertained to him, while Xia Jinshi, the victim, was ensnared in turmoil. Having been forced into such a predicament by him and Xia Yurua, how could she possibly let this go? Her life, her child's life, would demand retribution from Helan Ci. Just as Yizichuan fell into silence, Shiwei suddenly entered. Miss, what are you doing here? Madam is looking for you. Xia Jinshi refrained from responding, her cold gaze fixed upon Yizichuan. If the prince wishes to investigate the Yongchang marquis, why not visit the Siga gambling house in the west of the city? There, you may find what you seek. The Siga gambling house? Yizichuan regarded Xia Jinshi, curiosity piqued. What do you intend? Naturally, to strike a fallen foe. Xia Jinshi raised an eyebrow. Since the prince wishes to investigate the corruption of Governor Song Qinlin regarding the disaster relief funds, it would be prudent to create chaos. Only then will the true culprits reveal themselves amidst the turmoil. You intend to use me. Yizichuan suddenly surged forward, his hand gripping her throat before anyone could react. The sudden sensation of suffocation made Xia Jinshi instinctively recoil, but Yizichuan's grip held her fast. Miss, Shiwei's face paled in shock, instinctively wanting to intervene, only to be restrained by the unexpectedly appearing Yao Zi. The prince should know that in the Taiping case, the only clue we have relates to Helan Ci. Xia Jinshi forced out, her voice strained. Surely, The prince understands that such a significant case cannot solely hinge upon the Yongchang marquis. They must have a more formidable backing. Yizichuan remained silent, his gaze locked on Xia Jianxi. She continued, enunciating each word clearly. Your Highness, you must comprehend that to pursue this investigation further, you must corner the Yongchang marquis into a desperate situation. Only then will they reveal the true venomous serpent lurking behind them. Xia Jianxi, you are courting danger. Yizichuan's grip tightened. The pain in her throat drained her color, yet she showed no sign of retreat. Does the prince not desire to clear the name of Governor Song Qinlin? Upon hearing Song Qinlin's name, Yizichuan's pupils constricted, and he clenched his teeth. Xia Jianxi, what do you know? I only know that Governor Song has been wronged. Xia Jianxi's face flushed red as she struggled against his grip, her strength waning. Your Highness, General Xia and Madame Xia are here. Qin Song's voice suddenly broke in. Yet, even with this interruption, Yizichuan showed no sign of relenting, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Oh dear, you must take better care of His Highness and Lord Kai. What would happen if they were to be disturbed? Madame Xia's voice echoed from distance. Just as Xia Jianxi felt herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Yizichuan finally released her. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Miss, Shi was nearly in tears, but she trembled and broke free from Yao Zi's grasp, rushing to embrace her mistress. After regaining her composure, Xia Jianxi immediately patted Shi hand in reassurance. Do not be afraid. What do you intend to do next? Yizichuan regarded Xia Lianjikoldi. Or rather, what do you wish to accomplish? Xia Jianxi gently pressed her hand to her neck, coughed lightly, and managed to recover. Today, Xia Yurua seeks to forcibly seize the marriage decree through familial connections, only to find herself ensnared in her own trap. Both she and Helan Ci are like ants on a hot pan, frantic and restless. Now, if someone were to apply pressure, they would surely resort to desperate measures. And mistakes are bound to occur. Yizichuan studied Xia Jianxi, fully aware that she had entangled him in her schemes, yet he could not refuse her. As Xia Jianxi had articulated, the Taiping case had evaded his grasp for far too long, and the Yongchang marquis was indeed his only avenue for further inquiry. Xia Jianxi knew full well that Yizichuan would not dismiss her. Your Highness, Lord Kai has been waiting outside for quite some time. Xia Jianxi, do you understand the cost of scheming against me? Yizichuan looked down at her, enunciating each word. I will ensure that your Highness obtains what you desire. If I fail, I shall pay with my life. Xia Jianxi steadied herself with Shi help and rose slowly. Surely, the prince knows I value my life. Yizichuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, filled with scrutiny. By the way, if the prince cannot find any leads, perhaps he should inquire about the individual imprisoned in the Dali Temple dungeon. Xia Jianxi composed herself and faced Yizichuan with unwavering resolve. Yizichuan remained silent for a long while, finally closing his eyes. Remember your words. Just as he prepared to depart, Xia Jianxi suddenly stepped forward, placing something into his hand. Leaning closer, she whispered something only they could hear, and then, taking a step back amidst his astonished gaze, added, This will surely be of use to you. Chapter 22. He is a good official in order to avoid being discovered by Madame Xia and General Xia regarding the bruises on her neck. Xia Jianxi took a detour back to the courtyard before they arrived. Miss, the madam has been looking for you everywhere. The prince is about to leave as Ting Wan spoke. She hurried into the room, only to find Shi crying while applying medicine to Xia Jianxi's neck. She immediately halted, exclaiming, What happened here? It's all because of that prince you were so adamant about. Shi, upon seeing the bruise on Xia Jianxi's neck, was filled with sorrow and tears streamed down her face. Miss Xia, you should not mention Lord Song. Yao Zi said, producing a jar of ointment from her pocket. Use this. By tomorrow, the bruise will fade. Shi snatched the ointment away, saying, You cannot bring this up again, and he should not have treated you this way. What difference is there between this and striking a woman? What? The prince struck our miss. Ting Wan immediately flared up. No way. I must report this to the General Ting Wan. Xia Jianxi swiftly called out, This is between me and the prince. You must not tell my parents. Otherwise, I will send you to the village. Ting Wan halted in her tracks, but there are no buts. Xia Jianxi scolded coldly. Ting Wan stood to the side, pouting, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, Xia Jianxi, perhaps feeling she had spoken too harshly, whispered, This matter must not reach my parents. If they find out and cause a ruckus, it will offend the regent. In the end, we will be the ones to suffer. Moreover, I have a transaction with the prince. Observing Xia Jianxi's expression, Yaozi contemplated for a moment before speaking. Lord Song is the prince's cousin. They grew up together and share a strong bond. His affairs have always been the prince's Achilles heel. Miss Xia, you should not use this to threaten him. I'm not threatening him. Xia Jianxi lowered her gaze. I need his influence in Bianjing, and he requires my connections in Jiangnan. It is mutually beneficial. As for Lord Song, he is a good official and should not bear such a tainted reputation. Yao Zi remained silent, merely crossing her arms as she stood by. After Shi Wei finished applying the ointment, she took a powder puff and delicately dusted it over the bruise, attempting to conceal the injury. Ting Wan, you and Yao Zi need to help me with something, Xia Jianxi suddenly said. Ting Wan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly replied, all right. Xia Jianxi looked at Ting Wan's reflection in the bronze mirror and chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid I might sell you? My life belongs to the miss. What is there to sell? Ting Wan's grievances dissipated instantly. Whatever the miss needs, just tell me, and I will ensure it is done perfectly. Xia Jianxi turned to Ting Wan and whispered, you need to go to the alley in the west of the city. There's a courtyard with a square plaque. A mother and daughter live there, and the mother goes out daily to purchase fresh vegetables. Wait for her on the road. Ting Wan stared at Xia Jianxi in confusion. How does the miss know about that, mother? You only need to know that you must find her and tell her to come to Lanxiang Tower at noon. I will be waiting there. If she comes, I can help them leave Bianjing. After Xia Jianxi finished speaking, she leaned closer to Ting Wan and whispered, oh, and take Yao Zi with you. Do not let anyone discover your intention. Before Yao Zi could react to being inexplicably assigned a task, she was pulled along by Ting Wan, who hurriedly dashed out. Watching them leave, Shi Wei frowned slightly. Why does the miss still let Yao Zi accompany her? She worried that Yao Zi might inform the regent about her affairs. She is someone the regent placed by my side, so naturally, she will assist Zichuan. In contrast to Shi Wei's indignation, Xia Jianxi appeared remarkably composed. As long as I'm aligned with Zichuan, his people are at my disposal. Shi Wei continued applying the medicine to Xia Jianxi, her eyes glistening. I truly cannot comprehend why the miss is so kind to second miss, and with that young lord. They are practically childhood sweethearts. How could they do such a thing? It is simply inhumane. Xia Jianxi gazed at the hair ornaments in her vanity, picking up a hairpin adorned with kingfisher feathers. Look at this hairpin. It is made from the feathers of a kingfisher. The kingfisher has done nothing wrong. It was captured and plucked merely for its beauty. It is just a bird, innocent yet exquisite. Shi Wei fell silent. Xia Jianxi returned the hairpin to the vanity, her gaze tranquil as if it were a still pond, devoid of any ripples. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing beauty is a crime. When Yao Zi accompanied Ting Wan to the square courtyard in the west of the city, she immediately pulled Ting Wan aside from the path. Ting Wan, startled, was about to scold her when she noticed two identically dressed men briskly walking past them from a side alley, armed with knives. Most residents of the west side of the city were commoners, with only a few affluent families, yet it was rare to see hired muscle guarding a residence. Ting Wan initially thought they were merely looking for someone, but it turned out that the person they were seeking was not simple at all. The two men had just exited the square courtyard, and it seemed that the person Miss Xia was looking for was likely being watched by these individuals. Yao Zi, arms crossed, observed the two burly men departing. Ting Wan furrowed her brow slightly. What does this mean? Look, that is the Fong residence. Observe the entrance. It is not a wealthy family. It appears more like a place where the powerful keep their playthings. Yao Zi pointed with her chin toward a nearby residence adorned with red lanterns. Are you suggesting this is where the Marquis of Yongchang keeps his concubines? Ting Wan suddenly understood, but if they are concubines, they are likely there willingly. Why would there be guards? There are many jealous women among the powerful in Bianjing. Those old men dare not take concubines in front of their wives, so they keep them outside with guards, fearing that their wives might come to cause trouble. Yao Zi scrutinized the entrance further. However, I suspect this household resembles something else entirely. Are you implying that those kept within this courtyard are being forced? Ting Wan's eyes widened in realization. Does that not mean they are being abducted? Chapter 23. A mother and daughter serving the same man. Such occurrences are not uncommon among prominent families. Yao Zi glanced at the astonished Ting Wan and casually remarked, however, I am curious how your young lady came to know of this place. My young lady possesses a wealth of knowledge. Tingwan proudly lifted her chin. The private enterprises under her command span various industries. There is scarcely a path that does not have her people. As for the sordid affairs of noble families, if my young lady wishes to uncover them, there is nothing she cannot ascertain. Yaozi raised an eyebrow, inspecting the proud expression on Tingwan's face. Is that so? The two had been crouched outside for nearly an hour when the tightly shut door was finally nudged open. Tingwan had anticipated that a brightly dressed young lady would emerge. But instead, it was a woman clad in worn garments. The woman was carrying a basket of vegetables, seemingly on her way to the market, and was approaching their direction. Yaozi scrutinized the surroundings and, upon confirming that no one was following, swiftly stepped forward and pulled the woman into a corner. Startled, the woman instinctively gasped for help. But Yaozi covered her mouth. Silence, or I shall kill you. Observing the woman's pale face and Yaozi's intimidating demeanor, Tingwan hurriedly interjected, No, we do not intend to harm you. We are simply here on someone else's behalf, asking for your assistance. As long as you do not scream, we will release you. The woman stared into Tingwan's earnest eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded. Once Yaozi ascertained that the woman would not raise an alarm, she gradually eased her grip. Tingwan, seeing that the woman was indeed silent, whispered, My young lady has sent me to find you. She has a way to help you and your daughter leave this place, but she requires your assistance. The woman was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes brightened before quickly becoming wary again. Who is your young lady? Simply go to Lanxiang Tower at noon, and you will discover who my young lady is. Tingwan concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, the group of thugs returned, prompting Yaozi to urge the woman to leave. Tingwan hurriedly followed suit, leaving behind the words, Noon, Lanxiang Tower. The haste with which Yaozi and Tingwan had appeared was mirrored in their abrupt departure. The woman stood still for a long moment before bending down to pick up her fallen basket, only to collide with the returning thugs. One of the thugs approached her quickly. Madame Fong, are you off to buy vegetables? Madame Fong paused for a moment, then forced a smile. I heard that Lanxiang Tower has delectable roast ducks. The Lord is coming tonight, so I'm going to buy one. The thug did not ponder further and replied, Those roast ducks are hard to procure. You should go early. All right. Madame Fong smiled and grasped her slightly trembling right hand. If luck is on my side, I might bring back a couple for you all. Sound good? Once the thug had departed, Madame Fong let out a heavy sigh of relief and feigned calmness as she headed toward Lanxiang Tower. Xia Jianxi had been waiting there for quite some time, confident that Madame Fong would return, for she was now the only hope for her. Sure enough, just before noon, Madame Fong stood before Xia Jianxi. Xia Jianxi regarded the vigilant Madame Fong and poured her a cup of tea. Please have a seat. After a moment's hesitation, Madame Fong finally sat down before Xia Jianxi. Who are you? How do you know my surname is Fong? Xia Jianxi set down the teapot and looked up at Madame Fong. I not only know that you are Madame Fong, but I also know that you are the concubine kept by the Duke Yongchang. And I am aware that you and your daughter serve the same man. As soon as Xia Jianxi finished speaking, Tingwan and Yaozi, who had been present, couldn't help but look up, their eyes filled with astonishment. How do you know this? Madame Fong's complexion turned pale in an instant. Fear etched on her face as she gazed at Xia Jianxi. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Do not be alarmed, Madame Fong. I'm not here to harm you. I merely seek your assistance. Once the task is complete, I shall ensure that you and your daughter can leave Bianjing safely. Xia Jianxi spoke softly. Madame Fong remained silent. Xia Jianxi, unfazed, continued in a gentle tone in the past. You were forcibly taken by the Duke Yongchang and sold by your husband to become his concubine. Now, he seeks to claim your 16-year-old daughter. While many men might view a mother and daughter serving the same man as a romantic tale, only you, Madame Fong, understand the profound sorrow within it. Do you truly wish for your daughter to endure such a fate for the rest of her life? Madame Fong pressed her lips together tightly, remaining unresponsive. I understand your concerns, but I assure you, I possess the means to help you escape Bianjing and ensure that they will never find you, allowing you to live a good life. Xia Jianxi pushed the cup of tea toward Madame Fong. What do you want? Madame Fong's heart raced. Xia Jianxi looked at her intently. You must be aware that the Duke Yongchang owns a gambling house, which harbors a significant amount of dirty money and ledgers. I cannot access those. He is too cautious to allow us near them. Madame Fong immediately countered. Xia Jianxi nodded. Of course. That is why I do not need you to fetch those items. I only require you to delay him on a certain day. Is it merely for this? Madame Fong questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Indeed, just this. Xia Jianxi affirmed softly, as long as you follow my instructions. Madame Fong scrutinized Xia Jianxi for a long time before ultimately agreeing. Xia Jianxi was certain she would acquiesce. Madame Fong wished to live, but more importantly, she yearned to live with dignity, not just for herself, but for the sake of her daughter. As Madame Fong departed, she carried 2 hard-to-obtain roast ducks. Ting Wan, standing by the window, watched as Madame Fong slowly walked away and could not help but inquire, Miss, what about Madame Fong? I believe she is the person in this world who wishes for the Duke Yongchang's demise the most. So she will surely assist us, Xia Jinxi replied, casting a deep glance at the already distant Madame Fong. Her awareness of Madame Fong's existence stemmed from witnessing, in a previous life, the humiliation she endured at the hands of the Duke Yongchang, reduced to a mere breath of life. At that time, she had been the Duke's daughter-in-law, fully aware of her innocence, yet choosing to remain a bystander. In retrospect, the torment Madame Fong later suffered may have been the retribution for her inaction. Thus, she needed her help this time, and in turn, she would rescue her from the abyss. Xia Jianxi turned to Yaozi. Inform the regent that we may commence our net. Chapter 24. Caught red-handed, Zichuan was a perilous yet undeniably formidable ally. Upon learning from Xia Jianxi that the Siga gambling house might be connected to the Yongchang marquis residence, he promptly dispatched men to investigate. Gambling houses and brothels that managed to survive in Beijing were often backed by powerful officials. During the reign of the late emperor, efforts were made to eradicate these so-called establishments, revealing numerous cases of disregard for human life and the suffering of the common folk. Yet, the intricate web of relationships supporting these establishments made it difficult for the late emperor to act decisively. In the end, he could only raise his hand heavily, yet let it fall lightly. Thus, these establishments continued to operate, as long as no lives were lost, with most officials in Beijing turning a blind eye. After much hesitation, Zichuan finally decided to meet with Yu Ting. In truth, he was reluctant to confront such a formidable opponent. After all, only Yu Ting could endure all the tortures of the Dali Temple and still refuse to confess. The Dali Temple preferred to conduct interrogations in the dead of night. When Yu Ting was dragged into the interrogation room, Zichuan did not have her bound, but instead provided her with a chair to sit comfortably. Zichuan gazed at Yu Ting, who was seated before him for a long moment before finally speaking. Have you ever heard of the Siga gambling house? Yu Ting looked up at Zichuan, her face pale, yet her eyes resolute. My lord, as someone who has spent years in the back courtyard, how could I possibly know anything about gambling houses? Zichuan was well aware that extracting information from Yu Ting would not be an easy task. After contemplating for some time, he sat down before her. I know you are a dead soldier. For you, punishment is not to be feared. However, everyone has a vulnerability, even those willing to serve others. Yu Ting's gaze flickered, yet she remained silent. Observing her demeanor, Zichuan quietly retrieved a prescription from a nearby box. Perhaps you should take a look at this. Yu Ting's hand, fractured, could not grasp the prescription, prompting Qin Song to present it to her. In that instant, Yu Ting's pupils constricted sharply. The next moment, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Zichuan. Where did you obtain this? Where did it come from? Qin Song withdrew his hand and returned to Zichuan's side. Zichuan regarded Yu Ting with cold eyes and spoke softly. The person who provided me with this prescription instructed me to tell you not to place your bets on a single individual. There are others who know your vulnerability. An extended silence ensued. After a long while, Yu Ting gradually raised her head. Whether I speak or remain silent, it amounts to the same death. Why should I trust you? Of course, you may choose not to believe us. Zichuan raised an eyebrow and began to rise to leave. He had anticipated this. After all, how could one who could withstand torture easily divulge information due to a mere prescription? Xingguang, Yu Ting suddenly spoke. Zichuan instinctively halted. The gambling house I took Xingguang to is the Siga. The people there all know him and are aware that he is imprisoned in the Dali Temple. Yu Ting looked directly at Zichuan, enunciating each word. I cannot reveal to you who stands behind Siga, but you may attempt to use him as bait. Zichuan narrowed his eyes dangerously at Yu Ting. Soon, someone arrived to escort her away. As he watched Yu Ting being led away, his fingers unconsciously rubbed the prescription. Recalling the words Xia Jianxi had whispered in his ear, a person willing to die for another either possesses strong beliefs or a vulnerability. Which do you think Yu Ting embodies? In that moment, Yizichuan suddenly felt that Xia Jianxi was far more cunning than he had initially believed. As for Qingguang, he was the young attendant who had mimicked Kong Mu's handwriting. Orphaned from a young age, he had been purchased by the yeoman princess from slave trader. Though still young and timid, a few casual threats had made him divulge even the embarrassing secret of Kong Mu's wedding to bed at 7. When Yizichuan encountered him in the Dali Temple's prison, Qingguang was already in a state of utter panic, huddled in a corner, spending his days either in a daze or begging for mercy. Has Kong Mu's ever been here? Yizichuan inquired quietly, gazing at Qingguang, who was cowering in the corner. The Dali Temple's junior official, having put away his documents, shook his head somewhat sympathetically. No one from the yeoman marquis residence has come for him. He has not committed any serious crime, nor is he involved with any assassins. I sent officers to the yeoman residence, informing them that he could be bailed out for 50 taels of silver. Unfortunately, he has not been fortunate enough to have a good master. On the contrary, that Yuting next door has someone inquiring about her well-being every few days. Yizichuan rubbed his fingers, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Are you saying someone is inquiring about her well-being? Does that person wish for her to live or to die? The junior official of the Dali Temple immediately understood the implication in Yizichuan's words. Who knows? The inquiries come from a shadowy figure who appears and vanishes without a trace. Just when I go out, they have already disappeared. Perhaps they do not care whether she lives or dies. They merely fear she might divulge things she should not. I will cover the 50 taels for that boy. But as for Yu Ting, you must be vigilant. Do not let her die so easily, Yizichuan said, patting the junior official's shoulder. Bring him to me. I have matters that require his assistance. The Dali Temple does not extend credit. The junior official retrieved a full set of keys from his drawer and led Yizichuan's men forward. One hand for the money, one hand for the person. The rules of the Dali Temple are well known to you, my lord. Before long, Yizichuan's personal guard, Qin Song, escorted Qingguang over. Qingguang appeared utterly terrified, and upon seeing Yizichuan, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. My lord, I truly do not know. I was merely tempted by the 50 taels of silver. I had no idea that Yu Ting dared to collude with traitors. I truly did not know. Yizichuan scrutinized Qingguang for a long while. He understood that the boy had been manipulated. However, he now required his assistance. I am uncertain whether you are colluding with traitors, but I can offer you a chance to leave this place. It is up to you to accept it. Qingguang's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, yes. If this means I can leave here, I'm willing to serve you for the rest of my life. As long as you take me away. The Dali Temple's dungeon was hardly a place for any human to endure. Every day, he could hear anguished cries from outside. If luck was particularly poor, he might even witness bloodied figures being dragged past him. The terror and despair of an uncertain future filled him completely. When he had just arrived, he had hoped that the young lord would come to rescue him, but after waiting a long time, he was met with the cruel declaration, the yeoman marquis residence will never accept a traitor. Qingguang realized he had been completely abandoned by the yeoman residence. The young lord he had longed for had utterly given up on him. For him now, as long as he could escape this place, he would willingly accept any task. The Siga gambling house should not be unfamiliar to you, Yizichuan said, locking his gaze with Qingguang's. Qingguang's expression immediately darkened. The Siga gambling house was indeed familiar to him. As a book boy who had been obedient for years, the monthly stipend from the yeoman residence, though modest, sufficed for his needs. Having signed a contract of servitude since childhood and being an orphan, he had little to spend, leading a life that, though not joyful, was peaceful. Yet, it was the Siga gambling house that had destroyed everything. I am familiar with this place. My inaugural visit to the gambling den was accompanied by Yuting. Qingguang pressed his lips tightly together, harboring considerable irritation within. It resembled a den of wolves, where once one steps inside, they are unlikely to leave unscathed. This prince requires you to venture there once more. Yizichuan slightly bent forward, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Should you dare to indulge in a few reckless games, I shall not only ensure your departure from this wretched place, but also secure you a respectable position, allowing you to live the remainder of your life in tranquility. Qingguang felt a twinge of anxiety. Is it truly just a matter of playing a few rounds? Indeed, your sole obligation is to make an appearance. Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, assuring him, rest assured, I'm not the type to sever the bridge once crossed. Qingguang hesitated for but a moment before acquiescing. Very well. The minor official of the Dali Temple was, in essence, an ally of Izichuan, and thus the latter's words were not uttered behind his back. He regarded Cheng Wang with some surprise. You do not inquire about the reasons, yet you agree so readily without fear of the prince selling you off? Cheng Wang lowered his head, offering a wry smile. As a servant worth hardly 50 taels, even if the prince intended to sell me, what would I be worth? Besides, anything is preferable to enduring a life in this cursed place, living in a state of limbo, daily haunted by the sight of those bloodied figures, uncertain of their fate. The dungeon of the Dali Temple could aptly be described as a hell on earth. Anyone who spent time here would find it impossible to recount the scenes witnessed within its walls without trepidation. Chapter 25. The ledger, the Sigi gambling house in Bianjing, was not particularly large. Compared to several other bustling establishments, its business was considerably less. However, the fact that it managed to survive in such a competitive environment spoke volumes about its capabilities. Most gambling houses employ various tactics to entice patrons into betting. Once a player is engrossed in the game, the other participants at the table often reveal themselves to be cheats, leaving the unsuspecting gambler as a mere lamb to the slaughter. This world is rife with gamblers who, in their relentless pursuit of fortune, end up losing everything: home, family, and even their sanity. The Sigi gambling house was no exception. Izichuan dispatched someone to provide Cheng Wang with a fresh change of clothes before personally escorting him to the gambling house. In this bag, we have prepared 100 taels of silver for you. Your task is to go to this gambling house and wager all of it. Fear not. Our people will be by your side, ensuring you can gamble boldly. Qin Song declared as he placed the bag into Cheng Wang's hands. Cheng Wang, bewildered by why someone would entrust him with money for gambling, was not inclined to ponder the reasons. He simply wished to complete this task swiftly and escape the hell that was the Dali Temple. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the bag of silver and strode directly into the Sigi gambling house. Izichuan's men had already infiltrated the establishment, concealing themselves in various corners of private rooms, meticulously observing every patron within the house. As anticipated, the moment Cheng Wang entered, a figure hidden behind a screen grew increasingly restless. Soon, a few oddly dressed individuals stealthily approached Cheng Wang. I fail to understand why the prince insists on extracting Cheng Wang from the Dali Temple. We could have simply shut down this gambling house outright. Why waste so much time? Qin Song voiced his confusion. And why must it be him? Do you recall what Lord Shaoqing mentioned? Izichuan replied slowly, pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Qin Song remained silent, gazing intently at Izichuan. There are those who are deeply concerned about Yuding's well-being. As long as she is alive, the powers that operate from the shadows will worry about what she might divulge. For no one keeps secrets better than the deceased. Izichuan narrowed his eyes, lamenting. Regrettably, her resolve is formidable. Extracting further information from her is likely impossible. Seeing Qin Song's confusion, Izichuan could not help but chuckle softly. Consider this. A person once dragged into the mire by Yuding suddenly escapes from the Dali Temple, returning with a significant sum. The orchestrator behind the scenes might suspect betrayal, particularly regarding Yuding, who was taken along with Cheng Wang. A sudden realization dawned on Qin Song. The prince aims to draw out the mastermind, thus the necessity for additional personnel. He believes they may resort to silencing witnesses. Xia Jianqi's motives are too self-serving. Izichuan mused, studying the tea leaves floating in his cup. Her claims about the gambling house's collusion with the Yongchang Marquis must be verified. I cannot rely solely on hearsay. Qin Song understood. Izichuan was inherently skeptical, although Xia Jianqi asserted that the gambling house was backed by the Yongchang Marquis. Izichuan was not one to accept information without scrutiny. His current strategy was to reveal the venomous serpent lurking in the shadows and ascertain whether her allegations were indeed accurate. For he had no desire to be wielded as a weapon by others. 100 taels of silver is neither an insignificant amount nor a fortune. Within just over 2 hours, Cheng Wang had gambled away everything but his trousers. Upon exiting the gambling house, he was cursing vehemently, his face flushed with anger. From his concealed position, Qin Song spotted several heads peeking from a nearby corner, evidently trailing Cheng Wang. Unaware of his pursuers, Cheng Wang continued on his path of indignation. As he approached a narrow alley, 2 figures that had been following him suddenly dashed in, brandishing large knives. Just as one of the blades was about to strike Cheng Wang's back, Qin Song appeared, wielding a sharp weapon to intercept the blows. In the next moment, A squad of soldiers rushed into the alley from the opposite end. Cheng Wang, trembling with fear, pointed at one of the fleeing figures, exclaiming, "Those two are the enforcers from the gambling house. I lost money to them when Yuding brought me here. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands." Soon, the 2 assailants found themselves overpowered. One of them suddenly lunged forward, shouting, "I'll cover you. Hurry and send word." With Yi Zichuan's men aiding from the shadows, the soldiers swiftly apprehended one of the suspects. However, the other, being smaller and more agile, managed to slip away. Qin Song immediately pursued. To avoid detection, he maintained a safe distance, while the fleeing suspect exercised extreme caution, meandering through nearly half the city before confirming he was not being followed. He then made a beeline toward the west. The small figure ran for quite some time before seeking refuge in a secluded courtyard, marked by 2 red lanterns and a prominent sign bearing the character Fong. Shortly thereafter, the lights illuminated, and a woman emerged from the side chambers. The wind howled, distorting her voice as she spoke. The marquis said it's nothing serious, merely a scholar's apprentice. Even if he is taken by the officials, what of it? No one in Bianjing dares to touch the marquis's people. But enough of that. The marquis is busy. If you disturb his leisure, we both shall face dire consequences, the woman asserted, shoving the person out. Just as the small figure exited the courtyard, Qin Song apprehended him. A case of capturing both the thief and the stolen goods. Upon returning to the royal residence, Qin Song found Yi Zichuan in the study, diligently writing. Though not as skilled as the master calligraphers, his penmanship was undoubtedly of high caliber, having been taught by the late emperor himself. He indeed entered the Fong residence. Qin Song paused before continuing. The Sigi gambling house is undoubtedly linked to the Yongchang Marquisate. Yi Zichuan, unfazed by this revelation, had never doubted Xia Jinshi's honesty. He set down his brush and looked up at Qin Song. In that case, there is no need to delay further. It is time to close in. Yes, my lord, Qin Song affirmed before exiting the study to ignite a signal flare. At the moment the fireworks erupted, the guards surrounding the gambling house drew their swords, and at a single command, they surged into the Sigi gambling house. Inside, the atmosphere was chaotic. Upon seeing soldiers burst in, patrons instinctively attempted to flee. However, some made a beeline for the inner chambers. Ji Yu swiftly identified one individual as suspicious and maneuvered through the throng to subdue him. "What do you intend to do?" The man's expression froze, and he struggled desperately. Yet their group was well prepared, swiftly controlling all the enforcers. The remaining accountants and ordinary citizens were utterly powerless against them. In an instant, the once imposing Sigi gambling house fell to the soldiers like a wall of iron and stone. When Yi Zichuan arrived on horseback, Lord Shaoqing was already waiting. "My lord, all personnel have been detained, but we found no ledger upon searching every location." Lord Shaoqing reported softly as he approached Yi Zichuan. "No ledger?" Yi Zichuan furrowed his brow. "Have you searched every possible place?" "Indeed, we have explored all avenues. My lord Shaoqing, we are at our wits' end. We have even considered digging 3 feet into the ground." Yi Zichuan said nothing further, dismounting his horse and entering the gambling den. This establishment was not particularly large, yet despite its modest size, it was a veritable treasure trove, with a few tables and a scattering of dice and flower cards, thriving with wealth. Upon entering the storeroom, Yi Zichuan found it stripped bare, with only a solitary table remaining. He surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the room hardly appeared to be a suitable hiding place. Just as Yi Zichuan resigned himself to the notion that this endeavor would yield no results, Qin Song unexpectedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Highness." Instinctively, Yi Zichuan turned to see a figure in a black cloak standing behind Qin Song. The individual approached, removing her hat to reveal her face. "Your Highness, Miss Xia?" Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Xia Jianxi remained silent, producing a small silver hammer from her bosom. "Perhaps I can help you find what you seek." Yi Zichuan frowned, turning his gaze towards her. "What do you mean?" Without responding, Xia Jianxi walked to the wall, pressing her ear against it while gently tapping with the hammer. Most merchants engaged in such enterprises prefer to install hidden compartments in their storerooms. "A few knocks might lead us to what you desire." The layout of the room was peculiar, with nearly every wall covered in bricks. Indeed, when Xia Jianxi struck a brick near the bookshelf, it emitted a sound distinct from the others. She stepped back, her gaze fixed coldly upon the brick. Break it open. Qin Song promptly stepped forward, taking action to shatter the brick. Chapter 26. You threatened me before long. The stone was broken open, revealing the ledger they had been searching for everywhere. Yizichuan accepted the ledger handed over by Qin Song and raised his gaze toward Xia Jinshi, saying, Xia Jinshi, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Although Xia Jinshi was unaware that the ledger from the Siggy gambling house would be here, he was aware that in Helan C's study, there existed such a hidden compartment. However, that was a lovesick man, and his hidden compartment was filled entirely with trinkets gifted to him by Xia Yura. Gazing at the ledger, Xia Jinshi remarked, I came here hoping to ask the prince for a favor. Yizichuan handed the ledger to Qin Song and inquired, what favor? There will be a young woman near the Duke of Yongchang, approximately 16 years of age. You must capture her and ensure her safety. Xia Jinshi fixed his gaze into Yizichuan's eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. What if I fail to do so? Yizichuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then the only thing the prince will be able to find is that ledger. Xia Jinshi paused for a moment before letting out a soft chuckle. Yizichuan Fronet. Are you threatening me? Your Highness, this is not a threat. Xia Jinshi stepped closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear. This is called a win-win collaboration. Yizichuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixated on Xia Jinshi, filled with an ominous intensity. At that moment, Xia Jinshi merely brushed away the non-existent dust from Yizichuan's lapel, donned his hat, and, under the protection of Yaozi, turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. It was only when Xia Jinshi had distanced himself that Qin Song cautiously approached. Your Highness, we have secured the ledger. What shall we do now? To West Street. To meet our Duke of Yongchang. Yizichuan's expression darkened as he hurriedly exited the gambling house. A grand procession appeared at the entrance of the Fong residence just as dawn broke. Many nearby residents had already risen to prepare for their daily business, only to be met with a line of armored brutes. Yizichuan, atop a magnificent steed, stood at the back. Qin Song swiftly subdued the two henchmen guarding the entrance before reporting, Your Highness, all is ready. Just as Yizichuan was about to command his men to storm inside, the grand door of the Fong residence suddenly swung open, revealing a woman clad in a light gray dress, silhouetted against the light. A ray of morning sun fell upon her face. Mrs. Fong offered a distant bow to Yizichuan before stepping aside. Yizichuan squinted slightly, then raised his hand, Enter. The Duke of Yongchang was dragged from the bed of his concubine without even having time to put on his trousers, wrestled to the ground by the officials. Upon arriving, Helan Ci was greeted by the sight of the Duke of Yongchang and his half-clad concubine being dragged into the courtyard, while his disgraceful father yelled, I am the Duke of Yongchang. Who dares to intrude upon my residence? Helan Ci, witnessing the Duke and the young concubine, felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Were it not for the fact that this was his own father, he would have turned and fled, unwilling to endure such humiliation. What are you still standing there for? Quickly find the Duke a proper garment. Why are you all here watching this farce? Elanchi, in fury, kikta servant. The servant stumbled at the kick, hastily attempting to remove his outer robe to cover the Duke, only to be blocked by the officials. Enraged, the servant exclaimed, Do you fools even know who you have captured? That is the Duke of Yongchang. Release him at once. Oh! A cold voice suddenly resonated from behind Helan Ci. At that moment, he felt a chilling sensation surge from his feet up his spine. Instinctively, he clenched his fists and slowly turned around. Does the young lord believe that this prince is unaware of the gravity of the situation? Yizichuan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, raising an eyebrow at Helan Ci. Helan Ci felt as though his head might explode. He quickly lowered his head and bowed. Lan Ci pays respects to your highness. Yizichuan glanced at Helan Ci, then gradually approached him, lightly tapping his head with a folding fan. The young lord is too courteous. Please rise. Helan Ci straightened, his back rigid, and with a firm grip on the concealed weapon in his sleeve, he inquired, May I ask what grave transgression my father has committed to warrant your personal visit? Heh. Yizichuan chuckled softly, then turned to Helan Ci. What has the Duke done that you, young lord, truly do not know? He did know all too well. The number of offenses that could cost a man his head was indeed numerous, and at this moment, he could not even fathom which of his father's misdeeds had led Yizichuan to confront him so directly. Please enlighten me, your highness. Although Helan Ci felt resentment, he had no choice but to bow to the formidable Yizichuan. Observing Helan Ci's demeanor, Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, adopting a tone of a benevolent elder. It is not a grave matter. Just yesterday, a servant named Cheng Wang visited the Siggy gambling house in the city, lost money in gambling, and nearly had his life taken by the thugs there. Upon hearing the name Cheng Wang, Heelan's pupils involuntarily constricted. Cheng Wang? It matters not if the young lord does not know him. But this individual has just been released from the Dali Temple 2 days prior and almost met his demise last night. If this matter is not clarified, it seems the Dali Temple will have to bear the blame. Zichuan regarded Heelan with a knowing smile. I have heard that they traced their way here because that rascal fled here, only to discover this is the Duke's residence. Il en sies contenance d'arconed. His gaze like a dagger directed towards the Duke of Yongchang. The Duke, aware of the trouble he had caused, dared not utter a word, shrinking back as much as possible. By the way, Zichuan said, leaning slightly closer to Heelan, whispering behind the cover of his fan, Young lord, it would be wise to think of a solution quickly. Once in the Dali Temple, your father may not escape unscathed. Heelan felt as though he were bleeding internally. Yet he had to maintain a facade of gratitude, bowing to Zichuan. Thank you for your reminder, your highness. Observing Heelan's actions, Zichuan involuntarily raised an eyebrow. Although the Duke of Yongchang was notorious for his debauchery, his son displayed a certain caliber, remaining composed at such a critical juncture. Unlike those frivolous scions who only indulged in vice. You are indeed commendable. Such a pity, such a pity. Zichuan lamented, patting Heelan's shoulder before stepping before the Duke. Duke, you must accompany this prince for a journey. Upon seeing Zichuan, the Duke of Yongchang was nearly paralyzed with fear, for Zichuan was infamous for his ruthlessness, overseeing the Dali Temple, a veritable hell on earth. If he fell into Zichuan's hands, even if he survived, he would surely be skinned alive. Zichuan glanced at the young woman huddled beside the Duke, frowning subtly before turning back in disdain. Take him away. The Duke, lacking even a proper garment, was led away in a state of undress, while the young woman was given a robe by Qin Tsang out of compassion. As the Marquis of Yongchang passed by Heelan, he suddenly grasped his hand and began to plead, Son, my son, you are my only child. You must save me. You must save me. Qin Tsang cast a disdainful glance at the Marquis, then exerted a bit of force to drag him away, muttering under his breath. This is the first time I've seen someone begging their son for life. As the man was taken away, the outer courtyard was already crowded with people, all observing the Marquis, exposed and humiliated, being loaded into the escort cart, accompanied by a similarly distressed young girl, who was nearly young enough to be his daughter. As Zichuan departed, he halted at the entrance of the courtyard, turning to Heelan with a look of regret, although it is not my place to say this. I cannot help but feel pity for the young Marquis, burdened with such an unreliable father. While Heelan maintained a stoic expression, inwardly he was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. May the prince have a safe journey. Aware of his unpopularity, Zichuan refrained from further provoking him, casting a subtle glance at a nearby carriage before turning to leave. As Heelan watched Zichuan depart, preparing to investigate the unfolding situation, a soldier approached abruptly, declaring, All bystanders must leave. What are you lingering here for? We are sealing this off. Ejected by the soldiers, Heelan stood at the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the large document affixed with the seal of the Dali Temple, nearly driven to madness. Returned to the residence. As Heelan stepped towards the carriage, he suddenly halted, his piercing gaze shifting to a carriage not far away, coldly inquiring, Who are those people? It seems to be onlookers passing by. Lan Ting replied after glancing. Instinctively, Heelan wanted to approach for a closer look, but ultimately succumbed to the soldiers' urging and boarded the carriage. It was only after Heelan had departed that Xia Jianxi, concealed in the shadows, slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. Heelan remained as vigilant as ever. Despite the throngs of people and vehicles, he had an uncanny ability to notice her presence. Had it not been for Xia Jianxi's swift reflexes, she might have been spotted moments ago. Peering through the corner of the window, Xia Jianxi watched Heelan's carriage recede into the distance, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Chapter 27. Redemption through recitation. Xia Jianxi witnessed the Duke of Yongchang being taken away in a prison cart, bare and vulnerable, akin to a wild dog, stripped of humanity and dignity. As she observed the cart gradually recede from view, memories of her own abandonment in the cellar surged forth. In that moment of despair, devoid of hope. She resembled a frenzied beast, her lower body exposed, howling with all her might, her flesh mingling with the mud, biting through the umbilical cord to bring her child into this world. Yet, despite her struggle, the entire household of the Duke of Yongchang merely watched with cold indifference. She could even hear the Duke's mocking laughter from the cellar. Even in such a state, you can bear children. What difference is there from a bitch? Even while enduring their scorn, she longed to hold her child tightly, if only for a fleeting moment. Yet such a simple wish was denied by Helan Ci, who seized the child she fought so desperately to deliver and extinguished its cries forever. The tiny body, when cast to the ground, had already lost its last trace of warmth. Miss Sherway called softly, noticing the redness around Xia Jinqi's eyes. She returned to her senses and slowly lowered the curtain. It is nothing. The performance has concluded, and we must return. Upon Helan Ci's return to the Duke's residence, he had scarcely settled when an urgent report arrived. Young master, the gambling house has been raided by the people from the Dali Temple. Helan Ci turned sharply, his expression darkening. Where are the ledgers? Have they been dealt with? The messenger hastily knelt, eyes wide with fear. There was no warning when the Dali Temple arrived. The ledgers remained unprocessed, and before we could act, the people were apprehended. Helan Ci felt as if a heavy weight had been placed upon him. How could there have been no warning? Have our informants within the Dali Temple perished? Hearing this, the messenger's face shifted to an odd shade. They speak plainly. Helan Ci, infuriated, hurled a teacup across the room. The Dali Temple had acted without notifying anyone. Our people attempted to deliver the news, but before they could escape, they were captured by those lying in wait. The messenger's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Upon hearing the servant's words, Helan Ci's mind flashed to Yizichuan's sly, fox-like gaze, a clear indication of a hidden predator ensnaring their very fate. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with everyone lowering their heads, striving to diminish their presence, fearful of inadvertently drawing Helan Ci's ire, for at such a moment, not even the heavens could save them. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air. Lancy. Upon hearing that voice, Helan Ci felt a surge of blood rise within him, nearly overturning the table before him. He instinctively wished to avoid the confrontation, yet it was his grandmother who entered, and he could not escape. Lancy! The old matriarch burst into tears upon entering the room, her face etched with worry. How could your father be captured by the Dali Temple? That place is a den of wolves. Helan Ci looked at the weeping elder, his head pounding, his tone growing impatient. My father is the Duke of Yongchang. Even if he has been taken by the Dali Temple, they would not dare to harm him. You know nothing. In the Dali Temple, whether one is human or ghost, once inside, one inevitably suffers. She lamented. Your father has lived a life of luxury. How can he endure such torment? Lancy, you must save him. The old matriarch grasped Helan Ci's hand tightly. He exhaled deeply, then shook off her grip. Does grandmother have time to fret over father's comforts? Do you not understand? If the Dali Temple uncovers anything, not only will father suffer, but you too shall face exile to Lingnan. At these words, the old lady's face paled. What? Even I shall be exiled? Oh, what shall I do? If I am exiled, what chance do I have to survive? She wailed. Lancy, you must think of something. Our entire family is counting on you. Helan Ci, increasingly annoyed by his grandmother's cries, was already seeking solutions himself. Yet, the incessant wailing only heightened his irritation. Take grandmother back to rest. Lancy, you must find a way. Helan Ci turned away in exasperation. Only after the old matriarch was persuaded to leave did he lean against his forehead in despair. Where's my mother? The lady heard that the Duke was captured with a young girl by his side, and she has gone to the Buddhist hall, a maid cautiously informed him. Helan Ci closed his eyes, and after a lengthy silence, he rose to head toward the hall, praying, if the Buddha were useful. How could that old woman have been captured? Upon his arrival at the Buddhist hall, he was intercepted by the steward beside his mother. Young master, the lady has stated that she wishes to recite scriptures for the Duke's redemption and will see no one. Tell my mother, if she refuses to see me, when the Dali Temple strikes the wooden block, our entire family will perish. Helan Ci's frustration boiled over as he cursed vehemently. The steward regarded him with a pity that others could not comprehend. The lady has said that whatever the outcome, it is the Duke's just retribution. She believed that your struggles are merely the last desperate gasps of a dying beast. The Duke's fate is sealed, and no one can save him. Is she merely to watch her only son perish? Heelan Ci glared incredulously at the steward. She is my mother. I am her flesh and blood. Can she truly bear to see me die? The steward, observing Heelan Ci's reddened eyes, sighed and replied, Young master, did the lady not provide you with a clear path? Heelan Ci raised his gaze to the gilded characters on the plaque, sneering. To have me pursue the examination as a commoner. That is her idea of a clear path? I was born to be the future Duke of Yongchang. Why should I toil alongside commoners for a mere title, only to ascend through the ranks of officials? Your maternal grandfather achieved his position through such toil, the steward retorted, disdain replacing the earlier pity in her eyes. He was a scholar of the emperor, rising from humble beginnings with only a pair of straw sandals. Are you too proud to acknowledge your grandfather's struggle? Grandfather, she incessantly speaks of him. But if he were truly so formidable, why did he resign and leave Bianjing so early? Mother, in the end, views me as nothing more than a burden. Et l'ancienne furie érupted. Young master, the lady merely wishes for you to avoid your father's path. The steward pleaded earnestly. One day, you will understand her intentions. Intentions? Elan Chiskovd. Her intentions consist of kneeling in the Buddhist hall, reciting scriptures repeatedly. From childhood, she has shown little concern for me. She only wishes to maintain her lofty demeanor, refusing to embrace her role as my mother. Seeing Heelan Ci's obstinacy, the steward refrained from further argument, coldly stating, The lady has already indicated a clear path due to your bond as mother and son. If you refuse to walk it, then there is no need to see her. Very well. Heelan Ci, filled with fury, declared that he would not see her. He wanted her to witness firsthand how he would inherit the marquisate and bring glory to his lineage. The steward, observing Heelan Ci's wrath, remained in a meditative state. Slowly lowering his gaze, consumed by rage, Heelan Ci waved his sleeve and departed. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate the matter regarding Chen Guang, who had rescued him, why he had ventured to the gambling house, and the involvement of Yu Ting. Heelan Ci furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing the name Yu Ting, Lan Ting's pupils involuntarily contracted, but he quickly regained his composure. Heelan Ci took a deep breath and said, Make the necessary arrangements. I shall visit the Dali Temple. Was it to meet the Marquis? Lan Ting instinctively looked up. Heelan Ci shook his head slowly. I wish to see Yu Ting. Lan Ting discreetly cast a glance at Heelan Ci before turning to leave. The gambling house had evaded scrutiny from the late emperor and managed to survive in Bianjing due to their utmost caution. The stewards employed there were exceptionally astute. At the slightest hint of trouble, they would promptly destroy the ledgers. Yet this time, they had fallen into the traps set by Zichuan. It puzzled him how such a significant scheme could unfold without any reaction from the individuals under his command. The situation was indeed perplexing. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Lan Ting hurried back. Young master, what news? What has transpired? Chen Guang was not harmed at all. As soon as our people followed him out, they encountered the officials. After our man returned, they immediately sought out the Marquis, who stated, What did he say? Heelan Ci slammed his hand on the table. Lan Ting lowered his head. Speaking cautiously, the Marquis said that a commoner cannot stir the heavens, and he dismissed our men. He was so displeased by the interruption that he scolded them and sent them away. Just as that man left Feng's residence, he was apprehended. Heelan Ci felt a wave of darkness wash over him, struggling to regain his senses for quite some time. Chapter 28. Preventing Yu Ting from self-harm. The news of the Yongchang Marquis being taken away by the Dali Temple spread throughout Bianjing in less than half a day. The Dali Temple, directly under the jurisdiction of the emperor, was overseen by the notorious Zichuan, known as the living king of hell. In an instant, anxiety gripped the city. Those connected to the Yongchang Marquis' estate wished they could forge iron doors to protect themselves, fearing that the Marquis' people might come to drag them down with him. After the incident, Heelan Ci sent out several invitations, but they vanished without a trace. The once celebrated Heelan Ci, accustomed to being surrounded by friends, was met with cold indifference. Even his usual drinking companions turned their backs on him, and in his humiliation and anger, he nearly wrecked his study. When Lan Ting arrived, Heelan Ci had already wreaked havoc in the room. After surveying the chaos and dismissing the helpless maid, he closed the intricately carved wooden door. Young master, having calmed down after his outburst, Heelan Ci stood with his back to Lan Ting, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of composure, starkly contrasting his earlier frenzy. "What is it? Our informants within the Dali Temple have suffered a near-total loss," Lan Ting reported, glancing at Heelan Ci with trepidation. Heelan Ci turned around, his sword-like brows furrowing slightly. "Speak plainly." Xia Qingshu has come forward, claiming he has a childhood friend working at the Dali Temple, who might be able to arrange for you to meet the marquis. Lan Ting's voice trailed off, realizing the implications. He thought that if Xia Qingshu could facilitate a meeting with the marquis, then arranging for you to see Yuding should not be too difficult. Upon hearing Xia Qingshu's name, Heelan Ci's expression turned peculiar. "At this moment, everyone avoids me. Why would he come to seek me out? It seems Xia Qingshu's sister has approached him, and he, out of concern for her, is willing to take this risk." Lan Ting et lai Guye. Listening to Lan Ting, Heelan Ci's fierce gaze softened. "In times like this, the only one who genuinely cares for me is indeed my sister Yuru." After a moment of contemplation, Lan Ting asked, "Young master, what shall we do?" "Inform Xia Qingshu that once matters settle, I will prepare generous gifts and personally express my gratitude. But I must insist that he arranges a meeting with Yuding at the earliest opportunity." Elan, she commanded, "and send the gifts I prepared for Sister Yuru a few days ago." "Understood." Lan Ting nodded and promptly exited. Before long, others entered the study to tidy up the remnants of Heelan Ci's rage, replacing the damaged items with even more extravagant possessions, restoring the room's lavish appearance. In an instant, everything returned to its former state, and Heelan Ci reverted to the charming young gentleman he was, as though the furious version of himself had never existed. Lan Ting returned in the evening, while Heelan Ci entered the Dali Temple's dungeon late at night. No sooner had he crossed the threshold than a knock sounded at Yi Zichuan's study door. "You say he wishes to see Yuding?" Yi Zichuan asked incredulously, setting aside the memorial he was reviewing. "The Yongchang Marquis' fate is uncertain, and Heelan Ci chooses to visit a maid instead of checking on his father? The one who brought him in was paid by Xia Qingshu," Qin Song replied in a low voice. Yi Zichuan looked puzzled. "Who is Xia Qingshu?" "He's the elder brother of the second Miss Xia," Qin Song clarified. "Oh, the one known for his theatrical talents?" Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow. Qin Song hesitated to answer, but acknowledged that the description, though somewhat impertinent for a young lady, was indeed fitting. Noticing Qin Song's silence, Yi Zichuan inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing." Qin Song quickly straightened. "I have instructed my subordinates to keep a close watch on them. How goes the investigation into Yuding's family?" Yi Zichuan suddenly asked, his expression turning serious. "Yuding's identity is quite peculiar. On the surface, she appears to be an ordinary orphan, yet." Qin Song's brow furrowed. "Speak plainly. Spare me the bureaucratic jargon." Yi Zichuan shifted in his seat. Qin Song sighed at his master's brusque words and continued, "According to the records from the office and informants, she indeed seems to have no family. However, her monthly expenses are unusually high, and our investigation revealed that she has no vices or lovers." "High expenses?" Yi Zichuan frowned slightly. "Were they for?" "Medicines." Qin Song replied immediately. "We suspect she may still have family or a crucial individual. Someone gravely ill who requires substantial financial support to survive." Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow. "And you cannot locate this person?" "They are well concealed," Qin Song admitted, a hint of frustration in his voice. "We have scoured nearly every possible place without finding any trace of them." "Every place?" Yi Zichuan chuckled lightly. "Surely you cannot gain access to the Yongchang Marquis' estate?" Qin Song frowned. "Does your highness imply that Yuding is connected to Heelan Ci? That her secrecy is due to possessing leverage over him? Otherwise, why would he take such risks to meet her at this juncture?" Yi Zichuan placed the memorial on the table, his expression turning cold. "If he seeks out Yuding now, it likely means she knows too much. This visit serves two purposes: to ascertain whether she has divulged critical information, and to silence her." Qin Song's pupils constricted in alarm. "Immediately bring Dr. Jiang to her. Do not let her die," Yi Zichuan commanded coldly. "Yes." Qin Song turned and departed swiftly. Once Qin Song left, Yi Zichuan retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket, on which was inscribed, "Prevent Yuding from self-harm." This handkerchief had been sent by Xia Jianxi, arriving just before Qin Song entered. As he contemplated the handkerchief, Yi Zichuan found himself increasingly perplexed by Xia Jianxi, a woman who remained cloistered yet possessed such extensive knowledge. By the time Qin Song arrived with his men, Heelan Ci had already met with Yuding in the dungeon. Yuding lay on the ground like a broken doll, her limbs shattered from torture. Her captor's intent on extracting confessions while ensuring she did not succumb too easily. Without any medicinal aid, the Dali Temple's personnel had forcibly reset her broken bones by stepping on her shoulders. Though several days had passed, the memory of that pain caused Yuding to tremble uncontrollably. Heelan Ci gazed at her, who lay helplessly on the floor, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yuding. Upon hearing Heelan Ci's voice, Yuding froze momentarily. Slowly, she raised her head, but instead of joy at seeing him, her face turned pale. Master, do you still remember who I am? Heelan Ci regarded her coldly. Get over here. Yuding, her arms and legs broken, could hardly move. She crawled desperately in a prone position towards Heelan Ci's feet. Master, I swear I haven't said anything. Truly, I have revealed nothing. If you haven't said anything, how do they know about the Sigu? Heelan Ci's voice was frigid as ice. If you have kept silent, how did they discover the courtyard? Yuding's face gradually turned pale, and she found herself at a loss for words, resorting to repeatedly bowing her head in desperation. My lord, I swear to heaven, I truly said nothing. I do not know how they discovered that place, but I swear upon my mother's life that I have revealed nothing. Lan Ting, standing nearby, could not bear to witness the bloodied forehead of Yuding and turned her gaze away in sympathy. Yet, Heelan Ci, before them, seemed oblivious to Yuding's loyalty. His eyes remained cold as he fixed his gaze upon her, as if he beheld not a living soul, but a lifeless corpse devoid of spirit. After your identity was exposed, you should have perished, yet you not only survived but nearly caused Ruaw to be unmasked. Have you forgotten what sustains your mother? Heelan Ci stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I contemplated death, but I failed. They extracted my venomous fangs, leaving me incapacitated, unable even to quench my thirst. I cannot take my own life. My lord, it is not that I fear death, but rather that I am unable to do so. My mother should... As Yuding spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and she desperately pounded her head against the ground. I will end my life now. I will do it this very moment. Seeing Yuding's head bloodied from her self-inflicted blows, Lan Ting could no longer contain herself and admonished, Fool, the Lord is present. Do you wish to bring about his demise? Only then did Yuding cease her relentless self-harm. Heelan Ci cast a glance at Lan Ting, then slowly crouched down to regard Yuding, who was now barely clinging to life. You claim to have said nothing. I shall grant you one more chance. You should understand that if you betray me, I possess 100 ways to ensure your worthless mother finds neither life nor peace in death. Yuding trembled, her spirit quaking. Tears mingled with blood streamed down her face as she pleaded, Please, my lord, spare my mother. I truly have revealed nothing. I swear I have said nothing. Once Heelan Ci was assured that Yuding had not divulged any further secrets, he sighed inwardly in relief. When I depart, you will know what to do. Yuding prostrated herself on the ground, bowing deeply. Yuding pledges eternal loyalty to the marquis. Heelan Ci rose and brushed off the dust from his clothing. Upon noticing the blood splattered on his shoes, he frowned in distaste. What a waste. Chapter 29. Who is the ninth master? As Heelan Ci exited the Dali Temple, he gazed at the desolate street outside and exhaled a long breath. Since I'm going to keep watch, if by dawn Yu Ting has not been brought out, you shall take matters into your own hands. Lan Ting bowed his head. Understood. Heelan Ci sensed a peculiar emotion from Lan Ting and turned to look at him. If I recall correctly, Yu Ting is your compatriot? Rest assured, my lord. Lan Ting raised his eyes to meet Heelan Ci's gaze, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. I understand the rules. Do not mistake my resolve for cruelty. Her death could secure her mother a life free from what? It is an equitable exchange. Heelan Ci stated coldly. If there is blame to be laid, let it rest on Xia Jinshi for her tenacity. Managing to evade calamity, even while entangled with that scourge, Yi Chuan. Lan Ting remained silent, simply following closely beside Heelan Ci. With a burden lifted from his heart, Heelan Ci felt his composure stabilizing. You wait here. Remember to clean yourself up. Yes. Soon, a carriage approached. Heelan Ci glanced at Lan Ting before stepping into the carriage. Lan Ting, you should know, I detest betrayal above all. Lan Ting straightened his back. I understand. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone, producing a deep rumble as it gradually receded, ultimately vanishing at the end of the road. Just as Heelan Ci departed the Dali Temple, Yizichuan arrived with a carriage, halting at the side entrance. Qin Song stood at the alley's mouth, ensuring no one was around before the carriage door swung open. In a display of gentlemanly decorum, Yizichuan stood before the carriage and extended his hand toward the dark interior. In the next instant, a slender hand gently rested upon his palm, causing Yizichuan to subtly raise an eyebrow in surprise. Soon, a figure enveloped in an oversized cloak emerged from the carriage. Upon stepping out, the individual withdrew their hand and proceeded directly towards the Dali Temple. Yizichuan stood there, observing the retreating silhouette, clenching his palm, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing. When Xia Jinshi encountered Yu Ting, the latter was on the verge of taking her own life by biting her tongue, but was timely discovered by the guards who forcibly brought her along. As Yu Ting was thrown to the ground, the sound of her impact was jarring, and in that moment, darkness enveloped her vision while her limbs screamed in agony. "If you have the ability, kill me." Yu Ting, desperate to succumb to death, struggled to lift her head. What was meant to provoke the guards into striking her transformed into astonishment as she beheld Xia Jinshi standing before her. The agony etched on her face was instantaneously replaced by disbelief. "And Miss?" Xia Jinshi stood there, looking down at Yu Ting, backlit and exuding an air of quiet compassion. "Is this what you wished for?" As Elan C's subordinate, Yu Ting had committed numerous misdeeds, her conscience long corrupted. Yet, when confronted by Xia Jinshi, a fleeting moment of shame washed over her. But it was merely a fleeting moment. Struggling to sit up, she endured the pain in her bones and raised her chin defiantly. "Did the young lady come to witness my misery?" Xia Diongxi regarded Yu Ting, observing her facade of indifference despite having reached a dead end, and felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She slowly crouched, extending her hand towards Yu Ting, revealing a modestly crafted jade earring. In that instant, Yu Ting erupted in a frenzy, her eyes wide with rage, as if she wished to kill Xia Jinshi. "Xia Jinshi, what have you done? What have you done to my mother?" Yao Zi acted swiftly, restraining Yu Ting with one hand on her shoulder and the other on her flailing arms. "Calm yourself. When we found her, she was already deceased, carelessly discarded in a potter's field. All her valuables have been stripped away, save for this earring, which she clutched tightly in her hand." Suddenly, Yu Ting became a lifeless puppet, kneeling rigidly on the ground, devoid of any spark in her eyes. Xia Jinshi observed Yu Ting's dismal state, unable to suppress a frown. "You must know that from the moment you were captured, your mother was destined for this fate." Yu Ting said nothing, staring blankly ahead, though Xia Jinshi stood before her. Her eyes reflected nothingness. "Yu Ting, you are a servant of Elan Ci. You should be acutely aware of the kind of man he is." Xia Jinshi gently grasped her wrapped hand, cautiously placing the earring in her palm. "Do you truly wish to exhaust yourself on behalf of your mother as murderer?" As the earring was gradually nestled into her hand, the image of Xia Jinshi began to materialize in Yu Ting's eyes. She lowered her head to gaze at the earring, tears cascading down unexpectedly. "Why did you seek out my mother?" "Because I wish to compel you to divulge everything you know." Xia Jinshi replied softly, observing Yu Ting's expression. "Yu Ting, I am no benevolent person. I merely wish to exploit her. However, you must understand that killing her brings me no benefit." Yu Ting's fractured bones gradually closed in on themselves as she attempted to cling to her mother's solitary remnant. "Where's my mother's body?" "At the charity burial ground," Xia Jinshi whispered. "However, the weather is growing warmer. The ground can only accommodate her for 3 days. If you wish to bid her farewell, I can escort you immediately. What do you desire in exchange?" Yu Ting's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of an elderly man. "Nothing is more paramount than respecting the deceased. I will not engage in such inhumane transactions." Xia Jinshi replied coolly. "If you wish to see her, I shall take you." Yu Ting paused, lifting her gaze to Xia Jinshi, her expression grave. "Why? One must have principles." Xia Jinshi turned to Yizichuan, who stood outside. "Your Highness, I wish to take her to the charity burial ground." Before Yizichuan could respond, Yu Ting looked at Xia Jinshi. "I can reveal everything you wish to know, but I have one condition." Xia Jinshi remained silent, merely observing Yu Ting. "I want Helan Ci and Xia Yuru to suffer eternal damnation." Yu Ting's voice echoed in the empty interrogation room, firm yet restrained, yet loud enough for all to hear. Xia Jinshi regarded Yu Ting, a slight smile gracing her lips, though her eyes held no warmth. "Certainly, I will ensure you witness their downfall." It was only at this moment that Yizichuan slowly entered. accompanied by the Dali Temple's junior official bearing pen and ink. Miss Xia, please take a moment to rest. This prince has but a few simple inquiries. Yizichuan addressed Yu Ting with a measured tone. Yu Ting looked up at Yizichuan, her last trace of determination dissipating. What does the regent wish to ask? Yizichuan fixed his gaze on Yu Ting's eyes, slowly crouching down. Do you know who the ninth master is? Yu Ting froze, her pupils instinctively darting away. But soon, the junior official presented a ledger, which Yizichuan placed before Yu Ting, pointing to the entry marked for the ninth master, which stated 8,000 taels of silver. He narrowed his eyes. This ledger belongs to the gambling den's hidden accounts. It clearly indicates that you are in He Lanxi's employ, so you must understand. Yu Ting lowered her gaze, a flicker of fear evident in her demeanor, even at the mere mention of the name. Yizichuan noticed her involuntary tremor and furrowed his brow slightly. You know, do you not? I do not know. With great difficulty, Yu Ting finally calmed herself and lifted her gaze towards Yizichuan. I do not know who he truly is, yet it is indeed a fact that the Yongchang marquis must pay tribute to this individual each year. Yizichuan narrowed his eyes. Tribute? Yu Ting nodded. The Yongchang marquis possesses numerous businesses and lands, a legacy accumulated over generations. However, for the past few years, the marquis has been compelled to pay a substantial tribute of silver to this ninth master. Every year, indeed, Yu Ting met Yi Shihuan's recalling that the prince was secretly investigating the misuse of military funds by the Yongchang marquis. Yizichuan was taken aback. How do you know this? Such matters cannot be concealed from the ninth master. Yu Ting whispered, no secret can elude this ninth master. Though I have never met him, I understand that he wields immense power, compelling even the marquis to bow in submission before him. Yizichuan fell silent, and even the Lord Shaoqing's expression grew increasingly grave. The Yongchang marquis had indeed misappropriated military funds, and not just for a single year, but for 3 consecutive years. As Yu Ting spoke, her head lowered. There were also reports of falsified casualties, all to secure greater compensation, and all of it was to satisfy the ninth master's demands. The income of the Yongchang marquis simply cannot meet the financial needs of this ninth master. Upon hearing the mention of falsified casualties, even Xia Jianxi could not suppress a surge of indignation. It is essential to remember that all casualties require officials to oversee the distribution of compensation. And those so-called falsified deaths could very well be innocent soldiers who have perished unjustly. What else do you know? Yizichuan's voice grew increasingly frigid. Yu Ting shook her head. I was sent to serve beside Xia Yirhua long ago, and these matters were revealed by my childhood friend during a drunken revelry. Beyond that, I am unaware. Yizichuan's countenance darkened ominously, and after a prolonged silence, he turned to Yu Ting. If you wish to leave, you must first face death. Yu Ting raised her eyes to Yizichuan, her smile more sorrowful than tears. As long as I can see my mother one last time, I would willingly embrace death countless times. Yizichuan slowly rose, looking down at Yu Ting for a long while before finally turning to depart. Chapter 30. Do you have feelings for He Lanxi? At dawn, Lan Ting finally beheld a body, wrapped in straw matting, being carried away, concealed in the shadows. He observed as the officials callously loaded the corpse onto an ox cart, their movements brutish, as if the lifeless form were merely that of an animal, devoid of any semblance of compassion. As the cart rolled, a hand, mottled and twisted, emerged from the mat, a testament to the horrific treatment she had endured. Yet, she lay there still. Upon confirming that the figure was Yu Ting, Lan Ting fell silent for a fleeting moment before reverting to his emotionless, puppet-like demeanor. As the cart slowly departed, he took one last glance from his vantage point before melding into the crowd. Approximately 15 minutes later, Qin Song emerged from his hiding place. His gaze dark as he watched the retreating Lan Ting, reflecting on the heartlessness of those who served him. Soon, a diminutive man dressed as an official approached. The effect of the death-inducing potion lasts only half an hour. After that, she will awaken. However, in her current state, she is unfit for travel. Nevertheless, she should at least be allowed to see her mother one last time. Qin Song interrupted Jiang Huayu. After a moment of silence, Jiang Huayu sighed. Very well. Qin Song thanked him quietly, acknowledging the plight of those who serve under the powerful. Jiang Huayu shook his head, hands clasped behind him, and walked away. Qin Song did not respond, merely instructing those nearby, see Jiang Daifu back safely, and be cautious of any followers. Yes, Yi Zichuan had exchanged the death-inducing potion for Yu Ting's life. He sat in the study of the Dali Temple, an open ledger before him, marked prominently with the name Jiu Yi. When Qin Song entered, Yi Zichuan was seated with his back to him. "Your Highness, has she been sent away?" Qin Song replied. "Yes, she has been sent away. Once she recovers somewhat, I will arrange for someone to take her to see her mother one last time." Yi Zichuan leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, evidently in low spirits. "Your Highness, Miss Xia wishes to see you." Just as the words left his lips, the door behind him swung open, revealing Xia Jianxi. Her gaze icy as she regarded Yi Zichuan. "There are matters I wish to discuss privately with your Highness." Yi Zichuan opened his eyes in annoyance and frowned slightly. "Why are you still here?" "Naturally, I've yet to say all I need." Xia Jianxi stepped forward, addressing Qin Song. "Your Highness may be fatigued. Perhaps a strong pot of tea should be brewed." Noting Yi Zichuan's lack of response, Qin Song promptly acquiesced and led Yaozi away. Xia Jianxi approached the desk, casually flipping through several account books, shaking her head in disapproval. Such large transactions. No wonder the powerful in Bianjing are willing to take risks in these ventures. Yi Zichuan observed the effortlessly moving Xia Jianxi, narrowing his eyes. "Even my own people are at your service, Miss Xia. Your audacity is quite remarkable. It is fortunate that I discovered the body of Yu Ting's mother in time, allowing your Highness to obtain what you desire. Requesting a pot of tea for your Highness is hardly excessive, is it?" Xia Jianxi leaned on the desk, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yi Zichuan. Yi Zichuan shifted his position, hands clasped on the desk. "Miss Xia, do you not think you know too much?" Xia Jianxi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, which aspect do you refer to?" "You know that gambling den is connected to the Yongchang Marquis' residence. I can surmise that you have previously sent someone to investigate, but I'm curious how you learned about that villa." Yi Zichuan preferred directness, especially when dealing with astute individuals. "It is not difficult to uncover these truths if one is determined," Xia Jianxi replied with a soft laugh. Her knowledge stemmed from her past experiences cleaning up after the Yongchang Marquis household. She vividly recalled her disbelief upon discovering that the villa housed her father-in-law's mistress, particularly when she realized the mistress was younger than herself. For a long time, she had found it challenging to meet the Yongchang Marquis' gaze. "Has your Highness inquired about that woman?" Xia Jianxi turned her attention to Yi Zichuan, merely a virtuous young lady who lost her wits upon encountering officials. Before any interrogation could occur, she was already trembling in fear. Yi Zichuan scoffed. "I must say, the old Marquis certainly enjoys his company. That girl is of an age to be his daughter-in-law." The old Marquis not only enjoys himself, but he is also quite brazen. Xia Jianxi inhaled deeply, revealing that the initial occupant of that villa was the young woman's mother. Yi Zichuan abruptly halted. "What? A mother and daughter affair?" Xia Jianxi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the grotesque nature of the situation, yet acknowledging it as something the old Marquis would indeed do. He would likely insist the young girl was willing. "But if I were to tell you that her mother was a virtuous woman taken by force, how would your Highness react?" Yi Zichuan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, sinking into a nearby chair. "What would I do? I would simply observe, truly distasteful, how these nobles can perpetrate such morally reprehensible acts." The account from that gambling den suggests several lives were lost. Adding the charge of abducting commoners could certainly spell doom for the Yongchang Marquis. If not directly leading to his demise, at least it would cause him considerable distress. Xia Jianxi lowered her head, perusing the ledgers on the desk. "Have we exerted ourselves merely to compel them to spend more silver?" Yi Zichuan's tone turned harsh. "Xia Jianxi, are you jesting with me? Is it not known that behind all this, there exists an individual named Jiu Yi?" Xia Jianxi raised her gaze to Yi Zichuan, unflinching. Yi Zichuan pursed his lips, scrutinizing her for a long time before slowly diverting his gaze. "Given your knowledge, why go to such lengths? Does your Highness know what the Yongchang Marquis' residence currently lacks most?" Xia Jianxi seated herself nearby. "Money. They are in dire need of funds." Upon learning of Jiu Ye's existence, Yi Zichuan understood the financial plight of the Yongchang Marquis' residence, yet he remained silent, simply observing Xia Jianxi. This time, to extricate themselves from their predicament, they could only purchase peace with money. Xia Jianxi chuckled softly, noting that for years, the Yongchang Marquis had neglected his duties, and with the Marquis and his wife at odds, the affairs of the household had long been ignored. The old matriarch, lacking discernment, meant the estate's assets were predominantly in the red. Their foray into gambling was, at its core, driven by financial desperation. Do you believe a marquis's household could be cornered into such a predicament by silver? Izichuan raised an eyebrow. Are you not underestimating the marquis's estate? The wealth left by their ancestors would suffice for several generations. How could they risk everything for mere coins? Isn't the case in Taiping also about money? Xia Jianxi gazed intently at Izichuan, pondering that perhaps the prince lived a life too untroubled to comprehend the true essence of these noble families. Setting aside other matters, let's consider the Yongchang marquisate. The marquis, ever courting various women, finds his monthly stipend insufficient to support his numerous concubines, while the Yongchang marquisate is steeped in extravagance, squandering wealth that their ancestors amassed. Suddenly, Izichuan leaned closer to Xia Jianxi and inquired, Xia Jianxi, how is it that you possess such intimate knowledge of the Yongchang marquisate? Do you harbor feelings for Helan Ci? He spat. How unfortunate. Xia Jianxi forcefully pushed Izichuan away, exclaiming, you have truly lost your senses. Your words are more venomous than a death sentence. Izichuan raised an eyebrow, retorting, if you do not hold affection for him, why then do you know so much? Your understanding is akin to having lived alongside him for a considerable time. Xia Jianxi, do you not find this peculiar? After being schemed against, should one not seek retribution? Should I merely sit idly, awaiting divine intervention? Xia Jianxi scoffed. While the prince oversees the Dali Temple and may indeed have a broad awareness, the whispers of commerce are far more reliable than the corridors of power. Izichuan remained skeptical, yet he lacked the evidence to counter her claims. The prince may doubt my words, yet I believe the Dali Temple could procure a fine sum in penalties, which would not be a misfortune for you, Xia Jianxi stated, fixing her gaze upon Izichuan. After all, no office would turn away an influx of funds, would they? There's no need to use this as bait to entice me. Izichuan arched an eyebrow, acknowledging that with the scant evidence he possessed, he could only extract a modest amount from the Yongchang marquisate. However, Miss Xia, what do you hope to gain for such actions? Izichuan was not easily deceived. From the moment Xia Jianxi met him, she understood this well. The Yongchang marquisate boasts a row of prosperous shops in the bustling East Street, and she aspired to acquire them at a bargain. Miss Xia, are you attempting to exploit my position for personal gain? Izichuan expressed disbelief. Helan Ci conspired against me and even allied with Xia Yuru to nearly bring about my demise. He lurks in the shadows, and thus I must seek my own compensation. A smile played on Xia Jianxi's lips. A mere handful of shops. Does the prince truly hesitate to part with them? Izichuan scrutinized Xia Jianxi for a long moment before directly stating that matters were not as simple as they appeared, yet at present, he had no evidence. Very well. I believe you are astute enough not to gamble with your own life against me. Would you not agree, Miss Xia? Xia Jianxi smiled gently indeed. Chapter 31. No one remains poor forever indeed. The Orchid Fragrance Pavilion is a splendid establishment. The prince can visit there at his leisure, and I shall cover all expenses. Before departing, Xia Jianxi placed a jade token on Izichuan's desk. After she left, Izichuan picked up the token, which was smooth and lustrous, engraved simply with the character Jian. The Orchid Fragrance Pavilion? Upon seeing Qin Song enter, he muttered about the pavilion, prompting Qin Song to instinctively respond. That is the most renowned tavern in Bianjing City. It is said their roasted duck is superb, and they serve various delicacies from Jiangnan, which are quite popular. Izichuan, usually preoccupied with state affairs, seldom ventured out to dine, and thus had little recollection of the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. You seem quite knowledgeable. What did you sneak off to visit it without me? Although I have not been there, I have heard much about it. Qin Song replied with a hint of exasperation. The prince spends all his time on official duties, oblivious to the happenings outside, which is why he has never heard of the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. Originally, the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion was an old pastry shop, but it changed ownership and name 6 months ago. Initially, few had high hopes for it, yet within half a year, its reputation soared and business flourished. Izichuan gazed at the jade token for long, while before murmuring, Lord Yongchang is currently restless in prison. I fear it won't be long before Helan Ci seeks me out. When that time comes, arrange for him to wait for me at the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. Qin Song was taken aback. Is the prince planning to meet him? Indeed. Izichuan nodded nonchalantly, continuing, by the way, look into how much silver the Ministry of Justice typically charges for detaining someone. Huh? Zichuan raised an eyebrow. Let us calculate based on a doubled amount. We cannot capture someone so ostentatiously and then release them carelessly. Otherwise, others will think the Dali Temple is a place of easy access. We must ensure they pay a price. Is the prince suggesting bribery? Qin Song looked at Zichuan incredulously. Zichuan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Song. I call it reasonable revenue generation. Are you not aware of the financial strain the Dali Temple has been under recently? Isn't it better to save some silver for His Majesty? Qin Song's expression twisted slightly. Can it be justified in such a way? Of course. Zichuan chuckled, then stood, yawning as he made his way outside. I shall take a nap. If there is nothing urgent, do not disturb me. Though Qin Song found his master perplexing at times, he had a good habit of refraining from asking questions unless prompted, simply following his master's orders. As Xia Jianxi stealthily exited through the back door of the Dali Temple, the sky had already brightened. No sooner had she stepped out than she heard the sound of hurried hoofbeats. Tingwan nearly leapt from the carriage, running to Xia Jianxi's side. After thoroughly checking her, Tingwan finally sighed in relief. Miss, you have finally come out. I have waited here for quite some time. I was about to report to the authorities if you did not appear within half an hour. Miss Xia is with me. How could she possibly go missing? Yao Zi snorted. Moreover, this is the Dali Temple. Where else could you report? Since that incident where Yao Zi had stopped her from assisting Xia Jianxi, Tingwan had harbored resentment towards Yao Zi, as they had both treated her like a sister. Yet when trouble arose, Yao Zi had ultimately sided with her master. My worries are not excessive. No matter how well you treat her, she remains your master. Who knows if you might endanger my lady because of your loyalty to her? Yao Zi understood that Tingwan was still holding a grudge, but even if she could return to that day, she would make the same choice. For she was ultimately a member of the royal household. In contrast to Tingwan's indignation, Xia Jianxi's reaction was remarkably calm. She did not believe Yao Zi had erred in her actions. After all, Yao Zi had been sent by Zichuan to protect her, but she was also there to keep an eye on her. Enough. The sun is high. I will take you both to the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion for a delightful meal. Xia Jianxi quickly grasped Tingwan's hand. We shall bring back a roasted duck for sure way. You know she adores the duck from the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. Tingwan was immediately tempted, though she could not suppress her icy demeanor towards Yao Zi. Xia Jianxi found it amusing, but refrained from calling her out, leading them into the carriage and off to the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. The roasted duck at the pavilion was indeed exceptional, said to be crafted by a chef specially invited from Nanjing, blending techniques unique to Bianjing, resulting in a flavor entirely distinct from other taverns. Moreover, the pavilion did not impose any limits. Any guest who ordered roasted duck would have the chef prepare fresh ingredients on the spot. This ensured that every duck served was of the highest quality and taste. As time passed, the roasted duck from the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion became the most sought-after dish in Bianjing. The duck was accessible to all, whether high-ranking officials or street beggars, without pretentious marketing gimmicks, just straightforwardly delicious. When Tingwan descended from the carriage, she caught a whiff of the roasted duck from afar and marveled aloud. The proprietor of this establishment truly lacks business acumen. Given the exquisite flavor, they could easily sell only 10 ducks a day at a premium price. The city's elite adore such exclusivity. The more precious something is, the more they desire it. Is that so? Xia Jianxi replied dismissively. In my view, a tavern's purpose is to serve food and drink. No matter how upscale it may be, if the food is unpalatable, it cannot endure. Deliciousness is indeed essential, but it is often easier to earn money from the wealthy. Yao Zi asserted confidently. Yet, where are the countless wealthy merchants and nobility? There are countless impoverished commoners. Xia Jianxi turned to glance at a beggar squatting by the tavern entrance, then looked at Tingwan, understanding her intent. Tingwan promptly retrieved a few coins from her purse and placed them into the beggar's tattered bowl. Thank you, noble one. May you be blessed with wealth and prosperity. The beggar held the bowl, bowing to Xia Jianxi as he uttered auspicious words. Xia Jianxi nodded, then stepped inside. Moreover, everyone in this world has a mouth. Regardless of status, all must eat. If all were to cater solely to the new wealthy, what would happen to the common folk? What then is the purpose of their daily toil? Yao Zi, listening to Xia Jianxi's words, was momentarily taken aback before pouting her lips. The money of the wealthy is always easier to earn. The ordinary commoners expend all their effort just to survive. Where would they find extra coins to purchase a whole roasted duck? No one remains poor forever, nor does anyone remain wealthy indefinitely. Xia Jinshi smiled, adding, perhaps someone would be willing to carry an extra sack of sand at the docks today just to savor a meal of roasted duck from the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. Or perhaps a scholar, motivated by the desire for a meal of roasted duck, would diligently study and complete an extra scroll. Yao Zi gazed at Xia Jinshi, suddenly finding her difficult to comprehend. Xia Jinshi did not dwell on it further, lifting her skirt as she crossed the threshold first. Just as she stepped inside, the tavern keeper hurried over from the counter. What brings you here today, esteemed guest? Prepare 3 servings of breakfast and set aside 2 roasted ducks for us to take away this afternoon. Xia Jinshi instructed the keeper with a smile. Yaozi looked at Xia Jinshi before her with a hint of surprise. You are the proprietor of this establishment? This tavern was specially acquired by my grandfather as a gift for my coming-of-age ceremony. Xia Jinshi raised her gaze towards the plaque at the counter and smiled. Yaozi fell silent. A coming-of-age gift that could procure an entire tavern truly attested to the wealth of the richest in Jiangnan. Indeed, you are correct. The fortunes of the affluent are undoubtedly easier to acquire. However, I believe that delectable cuisine should not merely be the privilege of the wealthy. As she spoke, Xia Jinshi ascended the staircase and glanced back at the patrons in the hall, remarking, look at them. Are they not all quite content? Yaozi appeared perplexed, her eyes filled with confusion. Noticing her expression, Xia Jinshi simply smiled and continued, if one possesses wealth, they may dine on exquisite delicacies in the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Yet, even without riches, one can still order a plate of peanuts and a modest 2 cups of wine downstairs, or perhaps indulge in a roasted duck. Though somewhat pricey, it remains within reach for those willing to stretch their budget. Wang, observing Yaozi's expression, softly mocked, and they say the proprietor lacks business acumen. It's amusing to think someone would be so short-sighted as to believe that the impoverished do not deserve entry to a tavern. Yaozi stared at Xia Jinshi, momentarily at a loss for words, until Wang nudged her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. As Yaozi followed Xia Jinshi and Wang upstairs, she instinctively trailed behind. Yet as she ascended the staircase, she clearly observed the scene in the hall. There were vendors conducting business, weary travelers, and mothers who had saved their coins to treat their children to roasted duck. Though expensive, it was not beyond reach, a culinary delight accessible to those who might tighten their belts. Suddenly, Yaozi comprehended Xia Jinshi's words. No one remains perpetually impoverished, nor does anyone maintain everlasting wealth. Among those who heard this sentiment, besides Yaozi, was Qin Song, who had come to reserve a table. Chapter 32 The Jokes of Binging. Did she truly say that? Yi Chuan, just having risen from bed, gazed at Qin Song with a hint of astonishment. Qin Song nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. No one remains perpetually poor, nor does anyone stay eternally wealthy. As Yi Chuan slipped on his shoes, he murmured, that young lady possesses quite a discerning mind. She is certainly one of the few enlightened souls. Barely had Yi Chuan laid down on his bed. The cover is still cool when Qin Song knocked at the door, announcing that Heelan CI had sent an invitation to see him. Initially, he intended to meet in his residence. But upon discovering the jade token he had carelessly placed by his pillow, he changed his mind, deciding to visit Lanxiang Tower. It would be splendid to witness the renowned establishment for himself, lest he appear outdated when mingling with the youth. Little did he expect that by merely having Qin Song reserve a private room, he would overhear the words spoken by Xia Jinshi. It was astonishing that such a young lady not only owned such a large tea house, but was also thriving. Qin Song expressed some sentimentality, unlike the prince, whose enterprises languished due to neglect. Had it not been for the old manager's relentless efforts, they would have surely succumbed to losses long ago. Having finally donned his shoes, Yi Chuan looked at Qin Song with a hint of exasperation. Can you refrain from bringing up such matters? Qin Song retorted with a smirk. If I don't mention it, will those shops suddenly become profitable? No wonder the Empress Dowager is in such a hurry for you to marry. She likely fears you will eventually squander those businesses. For once, Yi Chuan held his tongue, silently preparing to leave. Are we departing now, Your Highness? Qin Song instinctively followed. Since those shops are on the brink of ruin, I had better hasten to procure some silver. Yi Chuan adjusted his sleeves and strode confidently outside. Yi Chuan had always preferred horseback, riding over taking a carriage. The sensation of controlling the direction was far more appealing to him. Lanxiang Tower stood prominently on the most bustling street in the eastern part of the city, its red sign unmistakably visible from afar. That must be Lanxiang Tower. I've already reserved a private room. We can head straight up. King Geng rode alongside, relieved that the prince had the foresight to secure a reservation, as the place was nearly full upon his arrival. It certainly appeared lively. Yizichuan noted the throngs of people and became curious. Is the owner truly Xia Jinshi? After I left, I made inquiries, and indeed, the proprietor's surname is Xia. Qin Song whispered. This Lanxiang Tower is remarkably prosperous. It is said to rake in gold daily, with tax contributions surpassing those of several other shops combined. This young lady is quite the businesswoman. No wonder her grandfather was a local magnate. Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, surmising that such talents are likely hereditary. I recall that when those shops were under the Empress Dowageress management, they were also quite profitable. Qin Song casually remarked, though it remains uncertain whom the prince resembles. Taking a deep breath, Yizichuan quipped, You would not be mistaken for a mute if you kept quiet. Understanding the implication, Qin Song promptly fell silent, refraining from further probing Yizichuan's sensitivities. Upon arriving at Lanxiang Tower, Helan Ci awaited him, and as soon as he spotted Yizichuan, he hurriedly descended from his carriage. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to wonder if you would come today. Since I promised I would come, I naturally would. Yizichuan cast a casual glance at Helan Ci, remarking that the young lord had gone out of his way to deliver the invitation. It would be rather inconsiderate of him not to meet. Helan Ci, momentarily taken aback, stood there for a while before managing an awkward smile. Yes, indeed. Your Highness speaks with unwavering authority. Since you have promised, it shall certainly come to pass. I have arranged for a reservation in advance. Let us proceed directly upstairs. Yizichuan did not look back at Helan Ci, instead addressing Qin Song. Lead us up? Certainly. Their private room was conveniently adjacent to Xia Jinshi's. If this were not an intentional arrangement, it would seem rather contrived. Xia Jinshi had taken a full 2 hours for breakfast. She had long anticipated that Helan Ci would invite Yizichuan for a meeting. Her sending him the jade token was entirely deliberate, although Yizichuan often acted unpredictably. His arrival would certainly be beneficial for Xia Jinshi. The soundproofing of the private rooms was exceptional, even if they were next door. Xia Jinshi could not hear the conversations from the adjacent room. Yao Zi, puzzled, inquired. Miss Xia must know she cannot hear the sound from next door. Why then did she invite the prince here? Xia Jinshi, unusually reticent, simply continued to savor the delicacies before her. Yao Zi attempted to ask again, but was silenced by Ting Wan, who shoved a piece of dessert into her mouth. You truly cannot be quiet even while eating. After Helan Ci and Yizichuan entered the private room, he immediately instructed Lan Ting to carefully inspect the area, ensuring there were no eavesdroppers before smilingly stating, Lan Ci only feared someone might disturb the prince. I am not particularly worried about disturbances, as I have nothing to conceal. Yizichuan glanced at Helan Ci, ultimately delivering a sardonic remark. It seems the young lord has maintained his composure. The Yongchang marquis has been captured for 2 days, and only now do you think to visit me. Helan Ci, sitting before Yizichuan, wore an expression of shame. I did not anticipate that my father would act in such a manner. My grandmother has been weeping incessantly, and last night she fainted from crying. I was simply unable to escape, which is why I have not come to see you. Your grandmother is of considerable age, but it is unfortunate that she has such a disappointing son, creating a scandal that has rendered the entire Bianjing a laughingstock. Yizichuan recalled the image of the Yongchang marquis in a state of undress and could not help but chuckle. Yizichuan's laughter struck Helan Ci's ears like a sharp dagger. Yet, the individual before him was not someone he could offend, despite his inner fury. He could only force a smile. My father has been loyal his entire life. Who would have thought he would fall victim to such deceit in his later years? Secretly investing in a gambling house, while keeping it from the family. With a casual remark, Helan Ci transformed the proprietor of the gambling house into an outsider. Yizichuan glanced at Helan Ci, choosing not to expose the pretense, and casually remarked, whether it was an investment or ownership, the young lord's words hold little weight. It is the evidence that will speak for itself. The smile on Helan Ci's face faltered momentarily, but he quickly resumed. Evidence can be fabricated. My father is too timid to assume the role of a proprietor. I implore you, Your Highness, do not be deceived by these baseless claims. I possess the discernment to ascertain truth from deceit, but the veracity of the matter depends on your sincerity. Zichuan, lacking the patience for subterfuge, decided to cut through the fade. Seeing Zichuan relent, Helan Ci released the hand he had been tightly clenching. Decisions in the household have always been made by my father. I am unfamiliar with matters of the officialdom, so I humbly request your highness's guidance. Without delving into other matters, the ledger contains several lives. I trust one need not elaborate further for the young lord, especially given the involvement of coercing virtuous women, including mothers and daughters. Such scandals, if brought before His Majesty, may jeopardize the marquisite's title. Zichuan smiled at Helan Ci, contemplating how much the young lord could truly bear. The visage of Helan Ci fluctuated between shades of blue and white, then black. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. This is my first encounter with such a matter, and thus I have discreetly inquired about it. Traditionally, the exchange rate is 100 taels for a life. However, given that the Dali Temple reports directly to the emperor, I am uncertain whether this convention still holds true. 100 taels. Zichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a coldness glimmering in their depths. The price of a life at 100 taels was clearly understood by the young marquis, suggesting he was no stranger to such dealings. Helan Ci's expression shifted slightly. Your highness jests. If one is here to negotiate for a life, then one must be aware of the customary practices. Otherwise, what is there to discuss? Zichuan's demeanor grew awkward, and after a prolonged silence, he finally met Helan Ci's gaze. As you have stated, we are from the Dali Temple, distinct from others. However, considering your status as a junior, I shall grant you a concession, 500 taels. In gold, per head. 500 taels of gold. Helan Ci sprang to his feet, astonished. Too cheap? Zichuan raised an eyebrow. The ledger lists a total of 12 lives, amounting to 6,000 taels of gold, not a single tael less. This is already a generous offer, given your youth. Helan Ci's face turned a deep shade of anger. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. 6,000 taels of gold is an amount the marquis cannot assemble in such a short time. Might your highness consider some leniency? No. Zichuan crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. The Dali Temple is not a place for bargaining. Should the young marquis be unable to meet this price, it is of no consequence. In a few days, I shall present the memorial to the emperor. The fate of the Yongchang marquis will rest upon His Majesty's decree. It is widely known that the current emperor, in his youthful vigor, harbors a fierce disdain for wrongdoing. Should this memorial be brought before him, the Yongchang marquis, even if spared, would certainly face severe consequences, and his title may very well be at risk. Helan Ci fixed a long, penetrating stare upon Zichuan before finally lowering his head. I cannot gather 6,000 taels of gold in such haste. I beseech your highness for a few more days of grace. You have 3 days. After that, there will be no further leniency. Zichuan regarded Helan Ci with a smile that was not quite genuine. Very well, 3 days it is. Helan Ci grit his teeth in agreement. At that moment, a young servant entered with a platter of dishes, and Zichuan, catching the aroma of roasted duck, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. In that case, you need not waste any more time here. Hurry along with your affairs. At this hour in 3 days, should you fail to procure the funds, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chapter 33. Your Highness, are you in need of funds? As Helan Ci exited the private room, his countenance was particularly grim. The demand for 6,000 taels of gold, to be gathered within 3 days, felt like a lion's outrageous appetite. For others, death would be death. Such a sum was hardly warranted. Yet, the one taken was the Marquis of Yongchang. If he were not ransomed, the matter would inevitably escalate, and everyone would find themselves in dire straits. Young Master, Lan Ting, noticing Helan Ci's increasingly dark expression, quickly interjected. With a gnashing of teeth, Helan Ci finally regained his composure upon hearing Lan Ting's voice. He exhaled a long, weary breath and declared, "Let us depart." As the two descended the stairs, Helan Ci suddenly caught a whiff of a remarkably pure fragrance, mingled with a faint medicinal scent. This aroma was eerily familiar, compelling him to halt instinctively. Following the scent, he turned back to behold a slender woman standing nearby, with the proprietor of Lanxiang Tower, wearing an obsequious expression, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. I thought since the young lady seldom visits, I might as well bring the ledgers over, As you've no time to review them otherwise, the proprietor explained, lowering his head in a show of grievance. That will not do. Deliver the ledgers to the estate. Someone will attend to them. Your injuries have yet to heal, and you must not exert yourself, the woman replied before turning to leave. In that moment, Heelan Ci recognized her face. It was unmistakably the personal maid of Xia Jianxi. A profound buzz filled his mind. Lanxiang Tower had surged in popularity over the past 6 months, swiftly commandeering much of the local tavern business. He had entertained thoughts of acquiring it, having dispatched inquiries, yet the owners had always remained elusive, only known to bear the surname Xia. Reflecting back, he recalled that half a year prior, during Xia Jianxi's coming-of-age ceremony, Xia Yuru had sought him out, lamenting that her maternal grandfather had gifted her an entire building. Surely, this was the very Lanxiang Tower that now prospered beyond measure. Heelan Ci felt an increasing sense of suffocation. Had Xia Jianxi not escaped that day, she would now be firmly within his grasp, and the flourishing Lanxiang Tower would belong to him. Yet, it was precisely Yi Zichuan who had meddled, making her escape all too effortless. Now, Yi Zichuan had even turned the tables on him. Heelan Ci's gaze hardened on the retreating figure of Xia Jianxi. His teeth gritted in frustration. Xia Jianxi, can you truly evade me for a lifetime? My lord, we must take our leave. It was only after they had exited the tavern that Xia Jianxi finally closed the window. Miss, you are well aware of his ill intentions. Why let him know that this Lanxiang Tower belongs to you? She pondered, somewhat perplexed. Human greed knows no bounds. Xia Jianxi chuckled lightly before inquiring. Has the tea for the prince been delivered? It has been delivered. Yi Zichuan was not one to indulge in extravagant appetites, often treating meals with a casual indifference. However, today, merely inhaling the aroma of the dishes stirred his appetite. The waiter brought forth the dishes one by one, culminating with a pot of tea. For our esteemed guest's first visit, we present a pot of new tea. Please enjoy. As Yi Zichuan leaned closer to examine the tea in his bowl, a wave of refreshing fragrance enveloped him. This is splendid tea. The waiter blushed and retreated. Yi Zichuan surveyed the array of dishes, raising an eyebrow. Are you waiting for me to invite you to sit? Just as Qin Song was about to take a seat, a sudden commotion outside announced the arrival of footfalls, and the door to the private room swung open. Your Highness, is it truly fitting for you to dine here alone? A man clad in a sky-blue robe entered, his features strikingly handsome, adorned with a subtle smile. Yi Zichuan, who had just picked up his chopsticks, suddenly lost his appetite. Clearly, I am expecting company. Can His Majesty not see this? The disguised emperor closed his fan and cheerfully sat opposite Yi Zichuan. Please provide me with a pair of chopsticks. I trust you won't mind? Even if I did mind, you have already seated yourself, Yi Zichuan retorted, glancing at Qin Song. Qin Song immediately understood, escorting Chief Steward Kai out and shutting the door behind them. Though the emperor had intruded uninvited, he appeared quite at ease, promptly seizing a piece of roasted duck with his chopsticks. Is it true that the palace's delicacies no longer suffice for your majesty? Yi Zichuan remarked, observing the emperor, who had ostensibly descended to seek sustenance himself. As if you have not grown weary of your own meals. The emperor raised an eyebrow. This roasted duck is indeed delightful, brimming with rustic flavor, unlike the dishes in the palace, which, though refined, lack soul. Yi Zichuan glanced from the duck to the emperor before finally responding. If it is charred on the outside, yet tender within, then to claim it possesses a soul at this juncture would be somewhat contrary to nature. The emperor regarded Yi Zichuan with an amused expression. Your Highness speaks with little regard for niceties. Yi Zichuan jabbed at the lifeless duck before him. Surely, your Majesty does not venture out of the palace for mere trifles. You must have pressing matters to discuss. The emperor, meeting Yi Zichuan's gaze, was unreserved. I have heard that you have apprehended the Marquis of Yongchang. Your Majesty is well informed. Yi Zichuan set down his chopsticks, lifting his teacup for a sip. Not only have I captured the Marquis, but I have also dismantled his gambling house. It is unlike you to involve yourself in such affairs. The emperor expressed his confusion. Why, on this occasion, did you specifically target the Marquis? Yi Zichuan refrained from answering, leaning closer to the emperor. I am more curious about which gossip monger divulged this to you. Was it not Lord Shaoqing? He is due for his monthly report, and yesterday marked the end of the month. The emperor raised his eyes. Let's not trouble him. Your Majesty has made a special trip from the palace. It cannot solely be for this matter. Yi Zichuan set down his teacup. If there is something you wish to say, please do so directly. I merely find it peculiar. Setting aside your usual disinterest in such matters, it is rare for you to be so openly engaged. Moreover, today you have chosen to meet with Helan Ci. Are you in need of funds? The emperor lowered his voice. I have heard that your establishments are struggling financially. Izichuan was taken aback, then wearily closed his eyes. Who has been spreading such rumors? Why should it concern you how I became aware? The emperor scrutinized Izichuan. So, how much did you request from Helan Ci? As Izichuan opened his mouth to respond, a thought struck him, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Is your majesty concerned that I, in my financial straits, might resort to unscrupulous means? The emperor regarded Izichuan for a prolonged moment, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You think too much, your highness. If you were in need of funds, you could simply tell me. There is no need for such underhanded dealings. 6,000 taels of gold. Izichuan remained silent for a moment, then let out a resigned laugh. 500 taels for a life. The emperor furrowed his brow. 500 taels of gold for a life. Indeed, Izichuan lowered his gaze. In the realm of the Jianghu, the standard is 500 taels of silver for a life. Thus, I demand 500 taels of gold, which is not excessive. How can a life be measured in gold? The emperor interjected, astonished. Your highness, the marquis of Yongshang is a noble of considerable standing, deeply rooted in power. Even if this matter were to reach your majesty's ears, do you believe you could demand his life? Yiziquan Skofut. Your majesty might find it impossible to act. The emperor fell silent. Though he hesitated to admit it, the truth was undeniable. He had just recently ascended the throne, with few capable allies at his disposal, and the seasoned ministers each harbored their own agendas. Though he yearned to instigate reform, he was hindered by the stubbornness of the old guard. Though the Duke of Yongshang indeed deserves the gravest of punishments, he remains a member of an esteemed lineage. If action were to be taken against him at this juncture, even if he harbors no ill intentions, the elder statesman might perceive it as an act of intimidation, a warning to others. In such a case, not only would it be impossible to exact justice upon the Duke, but one might also find oneself threatened by those very elders, resulting in a net loss. Your Majesty may rest assured, while I possess little talent for commerce, I am fortunate in lacking extravagant desires. The meager stipend and the rewards bestowed by the late emperor are sufficient for me to live several lifetimes. However, the dungeons of the Dali Temple have long fallen into disrepair, and I have already allocated those funds for other purposes. So I advise your Majesty to relinquish any concerns in that regard. As Izichuan spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and nonchalantly began to savor the roast duck. The emperor observed Izichuan's demeanor in silence for a considerable time before finally inquiring, "Then, why do you seek to investigate him?" Izichuan's hand, poised to pick up food, paused momentarily, and after some time, he allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. Helan Ci may be connected to the group that attempted to assassinate my mother. The emperor was taken aback. Is that true? Izichuan offered no further reply, merely continuing to eat his meal. After a prolonged silence, the emperor sighed. Royal uncle, I understand your desire to vindicate that individual, but one must not act with undue haste. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared in a web of complications. Suddenly, Izichuan found the meal unappetizing and laid down his chopsticks. This is distasteful. The emperor, aware of Izichuan's fixation, chose not to press further. If it is unpalatable, then let us change venues. Izichuan gazed at the dishes before him, remaining silent. As for the matter of the Duke of Yongshang, you may handle it as you see fit. Regarding the renovations of the Dali Temple, I shall leave that to the minister. After all, royal uncle, you are not particularly adept in such affairs. You shall manage external matters, while the minister oversees internal ones, a fitting arrangement. The emperor proclaimed as he rose, adding, before departing, my mother instructed me to procure some pastries for her. If I delay, I may miss the opportunity. Izichuan also stood, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Observing Izichuan's demeanor, the emperor contemplated for a time before finally stating, You do not believe he would betray his trust, nor do I. Yet this case is fraught with difficulty, and its perpetrators are elusive. If you wish to pursue this investigation, I shall not hinder you, but royal uncle, do exercise caution. Izichuan lifted his gaze to the emperor, and as the latter turned to depart, he spoke. I bid you farewell, your majesty. The emperor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not look back, continuing on his way. Chapter 34. The 3-day deadline approaches. The urgency for the silver is palpable. Though reluctant, in order to gather the required funds swiftly, he must sacrifice several lucrative shops. However, 3 days is an exceedingly short time. Even the most prosperous establishments cannot be transformed into cash so rapidly. With no other options, Heelan is compelled to lower his prices. Yet, even with this concession, by the 3rd day, there is still no word from the shops. As the deadline looms, Heelan is preparing to seek a loan from the moneylender. While Heelan is anxiously pacing, the instigator, Xia Jianxi, sits calmly in the tavern adjacent to the He family shop, observing the bustling shopkeepers with a cold gaze. Soon, Shiwei hurriedly enters, slightly breathless. "Here, have some tea." Shiwei insists, quickly presenting a cup. After finishing the tea in one gulp, she remarks, "Miss, you were absolutely right. Heelan indeed went to the moneylender to borrow funds. Thankfully, you had me arrange matters with several lenders beforehand, ensuring he won't be able to secure a single coin." Yao Zi, astonished, asks, "With so many moneylenders in Bianjing, how did you manage to orchestrate this, ensuring they all agreed not to lend to the Yongchang marquis' residence?" "My lady has long since instructed the shop stewards to exchange a considerable amount of silver notes at various moneylenders. If they refuse to assist with this small favor, we can simply convert the notes into cash, clearing their coffers entirely, leaving them unable to produce a single tael of real silver." Shiwei interjects with a soft snort. "In truth, it is primarily because our house has business dealings with these moneylenders. They wouldn't want to offend us over a mere loan." Xia Jianxi sips her tea and softly adds, "If they know, what does it matter? I intend to take advantage of the chaos. After all, a business person must possess such awareness." Seeing Yao Zi's shocked expression, Shiwei leans in and whispers, "My lady isn't using her own name. Those shops are all registered under the steward's names. There is no way to trace it back to her." Yao Zi gazes at Xia Jianxi, a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Miss Xia truly is, what?" With a smile, Xia Jianxi responds, "A cunning merchant, astute and calculating." Yao Zi quickly adds, "But if they decide to investigate, they will eventually uncover the truth. Money exchanged leaves traces. Yet, since this plan is already set in motion, there is no turning back now," Xia Jianxi says with narrowed eyes. She is well aware of the financial state of the Yongchang marquis' residence. In her previous life, upon her marriage, Xia Jianxi received the keys from the old matriarch, ostensibly as the steward, but truly to fill the financial void with her dowry. The old matriarch was not particularly capable, and the Yongchang marquis' residence was steeped in extravagance. During her stewardship, she squandered half her wealth, but instead of filling the gaps, she only enlarged the appetite of the household. Though the Yongchang marquis' residence appears to be a noble house, it has long been hollowed out. Even the illicit earnings cannot cover the expenses. The old matriarch was not a moneymaker. After the marquis' wife ceased to manage affairs, the household's finances became utterly chaotic, prompting the marquis to consider military funds. Having experienced her past life, Xia Jianxi knows well that the treasury of the Yongchang marquis' residence cannot produce 6,000 taels of gold. With the gambling den confiscated, he cannot exchange money through underground lenders, leaving Heelan with no choice but to sell his shops. Thus, she has meticulously laid a trap, waiting for Heelan to fall into it. Xia Jianxi approaches the window and glances at the adjacent shop, where people move about with grim expressions, clearly returning with unfavorable news. "Shiwei," Xia Jianxi calls without turning. "What time is it?" "It is already the hour of the dog," Shiwei replies after checking the hourglass. "That is about right. Let the steward negotiate. Reduce the price by half." Xia Jianxi confidently instructs, believing they will sell. "Understood." Shiwei promptly departs. Yao Zi, momentarily taken aback, then leans toward Shiwei. How much should a prosperous shop be worth? In the bustling district, a thriving shop is worth approximately 3,000 taels of silver, equivalent to around 600 taels of gold. Given the urgency of the sale, we should cut it by 20%, bringing it to about 2,400 taels. Shiwei quietly explains. With this back and forth, my lady can acquire a shop valued at 600 taels of gold for only 1,500 taels of silver, thus earning a remarkable profit. Yao Zi's eyes widen in astonishment. So just like that, a profit of 1,500 taels? Not just that. Xia Jianxi chuckles lightly. Heelan originally intended to sell 3 prosperous shops for 7,000 200 taels of silver. This means he still needs to gather that amount. However, my people will directly negotiate down to 1,500 taels, preventing him from amassing the necessary funds and forcing him to sell 3 more shops. Yao Zi, slightly confused, realizes that if one shop yield a profit of 1,500 taels, 6 shops would net them 9,000 taels of silver. Miss Xia, isn't this considered opportunistic? Yao Zi can't help but exclaim. Certainly. Xia Jinshi raises an eyebrow. Such is the nature of business, seizing the moment to take advantage. The stewards, having received word earlier, had already familiarized themselves with the shops. Therefore, when they re-enter, they no longer see the shopkeeper, but rather Helan Ci himself. The stewards know who he is, yet, in their eyes, regardless of identity, he is merely the prey they intend to ensnare. Despite their prior acquaintance, they behave as strangers, for they cannot let on that they are familiar. You must be the owner of these shops, the leading steward states. I see you're in a hurry to sell. Is there some urgent matter at hand? Upon hearing this, Helan Ci furrows his brow. You come to buy a shop, yet Haven T inquired about its owner? A business person only cares for the money. Who cares who stand behind it? The steward retorts bluntly. Irritated, Helan Ci is about to lash out, but then recalls the news brought back by shopkeepers, forcing himself to restrain his anger. If any of you can pay in cash today, I will further reduce the price by 10%. 10%? Another female steward scoffs. You must not be very involved in business. Your shop is hardly worth that price. The negotiations continue, escalating until Helan Ci's voice can be heard outside, exclaiming in frustration, 50%? You are taking advantage of my misfortune. The sharp voice of a female steward rings out again. How can you say such a thing? Business is a give and take. If you're unwilling, then don't sell. You're eager to part with it, and we are willing to buy. In the end, we are merely assisting you. How can this be deemed opportunistic? As the saying goes, standing high allows one to see far. And the tavern's proximity ensures clarity of the conversation. The steward negotiating the price, fearing Xia Jinshi might not hear clearly, opens the window. Yao Zi crouches by the window, peeking through with one eye, unable to suppress her admiration. Miss Xia, your stewards are all quite formidable. Their verbal dexterity is remarkable. Remarkable? Sure Wei stood inside, tiptoeing to catch a glimpse. This was merely the beginning. You should have witnessed their formidable demeanor when they received goods. After a quarter of an hour, Lan Ting suddenly appeared at the shop's entrance, casting a keen glance toward the tavern. Yao Zi, quick-witted and agile, swiftly pulled the figure of Xia Jinshi away from the window. Although the window was only ajar, there was no telling if Lan Ting would notice something amiss. Fortunately, Yao Zi acted swiftly, and by the time Lan Ting turned to look, the window was devoid of any presence. Lan Ting, with a watchful eye, scrutinized the window for an extended period. Eventually, as if to confirm something, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it inside. The stone narrowly grazed Sure Wei, who stood within. Yao Zi's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, she grasped her neck and emitted a coarse, masculine voice. That reckless brat dared to throw a stone inside. Quickly, summon the shopkeeper. Upon hearing the voice, Lan Ting paused momentarily before hastily entering the shop. Xia Jinshi finally exhaled in relief. What a loyal dog. Lan Ting swiftly approached Helan Ci, whispering a few words into his ear. Almost immediately, the previously stalled negotiation reached a swift conclusion. Deal. Helan Ci's voice, laced with anger, echoed. Yao Zi, catching a fragment of the conversation, turned to Xia Jinshi. So quickly resolved? I sent a gift to your prince and the princess dowager. Xia Jinshi replied candidly, acknowledging the small favor he had rendered. Yao Zi's face was a canvas of confusion. The prince? Indeed. Xia Jinshi slightly lifted her chin, exuding a somewhat haughty demeanor. I requested him to teach Yong Changho a lesson, as a means of avenging that unfortunate mother and daughter. Yao Zi fell silent, understanding her prince well. He was not one to covet wealth, seldom accepting gifts, yet he held a particular disdain for scoundrels who preyed upon the weak and vulnerable. If someone were willing to pay him to deal with such miscreants, he would undoubtedly be most agreeable. All right, we should take our leave. Lingering here may draw unwanted attention. Upon finishing her words, Xia Jinshi reached for the cap Wei Wan had handed her. Under Yao Zi's protection, she exited through the tavern's back door. Just as Xia Jinshi stepped out, Helan Ci emerged from the shop, his face a mask of fury. Despite being a youthful and impetuous lad, He could hardly endure such a scheme. He nearly ground his silver teeth in anger, declaring fiercely, "Investigate. I must uncover who is plotting against me. If you cannot trace it back to the money house, do not return." Chapter 35. The 3-day deadline has arrived as dawn broke. Heilin Sitian personally took 6,000 taels of gold to the regent's palace, only to find that it was not Yi Chuan who emerged, but rather Qin Song. Observing Heilin Sitian's troubled expression and the black box held by Lanting behind him, Qin Song carelessly remarked, "The young lord has arrived late. My lord has already gone to the morning court. He will likely head directly to the Dali Temple after court. Perhaps the young lord should wait there. Your lord set a 3-day deadline. He arrived early today, yet he has gone to court?" Heilin Sitian nearly ground his teeth as he spoke. "It is merely a small sum of money. My lord is not lacking in gold. Surely he would not neglect court for such trivial gold." Qin Song chuckled, glancing at Heilin Sitian. "The young lord lacks an official title and must not comprehend the complexities of taking leave from morning court. It is hardly worth the trouble for such a paltry sum." Heilin Sitian's hands, which hung at his sides, involuntarily clenched tighter, his gaze fixed on Qin Song, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Qin Song, accustomed to the grand spectacles as a personal guard to Yi Chuan, was unfazed by the presence of a mere young lord. After a prolonged silence, Heilin Sitian withdrew his gaze, inhaling deeply. "Since the lord is not present, I shall wait at the Dali Temple. Surely he must go there." Qin Song raised an eyebrow. "The young lord may proceed at his leisure." Reluctantly, Heilin Sitian turned to leave. On the way to the Dali Temple, he remained silent, his expression darkening with each passing moment. Heilin Sitian, who had been the center of admiration since birth, the legitimate son destined to inherit the title of Duke of Yongshang, was accustomed to everyone bowing before him. Yet now, he found himself in a position where he was not only schemed against, losing several prosperous shops due to his incompetent father, but also had to humbly deliver money to others, even facing derision from a servant. Every time he recalled these injustices, a surge of rage welled up within him. "Young master, we have arrived at the Dali Temple." Lanting's voice interrupted his thoughts. "At this hour, the regent should still be in court. Perhaps we should wait in the carriage for a while." Heilin Sitian closed his eyes momentarily. "We shall proceed and wait at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Is it not well known that our Duke of Yongshang is delivering money to the Dali Temple?" Lanting questioned, perplexed. "Do you not understand why Qin Song did not permit us to wait at the palace, but rather instructed us to come here?" Heilin Sitian took a deep breath. Lanting fell silent. If we were at the palace, receiving the money would be construed as bribery. However, at the Dali Temple, this money is my father's ransom. Heilin Sitian's gaze fell to his wounded palms, and he coldly stated, "This time, we have been thoroughly schemed against." Heilin Sitian connected the dots, realizing that from the gambling den to the imprisonment of the Duke of Yongshang, and ultimately to Yi Chuan's demand for ransom, it was all a meticulous trap orchestrated by Yi Chuan. Yet, he could not fathom why Yi Chuan, with whom he had no prior dealings, would target him. Initially, he believed Yi Chuan was after the Duke of Yongshang's private treasury, but today he suddenly recognized that Yi Chuan seemed uninterested in mere gold, perhaps viewing it as beneath him. After much contemplation, he still could not grasp when or why Yi Chuan had set his sights on him. Suddenly, a thought struck him: the flower festival. That day, to sever ties with the Duke of Yongshang, the assassin he sent was not one of the Duke's shadows, but a bandit borrowed from someone else. "Lanting, do you recall what transpired on the flower festival?" Heilin Sitian suddenly inquired. Lanting, momentarily taken aback, then responded, "After receiving news that the person had fled, I went to the market, but coincidentally encountered the assassination of Empress Dowager Song, leading to a citywide lockdown. However, they demanded an additional 100 taels of silver, claiming a person had died." Heilin Sitian's laughter rang out. So that's it. He had always wondered how Xia Jinshi managed to escape from so many bandits, and now it dawned on him that two groups had collided, with Yi Chuan saving Xia Jinshi. From that moment on, everything began to spiral out of his control. Xia Jinshi not only preserved her innocence, but also became the savior of Empress Dowager Song. He lost the opportunity to marry Xia Jinshi and instead became the target of Yi Chuan's schemes. But why, young master? Lanting, puzzled by Heilin Sitian's sudden change in demeanor, halted the carriage. Heilin Sitian inhaled deeply and asked, "Have we arrived?" Lanting, regaining his composure, nodded, We have arrived. Though he could not comprehend why Zichuan had fixated on him, Helan Sitian was determined to rescue the Duke of Yongchang from the Dali Temple. As Helan Sitian disembarked from the carriage, he found the entrance of the Dali Temple devoid of anyone save for the guards, with only passing townsfolk and small merchants nearby. Young master, the regent has yet to arrive. Shall we wait a while longer in the carriage? Lanting suggested, observing the bustling street. He wants us here to deliver money precisely, so that everyone can see it, does he not? Helan Sitian scoffed. Zichuan desires the Duke of Yongchang to plead with him. Rather than wait for him to pressure me into begging, I would rather leap from my horse, even if it means being schemed against. Although Lanting did not fully grasp Helan Sitian's intent, he understood that once Helan Sitian made a decision, no one could dissuade him. Lanting grasped the black box and followed closely behind Helan Sitian as they approached. The Dali Temple was situated at a bustling street corner, making it a frequent passage for townsfolk, resulting in a steady stream of people. As Helan Sitian approached the temple entrance, he attempted to advance further, only to be blocked by the guards. Who goes there? My master is from the Duke of Yongchang's residence, and has arranged to meet with your lord, Lanting patiently explained. The guard, without even glancing at Lanting, coldly replied, My lord did not leave any word. You two must wait here. Lanting intended to protest, but Helan Sitian raised a hand to stop him. Since the lord wishes for us to wait at the entrance, then we shall do so. Young master. Lanting looked at Helan Sitian, although reluctant, ultimately chose silence. As the throngs of people continued to swell, and the sun rose higher, even dressed in breathable silk, Helan Sitian found himself drenched in sweat before long. Witnessing Helan Sitian's increasing discomfort, Lanting felt a surge of indignation and was about to voice his discontent when Zichuan's voice rang out. Young lord, why not come inside and sit? The guard said they were unaware of my visit today, so they naturally will not allow me in. I do not wish to make things difficult for them. Helan Sitian restrained the instinct to wipe away the sweat and stood tall. Perhaps I simply forgot to mention it. My affairs are numerous daily, and it is understandable to forget. I hope the young lord will not hold it against me. Zichuan smirked, his smile devoid of warmth. Not at all. I too am quite busy. How could I trouble the regent with such trivial matters? Helan Sitian mirrored the insincerity. Come in then. Zichuan casually tossed the invitation over his shoulder as he stepped inside. The guards exchanged glances before stepping aside, granting Helan Sitian entry. Zichuan did not proceed to his assigned duties. Instead, he directly escorted him to the dungeon. Last night, the Duke of Yongchang, perhaps stricken by some ailment, suddenly began to yell and scream. Eventually, he unleashed a torrent of abuse upon the officials, and it is said that amidst this tirade, he was brought before the powerful. Those two jailers, evidently emboldened by their indulgence in drink, audaciously dragged the Duke out and gave him a severe beating. By the time Lord Shaoqing arrived, the Duke had already been rendered almost unrecognizable, though fortunately his life was spared. His visage, however, bore the marks of his ordeal. Surely, the young Duke would not take issue with that? Zichuan remarked casually as he walked, feigning concern, yet a smile danced in his eyes. Though the Duke of Yongchang had fallen to the status of a prisoner, he remained a nobleman. Without the directive from above, those jailers would have to be mad to lay hands on him. Yet despite this understanding, Helan Ci could only swallow his grievances in silence. Noticing Elan Cies réticence, Zichuan chuckled. Those two ruffians have already faced the wrath of Lord Shaoqing. Our Ministry of Justice has always refrained from employing extrajudicial punishment, so rest assured, all expenses for the Duke's recovery shall be borne by us. Your Highness is truly considerate. Helan Ci could no longer maintain even that veneer of insincere politeness. Zichuan, unconcerned, led them directly to the Duke of Yongchang. Once a figure clad in opulence, exuding an air of extravagance, the Duke now lay like a lifeless dog, motionless on the ground. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might easily presume he had already breathed his last. Helan Ci cast a glance at Lanting, who, with keen insight, promptly offered the black box in his possession. Here are 6,000 taels of gold, neither more nor less. Well said, well said, Zichuan replied with a smile, though he declined to take it, turning instead to call out, Lord Shaoqing, why don't you come over and verify this? I'm coming. As Lord Shaoqing hurried over, Zichuan continued with a smile. I shall leave this in your capable hands with Lord Shaoqing. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 36. The first ransom. The deputy minister of the Dali Temple hurried over, clutching a ledger, and upon seeing Helan Ci, he immediately smiled and said, "Young lord, you must be here to fetch the Duke of Yongchang." Helan Ci glanced at the already distant Zichuan, remaining silent for a considerable time before signaling to Lanting to hand over the black box he held to the deputy minister. "Please, sir, take a look and see if this sum is sufficient." The deputy minister quickly took the black box, opening it while saying, "This is our first time receiving such funds. We are quite unsure of how to account for it." Zichuan had assumed leadership of the Dali Temple 5 years prior. They were not privy to the temple's past, but since his tenure began, it had gained a reputation as a hellish inferno where anyone apprehended found it nearly impossible to escape. Even if they did manage to leave, they would often emerge severely battered. The deputy minister had been by Zichuan's side during that tumultuous time. Although whispers from outside may have been exaggerated, it remained true that the Dali Temple did allow for bail in certain circumstances. Sometimes, investigations revealed numerous entanglements, inevitably involving individuals guilty of lesser offenses, who could then secure their release with money. However, no one had ever been able to escape after being implicated in a homicide. As the deputy minister counted the gold, he discreetly glanced at Helan Ci, remarking, "The Duke of Yongchang is fortunate this time. You see, the ledgers from the gambling house of the Sigu record several fatalities. Fortunately, the Duke merely invested in this establishment, which has a proper owner. Otherwise, not even a sum of 10,000 taels would suffice to secure his release." Helan Ci's countenance was far from pleasant. He stood silently beside the deputy minister, absorbing his words without retort. Despite his reluctance, he understood the deputy minister spoke the truth. Over the years, anyone stained with blood had never emerged alive from the Dali Temple. 6,000 taels of gold was neither an insignificant sum nor a particularly large one. After thoroughly counting, the deputy minister handed the black box to a guard nearby, instructing, "Take this to the accounting room, tally it, and prepare gifts for the upcoming festival." It was rather irregular to discuss expenditures in the presence of the payer. The guard couldn't help but steal a glance at Helan Ci's expression, which confirmed his discontent. "What are you dawdling for? Do I need to personally deliver this?" The deputy minister, noticing the guard's inertia, lightly patted his shoulder. "Hurry along." The guard hastily turned and swiftly made his way to the accounting room. The deputy minister feigned a hint of apology. "I apologize, young lord, but we have never dealt with such a ransom before." Listening to the deputy minister's sardonic remarks, Helan Ci suppressed his rising anger and, after the guard had departed with the black box, finally spoke, "Deputy minister, if the funds we provided are indeed in order, shouldn't you escort us to retrieve my father?" "Of course." The deputy minister forced a smile, then turned to walk toward the Duke of Yongchang's direction. "I wonder if young lord brought your father's clothing. Our prison garb cannot be taken outside. After all, you know he arrived without any attire, so we have no suitable garments for him." "Thank you for the reminder. Deputy minister, we brought my father's clothing in advance. Once one enters the Dali Temple, all belongings must be cleansed before returning to the Duke's residence. Otherwise, it could bring misfortune." Helan Ci responded coldly, trailing behind the deputy minister. Meng Xian, the deputy minister, was well aware of the sarcasm in Helan Ci's tone, but remained unfazed, chuckling instead. "Indeed, our establishment is steeped in ominous energy. Those who have committed many wrongful deeds inevitably feel the heaviness of our place. It is only natural for young lord to feel superstitious." Meng Xian, a disciple of Zichuan, had excelled in the imperial examinations at the young age of 19, ranking 13th. Coming from humble beginnings, he had risen through sheer intellect and diligence, embodying both the wisdom of a scholar and the awareness of worldly affairs. However, without the backing of a prominent family, he risked being relegated to obscurity. The emperor, valuing talent, had placed Meng Xian beside Zichuan, recognizing his potential as the future minister of the Dali Temple. Having worked alongside Zichuan for 5 years, Meng Xian had dealt with numerous cases, many of which involved bloodshed. The case of the Duke of Yongchang had also crossed his desk, and by precedent, anyone associated with homicide could not expect to leave the Dali Temple alive. Yet, this time, while the Duke had no direct involvement, he was not the one who committed the act, and there was no evidence to implicate him in arranging the gambling house's affairs. Thus, if the situation escalated, the worst that would happen to the Duke would be dismissal from his post and a few months' salary forfeited. ultimately a trivial consequence. Therefore, when Zichuan informed Meng Xian of their intention to extract a hefty sum, Meng Xian agreed without hesitation. Although they could not directly spare the duke's life, they could certainly exact vengeance on his behalf. Hence, it was Meng Xian who had closed the door the previous night. The duke should have awakened by now, young lord. Do ensure he is dressed promptly, for our establishment's ominous atmosphere could inadvertently affect your fortune, Meng Xian declared as he turned to leave, leaving behind a jailer holding the keys, completely disregarding Helan Ci. When Helan Ci next beheld the Duke of Yongchang, he was already awake, with water stains on his face, indicating he had been splashed. He sat there in a daze, devoid of expression even upon seeing Helan Ci. Father. Helan Ci approached the cell, his heart aching at the sight of the bruised duke. Perhaps sensing someone calling him, the Duke of Yongchang, still not fully conscious, finally raised his gaze to Helan Ci. "So, it is I. I have come to take you home," Helan Ci replied, casting a fierce look at the jailer. "I have settled the payment. Will you not open the door?" The jailer, accustomed to the arrogance of those in power, impatiently opened the door while muttering under his breath. "And what are you so proud of? You still ended up like this. What did you say?" "Elan chiretorted." The jailer shrugged and walked away, not sparing another glance at the father and son. In reality, the ones who had assaulted the duke had held back. No critical injuries were inflicted, only superficial wounds. After some time, he would recover, but the strikes had been expertly placed to inflict pain without causing lasting harm. Thus, the Duke of Yongchang felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Even the slightest touch from Lanting would elicit cries of agony, rendering it impossible to assist him in changing his clothes. A simple change of attire took the Duke a quarter of an hour. Accustomed to luxury and indulgence, his body was now covered in bruises and swelling, making even the gentlest contact unbearable. Yet, he eventually managed to don his garments. As Lanting assisted the Duke in slowly making his way out, the Duke suddenly recalled something. "Where is Jiao Jiao?" The so-called Jiao Jiao refers to the maiden who once lingered beside the Duke of Yongchang. The moment Helan Ci contemplated the situation, a surge of indignation welled within him. It was infuriating to think that even at such a critical juncture, his father remained preoccupied with women. This frustration was compounded by the humiliations he had endured in recent days. You still have the time to concern yourself with Jiao Jiao, while you can barely manage your own affairs. Had it not been for your fortunate fate and their willingness to accept silver, I would not have been able to secure your life. You should have perished here long ago. Bah, I am the Duke of Yongchang. Even if Zichuan possesses extraordinary abilities, he would not dare to take my life directly. If I were to die, do you think those dukes would easily let him off? We, the noble families, are like grasshoppers tied together. To kill me would be to strike them in the face. As long as I have not personally stained my hand with blood, Zichuan cannot kill me. The Duke of Yongchang snorted coldly. "Just wait. Do not let it be said that I did not warn you. When I rise again, I shall assuredly claim his life." Helan Ci regarded the Duke of Yongchang, who was still lost in his dreams, with palpable disdain, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Duke continued to ramble, oblivious to Helan Ci's emotions, insisting, "No matter what you must rescue Jiao Jiao. She is but 16 years old, even younger than you. It is so dark in that dungeon. I fear she may be terrified." Helan Ci felt a wave of annoyance swell within him as he supported the Duke, applying a firm grip that inevitably elicited a cry of pain. "Are you trying to kill me? Could you not be gentler?" The Duke was assisted out of the Dali Temple, and as soon as he crossed the threshold, guards rushed to close the door behind them, shouting, "Hurry, hurry! Do not block the entrance." Helan Ci's agitation intensified, and his steps quickened. At that moment, they found themselves in the bustling old quarter, thronged with people, many of whom turned to glance at the guards' commotion. Helan Ci felt the weight of scornful, puzzled, and even disdainful gazes upon him, as if his dignity had been trampled underfoot. In that instant, he could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the Duke's protests, he hastily boarded the carriage. Left behind, the Duke shouted in pursuit, cursing, "Well, you little rascal, how dare you disdain your father?" Finally, once the Duke had boarded, Helan Ci did not wait for him to settle comfortably before urging the driver to depart, leaving him oblivious to the presence of a familiar black carriage idling at the side entrance of the Dali Temple. Chapter 37. Sending her away within the Greatly Division. Zichuan sat before his desk, idly perusing the documents in his hands, while standing before him was the sole daughter of the National Guard General's mansion, Xia Jinshi. I anticipated your arrival, but I did not foresee you coming at this particular moment, Zichuan remarked, setting down the documents and gazing incredulously at Xia Jinshi. Are you not afraid of encountering Helan Ci? The precious young lord, who has been revered since childhood, would never endure the humiliation he faces today. He would rather wish to fly back to the Yongchang Marquis' residence than notice my presence here, Xia Jinshi replied, removing her cap as she spoke. You have just lowballed the purchase of several shops belonging to them, and now you come to the Great Li Division without fear of being discovered? What if they learn that everything is linked to you? Zichuan looked up at her. If Helan Ci is capable of devising such a comprehensive plan to harm you once, he will undoubtedly do so again. Are you not concerned about incurring his wrath? I have never harmed him. He has always sought to harm me. Regardless of my actions, he will persist in his attempts. As she spoke, Xia Jinshi produced a wooden box from her bosom, revealing 100 taels of gold. I wish to exchange this for Fong Jiaojiao's life. Fong Jiaojiao was the young woman captured alongside the Yongchang Marquis on that fateful day. No one had come to seek her, and she was not connected to this case, merely a victim of circumstance. Thus, Zichuan had not troubled her, placing her in another cell due to the unresolved case. Miss Xia, offering 100 taels of gold is quite generous. I presume you made a substantial profit from the recent acquisition of Helan Ci shops. Zichuan chuckled at the sight of the gold, yet he added, however, she has committed no crime. The Yongchang Marquis has already departed, and we were planning to release her today. I suggest you take back this money. Your Highness, I have already stated that what I seek is her life. Xia Jinshi insisted, pushing the box back toward Zichuan. Zichuan's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean? I want Fong Jiaojiao to die here in the Great Li Division, Xia Jinshi declared, her words deliberate. Whether by illness or fright, she must not leave this place alive. Zichuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating her for a long moment before suddenly asking, You wish for her to feign death to escape? Your Highness, she is only 16. Xia Jinshi's gaze fell. The Yongchang Marquis is a beast. I cannot return her to him. And when Helan Ci regains his composure, do you believe she will still have a life to live? A life for 500 taels of gold. This is the regulation of your Great Li Division. I shall provide the funds. Fong Jiaojiao's life is what I desire. Zichuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xia Jinshi. Ultimately, he extended his hand and accepted the gold. It's a deal. When Xia Jinshi retrieved Fong Jiaojiao from her cell, the latter's eyes brimmed with hope. Sister Xia, I promised I would come for you. Xia Jinshi grasped Fong Jiaojiao's hand tightly. I will never go back on my word. I know, so I am not afraid here, for I believe you will come for me. Fong Jiaojiao replied, her eyes reddening. Can I leave with my mother? Xia Jinshi nodded solemnly. I will ensure you and your mother depart this place. From now on, you shall be free of that old man. You can pursue your desires for the rest of your life. Upon receiving confirmation, Fong Jiaojiao did not cheer or express relief. She simply stared blankly at Xia Jinshi, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. Is it truly so? Of course. Nearby, Ting Wan handed Fong Jiaojiao her new identity and household registration, stating, from now on, you are no longer Fong Jiaojiao. That old wretch shall never find you again. Our miss will take you to Jiangnan, where the Lin family reigns, and no one shall dare to bully you. When Fong Jiaojiao received her new identity, she could no longer contain her emotions and leaned against Xia Jinshi's shoulder, weeping. Fong Jiaojiao's mother had encountered the Yongchang Marquis when Fong Jiaojiao was merely 6 years old. She vividly recalled that day, when her mother had taken her to the market to buy candy. It was on that day they met the demon, and their once azure sky turned to a terrifying shade of ash. Her mother was seized, and the 6-year-old Fong Jiaojiao cried desperately for help. Yet no one came to their aid, all passers-by as indifferent as the dead. Later, her father sold her mother to that demon for 10 taels of silver, and she still remembered her father's words. This one is also given to you. She's just a liability. Thus, her mother was sold. Though she wished to die, upon seeing her daughter, she forced herself to continue living. Year after year, she endured, hoping that one day that demon would relent. But instead, they awaited the day Fong Tingting would be dragged into her mother's chamber, pinned to the bed, while her mother, just as she had during their childhood, cried out in despair from outside. Xia Jianqi brought Fong Tingting out of the Greatly division and swiftly led her to the docks. With the cap upon her head, Fong Tingting gazed at the enormous cargo ship, suddenly feeling timid. Do not fear. Xia Jianqi grasped Fong Tingting's hand. Your mother is already waiting for you aboard the ship. Once you board, you will leave this place, and the Yongchang Marquis' people will never find you again. Through the cap, Fong Tingting could not clearly see Xia Jianqi's face, but she sensed the tears welling in her eyes. Sister Xia, will we have a chance to meet again? Of course we shall meet again. By then, you will surely be a young lady, Xia Jianqi reassured her, adjusting Fong Tingting's cap. When you arrive there, you will no longer be the submissive Fong Tingting of the past. Before she could finish her sentence, the ship's horn sounded, signaling the urgency to board. Though reluctant, Xia Jianqi pushed Fong Tingting onto the vessel. Stay with your mother. Do not be afraid. We will meet again. Fong Tingting lingered, wishing to say more, but was thrust into the cabin by the crew. Soon, the merchant ship set sail. Xia Jianqi remained on the dock, watching the ship drift further away, suddenly reminded of her own past. However, the person on that vessel had ultimately escaped a tragic fate. I thought you were a cunning merchant, but it seems you are a person of great kindness. Zichuan's voice unexpectedly echoed from behind them. Xia Jianqi was taken aback for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Your Highness, are you a cat? You tread so silently. I expected you to argue that you were a cunning merchant, but I see you are more concerned about my stealth, Zichuan replied, raising an eyebrow. I was initially puzzled by your urgency to send them away until just now, when Helan Ci turned back to look for her. He is a meticulous and cautious individual. At that moment, his mind was occupied with the shame of having a disgraceful father, completely forgetting about Fong Tingting. But once he calms down, he will surely recognize the issue. Xia Jianqi's gaze fell slightly. If I cannot send them away now, then I may only witness her corpse later. Then by sending the Fong mother and daughter away now, Helan Ci will undoubtedly notice something amiss, and he will certainly direct his suspicions towards you. Zichuan gazed at Xia Jianqi. Are you not worried? Worried about what? Xia Jianqi turned to face him. Even if he knows, what can he do? Kill me? I doubt he possesses the courage. Zichuan raised an eyebrow, unusually refraining from retorting. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by another matter. How can you be so certain that Helan Ci will kill her? In truth, Helan Ci might not discover that Fong Jiao assisted me, but he would never allow such a scandal of a mother and daughter serving one husband to surface in Bianjing. Xia Jianqi's gaze drifted to the distant boats as she spoke softly. Zichuan looked at her intently and asked in a hushed tone, why? He values the reputation and future of the Yongchang Marquis above all else. This incident has already brought disgrace upon the Yongchang Marquis, and for Helan Ci, it is the ultimate limit of his tolerance. Therefore, he will not permit anyone who tarnishes the reputation of the Yongchang Marquis to remain, such as Fong Jiao and her mother. Xia Jianqi replied quietly. I am genuinely curious as to why you understand Helan Ci so well. Yi Zikuan Sudendi Inwuidet. You seem to predict his every move. At times, I feel as though you are like a parasite residing within him. Xia Jianqi, who exactly are you? What's so strange about knowing him? Xia Jianqi retorted, surely, the prince has investigated me thoroughly. He must be aware that we grew up together, even attending the same school. I have studied the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as military strategy, and have even excelled beyond him. Yi Zikuan Sukofut. If that is the case, then why were you ensnared by them? Because I trusted them too much. Xia Jianqi lowered her gaze. I was manipulated by him simply because I placed my faith in them and had no defenses. However, once I discerned their intentions, I became the one most likely to drag them into perdition. And what of Fong Jiao? How did you uncover her when I cannot? Zichuan leaned closer to Xia Jianqi. If you could locate the Yongchang Marquis' well-hidden little wife, what secrets remain in Bianjing that you do not know? They, of course, could not uncover it. Back then, even she was unaware that her father-in-law was maintaining a mistress outside. Xia Jianqi explained. The Yongchang Marquis frequently withdrew large sums of money from the estate. She feared her father-in-law might be deceived, which led her to secretly send someone to follow him, only to discover he was keeping this mother and daughter. Xia Jianqi stepped back, maintaining her composure as she addressed Zichuan. Your Highness, if your people cannot uncover such trivial matters, could it not be that their capabilities are questionable? Chapter 38. The concubines document as Xia Jianqi departed from the dock. She did not glance back, leaving only her silhouette for Chuan to behold. He watched as she navigated through the bustling dock, eventually climbing into a black carriage, as if she had never set foot in that place. "Your Highness." Qin Song suddenly appeared behind Chuan, lowering his voice to say, "The people from the Yongchang Marquis have gone to the mortuary. The bodies that pass away at the Dali Temple without any relatives to claim them are sent to the mortuary for identification before burial. The Yongchang Marquis is there to identify a corpse. When Yuting had died earlier, they did not bother to identify her. Yet now they seem eager to visit the mortuary, clearly indicating their disbelief in Fong Tingting's death at the Dali Temple." Qin Song frowned. "We must deliver the body to the mortuary, but it will merely be recorded as an unnamed female corpse, and inevitably, Helan Ci will recognize her. Let them recognize her." Then, Chuan raised an eyebrow. "We are merely in the business of transactions. Someone has paid 100 taels of gold for Yu Ting's life, and I have accepted the payment, duly recorded in the Dali Temple's accounts. As for where she ended up, that is not our concern. Our esteemed Shaoqing of the Dali Temple will handle it." Qin Song could not help but recall the diligent Lord Mengxian, who seemed to wish for nothing more than to dwell within the Dali Temple, and silently felt a pang of anxiety for him. It must be noted that while Chuan was earnest in handling certain cases, he did not write a single word of the documents himself. The faster Chuan resolved cases, the more documents piled up, leaving Mengxian overwhelmed with the task of sorting through them daily. "I am merely worried they might trace this back to Miss Xia." Qin Song hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Wouldn't that reveal your schemes with Miss Xia?" "Xia Jianxi is Xia Jianxi. What relation does she have to me?" Chuan arched an eyebrow, brushed off the dust from his clothing, and said nonchalantly, "Let's return home." Though somewhat perplexed, Qin Song obediently followed Chuan back. Meanwhile, Mengxian, who had just been anxious about Qin Song, was now cornered by the people from the Yongchang Marquis at the Dali Temple. Due to Chuan's sudden acquisition of substantial funds, the previously financially strained Dali Temple had unexpectedly received a windfall. Mengxian accounted for all the funds and presented them to the authorities. Within 2 hours, the money was legitimized. Mengxian was contemplating how to allocate this newfound wealth. Although the Dali Temple regularly received subsidies from the authorities, the funds were finite and required careful management. With the unexpected fortune, he was at a loss for where to begin spending it. After all, the temple's buildings needed repairs. New uniforms were required for the guards, and it was time to provide stipends. Just as he was happily preparing to purchase some provisions to improve the meals, he found himself blocked at the temple entrance by the Yongchang Marquis Lan Ting. What is the meaning of this? Mengxian frowned at the crowd gathered at the entrance. "Shaoqing." Lan Ting stepped forward, respectfully bowing, his movements precise and impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. "I have been ordered to come to the Dali Temple to retrieve Miss Fong." "Miss Fong?" Mengxian knew precisely whom he referred to, but the girl had already been sent away. At this moment, there was no one by the name of Fong Tingting, nor even anyone with the surname Fong. "We do not have anyone named Miss Fong here. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place?" Lan Ting was fully aware of the muddy situation he was wading into, having received word that Fong Tingting's body had been taken out shortly after her departure. Upon hearing this, Helan Ci immediately understood they had been deceived and swiftly instructed Lan Ting to retrieve the individual, alive or dead. He demanded to see them. "Shaoqing, have you forgotten that a woman with the surname Fong was brought here alongside our marquis?" Lan Ting maintained his composure, as if he were unaware of Fong Tingting's demise, purely there to retrieve someone. Mengxian, seeing through Lan Ting's pretense, cursed him internally for being difficult. Yet, in an instant, he replied, "The person you mean is indeed Miss Fong Tingting. However, you refer to her as Miss Fong, implying she is your marquis's concubine. If that is the case, do you have the concubine's documentation?" At just 16 years of age, Fong Tingting had been a concubine for over 2 years. But the absurdity of a mother and daughter serving one husband could hardly be registered with the authorities. Ultimately, Fong Tingting had never reported her status or documented her position as a concubine to the government. Seeing Lan Ting unable to produce the concubine's document gave Mengxian a sense of confidence. "It is not my intention to make things difficult for you, but without the documentation, you cannot prove her ties to the Yongchang Marquis. Therefore, I cannot permit you to take her away. Moreover, the young lady you speak of, Fong Tingting, suffered a sudden illness last night and has unfortunately passed away. Her body is currently at the mortuary." How can a well young girl simply perish after just a few days of being brought here? She is merely a teenager who has committed no wrongdoing. How can you allow her to die so casually? Lan Ting seized the opportunity to press. We demand to identify the body. That can certainly be arranged. Meng Xian replied with poise. However, should you wish to identify the body, you will still need to present documentation proving your relationship with her. I wonder if the Yongchang Marquis possesses any such documents, or if you can locate any family members who can verify her identity. If so, you may proceed to the mortuary to identify her. You clearly took her from our estate, yet now you expect us to provide documentation to prove her identity? Are you not being unreasonable? Lan Ting Thito Sapi. Do not speak carelessly. These regulations are set forth by our dynasty's laws. Otherwise, anyone could come to the mortuary and steal corpses. Meng Xian immediately adopted a serious tone. Moreover, you claim she is your Yongchang Marquis as concubine. If she was brought in through the side entrance, why do you lack the concubine's documentation? Is it possible that she was taken by your Marquis against her will? Lan Ting's expression shifted slightly. Helan Xi's urgency to have him identify the body stemmed from the discovery that Fong Tingting's mother had vacated her small residence when they sent someone to find her. Thus, Helan Xi had almost concluded that a trap had been laid for him, but he needed to confirm who was orchestrating this scheme against him. Chapter 39. What is violent castration? As Meng Xian observed that Lan Ting had been rendered speechless for quite a while, he leaned in with a feigned benevolence and whispered, "Return and inform your lord that the young lady Fong is irretrievable. Our prince has exchanged 500 taels of gold for her life." Lan Ting's complexion shifted through shades of black, white, and green, culminating in a sardonic smile. So, the regent casually consigns her to an almshouse, denying us the chance to reclaim her? Meng Xian raised his chin slightly. Your young lord could certainly spend money to redeem your lord. Thus it stands to reason that others may also pay for the life of that young lady Fong. Our prince has stated clearly that he conducts business for a price, alleviating calamities for others. Whether she is dead or alive, she is undoubtedly lost to you. I presume your young lord has already surmised as much before your arrival. Lan Ting retorted with a cold laugh. Does the esteemed Sir Shaoqing still recall the plaque hanging in your hall, proclaiming justice is blind? Meng Xian's expression darkened abruptly. If you truly remember, do you think your lord could have emerged alive from the Dali Temple? Lan Ting fell silent, his hands unconsciously clenching at his sides. You must relay to your young lord that the Dali Temple is not a place where local officials can act with impunity. We have always treated everyone equally. 500 taels is 500 taels. While others may coddle the powerful, we do not care. Meng Xian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. As Lan Ting departed, his head nearly ablaze with rage, Meng Xian continued to add fuel to the fire from behind. I wonder how one can shamelessly refer to her as a concubine. Believing that we at the Dali Temple cannot unearth any information is one thing to have robbed her mother, but to then coerce her daughter, if not for wealth. She would have long been subjected to violent castration. Nearby guards, confused, inquired, "What is violent castration? Have you never witnessed pig slaughter?" Meng Xian coldly retorted. Castration of a human is quite similar in essence. Lan Ting, unable to retrieve the corpse, had barely crossed the threshold of the study when a thunderous noise erupted, followed by an enraged curse. "Fools, all fools. I instructed you to keep a close watch on her, and now you tell me that a living woman has vanished without a trace?" The report came from a subordinate dispatched to investigate the whereabouts of Fong Tingting's mother, who knelt there, blood streaming from his head. "We have been tailing her all along. She was merely out to buy vegetables. I distinctly saw her crouching before that elderly woman, selecting greens. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of people suddenly appeared, and she vanished." Helan Ci, eyes closed, exhaled a long, weary breath. "So, you are utterly unable to locate her? A woman has brazenly disappeared right before your eyes?" The sudden appearance of those individuals was anything but ordinary. They appeared to be common folk, yet they converged upon us with intent, clearly orchestrated by someone. The subordinate bowed his head, allowing blood to drip onto the floor. Helan Ci pinched the bridge of his nose, frustration swelling within him. "Has Lan Ting returned?" Lan Ting hurriedly entered. "Young master." Helan Ci barely opened his eyes. "You did not bring her back?" After a moment of silence, Lan Ting replied. Meng Xian said that someone offered 100 taels of gold for Fong Tingting's life. 100 taels? Helan Ci slowly opened his eyes, realization dawning upon him. It was unmistakably Yi Zichuan's interference. Who else could possibly be privy to the matter of 100 tales? From the outset, Helan Ci had found it peculiar. Although his father was notoriously unreliable, he was always cautious regarding gambling houses, as most of his expenditure stemmed from them. How could one so concerned with gambling remain unresponsive upon learning that Cheng Guang had appeared with silver, even sending away the messenger? In hindsight, the entire situation reeked of manipulation. Now, he need not ponder what had gone awry. The sudden disappearance of that mother and daughter had slapped the truth squarely in their faces. Clearly, it was not Yongchang Marquis who had dismissed the messenger, but rather the mother and daughter of Fong Tingting. To think they had been outwitted by those two wretches. The realization that the problem lay within the tender embrace of his father ignited a burning desire within Helan Ci to confront Yongchang Marquis with a blade. Yet the thought of patricide weighed heavily upon him, for such an act was a grave sin. Helan Ci lowered his head, contemplating for a long while, before inquiring, "Have you gleaned any insights from the money house?" Lanting hesitated, then responded, "We discovered it was a merchant house from Huizhou. However, Huizhou is affluent with merchants. And while there are a few large firms, countless small ones about. Even if we were to investigate each one, it would be impossible to ascertain the mastermind. Moreover, the letters sent to each money house did not originate from the same merchant." At that moment, Helan Ci felt a deeper sense of frustration welling within him. Throughout his life, he had always been the most astute, skilled in manipulating others. Yet now he found himself ensnared in a web of deceit. Unable to uncover a single clue, forced to endure this predicament, the study, filled with people, fell into an eerie silence. Huizhou merchants, Huizhou merchants. Helan Ci suddenly overturned everything on his desk. The occupants of the room dropped to their knees, panic evident in their eyes. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and investigate." Helan Ci seized an item from his desk and hurled it across the room. "Get out, all of you. If you fail to uncover the truth, I shall have your heads." "Yes." Lanting quickly ushered the others out. Helan Ci gazed at the now closed door, his head throbbing with pain, each breath growing increasingly labored. He had sacrificed 6 shops at a low price to gather funds, leading to a total loss of 9,000 taels of silver. A loss that made him feel as though he might vomit blood. From the beginning, Helan Ci had sensed something amiss. How could all the money houses claim they could not produce silver, while those unscrupulous merchants approached him offering half price for his shops? It was at that moment he realized he had been ensnared, yet he could only watch helplessly as he fell into this trap, especially when Lanting informed him that Yongchang Marquis had been beaten in the Dali Temple dungeon for his incessant curses. He was forced to succumb to this trap. He had always been the one to scheme against others, yet this time he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. This overwhelming anger, coupled with an inability to vent, left him restless and tormented. Chapter 40. A risky venture in recent days, Helan Ci found himself in a state of utter disarray. The mere thought of the silver he had been extorted for by Yi Zichuan ignited a fierce anger within him. "Is there something troubling you, my lord?" asked the dancer, who was gracefully perched on his lap, noticing his furrowed brow. "What? Do you suppose you can alleviate my woes?" Helan Ci replied, lightly caressing her cheek with his fingertip, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I possess no such abilities, but if my lord holds discontent in his heart, you may confide in me. Perhaps it would bring you some relief," the dancer offered in a soft whisper. "What use would it be to share my burdens with you?" Helan Ci chuckled, his finger trailing to her neck. "You are not even the master of your own life. Sharing my troubles with you might very well lead to your demise." The dancer's expression suddenly darkened. "My lord, fear not. As long as you keep your tongue in check and refrain from asking the wrong questions, I have no intention of taking your life." Helan Ci replied with a light laugh, though his smile bore a sinister undertone. "My lord," Lan Ting exclaimed as he burst through the door. Helan Ci scowled at Lan Ting, his demeanor unfriendly. "What is it? Have those merchants from Huizhou made contact?" Helan Ci was momentarily taken aback before straightening his posture. "Dismiss everyone." At once, all present rose and retreated, leaving the once vibrant courtyard in silence. Once they were alone, Lan Ting approached Helan Ci and spoke in hushed tones. "Our people have been keeping a close watch on those shops. Today, someone is collecting from them." Helan Ci's surprise quickly turned to urgency as he stood and made his way outside. "Have they arrived?" A few shopkeepers are here, but the important ones have yet to come. However, it seems their master is scheduled to arrive today, Lan Ting informed him as they walked together. A peculiar smile curled on He Lan Si's lips. I am eager to see who dares to scheme against me. Upon his swift arrival, He Lan Si found a carriage halted before the shop. Shi Wei, who stood beside the carriage, quickly spotted him. She blinked in surprise before lowering her voice. Miss, the young marquis has come. Inside the carriage, Xia Jianxi slowly lifted her gaze. She arrives rather promptly. Miss, shall we still proceed to collect from the shops? Shi Wei asked, her voice tinged with unease. Of course we shall. Xia Jianxi's eyes sparkled with determination. How could one not claim a shop purchased with genuine coin? Shi Wei paused, then turned to Yao Zi. Help the miss down from the carriage. Yao Zi discreetly glanced at the distant He Lan Si before preparing the footstool and extending her hand towards the carriage. As the curtain was drawn back by Shi Wei, a slender, fair hand emerged, delicately resting upon Yao Zi's. Be careful, miss, Yao Zi exclaimed as she assisted Xia Jianxi in disembarking. He Lan Si narrowed his eyes. Watching the figure descend from the carriage, his teeth clenched in anger. So, it is Xia Jianxi. Lan Ting cautiously observed He Lan Si's eyes, now ablaze with fury, and remarked, indeed, it is Xia Jianxi. At that moment, Xia Jianxi seemed to sense He Lan Si's gaze. She turned slowly, and upon meeting his eyes, offered him a smile and a nod. Miss, his gaze seems as if it could devour you whole, and yet you greet him? Shi Wei marveled at her mistress's audacity. In business, the timid are often starved, while the bold thrive. Xia Jianxi replied, her lips curving upward. Moreover, the negotiations are in the hands of the shopkeepers. As a mere heiress who dispenses silver, what do I know? Yao Zi couldn't help but exclaim, Shi Wei, your miss has anticipated every excuse. Then why must she even go through this charade? The shopkeepers are more than capable of handling the matter themselves. Shi Wei questioned, still puzzled. Xia Jianxi lowered her gaze, a cold smile escaping her lips. Without such theatrics, how could I provoke him to act? Shi Wei and Yao Zi exchanged startled glances. It dawned upon them that Xia Jianxi's appearance was a deliberate ploy to incite He Lan Si into action against her. Miss, are you not putting yourself in peril? Shi Wei exclaimed in alarm. Xia Jianxi raised an eyebrow. Foolish Shi Wei, one must risk something to ensnare the wolf. Yao Zi cast a deep glance at Xia Jianxi before softly assuring her, do not worry. I will ensure that no harm befalls you. Meanwhile, He Lan Si remained oblivious to Xia Jianxi's words, his chest rising and falling with agitation. So that is why. No wonder they are Huizhou merchants. Xia Jianxi's maternal grandfather is the wealthiest in Jiangnan, with several formidable businesses under his name. It is no surprise that our inquiries yielded no results. It was her all along. Lan Ting cautiously observed He Lan Si's eyes, now a fierce crimson with rage. Indeed, additionally, I have discovered that Miss Xia possesses numerous shops, acquired through underhanded means during moments of desperation from their original owners. You are not the first to fall victim. He Lan Si scoffed his eyes, I see. Xia Jianxi, born into commerce, indeed embodies the adage that no merchant is without deceit. My lord, what shall we do next? Lan Ting in quit sop di, a ding he lan ki. A young lady in the boudoir, privy to such information and capable of orchestrating schemes against the marquis's residence, could only have received such intelligence from Zichuan. He Lan Si's tongue pressed against his teeth, his eyes smoldering with murderous intent. Xia Jianxi had proven to be underestimated. Lan Ting sensed the rising fury emanating from He Lan Si. My lord, He Lan Si raised his gaze to Lan Ting. I recall that in a few days, the Ning Yuan Marquis' household will host a first birthday banquet. Yes, the invitations have already been sent out. Lan Ting confirmed in a hushed tone. Send someone to the Protectorate General's residence to inquire whether Xia Jianxi will attend the banquet. He Lan Si commanded coldly. If she does, then invite Miss Xia to visit. Though Lan Ting was perplexed, he complied. Understood, my lord. The Yongchang Marquis' household was indeed on the brink of collapse. Their most profitable gambling house had been seized, their capable subordinates eliminated, leaving only a ragtag group of ineffective personnel. To rescue the Yongchang Marquis, they had nearly exhausted all available cash, even pledging 6 prosperous shops. As the end of the year approached, with military funds under scrutiny, the paltry military expenses loaned out by the Yongchang Marquis' household would need to be replenished, or they would face ruin, unceremoniously joining the underworld. Currently, The only salvation lay in Xia Jianxi, as her dowry was the sole means to fill this gaping void. If she sought something from the Yongchang marquis' estate, she would need to offer her own possessions in exchange. Helan Xi lowered his gaze to his fingers, his expression growing increasingly frigid. The treasures of the Yongchang marquis' household could not simply be taken at her whim. If she obtained them through such despicable means, she would inevitably pay the price. Chapter 41. A small favor from Madame Qin. The journey to Jiangnan by boat would take half a month. Xia Jianxi was acutely aware that Helan Xi would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Fearing that their escape would be discovered, she specially arranged for people from the merchant guild to accompany them, reiterating countless times that they must not disembark before reaching Hangzhou. As soon as they departed from Bianjing, a letter was dispatched back to her. "Miss, have Fong and the others arrived safely?" Shi Wei inquired as she observed Xia Jianxi opening the letter. After reading it, Xia Jianxi's expression shifted slightly. They have safely left Bianjing, but while stopping at a port, they encountered someone inquiring about Tingting's whereabouts. Shi Wei gasped. "Is it someone from the Yongchang marquis?" Helan Xi would undoubtedly not let the mother and daughter slip away so easily, since they could not locate them in Bianjing. He would certainly send people to investigate via both water and land routes. As long as they heed my advice and remain on the boat, nothing untoward will happen until they reach Hangzhou, which is the Lin family's territory. Xia Jianxi whispered, "Yet I fear they may not withstand the tumultuous journey. Since you have warned them repeatedly, should they still insist on disembarking, that would be their fate." Yaozi interjected suddenly. "Miss, you have already saved them once. People must rely on themselves to survive. No one can perpetually rescue others." Xia Jianxi remained silent, quietly tossing the letter into the incense burner. She watched as it burned slowly, consumed by a sudden flare of flame, turning to ashes in an instant. "Perhaps," she mused. Just then, Tingwan entered, immediately detecting a burnt odor. "Shi Wei, have you carelessly dropped the oil paper containing the incense powder into the burner again? Open a window for ventilation. There's a cloud of smoke." "I did not," Shi Wei muttered as she walked to the window. "Just because you caught me once, you'll hold it against me for a lifetime." "Of course." Ting von Luft, Abruishing Xia de Yongxi. "Miss, Madame mentioned that the Ningyuan Marquis has sent an invitation, stating that their grandson's first birthday banquet is in a few days, and they request that you prepare a few new outfits for the occasion." The Ningyuan Marquis? Xia Jianxi was momentarily taken aback before recalling a similar event from her past life. At that time, her reputation was tarnished, and although the Ningyuan Marquis sent an invitation due to the influence of the National Protectors General, the nobility still looked down upon her. Though they did not voice it openly, their disdain was palpable whenever they laid eyes on her, particularly from the old matriarch of the Yongchang Marquis. Despite being engaged to Helan Xi, she was subjected to ridicule. Throughout the banquet, the conversation was dominated by praise for Xia Yura, who was deemed a virtuous daughter. Unlike Helan Xi's unfortunate grandson, who had no fortune and had to settle for her, a faded flower. That day, her mother was infuriated, yet she had to consider how Xia Jianxi would fare after marriage and could not express her anger, biting her tongue instead. "Miss." Tingwan noticed Xia Jianxi's prolonged silence and grew concerned. "Madame also said that if you do not wish to attend, you need only say so. It is of no consequence." Xia Jianxi paused, then shook her head. "Since it is a first birthday banquet, it is only proper to attend. Please remember to select a beautiful gold lock for the occasion. We must not lose face." "I will remember," Tingwan replied with a smile. "Shall we still have Madame Qin from Yui Workshop make your garments?" "Indeed, let's invite her. Her designs are fresh and her embroidery exquisite." Xia Jianxi responded, suddenly recalling something. "And please inform our longtime partners that the account from the neighboring courtyard must no longer be charged to our estate, especially those of Xia Yirua." This matter was already instructed by Madame. I heard the steward say that as soon as Xia Yirua was expelled, Madame arranged for those merchants to seek payment from the neighboring courtyard. I heard there was quite a dispute over it recently. Shi Wei interjected. "Those shameless women, having relied on the general's favor, came to take advantage of us frequently. Madame has long harbored disdain for them. Now that their facade has crumbled, they must face the consequences." Shi Wei remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Indeed, they have brought this upon themselves." Xia Jianxi scoffed. "By the way, fetch the designs I sketched a while ago. I need to ask Madame Qin for a small favor." Xia Jianxi merely mentioned in passing, but for Xia Yura, The situation had escalated dramatically. Madame Xia acted swiftly and decisively, expelling the women and instructing the merchants to collect debts from the neighboring courtyard. The goods they had been unwilling to part with would not be returned easily. The second Madame Xia adamantly claimed that the debts belonged to the general's estate and had nothing to do with them, despite the clear records bearing the names of the mother and daughter. The merchants, being in the business of trade, resorted to demanding payment from Xiao Maochuan's office, causing such an uproar that Xiao Maochuan could hardly leave. Upon returning home, he pressured the second Madame Xia to settle the accounts. Ultimately, the debts were settled, but the news of their inability to collect payments spread throughout Bianjing, leading to a situation where no reputable merchant would agree to work with them henceforth. Now, with the first birthday banquet of the Ningyuan marquis approaching, they found that not a single merchant in Bianjing was willing to make garments for Xia Yuruo. As these noble ladies prepared to attend the banquet in old attire, they would undoubtedly face ridicule. Moreover, the yeoman Wang Fu would certainly be present, and the mere thought of this drove Xia Yuruo to the brink of despair. It's all my mother's fault. It was just a bit of silver. If she had generously given at the outset, we wouldn't have descended into this mess. Xia Yuruo gritted her teeth in frustration. Her mother always claimed she came from a scholarly family, unlike the woman next door, yet now it seemed she was worse off than that very woman. Miss, please do not speak like that. If Madam hears you, it will surely sadden her. The maid quickly interjected. Madam has already sent someone to make arrangements. She will definitely have a beautiful outfit prepared for you. The seamstress she hired from the neighboring courtyard is renowned throughout Bianjing. How could it possibly be better than her? Xia Yuruo said, her eyes reddening. My mother always says I am superior to her, yet in the end, I am still inferior. Who says you are inferior? Just look at who I have invited for you. The second Madame Xia suddenly entered without a sound. Upon hearing her voice, Xia Yuruo immediately stood up. Who has mother invited? Of course, it is the most skilled Madame Qin from Bianjing. Chapter 42. The first birthday celebration on the day of the birthday celebration. Xia Jinshi was awoken early by Shi Wei and Ting Wan, who even dragged Yao Zi from another room to hold the mirror for her. As Yao Zi stifled her sixth yawn, Xia Jinshi finally completed her makeup. Shi Wei suddenly slapped Yao Zi's shoulder, urging her to stop yawning and take a look. Yao Zi, startled, opened her eyes wide and stood frozen. Yao Zi had always known that Xia Jinshi was exceptionally beautiful, being the daughter of the renowned beauty of Jiangnan. As long as she and Ti would an exceedingly unsightly father, she would always be lovely. However, this was the first time she had seen Xia Jinshi after she had been meticulously adorned. With delicate brows and fair, rosy skin, she embodied the gentle grace of a Jiangnan woman, yet her eyes bore the tenacity and brightness reminiscent of Xia Maoshan. Is she beautiful? Shi Wei nudged Yao Zi's shoulder again, inquiring once more. Yao Zi, generous in her praise, exclaimed, stunning like a fish sinking or a flower hiding. Shi Wei replied with a light snort. My lady truly resembles her mother, always beautiful, yet she seldom adorns herself. When she does venture out, she opts for modest attire, while the young ladies next door favor their gaudy garments, often overshadowing Our Lady. Today I intend to show them who the true beauty is. Uncharacteristically, Xia Jinshi remained silent. Gazing at her reflection, lightly adorned, she couldn't help but reminisce about her past self. Back then, she always felt like the elder sister, believing she should yield to Xia Yuruo, who was younger than her. Consequently, she often let her have the first choice of any delightful treasures. When she chose brighter colors for her garments, Xia Yuruo would insist on having them, and over time, she found herself donning simpler attire, unwilling to compete, though it turned out she was the one being foolish. Now, she intended to vie for everything, to seize it all from her sister, her most coveted prize being the astonished gazes of noble youths when they beheld her. Miss, we should be heading out. The madam is already waiting in the carriage, Ting Wan announced as she entered the room. Then let us depart, Xia Jinshi replied, rising to her feet. When the general's carriage arrived, the carriage from the neighboring courtyard had yet to appear. Xia Jinshi understood that Xia Yuruo was keen on making a grand entrance. That girl thrived on being the center of attention. Let's go. Lady Xia, however, did not share such sentiments. She had been beautiful in her youth, attracting gazes wherever she went, and preferred to arrive early. Xia Jinshi followed her mother down from the carriage. Just as they alighted, another figure hurried toward them. Lady Xia, you arrived quite early. My lady specifically instructed me to wait for you here. Xia Jianxi felt a sudden sense of disorientation as she regarded the obsequious maid before her. In her previous life, they had also arrived early, yet there had been no one waiting for them, not even a welcoming hand upon entering the Ningyuan marquis' residence. Reflecting on it now, her mother had been neglected at that time, all due to her own circumstances. Unaware of her daughter's thoughts, Lady Xia took her hand and followed the maid inside. We shall discuss mundane matters. If you find it dull later, feel free to wander the courtyard. The servants here are well-mannered and won't lead male guests to the back. All right, Xia Jianxi replied with a smile. I'm quite grown now. I can take care of myself. Good. Lady Xia affectionately patted her daughter's hand, her eyes filled with adoration for her only precious child. Upon entering the courtyard, Xia Jianxi immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially in her pale pink dress, which remained understated but was enlivened by the plum blossom embroidery along the hem. Miss Xia, you have changed quite a bit since we last met, remarked a familiar matron, approaching with flattery. You appear even more beautiful than before. Greetings, madam. Xia Jianxi replied with a graceful bow, embodying the decorum of a respectful junior. Splendid. As it was a first birthday celebration, everyone gathered around the nursing mothers with their children. With the banquet yet to commence, the little ones could only be entertained in the courtyard for a while, but fortunately, the child was not shy and welcomed anyone who reached out to hold him, bringing delight to the gathered ladies. Among them, the lady of Ningyuan Marquis held a conversation with Lady Xia, expressing concern for Xia Jianxi's injury while rescuing the Empress Dowager. Xia Jianxi listened quietly, yet found it amusing. She recalled that in her previous life, the lady of Ningyuan had not even deigned to glance at them, as if they were unclean, fearful that proximity would tarnish her vision. Now, she grasped her mother's hand, addressing her as dear sister, a display of hypocrisy that made her stomach churn. Has Jianxi's injury healed? The lady of Ningyuan suddenly grasped Xia Jianxi's hand. I had intended to visit you, but our little one is quite a handful and requires constant attention. Thankfully, you are blessed with good fortune. Not only are you unharmed, but you also saved the Empress Dowager, turning misfortune into blessing. Is that so? Xia Jianxi replied with a slight smile, her eyes innocent. If this child is so clingy, why doesn't the marquis lady hire a few more nurses? Why not care for him herself? The smile on the lady of Ningyuan's face faltered. You are still young and do not understand our grandmotherly hearts. Although the nurses are quite capable, one cannot help but worry. Xia Jianxi had no intention of exposing her, merely feigning enlightenment. Ah, I see now. I truly do not understand. At that moment, a murmur arose at the entrance, drawing everyone's gaze toward the laughter, where they beheld Xia Yuruo entering alongside the second lady of Xia. Is that not the second daughter-in-law of your family? The lady of Ningyuan observed the approaching Xia Yuruo, perplexed. Why does her attire mirror Jianxi's so closely? Lady Xia remained silent. She had noticed the moment Xia Yuruo entered. However, she quickly discerned that there was something amiss with the garment Xia Yuruo wore. Instantly, she glanced at Xia Jianxi and, seeing her daughter's indifference, understood the situation completely. Chapter 43. The stolen design the dress worn by Xia Jianxi was crafted by the esteemed Madame Qin of Yuyufeng, who personally attended to every detail from the intricate embroidery patterns to the selection of fabrics and the final stitching. The design of the dress was the epitome of the latest fashion in Bianjing with subtle modifications, incorporating layers of delicate silk that gave the hem a buoyant yet grounded appearance, exuding grace and vitality. Moreover, considering the hosts of the banquet were the daughter-in-law and grandson of the Marquis of Ningyuan, Xia Jianxi chose a color that was understated yet elegant. Despite the effort invested in the gown, it did not draw excessive attention away from the hosts, maintaining a sense of propriety. However, being a creation of Madame Qin, its understated hue, while not overwhelmingly stunning, was still memorable. Thus, when Xia Yuruo entered wearing an almost identical outfit, all eyes immediately turned to Xia Jianxi, who had arrived earlier. As more gazes flitted between the two, Xia Yuruo, who believed she had captivated the crowd, sensed something awry. Following the direction of the onlookers' stares, she spotted Xia Jianxi standing beside the Marchioness of Ningyuan, clad in her exquisite dress. Xia Jianxi, noticing her gaze, nonchalantly nodded to Xia Yuruo, exuding an air of indifference. In contrast, Xia Yuruo was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. At first glance, the dresses appeared identical. However, standing side by side, revealed stark contrasts. Both dresses were tailored by Yu Yifeng, ensuring a perfect fit, yet the materials were vastly different. Xia Jinxi's gown was fashioned from the finest shimmering silk from Jiangnan, reflecting light like crystalline spring water, with luxurious gauze providing internal support. In contrast, Xia Yuro's dress, while made from new soft smoke gauze, lacked the quality of Xia Jinxi's, particularly the absence of supportive silks in the hem, rendering it overly floaty and less elegant. Whispers circulated among the attendees, speculating on the coincidence of the two ladies donning similar garments, with one particularly outspoken lady covering her mouth to voice her thoughts. The intimate setting allowed many to overhear. "It seems you've been cooped up in the courtyard for too long, unaware of the happenings in Bianjing." Another lady chuckled, commenting on the rift between the two Xia families. The second Miss Xia, being merely a civil servant's daughter with no achievements, surely cannot afford a dress from Yu Yifeng. She must have commissioned another seamstress to replicate it. Xia Yuro's face grew increasingly flushed, and as she instinctively sought to retreat, she was firmly grasped by Madame Xia Heir. With reluctant determination, Madame Xia Heir approached, greeting Xia Foreign and the Marchioness of Ningyuan with a smile, saying, "What a delightful coincidence that our daughters have chosen matching attire. I had no idea that the garments my daughter ordered last year would end up being so similar." Her words were laced with innuendo, implying that Xia Jinxi had merely imitated Xia Yuro. Xia Foreign, incensed by this insinuation, retorted, "This style did not exist until after the new year. You must have exceptional foresight to have anticipated the designs that would emerge." Indeed, perhaps the embroiderers at Yu Yifeng possess prophetic abilities, chimed in Sure Wei, eager for the moment. "Even the floral patterns drawn by my lady just half a month ago could be replicated before the new year. And the design, featuring the rare late water plum blossom, is only found on Meihuan Mountain in Jinling. I wonder when the embroiderers of Yu Yifeng visited Jinling," interjected Ting Wan with a mocking tone. At this point, it became apparent to all but the most naive that the underlying issue was Xia Yuro's attempt to outshine Xia Jinxi by replicating her dress, only to be thwarted by her reluctance to invest in quality materials, resulting in an embarrassing misstep. Xia Yuro, realizing she had fallen into Xia Jinxi's trap, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Indeed, her mother had summoned Madame Qin, but due to the exorbitant price of 10 gold for the deposit, she had opted to secretly steal the design while Madame Qin measured her for the dress, subsequently commissioning another seamstress to create a replica. Little did she know, the unique plum blossom design had been personally drawn by Xia Jinxi. Overwhelmed with shame, Xia Yuro wished to vanish from sight. Just then, Xia Jinxi spoke up. "Since it appears to be such a coincidence, I shall simply change into another outfit." "Change into another? One that is even better?" Xia Yuro's eyes widened with resentment as she gazed at Xia Jinxi. "Madame Qin's skills are exceptional, and my mother appreciates her work, so she ordered several sets this time. Fearing I might soil my dress at the banquet, I shall go to the carriage and change," Xia Jinxi declared, bowing to the Marchioness of Ningyuan before gracefully excusing herself. With confidence befitting the daughter of a national general, Xia Jinxi dismissed the notion that her reputation could be tarnished over a mere similar dress, especially when she possessed a wardrobe filled with such opulent gowns. Xia Yuro, rooted in place, felt as if all eyes were piercing through her, the air thick with mockery. Whispers of her audacity to compete with the general's family filled her ears. "I do not know what you're talking about," Xia Jinxi said lightly, observing the flustered Xia Yuro. "The design was given to Madame Qin by me. As for where she placed it, I cannot say." Xia Yuro's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions before she could not contain herself, exclaiming, "You lie! If it weren't for your deliberate scheming, how could the design fortuitously appear before me? And how could it be your drawing? Are you accusing me of stealing your design?" Xia Jinxi countered with a question. Xia Yuro paused, gathering her thoughts before responding. "What if I am? You clearly anticipated that I would see the design, so you purposely had Madame Qin leave it out. I would never have guessed that the second Miss Xia would resort to such underhanded tactics." Xia Jinxi scoffed. "The design indeed belongs to me, but how it came to your attention is beyond my knowledge. Perhaps it was due to the fact that your mother forcibly took Madame Qin from our doorstep that day." "What did you say?" the second Miss Xia exclaimed, unaware of the circumstances. Sure Wei interjected with a cold laugh. "That day, Madame Qin had barely left our residence before your mother's maid dragged her away to your household. Madame Qin had no choice but to comply. Yet we have heard that you did not even pay the 10 taels of silver for her services. Xia Yuro's face alternated between shades of red and green, as barbs of ridicule pierced her pride. For the first time, she felt the malice of the aristocracy, finding it difficult to breathe amidst the weight of their disdain. At long last, she could no longer maintain the facade of the obedient and demure second young lady of the Xia family, pleasing to all. She wrested her hand free from Madame Xia's grasp, and, amidst the murmurs of the young lady having donned the wrong attire and her fragile pride, she pursued Xia Jianxi out of the rear courtyard. The pathway leading from the Ningyuan marquis' residence to the front courtyard was adorned with a lengthy corridor. Xia Yuro chased after Xia Jianxi's retreating figure as they traversed the corridor, finally catching up to her at a corner. Just as she reached out to grasp Xia Jianxi, she was seized by Yaozi, who exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yaozi's reprimanding voice successfully halted Xia Jianxi in her tracks. Upon hearing the commotion, Xia Jianxi turned to see Xia Yuro, her wrist firmly clutched by Yaozi, her expression twisted in fury. Yaozi, having emerged from the shadows, possessed an extraordinary grip. In that moment, Xia Yuro felt as if her wrist might shatter under the pressure, and she cried out in pain, "Xia Jianxi, have your person release me." Xia Jianxi approached Yaozi slowly, inquiring, what was she attempting to do? From her movements, it appeared she sought to detain you. Yaozi replied coldly. Then release her. Xia Jianxi stated with an air of indifference. Following her words, Yaozi abruptly released her hold on Xia Yuro, but the force was too great, causing Xia Yuro to stumble and collide with a nearby pillar. After a moment of nursing her head, Xia Yuro glared fiercely at Xia Jianxi. Did you intentionally place the designs in Madame Qin's box? You are speaking nonsense, Xia Jianxi retorted, casting a look of exasperation at the silent maid beside Xia Yuro, who dare not speak. You might as well inquire of your personal maid. Xia Yuro immediately turned to her maid. Yua, speak. Yua, head bowed, instinctively shook her head, only to be pinched harshly by Xia Yuro on the soft flesh of her arm. If you do not tell the truth, I shall sell you to a brothel when we return. Terrified by the threat, Yua promptly knelt, madam. The lady is unwilling to part with the 10 taels of silver and insisted we claimed her alongside the general's residence. Madame Qin, disinterested in such a trivial sum, chose to withdraw in resignation. Xia Yurua's complexion immediately paled at this revelation. Chapter 44. Yaozi. Strike her. Xia Jianxi gazed at the current state of Xia Yurua and softly remarked, "The second madam has always claimed to hail from a scholarly family, a lineage of refined gentlemen. She frequently disparages my mother as a merchant's daughter, devoid of knowledge and steeped in the stench of copper. Yet, it is rather ironic that such an esteemed lineage cannot even spare the silver for an embroidered maid's visit." Silence. Xia Yurua suddenly advanced, attempting to push Xia Jianxi away. But Yaozi seized her hand firmly. "You are clearly scheming against me, Xia Jianxi. You know full well that I will be making this outfit. You possess so many garments, yet choose to wear this one, seeking to overshadow me amongst these nobles. Xia Yurua, why would I wish to overshadow the daughter of a mere fourth-rank official?" Xia Jianxi scoffed. "My father is a first-rank national protector general, and my mother hails from the foremost family in Jiangnan. Tell me, why should I compete with someone who is so evidently beneath me?" Xia Yurua struggled to break free, but found her hand clutched tightly. In frustration, she unleashed a torrent of insults. "My mother comes from a refined lineage, while you are merely the daughter of a merchant. Are you implying I am tainted by the scent of copper?" Xia Jianxi sneered. "Your mother surely did not inform you that when she wed, your maternal family did not even prepare a dowry. The possessions allotted to you when the Xia family split have long been squandered. Had it not been for our general's household assistance over the years, you would have been reduced to exchanging your daily white rice for stale grains. You are merely relying on a meager sum of money. With your engagement to the young prince now lost, how long do you think you can continue to act so arrogantly, like a discarded piece of merchandise?" Slap. Yaozi swiftly stepped forward and struck Xia Yurua across the face. Xia Yurua stood there, shock etched upon her features, momentarily speechless. Xia Jianxi, tall and regal, looked down at her with derision in her eyes. "I am a cherished daughter of the general's household, not some worthless item you claim I am. That trivial engagement to the yeoman prince means nothing to me." Disinterested in further entanglement with Xia Yurua, Xia Jianxi turned to leave. Although Xia Yurua felt resentment swell within her, she dared not approach with Yaozi standing guard. watching helplessly as Xia Jinshi departed. In the end, all her pent-up anger was unleashed upon Yu Yu. As Shi Wei recalled Xia Yurua's earlier demeanor, a smile spread across her face, and her steps became notably lighter. Miss, did you truly know she would wear the same outfit today? When Madame Qin sent someone to inquire about the design, I had my suspicions. Xia Jinshi replied, lowering her gaze slightly. However, I did not anticipate that she would be so frugal with the fabric. It seems the second madam is indeed feeling the pinch. She deserves it. She has always taken advantage of your kindness, constantly overshadowing you. At times, one might think she was the true daughter of the general's household. Shi Wei expressed, feeling vindicated. Xia Jinshi chuckled, choosing not to respond. In truth, her suspicions stemmed from the fact that she had deliberately provided the design to Madame Qin. In her previous life, at this very birthday banquet, Xia Yurua had stolen the design from Madame Qin and commissioned other embroiderers to replicate the outfit exactly. Back then, Xia Jinshi's reputation was tarnished, and the noble ladies would not believe her protests. Each one regarded her with contempt, even though she had committed no wrongdoing, and she was unjustly branded as the one who bullied her younger cousin. Even Kong Muse had accused her, suggesting that her humiliation of Xia Yurua was a consequence of his choice to marry her. Reflecting on that time, Xia Jinshi found the sycophantic women more detestable than Xia Yurua herself. Xia Jinshi changed into a gown of delicate smoke-colored silk, adorned with blue floral patterns. The embroiderers having skillfully blended the two color schemes into a fabric that floated like mist. When the dress was first completed, Shi Wei had admired it greatly for its uniqueness and beauty, but Xia Jinshi insisted it was too ostentatious for the occasion, opting for a more subdued garment instead. After Shi Wei adorned her with matching accessories, she gazed at her mistress and could not help but exclaim, "Miss, you are truly stunning." Xia Jinshi laughed. "Do you always flatter your own mistress so? And what of it? I am merely speaking the truth." Shi Wei retorted, raising an eyebrow. "You are naturally beautiful. You simply do not care much for embellishments." Xia Jinshi chuckled and shook her head, rising to her feet. "Let's return quickly. I do not wish to keep my mother waiting." Shi Wei smiled in agreement and approached the door to the chamber, opening it. Ting Wan and Yao Zi turned simultaneously at the entrance. Earlier, when the garments were being tried on, Ting Wan had been present. Now, seeing Xia Jinshi in her new attire, her face lit up with delight, while Yao Zi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Shi Wei, noticing Yao Zi's astonishment, could not resist teasing. "What do you think? Our young mistress is indeed beautiful, is she not?" Yao Zi awkwardly averted her gaze, then cleared her throat. "The dress is lovely. A person must be beautiful for the attire to shine. Otherwise, the outfit will overshadow the wearer." Shi Wei huffed slightly before guiding Xia Jinshi out of the room. Yao Zi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, rubbed her nose and added, "Just now, Madame sent someone to say that if Miss Xia finds the courtyard stifling, she may take a stroll in the flower hall and need not accompany them in conversation." Xia Jinshi paused, recalling that the noble ladies were discussing child-rearing matters. Topics irrelevant to an unmarried girl like herself. Gazing at the boisterous little children, she was reminded of her own lost child, and thus preferred to heed her mother's suggestion and explore the flower hall. "Let us go," Xia Jinshi declared, leading the way toward the flower hall in the rear courtyard. The rear courtyard of the Ningyuan Mark residence was indeed thoughtfully designed, echoing the charm of Jiangnan's waterways with its corridors and lotus ponds. Even the lotus flowers having been specially sourced from that region. Although they had yet to bloom, the sight of the floating lotus leaves exuded a hint of Jiangnan's allure. The Ningyuan Marquis must hold a fondness for Jiangnan, having invested considerable effort and wealth to cultivate such lush greenery here. Shi Wei observed the courtyard and mused, "Once the weather warms and the flowers bloom, it will be even more beautiful." This quaint courtyard was filled with visitors, most accompanying their elders to the banquet, finding the courtyard rather dull, and were thus sent to explore the gardens. The Marquis wife was quite considerate, ensuring that servants were stationed throughout the garden, ready to provide chairs, tea, and refreshments at a moment's notice. "How about we rest in that pavilion?" Shi Wei suggested, shielding Xia Jinshi from the sun with her hand. Spotting a nearby cool pavilion, she urged we could take a break there. "That sounds good." However, as they approached, a maid suddenly darted out, blocking Xia Jinshi's path and haughtily declaring, "Miss Xia, our young mistress arrived here first. You should find another place." Ting Wan immediately bristled. "Just because you say your mistress arrived first, does that make it true? Where is she? Moreover, this is a pavilion, not your private property." The people of an Yuan marquis house have said nothing. Who do you think you are to dictate where our young mistress should go? The maid, undeterred by Ting Wan's outburst, defiantly insisted, I said our young mistress arrived first. And that is the truth. Your mistress must yield, or else you can just stand here. I won't let you in. The maid before her, known as Hua Yi, was a familiar figure to Xia Jianxi. The wife of the Yongchang marquis had borne but a single son, Heilin Ci. Yet the philandering marquis was hardly content with just one woman. In the rear courtyard of the Yongchang marquis' residence, a multitude of illegitimate sons and daughters thrived without any expense, and the maid in question was the most favored concubine, Ilan's personal servant, serving the eldest daughter. Hiruoyan. Ilan was a formidable woman. In her previous life, when Xia Jianxi took over the marquis's tangled affairs, Ilan proved to be the most challenging obstacle. The marquis's wife had long neglected domestic matters, leaving the household accounts in the hands of the elderly matriarch. As the matriarch aged, managing such a large estate became increasingly burdensome, prompting her to enlist Ilan's assistance. However, as Ilan extended her help, the funds mysteriously found their way into her own coffers. As for Heroine, her mistress, she was equally troublesome, adept at charming others with sweet words, but ruthless when it came to her actions. It was this very mistress who had suggested throwing Xia Jianxi into the cellar to fend for herself. Xia Jianxi vividly recalled Hiruoyan's icy voice. Toss her into the cellar. No matter how much she cries, no one will hear her. Even if she dies, there will be no foul odor to escape. Gazing at Hua Yi, Xia Jianxi suddenly remembered that Hiruoyan had always been an obedient lapdog to Xia Yirua. Upon hearing her lament, she would leap to Heilin Ci's defense with fervor. She distinctly remembered that on this very day in her past life, Hiruoyan had merely ridiculed her at a banquet, never directly confronting her. Now, her sudden aggression likely stemmed from Xia Yirua's complaints, prompting this foolish girl to rush to her sister's aid. Whose maid are you? Where is your master? Let your master come and speak. Ting Wan exclaimed in exasperation, tugging at Hua Yi's clothing in an attempt to drag her away. Just then, a languid voice emerged from behind them. Oh, what is going on here? Hua Yi released her grip on Ting Wan. Her eyes reddened and her face a mask of grievance. Miss, I merely mentioned that you were here, and they became relentless, claiming they would strike me. What nonsense are you spouting? How can you say, I am relentless? You even claimed I would hit you. I would tear your mouth apart. Ting Wan, taken aback by the maid's petulant whimpering, felt a surge of anger and wished to scratch her face. Shiwei quickly intervened. Ting Wan, calm down. The miss is still present. Xia Jianxi, who had been silently observing, did not even glance back at the newcomer, but instead raised her eyes to the maid standing before her. Yaozi, strike her. Chapter 45. A humiliation at home. Yaozi was like a bowstring drawn taut, and with a command, she surged forward, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Yaozi, being a shadow guard, struck with unrelenting force, sending Hua Yi sprawling to the ground. The spectators merely heard the crack and turned to witness a maid lying on the floor, her expression one of sheer astonishment. How dare you strike someone? After a moment of stunned silence, Hiruoyan rushed forward, her face flushed with anger as she reached for Xia Jianxi, only to be seized by Yaozi. Her grip was terrifying. A mere pinch from Yaozi caused Hiruoyan to cry out in pain. Xia Jianxi, have your person release me at once. Hiruoyan exclaimed, her discomfort evident. At that moment, Xia Jianxi merely huffed. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be Miss He Lu. Since you recognize me, why do you not command your person to let go? Hiruoyan's face turned crimson as she shouted. You came at me with intentions to strike. How could I possibly allow that? Xia Jianxi replied nonchalantly as she entered the pavilion and took a seat. Is this babbling maid truly one of yours? Hua Yi was originally a confidant of Miss Ilan, placed under Hiruoyan's command only after Hiruoyan had come of age and taken her own courtyard. Had she known Hua Yi's allegiance sooner, she would have surely dispatched her to the lotus pond. Hiruoyan felt a twinge of guilt, but, maintaining her pride, retorted, and if she is mine, what of it? Then it is all the more manageable. Xia Jianxi gestured to Yaozi to release Hiruoyan, who complied, stepping back to stand protectively in front of Xia Jianxi. Xia Jianxi, how could your person act so recklessly? Hiruoyan fumed. She declared she would strike me. Xia Jianxi nonchalantly crossed her legs, resting her chin on her hand with an innocent expression. She said it first, so I had no choice but to act. After all, I detest being wronged. You, He Ruyan was taken aback by Xia Jinshi's audacity, clutching her injured hand while she uttered curses under her breath. Just a verbal dispute, and you resort to violence? Xia Jinshi, one must consider the master when striking a dog. Indeed, Xia Jinshi smirked. That's why I acted. Otherwise, if I were to inadvertently strike a nobleman's dog, it would surely be I who face the consequences. What do you mean? Hirian's sharp cry garnered the attention of those nearby. Quite literally, Xia Jinshi's demeanor turned frosty. I would never dare to strike a nobleman's dog, but yours? I fear nothing. Hirian's face flushed with indignation. In the Duke's residence, she had always enjoyed privilege due to her mother's favor and her elder brother's affection. Though a concubine's daughter, her life was far more opulent than many legitimate daughters. She had rarely faced such ridicule. Normally, she would have retaliated fiercely, but the fierce Yaozi standing before her was not someone to be trifled with. As she scanned the crowd, noticing many eyes upon her, she feigned tears. Xia Jinshi, Huai merely asked for a space to sit. You struck her over such a trivial matter. How unreasonable! Xia Jinshi observed Hirian's tears, a newfound respect blooming within her. Not everyone could weep on cue, unlike herself, who sometimes had to inflict pain upon herself to squeeze out a tear. Is that so? Xia Jinshi raised an eyebrow. I struck her because she threatened me. Since you say so, perhaps I should strike her again. As soon as she finished speaking, Tingwan lunged forward. Yaozi barely had time to react as Tingwan leaped on a Huai, grabbing her hair and delivering a barrage of slaps. Hiruyan stood in shock, finally shouting for someone to pull Tingwan away. By the time Tingwan was restrained, Huai's face had swollen grotesquely. Hiruyan stared at Xia Jinshi, disbelief etched on her face. Xia Jinshi, have you lost your mind? Did I not make myself clear? Xia Jinshi rose slowly, stepping closer to Hiruyan. I have stated that I detest being wronged. You may continue your charade. I shall play along as you wish. Hiruyan felt her breath hitch. Just moments ago, she sensed a chilling malice directed at her, a coldness that made her shiver involuntarily. The once proud Huai, now a pitiful figure, cowered in silence, never imagining they would encounter such madness today. After all, facing a madwoman renders all strategies futile. The mad do not care for the opinions of others. Xia Jinshi, are you not afraid? Afraid of what? Xia Jinshi arched an eyebrow. Surely, you do not believe your father would dare to offend the Duke of the Protectorate for your sake? Hiruyan choked on her words, fully aware her father would not act so foolishly, and her mother lacked the capacity to intervene. Hiruyan, I consider our paths to be entirely separate. Your unwarranted trouble seems to stem from a desire to please others, Xia Jinshi remarked, her gaze laden with scorn. Hiruyan's heart skipped a beat. Noticing her reaction, Xia Jinshi grew curious. You claim to be a concubine's daughter, yet live a life more splendid than many legitimate daughters. Look around. How many concubines are present at this banquet? Why choose to be a pawn for Xia Yurua? Charging in a battle for her, what benefit do you hope to gain? You lie. I do not. Hiruyan stammered, astonished by Xia Jinshi's words. Whether you do or not, you know best. Xia Jinshi tapped her cheek lightly. Stay away from me, or next time, it won't be your maid who suffers, but you Miss He Lu. Hiruyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She could not comprehend how this once proud Xia Jinshi had transformed into a madwoman, utterly unconcerned with her reputation or the opinions of others, and willing to act violently without hesitation. Xia Jinshi, noticing the astonishment and incredulity in Hiruyan's eyes, chuckled softly before turning to leave. Tingwan and Shuwei hurried to follow, with Tingwan casting a fierce glare at the still-standing Huai. Huai, already flustered from the beating, was about to advance when Yaozi's mere glance froze her in place. Once Yaozi saw they had ceased their movements, she slowly turned to follow Xia Jinshi. However, in that moment, Hiruyan seemed to snap, charging towards Xia Jinshi with the intent to push her into the water. In an instant, before the onlookers could react, Yaozi delivered a swift kick, striking Hiruyan squarely in the abdomen. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she toppled over the railing and plunged into the lotus pond. In Bianjing, few young ladies were adept swimmers. As Hiruyan fell into the water, it instantly filled her nostrils, and a wave of suffocating panic engulfed her. With fervent cries, Huai rushed to the edge of the railing, but hesitated to plunge into the water, instead shouting, "Help! My lady has fallen into the water. Hurry!" Soon enough, a throng of maids and servants gathered, for Hua, he had instigated the situation. From the outset, many of the lower servants had been keeping watch. Thus, when Ruyin fell into the lotus pond, a number of individuals quickly surrounded the scene. As a female, Ruyin could not be directly rescued by the young man skilled in swimming. He merely took a bamboo pole and a net, attempting to fish her out. However, her frantic movements caused the pole to sway precariously, ultimately striking her head and inadvertently pushing her further into the water. "Stop standing there. Hurry and rescue her," Hua implored, panic evident in her voice as she gestured for the young man to act. Xia Jianqi stood at the pond's edge, observing Ruyin's desperate floundering. After witnessing her swallow considerable water, she let out a cold laugh. The water here is barely knee-deep. In the next moment, the seemingly struggling Ruyin stood upright. Xia Jianqi regarded the disheveled Ruyin, now adorned with muddy leaves and grime, and suddenly laughed. "Miss Lu, your attire is quite innovative." Ruyin stood there, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes fixated upon her, feeling utterly humiliated. In that instant, a maid stepped forward from the crowd, respectfully bowing to Xia Jianqi before stating, "Miss Xia, the incident earlier was instigated by Miss Lu's maid. I shall report this matter truthfully to the madam. Please rest assured, Miss Xia." Xia Jianqi glanced at the maid, raising an eyebrow. "Your household is indeed meticulous in its arrangements. No wonder the Ningyuan Marquis is renowned for its strict family ethics." The maid maintained her bowed posture. "We have indeed dampened Miss Xia's spirits. It is our failure to arrange matters properly. We kindly invite Miss Xia to the side hall for a moment. We shall have everything set right shortly." Xia Jianqi cast one last glance at Ruyin, who remained at the center of the pond, before turning to leave. As she departed, she overheard the maid addressing Ruyin. "Miss He, please do come up quickly. The lotus flowers in this pond were painstakingly transplanted from Jiangnan at great expense, worth their weight in gold. Do be careful not to trample them." Chapter 46. The stranger Xia Jianqi was led by a servant of the Ningyuan Marquis' residence to his side hall. As soon as she pushed open the door, a faint aroma of tea wafted toward her. The maid then halted her steps, saying, "Miss Xia, please rest here for a while. I will come to fetch you when it's time." "Thank you," Xia Jianqi replied, stepping into the side hall. Little did she expect that someone was already seated within, none other than the heir of the Yong'an prince, Kong Muse. Upon seeing him, Xia Jianqi immediately turned to leave. Kong Muse quickly followed, attempting to grasp her hand, but was intercepted by Yaozi, who admonished, "Master Kong, this is the backyard, not a place for you. I sought the approval of the Marquis' wife to speak with you privately. I mean no harm. I only wish to explain." "Explain what?" Xia Jianqi abruptly halted, turning to face him. "Is it to justify your breaking off the engagement, or to clarify why you chose to exchange brides?" "It was my mother's decision," Kong Muse hastily replied. "The moment I learned of your predicament, I wanted to find you. However, my mother said you had been abducted for a night, and as a woman, defenseless, how could you escape unscathed from those kidnappers? Thus, I'm destined to become the ruined flower in your eyes." Xia Jianqi scoffed. "So, is your purpose today to humiliate me once more?" "That is not my intention. I only wish to clarify that it was not my desire to end our engagement. My mother informed me that, as the heir of the Yong'an prince, my actions must prioritize the interests of a Yong'an household. I cannot marry someone who would invite gossip upon us." Kong Muse spoke earnestly, word by word. Xia Jianqi suddenly found herself at a loss regarding Kong Muse. She scrutinized him for a lengthy moment before finally laughing softly. "So, you imply that all decisions were made by your mother, and as a man of age, you have no capacity to choose. Is that correct?" Kong Muse's expression paled. I had no choice. "Master Kong, regardless of whether it was the princess or you who made the decision, it matters not. Our engagement is annulled, and the marriage contract is void. From this day forth, we shall have no further connection. Whether the dissolution was voluntary on your part or coerced by your mother, it is all the same to me." Xia Jianqi regarded Kong Muse coldly. "Xiaojia." Kong Muse raised his gaze to meet the icy stare of Xia Jianqi, regret evident in his eyes. "I know you harbor resentment toward me. That is fine. I wish to see you simply to say I am sorry. Even if we cannot be husband and wife, we have grown up together, and I do not wish for us to become strangers." Xia Jianqi listened to Kong Muse's seemingly poignant yet insipid words and finally could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Master Kong, you went to great lengths to bring me here merely to utter an apology, hoping to absolve your guilt. Is that it?" Kong Yu stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. I never imagined you to be such a coward. Xia Jinqi sneered. You willingly accepted the situation. Yet now you shift all blame onto the princess, portraying yourself as the innocent party. Do you not find that shameful? Xiaojia, that is not my intention. Then what is your intention? Xia Jinqi regarded him with scorn. If you had simply admitted that you do not trust me and wish to marry Xia Yuruo, I could at least respect you as a man. Yet you have not, instead placing all blame on your mother. Kong Yu's, you truly disgust me. Kong Yu's face changed dramatically. Xiaojia, do not call me Xiaojia anymore. Xia Jinqi frowned in distaste. If you wish for me to accept your apology, I must inform you that I do not accept. Kong Yu's was left speechless, for the first time seeing such loathing reflected in her gaze. Xia Jinqi, unwilling to linger in this entanglement, turned to leave. Xia Jinqi, Kong Yu's called out suddenly. Though irritated, Xia Jinqi paused. Kong Yu's looked at her retreating figure, a sense of sorrow washing over him. Xia Jinqi, you are unmarried. I am unwed. There is nothing. Xia Jinqi interrupted. Kong Yu's, do not seek me out privately. Your reputation may be of no concern to you, but if mine is tarnished, I would be left with no path forward. Resolute, she departed, making her way toward the banquet hall. Her steps were brisk, her heart ablaze with indignation. To her, Kong Yu's had never been innocent. Everything she endured was irrevocably tied to him, both in this life and in the past, stemming from his distrust and betrayal. The betrayal from her previous life weighed heavily on her, and in this life, how could she easily forgive him for mere flowery words? Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, she stood there for a moment, exhaling deeply before finally stepping inside. From afar, Madame Xia spotted her and gently waved. Xia Jinqi immediately composed herself, donning a smile as she approached. As it was a birthday celebration, the gathering consisted of both boys and girls seated separately. When Xia Jinqi entered the banquet hall, she instantly attracted attention. Even the distant Helan Ci couldn't help but express his admiration. Zhang Yian, the eldest son of the Earl of Xingyan, sitting beside Helan Ci, recognized Xia Jinqi at once. First stunned, then astonished. Is that Xia Jinqi? When did she become so beautiful? Since reaching maturity, Xia Jinqi had rarely attended gatherings. Some speculated it was due to her engagement, making her hesitant to appear in public. However, only those close to her knew that for the past 2 years, she had been confined at home, learning to manage accounts, buried under endless ledgers. Yet, during this time, Xia Jinqi had indeed blossomed. She had grown taller, surpassing Xia Yuruo, who had once been of equal height. Her once round face had transformed into a refined oval, her features becoming increasingly exquisite. Those who had not seen her in a long time could not pinpoint what had changed, but it was evident that she had become far more beautiful. Such a captivating Xia Jinqi made Kong Yu's decision to break their engagement all the more regrettable. Zhang Yian thought to himself, shaking his head. If I were in Kong Yu's shoes, I would be filled with regret. Helan Ci initially appeared startled, then frowned slightly before turning to Zhang Yian. Do not speak thoughtlessly. Zhang Yian raised an eyebrow. Of course, who would dare to speak ill of the sister of your beloved Yuruo? Helan Ci instinctively sought Xia Jinqi among the crowd, only to find that she had already taken a seat beside Madame Xia, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Xia Jinqi chose not to burden Madame Xia with news of Kong Yu's visit, instead recounting her encounter with Heruoyan. Upon hearing that Xia Jinqi had struck someone, Madame Xia displayed a look of surprise that was far from genuine. After all, it was their own people from the Yongchang marquis causing the ruckus. This matter was trivial. Both she and Madame Yuan were already aware of it. A scuffle is inconsequential. If her family has any grievances, they may come to me. Xia Jinqi was somewhat taken aback. Mother, do you not think I have overstepped? Overstepped? Madame Xia scrutinized her daughter with a keen gaze before chuckling lightly. This is but a trifle. The mischief you engaged in during your youth was far more audacious. You mean when I was young? Xia Jinqi was about to inquire further about her mother's past when Madame Xia took her hand, examining her attire closely. This outfit is exquisite. Our Jinqi looks lovely in anything she wears. With those words, Madame Xia cast a sidelong glance at the second Madame Xia, seated at another table. Unlike some individuals who fail to grasp the essence of refinement, Madame Xia's voice was not muted, and the adjacent table could hear her clearly. While the second Madame Xia managed to maintain her composure, Xia Yuruo, sitting beside her, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Throughout her life, Xia Yuruo had been particularly concerned with her reputation, and this incident had caused her considerable shame. As she felt the eyes of her peers upon her, she became increasingly uncomfortable and ultimately rose to leave. Madame Xia glanced at her, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction, before patting Xia Jianxi's hand and exclaiming, "Well done." Xia Jianxi found herself amused by Madame Xia's deliberately subdued remark. However, this smile captivated not only Helan Xi, who had been observing her, but also several young gentlemen nearby, who were momentarily entranced. How had they never noticed before that Xia Jianxi's smile was so enchanting? Zhang Yan was taken aback. She had previously always worn a stern expression, but now she seemed transformed, utterly different from before. Helan Xi, upon hearing Zhang Yan's words, felt a fleeting surprise. Indeed, this was his first encounter with Xia Jianxi since her coming of age, and she bore little resemblance to the girl he had known 2 years prior. In a moment of reverie, he wondered if, had he succeeded that day, would the bright and radiant Xia Jianxi have belonged solely to him? Just as he was lost in thought, Lanting approached him, saying, "Young master, the second Miss Xia is seeking you." Chapter 47. Just address Helan Xi was momentarily taken aback, then reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Xia Jianxi. "What's wrong?" Lan Ting shook her head. The second young lady didn't say anything. She was just crying very sadly. Helan Xi paused, then immediately stood up. "Take me there." When Helan Xi arrived, Xia Yuruo stood in the corridor, her head lowered as she gazed at her own toes, obscuring her emotions from view. "Yuruo." Hearing his voice, Xia Yuruo immediately looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon seeing him, she softly called out, "Brother Lan Xi? Yuruo?" Helan Xi observed her reddened eyes, clearly having cried, and instinctively felt anxious. What happened? Xia Yuruo struggled to articulate her thoughts, tears already streaming down her cheeks. Helan Xi rushed to her side, gently using a handkerchief to wipe away the traces of her tears. "Don't cry. First tell me what transpired." Xia Yuruo raised her tear-stained face. "Sister Jianxi, Xia Yuruo embellished the story of the dress, omitting her own act of pilfering the design. "After she mocked me in such a manner, she went to change into a more beautiful outfit. Being the only daughter of the general's residence, she naturally has an endless supply of exquisite dresses. But why must she compete with me for this particular dress?" As Helan Xi listened to Xia Yuruo's sobbing voice, a fleeting image of Xia Jianxi passed through his mind. He had to admit he only remembered her face, not the dress she wore. It seemed to be either blue and white, or perhaps a shade of rouge. "Brother Lan Xi?" Noticing Helan Xi's silence, Xia Yuruo gently called out again. Helan Xi snapped back to the moment, looking at the tear-streaked face of Xia Yuruo, momentarily taken aback before softly reassuring her. "It's merely a dress. It's not of great significance. Besides, how could she possibly know what you intended to wear today? Most likely, the embroideress sold the same design to 2 people." Xia Yuruo could hardly fathom that Helan Xi, who always stood unwaveringly by her side, would utter such words. She gazed at him in astonishment. "Brother Lan Xi, it's just a dress. In due time, I'll have that embroideress make you 10 or 20 more, all right?" Helan Xi soothingly comforted Xia Yuruo. "It's just a dress." Xia Yuruo's heart sank at his slightly impatient tone. Although she was somewhat incredulous, she composed herself and continued. "I understand, but sixth sister, unable to bear it, wanted to confront her. Unexpectedly, she was pushed into the pond by her servant." Helan Xi was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. "You mean she had someone push Ru Yin into the pond?" Xia Yuruo nodded, her face filled with grievance. "Sixth sister merely wished to speak on my behalf, yet they resorted to such heavy-handed tactics. She even said," what did she say? Though Ru Yin was not his biological sister, she was obedient and well-behaved. Hearing that she had been directly pushed into the pond by Xia Jianxi, Helan Xi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She claimed that even if she struck sixth sister, the Yongchang Marquis' residence wouldn't dare say anything, for after all, the current Yongchang Marquis' residence cannot afford to cross the general's residence. As Xia Yuruo spoke, she cautiously observed Helan Xi's expression. Helan Xi might not care about the dress, but having been raised with pride, he was most concerned about the reputation of the Yongchang Marquis' residence. As soon as he learned that Xia Jianxi had completely disregarded the Yongchang Marquis' residence, his sense of dignity transformed into rage in an instant. Sure enough, the next moment, Helan Sai's expression darkened. Did she truly say that? Xiaoyu Ruo lowered her head, concealing the smile that had inadvertently appeared at the corner of her lips. Yes. I understand. Helan Sai looked at Xiaoyu Ruo before gently comforting her. Do not be disheartened. It is not worth it over a dress. As for Xia Jinxi, I will ensure she regrets it. Xiaoyu Ruo sniffed, her innocent big eyes wide. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Helan Sai softly reassured her. You go home and rest well. I have urgent matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I will come find you. All right. Xiaoyu Ruo obediently agreed, though her hand hidden in her sleeve yearned to crush that handkerchief. Having finally calmed Xiaoyu Ruo, Helan Sai stood there until he personally saw her enter the banquet hall before turning to Lan Ting. Where is he, Ruyen? The sixth young lady changed her clothes and went to find the old madam. Lan Ting ziplit sokti. Helan Sai paused, then looked at Lan Ting. Xia Jinxi really pushed her into the lotus pond? Yes. Lan Ting raised her eyes to Helan Sai. However, this matter likely began with the sixth young lady seeking trouble with Miss Xia. There were many people present at the time, and the marquis, as servants, promptly took the sixth young lady to change her clothes and reported to the old madam. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Helan Sai frowned at Lan Ting. Lan Ting remained silent, her head bowed. Helan Sai stared at her for a while before finally raising a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. It was my oversight. I had previously instructed you not to report her matters to me. Young master. After hesitating for a long time, Lan Ting finally spoke. The sixth young lady was crying heavily, and the old madam was quite furious. Although the lady of the Ningyuan marquis has already explained, the old madam still declared she would teach Miss Xia a lesson. I am concerned that at the banquet, the old madam may reprimand Miss Xia. Helan Sai's expression suddenly darkened. What? Even you believe that our Yongchang marquis' residence cannot afford to offend her general's residence? Young master, that is not what I mean. I merely worry that the old madam might ruin the relationship between the two families. If that happens, the matters you seek may lose all hope. Lan Ting looked directly into Helan Sai's eyes, speaking each word carefully, for the old madam was known for her sharp tongue. Helan Sai's expression changed, and he immediately turned to walk back. Lan Ting promptly followed suit. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Helan Sai stood there, instinctively searching for Xia Jinxi's figure in his previous spot, only to find she had vanished. Feeling somewhat perplexed, he sat back down, and then quietly asked Zhang Yan, "Where is she?" "Who?" Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback, then realized, "You mean Xia Jinxi? She was just here. Who knows where she went? But I think I saw young Master Kong heading that way. Perhaps they went off to speak somewhere." Helan Sai's expression suddenly changed, and he grasped Zhang Yan's hand. "Who did you say?" Zhang Yan was startled, stammering for a while before finally saying, "The heir of the Wang family, Kong Muze." Helan Sai frowned slightly. What does he want with Xia Jinxi? How would I know? Perhaps he just thinks she looks good now and regrets it. Zhang Yan scoffed before taking a sip from his wine cup. "And you? Where did you go earlier?" Helan Sai suddenly felt restless. "No, I must go check. Where are you going?" Zhang Yan quickly asked. "The banquet has already started, and you can't." Before Zhang Yan could finish, Helan Sai had already dashed away. Helan Sai instinctively sought Xia Jinxi's figure amidst the crowd. Yet at this grand celebration, the Ningyuan marquis' residence had invited far too many guests. No matter how he scanned the crowd, he failed to spot that fleeting silhouette. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly spotted Xia Jinxi approaching from the opposite side of the banquet hall, seemingly holding something in her hand. In an instant, he hastened towards that direction, only to collide head-on with the stern-faced Kong Muse. "Your Highness?" Helan Sai instinctively glanced behind him, questioning, "What brings you here alone?" Kong Muse, taken aback by Helan Sai's sudden appearance, frowned slightly and replied, "What of it? This area is designated for the ladies. I came here to deliver something to my mother. Yet, it seems the young marquis has wandered over here. Might it be that your esteemed grandmother has tasked you with a delivery as well?" Helan Sai discreetly surveyed the vicinity behind Kong Muse, confirming the absence of Xia Jinxi before replying in a hushed tone, "You jest, young marquis. I merely took a wrong turn and ended up here. The banquet has already commenced, and instead of finding your designated seat, why are you wandering about?" Kong Mu's mood appeared rather bleak, and his tone reflected the discontent. Has the young marquis encountered some misfortune? Helan Sai, being an old acquaintance of Kong Mu's, discerned by his demeanor that he had likely faced some indignity. which now weighed heavily upon him. Kong Muse pursed his lips, evidently reluctant to elaborate, yet he lifted his gaze towards Helan Ci and remarked, "Instead of fretting over my affairs, it would be more prudent for you to attend to your grandmother." Helan Ci's expression suddenly darkened. My grandmother? The matriarch of the Yongchang Marquis was notoriously difficult and harsh, compelling the Marquis's wife to kneel in penance shortly after childbirth, an event well known among the women of Bianjing. While noble families adhered strictly to decorum, they harbored disdain for those who mistreated their daughters-in-law. Though publicly, no one would openly criticize her. Most preferred to steer clear of her, wary of incurring her wrath, particularly those with unmarried sons who feared being labeled as harsh, which could complicate future marital prospects for their children. Upon my arrival, I overheard the matriarch deriding others. If you wish to prevent your grandmother from offending more people, it would be wise for you to intervene promptly. After all, your grandmother is not one to be easily admonished by the average person. After imparting this earnest advice, Kong Muse gently patted Helan Ci's shoulder before turning to depart. Chapter 48. Indirect insults. Helan Ci felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At this moment, he disregarded the conventions of gender propriety and hurried forward, eager to intercept his indiscreet grandmother. As he approached, Lady Ningyuan, accompanied by Madame Meng and a nurse carrying a child, entered from outside. The previously subdued gathering of women suddenly became lively. Everyone stood up, crowding around Madame Meng to admire the infant. Madame Meng was the niece of Lady Ningyuan, and their close relationship resembled that of a mother and daughter rather than that of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The ladies present stepped forward, praising the child's cuteness while presenting gifts that had been prepared in advance for the first birthday celebration. After the ladies had completed their offerings, it was the turn of the young ladies. When Xia Jinshi approached Madame Meng, she was momentarily taken aback before recognizing her. Sister Jinshi? Xia Jinshi smiled gently at her. Madam, it is truly you. It has been quite a while. You seem to have changed a lot. Madame Meng looked at Xia Jinshi with delight. Although they were acquainted, they were not particularly familiar. Hearing her words, Xia Jinshi merely smiled, then accepted a small box from Shiwei and opened it before everyone. This is a gift I have prepared for the first birthday. I hope you do not find it lacking. Madame Meng initially did not pay much attention, as first birthday gifts typically consisted of items like tiger hats and small gold locks, which lacked novelty. However, when she saw the contents of the box, her eyes brightened. Is this a pearl from the East? The crowd, intrigued, stepped closer to glimpse the pearl Madame Meng mentioned. I am but an ordinary person and cannot offer anything extravagant. I had originally commissioned a gold necklace, but a few days ago, I happened upon this exquisite pearl. It struck me as so beautiful that I decided to gift it to the young heir as a future betrothal gift for his future wife. Xia Jinshi said with a radiant smile. How can this be acceptable? Such a precious item. Madame Meng gazed at the pearl, her eyes sparkling. If gold is valued and jade is priceless, then this pearl could rival thousands of taels of gold, as even a coin-sized pearl is a tribute sent to the palace. To possess such a pearl is indeed a rarity beyond measure. Madame Meng must accept it. Xia Jinshi was not one to shy away from giving. Placing the box directly into Madame Meng's hands, performing a courteous bow before turning to leave, with Xia Jinshi's dazzling pearl leading the way. The subsequent gift from the other young ladies, tiger hats, small garments, and gold locks, paled in comparison. Particularly so for Xia Yuruo, who, sharing the same surname as Xia Jinshi, presented a somewhat perfunctory silver lock. With such a gem as a benchmark, attention was inevitably drawn to what Xia Yuruo would present. Her father's official rank was not high, and their family's circumstances were modest. While such a gift was acceptable, it was overshadowed by Xia Jinshi's lavish offering, making Xia Yuruo's modest gift seem inadequate. Indeed, someone could not stifle a laugh. Miss Xia, is this all your cousin prepared? Xia Jinshi cast a casual glance at Xia Yuruo and, with a slight smile, replied, It is the thought that counts. Yet, that sentiment hardly held weight in this context. The speaker's words were blunt and unkind. Xia Yuruo's grip on the silver lock grew increasingly cold. Thankfully, Madame Meng, though somewhat dismissive, maintained a decorous demeanor, responding with a semblance of appreciation. Thank you, dear sister. After receiving the gift, she carelessly handed it to a servant, her eyes betraying her indifference. At that moment, Xia Yuruo felt a surge of hatred towards Xia Jinshi. casting a fierce glare at her retreating figure before hastily lowering her head to leave. Upon returning to her seat, Xia Yiruo felt her ears burn with embarrassment, tears of shame and anger welling in her eyes. Madame Xia, concerned for her daughter, whispered, "It's all right. There are many young ladies who presented silver locks. Such gifts are acceptable for a first birthday." "Acceptable?" Xia Yiruo shrugged off her mother's hand in anger. "You call this preparation? You ought to be ashamed. Had I known it would come to this, I wouldn't have attended today." Madame Xia felt a pang in her heart, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "Are you blaming your mother for your embarrassment?" Xia Yiruo, taken aback, bit her lip and fell silent. Madame Xia felt a tumult of emotions, but, constrained by the public setting, could only suppress her frustrations. Her gaze drifting toward the cheerful Xia Jianxi and her mother, filled with resentment. After the gifts had been exchanged, Lady Ningyuan beckoned everyone to sit for the meal, and servants began to file in with hot dishes. Helan Ci, observing that the atmosphere seemed to settle, finally relaxed and prepared to take his leave when he suddenly heard his grandmother's voice. In this day and age, anyone seems to be able to attend a banquet. What could the old lady mean by that? Lady Ningyuan, seated not far away, sensed that the elder matriarch was about to stir trouble and furrowed her brow slightly. It was no secret that the scandal had already spread throughout Bianjing, and today, some still had the audacity to appear at a banquet. "I'm growing old and truly cannot fathom today's youth," Lady Yongchang huffed, setting down her chopsticks. Most of those seated were the noble families of Bianjing. Recently, the realm had enjoyed peace, and no significant troubles had arisen except for the disturbances from the Protecting the Nation General's residence. Madame Xia comprehended well whom Lady Yongchang was referring to, but they had come merely to partake in the banquet. After all, it was a gathering hosted by others. They did not wish to create a scene that would tarnish the host's reputation. Meanwhile, Princess Yong, already displeased by the cancellation of her engagement to Xia Jianxi, was more than willing to join in if someone dared to speak out. After all, it is easy to kick someone while they are down. One must naturally align with those in power. Otherwise, how could one show their face in public? Madame Xia was about to interject when she noticed that Xia Jianxi had already risen to her feet. "Are you speaking about me, Your Highness and Lady Yongchang?" The once bustling ladies' table fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at Xia Jianxi standing firmly. Everyone had assumed that as an unmarried daughter, she would merely endure such remarks, believing that since they were merely veiled insults, she would not dare to confront them directly. Lady Yongchang, accustomed to leveraging her status and seniority to reprimand the younger generation, was taken aback by Xia Jianxi's audacity to speak up. She furrowed her brow. "I wonder how General Xia has raised his daughter, that she dares to interrupt when elders are speaking. My father taught me from a young age not to speak ill of others or gossip behind their backs. Perhaps my father's teachings do not apply to the esteemed elder." Xia Jianxi responded calmly, her composure unwavering. "How dare you speak to me this way?" At this moment, Heroine, seated nearby, abruptly stood up. Though she had changed into a new outfit, her damp hair was hastily pinned up, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. "Did I say something wrong?" Xia Jianxi looked at Heroine, her once gentle demeanor now replaced by a steely gaze. The matriarch of the Yongchang marquis family, upon witnessing Xia Jianxi's demeanor, grew increasingly displeased. "I am your elder. Even if I reprimand you, you ought to bow your head and listen respectfully. Furthermore, am I not speaking the truth? If our family's daughter were to engage in such a scandal, we would have no face left to dine here. I fear we wouldn't even wish to leave our estate. Moreover, how typical of a general's daughter, so unlike those from our esteemed families. The late marquis was also a warlord. How long has it been? And already the matriarch has begun to disdain soldiers." Madame Xia spoke slowly, but her words ignited the discontent of the military wives present, even causing the Lady Ningyuan, the main hostess, to display her displeasure. The matriarch of the Yongchang marquis, realizing her misstep, furrowed her brow slightly. "I was wondering why Miss Xia behaved so unceremoniously. It appears she has someone setting an example for her, making such behavior almost inevitable." Xia Jianxi regarded the matriarch and the Princess Yongin beside her, suddenly recalling a similar moment from her past life when they had mocked her and insulted her mother. At that time, she had fallen victim to Helan Ci's scheming, leading to the annulment of her engagement with the Yongin prince and a new betrothal to Helan Ci. The Princess Yongin merely relished the thought of finally shedding a daughter-in-law of tarnished reputation. while the matriarch believed Xia unworthy of healing Xi, plotting to humiliate her. In those days, her mother had feigned indifference, despite the anguish she felt, determined to shield her from postmarital torment. Yet, none of them anticipated that what they deemed a redemptive marriage was merely a manipulation orchestrated by outsiders. Miss, Healing Xi has arrived. Yaozi suddenly leaned closer to Xia Jinshi, whispering in a tone only they could hear. Xia Jinshi paused, then let out a cold laugh. The matriarch repeatedly insists that I should have no shame in attending today's banquet and insinuates that my trivial matters are already common knowledge. However, I remain unclear as to what event merits the matriarch as public mention, even suggesting that I disdain all wives of military origins. Chapter 49. Kill him. Kill him to expand a conflict that is directed at a single individual to encompass the majority is the first lesson her mother imparted to her, while teaching her how to manage the family business. Her mother often recounted the myriad challenges faced by her maternal grandfather when he was establishing his fortune, including the time when he relied on leasing a dock for shipping goods. She recalled her mother mentioning that the dock, seeing her grandfather prosper, grew dissatisfied and threatened to raise their rent, even drafting a new lease agreement. In response, her grandfather boldly affixed the increased rent contract on the dock, informing all the businesses operating there that the rent would indeed be raised. This matter escalated quickly, despite the dock's reluctance. They had no choice but to retract the proposed increase. When did I ever express disdain for all the ladies from military backgrounds? The old matriarch of the Yongchang Marquis hurriedly clarified. As for you, how dare you inquire about what transpired during the flower festival? Do I need to repeat it? The old lady, compelled by the circumstances, recounted the events once more. Xia Jinshi, unaccustomed to indulgence, interjected, I truly cannot fathom what I have done that is so unspeakable. The old matriarch never anticipated Xia Jinshi's audacity, but now pressed into a corner, she had no choice but to speak. On the night of the Lantern Festival, you were indeed abducted by robbers. Was your absence not a matter of public gossip? Indeed, I was taken by the kidnappers and did not return that night. However, I believe the Empress Dowager and the Regent personally escorting me home is something you have heard about. I fought valiantly to save the Empress Dowager's life, and she vouched for me. This has even reached the ears of the officials. How could it not have reached yours? Xia Jinshi mocked. Do you not trust even the words of the officials? Do not use the officials to intimidate me. Yes, you did save the Empress Dowager, but does that prove your innocence? The old matriarch scoffed. Those were robbers. Who would believe you escaped solely by your own prowess? Perhaps you made a deal with them to secure your release. Did the old matriarch hear or witness this? Mrs. Xia, incensed, remarked that it was no wonder the old lady disregarded the official's words, considering that even the Yongchang Marquis dared to operate a gambling den, only to be caught by the regent. It was said that when the Marquis was brought out, he was nearly unrecognizable, and he did not attend today's banquet. The old matriarch, furious, slammed her hand on the table. What nonsense are you spouting? Whether I speak nonsense is known to you, old lady. Mrs. Xia shot back, questioning the old lady's parenting. How could a reputable official choose to be a thief and get caught in the act? I wonder if he cried out for help when he was beaten at the Dali Temple. The old matriarch's face flushed with anger. The princess of Yong'an, noticing her distress, quickly admonished, Mrs. Xia, remember that the old matriarch is your elder. How can you speak to her like that? If she were to be angered into ill health, you would have no way to explain yourself to the Yongchang Marquis. Instead of worrying about my mother, you should be more concerned about yourself. Xia Jinshi cast a dispassionate glance at the princess of Yong'an. The princess frowned. What do I have to worry about? Is this how you speak to your elders? Xia Jinshi regarded the princess for a prolonged moment before suddenly smiling. I heard that not long ago. The princess suffered an injury and purchased a considerable amount of medicine for treating bruises. I wonder, has your injury improved? The princess's face turned pale. When did I ever buy medicine for treating bruises? Xia Jinshi, do not speak recklessly. Is that so? Xia Jinshi's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized the princess. Did the princess not send someone to Juzatang to fetch your doctor? The princess's eyes widened in shock, her maid's expression shifting awkwardly. Did the princess ever consider why the doctors at Juzatang specialize in treating bruises? Xia Jinshi scoffed. After all, the physicians there are former military doctors, well-versed in such injuries. The princess's complexion shifted from white to green, and then to red. Is Juzatang owned by your family? Unfortunately, It is indeed our family-s apothecary. Xia Jianxi raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with mockery. Though the princess of Yong'an was narrow-minded and vexatious, she was also a pitiful figure, outwardly glamorous. Her life was rife with decay and corruption. The Yong'an prince was never a refined gentleman. In his youth, the late king was preoccupied with state affairs and had little time for his son, resulting in the Yong'an prince leading a reckless life for some time. Although he later reformed, a certain bitterness lingered within him. The princess of Yong'an had numerous brothers, most of whom relied on the Yong'an prince for their positions. A woman without familial support must inevitably bow to her husband. However, if it were merely a matter of enduring grievances, that would be one thing. Unfortunately, the Yong'an prince was known to resort to violence. The cancellation of the engagement with the general's family not only cost the Yong'an prince half of his military insignia, but also resulted in a public reprimand from the emperor. During that time, even a sip of cold water could choke him. Frustrated, the Yong'an prince unleashed all his fury upon his wife. During those days, her body bore countless bruises, often leaving her without a single unblemished patch of skin. Yet, because the Yong'an prince refrained from striking her face, she still managed to maintain a semblance of dignity. Upon realizing that she held leverage over Xia Jianxi, the princess of Yong'an felt deflated. Although she was troubled by her son's cancelled engagement and the emperor's public disapproval of his character, these concerns paled in comparison to the fear of others discovering her domestic plight. Seeing the princess of Yong'an fall silent, the old matriarch cursed her silently for being useless. Then scolded, "You are merely creating a ruckus here, attempting to muddle through this matter. But it is evident to all that if you, Xia Jianxi, were truly innocent, why would you have grandmother?" After watching the drama unfold for some time, Helan Ci finally intervened, interrupting the old matriarch. Everyone present was aware of the Yong'an prince's engagement being called off and the reprimands he received from the emperor. If this were to be brought up now, the only ones who would suffer embarrassment would be the Yong'an prince's household. The Yong'an prince was seated at the front table. Should this escalate, they too would face dire consequences. "Young Marquis, your timing is impeccable," Mrs. Xia remarked unexpectedly. "Those who know you would say you are here to mediate. But those unaware might think you were merely watching the drama unfold, waiting for your grandmother to be outmatched before you chose to appear." Helan Ci felt momentarily awkward at being exposed, yet upon seeing Xia Jianxi, he was momentarily taken aback. He had seen her from a distance before, but now, standing before him with her starry eyes, he almost forgot to breathe. At that moment, Xia Jianxi felt her blood run cold. Every drop coursing through her veins screamed, "Kill him, kill him." Had she not retained a semblance of rationality, she might have lunged at him with a dagger, seeking vengeance for herself and for the child who had perished moments after birth. Her sharp nails dug deeply into her palm, the pain compelling her to regain her composure. She averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes, for she feared that continuing to look might provoke her into committing some dreadful act. Upon noticing Xia Jianxi's withdrawal, Helan also regained his senses. He swiftly stepped forward to obstruct the elderly matriarch, then turned to Mrs. Xia with an apology. "I kindly ask you to overlook my grandmother's behavior. She is advanced in years and often lacks a full understanding of matters, and her words may be somewhat excessive. If I have caused any offense, I shall certainly pay my respects in due course." Although Mrs. Xia was irate, she understood the principle of accountability and would not burden a younger generation with her displeasure. On ordinary days, it would be prudent to limit your grandmother's outings. Not everyone possesses my level of grace and decorum. After all, this is a gathering hosted by others, and any disturbances reflect poorly on the hosts. We have spoken in a manner that preserves your family's dignity. Helan felt a surge of annoyance, yet maintained a facade of amiability. "Indeed, my grandmother can be rather forgetful. I shall have someone escort her home immediately." The elderly matriarch, reluctant to concede, attempted to voice her thoughts, but was restrained by a servant at her side. The servant quickly leaned in to whisper, "Elderly matriarch, you may have forgotten that the current general's residence maintains a favorable relationship with the regent. Our lord has only just returned. If this escalates, what if the court of judicial review comes to apprehend someone?" Though the matriarch relished chaos, her concern for her son prevailed. After all, witnessing her cherished son battered and bruised had brought her to tears, causing her to lose her appetite for several days. Thus, upon hearing the threat of the court's involvement, she obediently fell silent. He Lancy extended his apologies to the elders present before arranging for the matriarch's departure. Once the earlier commotion subsided, the lady of Ningyuan Marquis swiftly emerged to smooth over the situation. Look at the ruckus this has caused. It is all mere gossip. Let's not dwell on such matters, but instead focus on enjoying our food and drink. As the hosts, it was essential to maintain a semblance of dignity, and thus everyone echoed their agreement, albeit with the inevitable whispers of discontent behind closed doors. Chapter 50. Cow Dung. The first birthday banquet at the Ningyuan Marquis' residence unfolded without significant incident, though it left the Marquis in a state of anxious trepidation, fearful that a single misstep might lead to chaos. Fortunately, it concluded peacefully. When Madame Xia and Xia Jianxi prepared to depart, the Marquis personally came out to see them off, warmly grasping Xia Jianxi's hand, resembling a kindly elder. You haven't ventured out much these past 2 years. Whenever you find yourself with leisure, do come visit your aunt and share some conversation. Had it not been for Xia Jianxi's prior experience with the Marquis's cold demeanor, she might have genuinely believed that the Marquis desired her company. Observing the Marquis's affectionate expression, Xia Jianxi discreetly withdrew her hand and replied with a smile. I fear I might intrude upon your ladyship. Not at all. How could you be an intrusion when you are so delightful? The Marquise responded, her face aglow with cheer. Just then, their carriage arrived, prompting Madame Xia to suggest, on another day when time permits, do visit us at our estate, dear Marquise. We have just acquired some fresh tea for you to savor. Indeed, just make sure not to be stingy when the time comes. The Marquise playfully patted Madame Xia's hand, exuding an air of camaraderie. Madam, the carriage has arrived. Aunt Jiha approached, whispering, our carriage is here. We must take our leave. Madame Xia quickly added, and with the assistance of her attendants, she ascended into the carriage. The Marquise lingered outside until their carriage departed, only then turning to return home. Inside the carriage, Xia Jianxi observed her mother, who had promptly subdued her smile. After a moment of silence, she ventured, Mother, do you harbor an aversion to the Ningyuan Marquis? All of them are cunning. Madame Xia replied, feeling her facial muscles strain from the 4 smiles throughout the day. While they smile sweetly now, if you were to ever stumble, they would be the first to pounce. Xia Jianxi refrained from countering, as she shared her mother-esque sentiments. Do you dislike her as well? Madame Xia suddenly inquired, noticing Xia Jianxi's expression. Her smiles are overly enthusiastic. Xia Jianxi averted her gaze, sensing a metaphorical dagger poised to strike from behind. I find the Ningyuan Marquis's demeanor, akin to a hidden blade, far less appealing than the cunning of the Yongchang Marquis. Madame Xia patted Xia Jianxi's hand reassuringly. It matters not. If you dislike her, simply limit your interactions. Not everyone is destined to intersect with our lives. You performed admirably today. Xia Jianxi looked up at her mother. Do you not think I came off as too aggressive, perhaps lacking in gentleness? Gentleness is of little utility. Madame Xia scoffed. In Bianjing, there are countless wolves and tigers, ever eager to ensnare you. If you remain excessively accommodating, those predators will seize the opportunity to pounce. Hence, here, one must first possess power, then wealth, and ultimately capability. Xia Jianxi fell silent. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Madame Xia offered a sigh. It is merely regrettable. Regrettable about what? Xia Jianxi queried, puzzled. That we allowed that old wretch from the Yongchang Marquis to depart so easily. It is indeed a pity. Madame Xia expressed her indignation. As if on cue, from across the carriage, they could hear the elderly lady from the Yongchang Marquis's estate hurling insults. Xia Jianxi lifted the carriage curtain, and indeed, the old lady's carriage was just ahead, her shrill voice unmistakably berating Heruyan. Why provoke her for no reason? You stir trouble and cannot even handle it. Are your maids utterly useless? You fell into the lotus pond. Had I known you would embarrass us so, I would have left you at home. The old lady's voice was sharp and unpleasant, yet remarkably clear, in stark contrast to her usual sharpness. Heruyan did not dare to retort and merely endured the scolding. Everyone knew that the old lady was not merely criticizing Heruyan for stirring up trouble. She was scolding her for instigating conflict and yet being outmatched, which resulted in her being summarily escorted away from the banquet by He Lancy. The venerable matriarch of the Yongchang Marquis, though notoriously shrewd and venomous, shared a common desire for face-saving with He Lancy. Today, she had instigated trouble, intending to ridicule Xia Jianxi and the marshal's estate. Yet she found herself on the receiving end of mockery from both mother and daughter. Listening to the old lady's tirade, Madame Xia's ire grew. I could hardly refrain from seeking someone to give them a good beating. It is utterly exasperating. Seeing her mother's evident frustration, Xia Jianxi contemplated briefly, then pulled back the curtain and beckoned Yaozi, who was trailing not far behind. Yaozi approached promptly. Miss Xia Jianxi leaned in to whisper in Yaozi's ear a few words. Initially incredulous, Yaozi shot a glance at Xia Jianxi. Are you certain? Xia Jianxi nodded. Just proceed with it. I assure you, she will not dare to raise a fuss. Once Yaozi confirmed she had not misheard, she swiftly pursued the Yongchang marquis's carriage. Madame Xia noticed and frowned slightly. What mischief are you concocting? Mother, though we cannot strike them directly, it is not difficult for them to encounter a bit of misfortune. Xia Jianxi's lips curled upward slightly. Though Madame Xia felt vexed, she refrained from further inquiry. Merely nodding, very well. Yaozi hastened to catch up with the Yongchang marquis's carriage, recalling Xia Jianxi's instructions, still incredulous. Yet ultimately, she followed through. Being affiliated with the regent's residence, she had access to several covert guards at her disposal. After a moment's hesitation, she whistled, summoning the shadowy figures. Soon, two individuals clad in black appeared at her side. You, go fetch some cow dung. Though masked, Yaozi could see the confusion on their faces even through the disguise. What? After a brief pause, Yaozi reiterated, bring me some cow dung. If that is unavailable, then a chamber pot will suffice. The black-clad individuals hesitated for a moment, finding the command absurd, yet ultimately complied. After all, they were the royal guards, typically tasked with protection or assassination, and here they were being ordered to gather cow dung. Nevertheless, they were bound to obey orders, and despite their reluctance, they set out to fulfill the peculiar request. Fortunately, in Bianjing, there was no shortage of ox carts, allowing them to quickly procure the dung. In their haste, they even brought along a few buckets of donkey dung, fearing they might not collect enough. Yaozi acted swiftly, taking a shortcut to position herself along the route the Yongchang marquis's carriage would take, instructing the guards to pile the cow and donkey dung by the roadside. Finally, three of the most capable guards from the royal estate perched on a wall, awaiting the passage of the Yongchang marquis's carriage. Before long, the distinct sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestone echoed in the air, and Yaozi pressed the heads of the two guards down. Silence, and keep watch. In moments of mischief, individuals often find themselves peculiarly focused. Yaozi's gaze remained fixed on the wheels, and as she confirmed their position, she hurled a handful of pebbles. Yaozi's throw was forceful, causing the wheels to veer slightly off course. That minor deviation led the otherwise stable wheels to collide with a large stone by the roadside, instantly overturning the carriage. The coachman attempted to regain control of the vehicle, only to discover that the reins had snapped and the startled horses bolted. The carriage, bereft of its horses, was violently overturned. The elderly lady and heir, seated within, were flung from the carriage amidst a cacophony of screams. In an instant, cries of terror and anguish filled the air. At that very moment, the carriage from the general's residence moved forward slowly, and, as it passed by them, Xia Jianxi suddenly lifted the curtain. Why, it's the old lady. What brings you to this position? Amidst the chaos of screams, Xia Jianxi's voice, imbued with mirth, rang out distinctly. Hearing the voice, Mrs. Xia furrowed her brow and glanced outside, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. This road was a necessary thoroughfare for travelers, yet it was inexplicably lined with an abundance of cow dung, still slightly damp, suggesting its freshness. The carriage from the Yongchang marquis's estate, which had preceded them, had inexplicably overturned, its massive body now cast aside beside the road, the wheels shattered beyond repair. The elderly lady and heir, who had been seated inside, were also ejected, now lying in a most humiliating posture amidst the cow dung. Fortunately, the dung had cushioned their fall, sparing them from severe injury despite the indignity of their plight. Mrs. Xia, witnessing the old lady in such a state, could scarcely contain herself and nearly burst into laughter. However, having been the general's wife for over a decade, she had witnessed numerous spectacles and managed to restrain herself. Old lady, do you require our assistance? Get lost. All of you leave. The elderly lady struggled to raise her head from the dung, her voice trembling with shame and anger. Observing the old lady kneeling there, smeared in filth, Mrs. Xia finally succumbed to her amusement and laughed aloud. It seems the old lady is still capable of scolding. I suppose you do not require our help after all. We shall not disturb you further. Do take your time to remain here a while longer." Thus, the Xia family's carriage swaggered past the elderly lady and Heruyan. Yet, as soon as they had moved on, the two could no longer contain their laughter, erupting in joyous mirth. Chapter 51. A time of revelry when Helan Ci returned to the estate. He found that both the old matriarch and Heruyan had been embroiled in a commotion for some time. After leaving the Ningyuan marquis' residence, Helan Ci did not return directly. Instead, he had first gone to a villa, tirelessly searching for any news of Feng Jiao, yet he remained in the dark. He pondered for an extended period, unable to fathom how two seemingly defenseless women could vanish without a trace in the bustling city of Bianjing, a place where they had no allies. He was convinced that someone must be aiding them, but who possessed the means to obliterate all evidence of their existence? Initially, Helan Ci suspected Yizichuan, for the gambling den had been seized by him, and Feng Jiao's life had also been exchanged at his behest. However, as he delved deeper, he began to suspect that the true puppeteer behind the scenes might not be Yizichuan at all. Born and raised in Bianjing, Yizichuan had eyes everywhere within the city. If he wished to conceal someone, it would be nearly impossible to evade his notice. Yet, this mother and daughter had seemingly evaporated from existence, as if they had never been there at all. The only plausible explanation was that they had been smuggled out of Bianjing to a place where he had no means of intervention. Helan Ci glanced at the bed, now covered in a light layer of dust, his brows furrowing in concern. Who exactly was opposing me? My lord, the old matriarch and the sixth young lady are in trouble. Lan Ting rushed in with news. What now? Helan Ci's impatience was palpable at the mention of the two women. After a moment of contemplation, Lan Ting relayed the fragmented news. The old matriarch and the sixth young lady's carriage suddenly had a wheel break. When they fell out, they landed directly in a pile of cow dung. Cow dung. Helan Ci whirled around, incredulous. In a city like Bianjing, where could one find cow dung? Lan Ting remained silent, bowing his head. Helan Ci, feeling a headache coming on, closed his eyes momentarily. Their incessant chatter must have offended someone, and now they were facing retribution. After a moment's hesitation, Lan Ting continued. As they fell from the carriage of the Protector General happened to pass by. Helan Ci fell into silence. After a long pause, he sighed. Very well, let us return and see what has transpired. We must avoid any further disturbances. The Yongchang Marquis' residence should remain discreet for the time being. Lan Ting acknowledged and followed Helan Ci back. Just as Helan Ci stepped through the old matriarch's courtyard, he was met with her anguished cries. In that moment, he regretted not having spent the night outside, rather than rushing back in haste. As he considered leaving, a servant in the courtyard spotted him and hurried over. My lord, you must persuade the old matriarch. I can no longer restrain her. She is furious and demands to jump into the lake. Helan Ci, upon hearing this, felt overwhelmed. Where is the marquis? The marquis has been in good spirits these past few days and went out for drinks as night fell. The servant's voice dwindled and Helan Ci's expression darkened. As expected, he soon grew furious. Did I not instruct him to refrain from venturing out during these few days? Why has he gone out again? The servant bowed her head, too frightened to speak further. It was merely a fall, not a serious matter, yet the old matriarch was making a scene about it. If she truly wished to end her life, let her jump. Helan Ci's anger flared, and he swept his sleeve dramatically, turning to leave, unwilling to involve himself further. Lan Ting followed closely behind, aware that Helan Ci's words were somewhat thoughtless. Yet, they both understood that the old matriarch cherished her life above all else. Even if everyone else perished, she would never leap into the lake. My lord, should we send someone to fetch the marquis back? Lan Ting inquired softly as he noted Helan Ci's hastening steps. Helan Ci paused momentarily, taking a deep breath. Very well, just send someone to keep an eye on him. At this juncture, we cannot afford for him to cause any trouble outside. Helan Ci knew his unreliable father all too well. He was inherently greedy and lecherous. It was better to let him roam freely than to confine him at home, where he might do something outrageous. Lan Ting nodded and prepared to make arrangements, but was interrupted. Also, send someone to investigate the source of that cow dung. What? Lan Ting was taken aback momentarily. Earlier, I noticed a maid by Xia Jinshi's side who seemed unfamiliar and whose demeanor differed from that of ordinary servants. Such a childish prank could hardly be orchestrated by Lady Xia. Investigate whether it was indeed Xia Jianxi who acted. And also look into that maid named Yaozi to ascertain her background. Helan Ci instructed, casting a glance at Lan Ting. Lan Ting had not anticipated Helan Ci's interest in Xia Jianxi's maid. Though surprised, he did not question it further and proceeded to carry out the orders. Once Lan Ting departed, silence enveloped Helan Ci, who stood in his courtyard, his gaze drifting toward the rear hall's Buddhist shrine, a hint of desolation flickering in his eyes. In the grand Yongchang marquis' residence, the atmosphere appeared lively, yet the hearts of its inhabitants were far from united. Helan Ci gazed up at the cold moon hanging in the sky, and for a fleeting moment, the bright smile of Xia Jianxi, reminiscent of summer sunshine, flashed before his mind but vanished just as quickly. As Lan Ting had just dispatched someone to investigate Yaozi's identity, the regent's residence soon received word. After listening to Qin Song, Yizichuan lifted his head from a mountain of documents. Caodong? Qin Song nodded, his expression peculiar. Yizichuan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. What a clever ploy. She truly is down-earth. Yaozi remarked that, after a day of vexation, Lady Xia's spirits lifted due to this incident, and she even enjoyed an extra helping at dinner. Qin Song too struggled to contain a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Yizichuan raised an eyebrow. I entrusted Yaozi to keep an eye on her, and yet she has taken such liberties. Not to mention employing my carefully trained shadow guards to move cow dung. What a waste of talent. Qin Song nearly succumbed to laughter, ultimately forcing himself to recall sorrowful matters and suppress the smile, threatening to break forth. Miss Xia had merely wished to vent her frustrations, particularly after the Yongchang marquis' people troubled them during the birthday banquet at the Ningyuan marquis' estate. However, she did not anticipate that Helan Ci would investigate Yaozi over this matter. Let him investigate. It matters not. Yizichuan set down the document. When Yaozi was initially sent over, her identity had already been obscured. Unless she revealed it herself, no one could uncover her true background. Yet, he had not expected that Miss Xia would hold such a grudge. Qin Song held no particular opinion on this. A young lady who can stab a bandit while under the influence of soporific is unlikely to possess a gentle disposition. I, for one, find such a character commendable. She repays grievances and kindness alike, far preferable to those who speak sweetly yet harbor malice. Yizichuan turned his gaze toward Qin Song. From your tone, it seems you hold her in high regard. Qin Song was momentarily taken aback before responding. Yaozi mentioned that Fong Tingting and her mother have safely arrived in Jiangnan. Miss Xia has secured them a place to stay and even arranged a position for her mother at the Lin merchant shop, as well as enrolling Fong Tingting in a private school. Yizichuan was taken aback, surprised. A private school? Qin Song nodded thoughtfully, initially believing he had misheard. He confirmed with Yaozi, who assured him that Miss Xia had indeed stated she was merely 16 years old. While she could still grasp some knowledge and recognize a few characters, even learning the 3-character classic would be preferable to living a life in ignorance. Yizichuan remained silent for a long while before finally chuckling softly, acknowledging her clarity of thought, though he suspected others might deem her meddlesome. Miss Xia could easily secure a position for Fong Tingting, willing to spend money on her education, simply hoping she would gain some wisdom, Qin Song remarked quietly. Uncharacteristically, Yizichuan had nothing to say. He did not harbor fond feelings for Xia Jianxi. Ever since their paths crossed, he felt he had relinquished control. Even when aware she was taking advantage of him, he could do nothing but watch helplessly as he was used. For Yizichuan, Xia Jianxi was an unpredictable ally, elusive yet impossible to sever ties with. Inform Yaozi that she may assist Xia Jianxi, but whatever the matter, she must report to us immediately. Yizichuan suddenly directed his gaze at Qin Song, emphasizing that Xia Jianxi was no benevolent figure. Understood, Your Highness, Qin Song replied, bowing his head. Then, as if recalling something, he added, by the way, Yaozi sent a message earlier stating that Miss Xia intends to scale the wall and leave the general's residence, seemingly to visit the flower house. To the flower house? Yizichuan's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Song. What business does a woman have at a flower house? The note from Yaozi did not specify, merely stating that she intended to climb over the wall to leave. Qin Song gazed at Yizichuan and suggested softly, perhaps she merely wishes to experience the lively atmosphere of the flower house? That may be true for others, but certainly not for her, Yizichuan declared, abruptly setting down the documents in his hands. Let's go and see for ourselves. Go and see? Chin Song followed Chuan outside, his face reflecting apprehension. Where are we going to look? To the flower house, of course. Chapter 52. Evidence of witness when Xia Jinshi expressed her desire to scale the wall and escape. Both Shiwei and Ting were nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. They were acutely aware that they were within the confines of the general's residence. Every 15 minutes, a patrol would scour the grounds, and it was no exaggeration to say that even a mosquito attempting to flutter over the wall would find itself impaled by the ever-watchful guards wielding their red-tasseled spears. Miss, you cannot. If something were to happen, we would be doomed. Shiwei clutched Xia Jinshi's left foot desperately. Indeed, miss, have you forgotten the consequences of the general's discipline? If you were to learn of this, the punishment would be no trifling matter. Tingwan grasped Xia Jinshi's right foot with equal fervor. Yao Zi leaned against the doorframe, observing the two as they clung to Xia Jinshi, and suddenly inquired, "Surely your lady has never scaled a wall to venture out, has she?" "Of course not. My lady is a respectable person who would sneak out at night. Even if there were festivities, she would properly exit through the front door." Tingwan declared immediately, "If word got out that we climbed over the wall from our own home, it would be a scandal. But Miss is heading to a brothel. If she were to flaunt her departure through the front, by the time she reached her destination, General Xia would arrive with sword in hand. It would be no mere beating then." Yao Zi added, "Do you think we are unaware of that?" Shiwei retorted, exasperated. "That is precisely why we cannot go to the brothel. If we are discovered, we would be in dire straits." With her legs firmly ensnared by the two, Xia Jinshi found herself immobile. Finally, in a moment of desperation, she declared, "If you do not release me, I shall request my mother to introduce you to suitable husbands." The two who had been clinging to her legs suddenly sprang to their feet, one taking her hand and the other pushing her shoulder, resolutely leading her out. "What a bit of beating! For my lady, I would brave fire and water," Shiwei proclaimed as they proceeded. "Indeed, what is it to be scolded by the general and reprimanded by the lady? We would not hesitate." Tingwan's voice brimmed with unwavering resolve. Yao Zi, astounded by the sudden change in their demeanor, mused, "You two should consider a career in theater. Your ability to change expressions is swifter than turning pages." For Shiwei and Tingwan, who had been by Xia Jinshi's side since childhood, their greatest aspiration was to remain with her as she became the matriarch of her family, continuing to serve her, and in their old age, to retire alongside her. The notion of marriage had never crossed their minds. As the only one capable of assisting them in scaling the wall, Yao Zi resigned herself to helping them one by one. The walls of the general's residence were not particularly high, yet the ever-present guards posed a significant challenge. Fortunately, as a covert agent of the royal palace, Yao Zi possessed the requisite skills. Since they were headed to a brothel, they could not use the residence's carriage and instead hired an ox cart from the nearby shanties. The brothels were primarily located in the bustling East Street, but given the nature of their business, most were concealed within narrow alleys. As they approached, the ox cart halted at the street's entrance and did not venture further. After disembarking, Xia Jinshi chose to circumvent the alley and headed towards the back entrance of the largest establishment, the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. In the astonished gaze of her companions, she knocked on the door and produced a bag of silver coins, stating, "We were sent by Lady Fong." The brothel keeper scrutinized Xia Jinshi for an extended moment before stepping aside, instructing, "Use the back stairs to the second floor. The madam is waiting for you." Xia Jinshi nodded and led her companions into the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Upon entering, Shiwei was taken aback. "Miss, he just let us in like that. Who is Lady Fong? Her name carries such weight." "Lady Fong is Fong Tingting's mother." Tingwan interjected suddenly, recalling something. "Did you not meet her earlier? Did you perhaps discuss this place?" Xia Jinshi remained silent, ascending to the second floor. As they pushed open the door at the end of the stairs, they encountered a woman clad in a pale pink gauze dress seated before them. "You must be the esteemed guest that Lady Fong mentioned." "Madam Peach Blossom." Xia Jinshi greeted her quietly. Madam Peach Blossom observed Xia Jinshi for an extended period before finally stating, "Lady Fong has spoken of your intentions, but I cannot assist with this matter. Surely, Lady Fong has shared her sufferings over the years. My request serves as a means of avenging her." Madam Peach Blossom regarded Xia Jinshi intently. "You harbor enmity towards him? A blood feud?" Xia Jinshi scoffed. "I desire to see his entire family obliterated." Madam Peach Blossom's heart quivered slightly. Noticing the pallor on her face, Xia Jinshi remarked, If I am not mistaken, the Duke of Yongchang is currently within your establishment. Is he not? How do you know this? Madame Peach Blossom's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. The Duke had not visited for a considerable time after being apprehended by the Ministry of Justice. Yet today he arrived here, apparently drawn by the news of a new courtesan. Despite his injury, he still came limping. Xia Jianxi had anticipated her wariness. She knew that the Duke's visit today was due to an incident from her past life, where a new courtesan at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion led to a violent altercation as he fought a merchant over her. This incident had garnered widespread attention, and even she, as an unwed daughter-in-law, had heard whispers of it. Ultimately, due to the scandal, Helan CI confiscated the Duke's private seal, rendering him unable to access funds from the treasury, effectively barring him from entering such establishments. Yet, she had not been entirely convinced that he would appear today. After all, he had endured significant injuries and should still be recovering. It was a surprise that his lust had overpowered his reason. How I know is of no concern to you. Xia Jianxi replied coldly. If you are willing to assist me with this matter, I can offer you 100 taels of gold. 100 taels of gold was indeed a tempting offer. Madame Peach Blossom scrutinized Xia Jianxi for a long while before responding. Even if I agree to your request, I cannot guarantee he will stay here tonight. He will stay. Xia Jianxi scoffed. If Madame Peach Blossom lacks the ability to retain such a man, what qualifications do you have to run a brothel? The young lady ought to comprehend that he has come here for the sake of that newcomer. After all, he is a nobleman, and in our establishment, it is indeed the highest bidder who prevails. If you were to win her favor, would I then be able to simply exchange her for him? The Madame of Peach Blossom narrowed her eyes. Should he triumph, regardless of his bid, I would willingly add a tenth to my offer. Xia Jianxi gazed into the eyes of the Madame of Peach Blossom, who must surely understand that if I were to secure that lady, in a few days, you could relist her. Ultimately, it would be a matter of mutual benefit. So why should the Madame hesitate? The Madame of Peach Blossom fixated on her own fingers, lost in her thoughts. It is said that the lady afflicted with illness is a wretched soul, and she shares an acquaintance with the Madame of Peach Blossom. Her malady has led her to be deceived. Xia Jianxi continued. Although this illness is incurable, with proper care, one could extend their years, albeit the medication is rather costly, making it difficult for an ordinary person to bear. The Madame of Peach Blossom suddenly lifted her head to gaze at Xia Jianxi. Sensing her scrutiny, Xia Jianxi chuckled softly. I can seek the finest physician for this lady and cover all her medical expenses henceforth. Truly, the Madame of Peach Blossom's eyes sparkled with interest. Xia Jianxi nodded. I speak with sincerity, and if you doubt my word, I can certainly provide documentation as proof. In truth, for those who have navigated these waters for many years, they still possess some wealth. However, this ailment is relentless, and due to their status, it is challenging to find a competent physician. If someone is willing to assist them in locating a doctor and cover all expenses for consultations and medication, it would undoubtedly allow them to endure a few more years of life. The Madame of Peach Blossom regarded Xia Jianxi for an extended moment before finally conceding. Very well. I agree. In that instant, Xia Jianxi envisioned the imminent future, the disgrace of the Duke of Yongchang, and a wave of relief washed over her heart. She still vividly recalls the moment the Duke of Yongchang crept into the cellar, reaching out to touch her, as her father-in-law. He attempted to violate her mere days after she had given birth. Though he was thwarted by an unforeseen arrival, the despair, hatred, and revulsion swirled within her heart. Such a man deserves to have all his veils of shame stripped away, to rot slowly amidst the scorn and disgust of the world. Chapter 53. A group of beasts in the fleeting moment of reaching an agreement. The Peach Blossom mistress calmly accepted the 100 taels of gold that Xia Jianxi had prepared. Please, this way. The Peach Blossom mistress stood up, moving to the door and gesturing for them to enter. Xia Jianxi followed her as she opened the door, observing the two individuals waiting outside. Are you ladies waiting here, or shall we proceed together? Together, responded Shi Wei and Ting Wan with unwavering certainty. The Peach Blossom mistress glanced at Xia Jianxi and, seeing her silent, led the group through a secret passage to another room. The Drunken Spring Pavilion was not particularly large, with only about 15 rooms across the second and third floors. Yet, within this seemingly modest flower house, there lay hidden pathways. The Peach Blossom mistress paused at one doorway and gently knocked. Soon, a cough echoed from within. Come in. The next moment, she pushed the door open. As Xia Jinshi followed the peach blossom mistress through that door, she suddenly realized they had emerged from a movable wall. The room they entered was not spacious and was filled with a strong scent of herbs. Wei instinctively covered her mouth and nose upon entering. What kind of medicine is this? It reeks of heavy tuffling. The peach blossom mistress, standing nearby, glanced at her. Do you understand herbal medicine? A little. Wei frowned. With such a strong presence of tuffling, the person in this room must be gravely ill. The peach blossom mistress looked at Xia Jinshi, then turned to call out to the person seated inside. Suyo, are you going to come out and greet our guests? After waiting for the peach blossom mistress to speak, Suyo emerged from behind a screen, peach blossom aunt, dressed in a light blue gauze, partially obscuring her face. Suyo's enchanting eyes revealed she had once been a stunning beauty. The peach blossom mistress approached Suyo and whispered in her ear, "This lady wishes to ask for your assistance." Suyo studied Xia Jinshi for a long time before suddenly smiling. I thought it was a heartbroken lady seeking revenge on a fickle man, employing such vicious methods to ruin him. I did not expect it to be a young and beautiful miss. Have you also been wronged? Enough. Wei stepped forward, her expression stern. Do not speak nonsense here. Wei, Xia Jinshi softly called. Wei paused, then cautiously moved behind Xia Jinshi. Xia Jinshi, looking at Suyo, was not angered by her impudence, but gently inquired, "Might you unveil your veil, Suyo, so I may see your face?" Suyo furrowed her brows. "Since you are aware of my illness, are you not afraid of being infected? It is merely a glance at your face. How could that possibly infect me?" Xia Jinshi replied with a light laugh. After a long silence, Suyo finally removed her veil. As Xia Jinshi had anticipated, Suyo's beauty was extraordinarily striking. Observing her, Xia Jinshi felt a wave of emotion. She recalled a time when Suyo appeared frail and emaciated, suffering under the weight of her illness while Xia Jinshi was managing the debts of the Yongchang marquis. During her investigation, she discovered Suyo, hidden in the woodshed, a mere shadow of her former self. "It was you who sent away Madame Fong and Jiao Jiao?" Suyo suddenly asked, looking at Xia Jinshi. Xia Jinshi was taken aback, then countered, "Why do you ask? Before leaving, Madame Fong came to see me. She told me she had encountered a noble benefactor and would be departing for Bianjing. That noble resembled an immortal. Merely standing there brought peace to the heart." Suyo chuckled lightly. "At the time, I thought she was speaking nonsense. Yet now I find her words to be quite accurate." Xia Jinshi gazed at Suyo, recalling her severe illness from the past, and felt a pang of bitterness. After a long pause, she spoke. "If you are willing to assist me, once this task is completed, I can redeem you and help you leave this place." The peach blossom mistress remarked, "You wish to help her with her illness, but you may not be aware that the flower disease is incurable." Suyo moved aside to sit, her eyes filled with derision. Upon hearing the mention of the flower disease, Wei and Ting Wan's expressions changed dramatically. Suyo noticed their reactions and chuckled. "It is normal for you young ladies not to know. I am aware," Xia Jinshi replied, fixing her gaze on Suyo. "But I can alleviate your suffering and help you retain some dignity." Suyo looked up at Xia Jinshi, expecting her to deceive herself into believing that she had a skilled physician who could cure her. To her surprise, she found Xia Jinshi speaking genuinely. Suyo scrutinized Xia Jinshi for a long time before finally saying, "Since the peach blossom mistress has brought you here, she must have already agreed to your request. Therefore, I have no reason to refuse. However, I am curious about the enmity you share with that person." Xia Jinshi remained silent for a long while before finally smiling. "Suyo, some matters are better left unknown for the sake of longevity." Suyo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, seeing Suyo acquiesce. The peach blossom mistress sighed in relief and addressed Xia Jinshi. "Miss, your attire here is not suitable for movement. If you do not mind, allow me to help you change into something more appropriate." Xia Jinshi said nothing and simply followed the peach blossom mistress. She led them to her room, where she retrieved 3 outfits designed for young men. It is rare for young women to visit our establishment. If you wear your own clothes, you may inadvertently attract unwanted attention. It is better to remove your hairpins and wear these men's garments. Should anyone notice, they would merely assume you are young attendants from next door. Xia Jinshi looked at the 3 outfits before her and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Peach Blossom Mistress." The Peach Blossom Mistress offered a slight bow and exited. As soon as the door was closed, Wei approached Xia Jinshi with a look of terror. "Miss, That Suyo has the flower disease. Are you certain you want it? Xia Jianxi remained silent, staring at her fingers. Ting Wan gently nudged Shi Wei. Do not say any more. After a long while, Xia Jianxi finally spoke. Do you think me cruel? Shi Wei and Ting Wan lowered their heads without a word. Xia Jianxi observed them, feeling no sorrow, for they were unaware of the torment she had endured, nor of her struggles in that dark, damp cellar. Thus, she held no resentment towards them. If one day I commit an even more heinous act, would you come to despise and loathe me? Xia Jianxi asked, locking eyes with Ting Wan and Shi Wei, each word deliberate. Of course not. Ting Wan was the first to respond. Shi Wei, her eyes glistening, added, I would not either, although I do not understand why Miss would take such risks. I know you must have suffered greatly to act thus. How could I possibly despise you for this? I would only resent myself for not protecting you when you were wronged. Listening to Wan and Shi Wei, they had been by Xia Jianxi's side since their early childhood. Both were orphan girls rescued by Madame Xia from the battlefield, lacking both parents and any relatives willing to adopt them. It was Madame Xia who brought them back when they were merely 2 or 3 years old, nurturing them with expensive cow's milk and goat's milk accompanied by rice porridge. They grew up alongside Xia Jianxi, forming a bond from their earliest days. Although they were unaware of the exact trials Xia Jianxi had endured, they sensed that their young mistress had faced immense injustice. Gazing at Wan and Wei, Xia Jianxi pondered for a long moment before speaking. The Marquis of Yongchang has caused too many deaths, and Helan Xia even sent people to kidnap me, attempting to tarnish my reputation to force me into marriage with him, to fill the void in the Yongchang Marquisate. They are both despicable and deserve their fate. Hearing Xia Jianxi's words, Wan and Wei were filled with disbelief. Yes, it was the young Marquis who did this, but why would he act so ruthlessly? Xia Jianxi closed her eyes momentarily. Perhaps it is for the military token bestowed upon me by the late emperor. Shi Wei and Ting Wan were stunned for quite some time, unable to fathom that this was indeed Helan Xi's doing. After all, he had always presented himself as a refined gentleman, treating even the servants with gentle demeanor. Who could have imagined that beneath such an exterior lurked a fiend? Shi Wei, who had earlier thought Xia Jianxi a bit too harsh, suddenly changed her expression. It truly is a shame for Miss Su Yu to be entangled with such a beastly old man. Ting Wan's face was also filled with anger. Indeed, just a single bite from that old wretch could leave one feeling nauseated for days. Xia Jianxi was not surprised by the swift change in their demeanor. Having grown up together, she understood their natures well. Thus, she had hesitated to reveal the truth, knowing of their notorious protectiveness. Should they learn that anyone had harmed their young mistress, they would transform into 2 frenzied dogs, ready to bite anyone in sight. Let us change our clothes quickly. The bidding below will commence shortly, Xia Jianxi said softly, observing the two as they exchanged heated words. Wan and Wei paused for a moment before immediately donning the garments. It was undeniable that the discerning eye of the Taohua matron was remarkable. She had not asked a single question, yet the clothes she provided fit all 3 of them perfectly. Even the boots were just the right size. Xia Jianxi removed her makeup and slipped into a water blue long gown, which, at first glance, gave her the appearance of a delicate, youthful scholar, albeit slightly short and overly slender. If she were a young man, she would surely be a handsome figure. Shi Wei reflected on Xia Jianxi for a time before arriving at this conclusion. Xia Jianxi remained silent, casually picking up a folding fan from the side as she stepped outside. Chapter 54. The vigor of age. 3 awkward gentlemen clad in male attire stumbled out, only to be greeted by a cacophony of drums and gongs. Xia Jianxi stood on the second-floor corridor, peering down to find the hall below teeming with an eager crowd. In the center of the hall of Zue Xianglu, a stage was set where performers usually dazzle the audience with song and dance. However, today, upon that very stage stood a young woman adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress. She appeared petite, her hands clutching a folding fan, and her visage still bore the lingering softness of youth, reminiscent of a girl just coming of age. Yet, this seemingly innocent maiden had already become the prized treasure of the brothel, poised to be auctioned off to the highest bidder. She stood there, akin to a commodity awaiting valuation, while below, a throng of ravenous wolves with eyes gleaming with greed awaited the signal to strike, eager to claim this exquisite and tender beauty. Shi Wei could not bear to watch and averted her gaze, exclaiming, "What a pack of beasts!" At that moment, a commotion erupted from below. Xia Jianxi instinctively leaned over the railing, noticing that Tao Hua, who had been preparing attire for them, had changed into a vibrant outfit and now stood on the platform below. Gone was her elegant dress, replaced by a striking peach-red gown adorned with a garish red peony atop her head, and she held a fan in her hand. Though no longer in the bloom of youth, her every smile and gesture still radiated a captivating charm. Gently fanning herself, Tao Hua addressed the gathered men. Gentlemen, today you have stumbled upon a splendid occasion at Zue Xiang Lu. Ah, Tao Hua, spare us the pleasantries. Let us see this young lady without delay. We wouldn't want to waste time if she turns out to be lacking in beauty. A voice from the crowd interjected. Young sir, such words cannot be uttered lightly. Tao Hua replied hastily. Zue Xiang Lu is renowned for its stunning beauties. We would never tarnish our reputation with an unattractive girl. Then why not unveil this young lady and spare us the suspense? Another voice chimed in. You must be new here, young sir. There are rules in Zue Xiang Lu. Tao Hua explained, gracefully circling the young woman. The fan shall be unveiled, but the time is not yet ripe. The young man scoffed. A brothel with rules? Pray, enlighten us. With an ever-present smile, Tao Hua continued, our regular patrons know well that the maidens of Zue Xiang Lu are famously beautiful. The highest bidder claims victory on the first night, and if you are interested, a deposit is required to secure your claim. Only those who have paid may vie for her. But if she is unappealing, would that not render my deposit useless? A voice protested. That is the custom here. Once you place your deposit, it is binding. If you find her to your liking, the highest bid prevails. Tao Hua replied, her smile unwavering as she gauged the audience's interest. While the commotion continued, numerous regular patrons had already stepped forward to place their deposits. Ting Von, clutching a handful of silver, finally managed to push through the crowd, declaring, I seek to place a deposit for my master, though her voice was soft. The clerk looked up, inquiring, what is your master's name? Taken aback, Ting Wan hesitated before blurting out, Shun Tsong. Shun Tsong was the steward of the general's estate, and in a moment of panic, she had unwittingly offered him as a reference. After securing her bidding card, Ting Wan made her way back, repeatedly apologizing under her breath. Upon returning to Xia Jianxi, she handed over the card and whispered, Miss, I registered under the name Shun Tsong. What? Sure Wei's eyes widened in shock. And fearing her voice might draw attention, she quickly added, Are you not concerned that this may reach Shun Tsong's ears? Our visit to the brothel could no longer remain a secret. It should not be an issue. Our family members are unlikely to frequent such places. Ting Von replied, though her tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Binding agreement, binding agreement. As Ting Wan's anxiety lingered, the clerk rose, calling out, Is there anyone else wishing to place a deposit? If not, we shall commence the bidding. The three of them discreetly turned towards the voice, spotting the mischievous grin of the Duke of Yongchang, who stood nearby. Shi Wei narrowed her eyes at the Duke, noting his bandaged leg, and could not help but scoff. The Duke of Yongchang has yet to recover, yet he remains quite vigorous. Vigorous? It's merely brazen audacity, Ting Wan muttered under her breath. Just as they exchanged barbs, a young servant approached them. Gentlemen, I have been sent by Tao Hua to assist you with your bidding, he said, positioning himself to shield their conversation from prying eyes. She mentioned that although the young lady is dressed as a man, her voice is distinct. If you bid yourself, it might attract unwanted attention, so I have come to help. Xia Jianxi was momentarily taken aback before glancing at Tao Hua, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Once this concludes, please extend my gratitude to your mistress, Xia Jianxi instructed, handing her card to the servant. Before long, the young woman set down her fan, and her enchanting visage was met with a chorus of regret from the crowd. However, those who had not placed a deposit could no longer participate in the bidding. The auction commenced, and Xia Jianxi focused intently on the Duke of Yongchang, planning to bid once he faltered. 60 taels, 70 taels, 100 taels. The bids escalated, and as the prices soared, the number of bidders dwindled. Ultimately, only the Duke and a portly middle-aged man continued to vie for the prize. This man, clearly not from Bianjing, sported a rotund figure and an air of wealth, repeatedly raising his bid. The Duke, growing impatient, exclaimed, Old man, do you not know who I am? How dare you challenge me? The wealthy man, intoxicated and emboldened, retorted, I care not who you are. If you lack the funds, step aside. I intend to take home the beauty. How dare you insult me? The Duke, enraged, lunged forward, fists raised. Who do you think you are? This is my domain, and you, a mere country bumpkin, have no right to act so presumptuously. Those who could afford to bid were not impoverished, and they were typically accompanied by a retinue. The Duke, though holding a title, had only brought a single servant due to the nature of the establishment. In the ensuing chaos, with both parties fueled by drink, the situation quickly spiraled into a brawl. Xia Jinshi watched as the two men clashed, then cleared her throat softly, calling out 60 taels. Tao Hua, glancing towards Xia Jinshi in the corner, promptly announced, 60 taels. Is there anyone else who wishes to bid? The Duke, preoccupied with the altercation, was too distracted to respond to her call. As soon as the two individuals ceased their bidding, the Peach Blossom Lady promptly declared, Then our Shueyue shall belong to this esteemed Master Shen Tsong of the Shun family tonight. The moment her words fell, the two who had been fervently competing turned around with indignation. Hey, old woman, we haven't placed our bids yet. How can you settle this? Bring her back here. The Peach Blossom Lady hastily instructed her attendants to escort Shueyue to the private room on the second floor, while Xia Jinshi, veiled by the servant's cover, rose to ascend the stairs. Unexpectedly, the portly gentleman, having indulged in too much wine, stubbornly advanced, effectively blocking Xia Jinshi's path of departure and trapping her within the confines of the space. Having witnessed numerous drunken ruckuses in her establishment, the Peach Blossom Lady remained unfazed. Yet upon seeing them encircle Xia Jinshi, she rushed forward to intervene. Oh dear, what is happening here, gentlemen? Our humble establishment cannot withstand such tumult. Old woman, I am a loyal patron of yours. You cannot allow this outsider to bully me. A marquis. The words of the Marquis of Yongchang were laden with the stench of alcohol, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. Typically, the Peach Blossom Lady would not concern herself with his title, as her establishment often entertained numerous nobility, and most interactions involved merely exchanging pleasantries to smooth over any disturbances. However, given that she had accepted payment from others that day, she felt compelled to take special care of the Marquis of Yongchang. Once she had adequately appeased him, she leaned closer to whisper in his ear, Rest assured, my lord, we have more fine offerings here that shall not disappoint you. The Marquis, already inebriated, felt a surge of delight upon hearing her words. Having been confined to his residence for days due to a leg injury, he had longed for a diversion. Today, coincidentally encountering newcomers at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, he feared that if he did not indulge his desires, he would find it difficult to sleep peacefully that night. Is what you say true? The Marquis inquired eagerly. Indeed it is. The Peach Blossom Lady responded, turning to call out, Suyue, Baoxiang, come forth to attend to these esteemed gentlemen. Chapter 55. Xia Jinshi at that moment. Suyu, who had been waiting nearby, promptly pushed open the door and stepped out, a radiant smile gracing her face as she approached the Duke of Yongchang. Her delicate hand gently rested against his chest. My lord, do take a look at me. Am I not more alluring than that yellow-haired girl? Suyu's voice was soft and enticing, drawing the attention of even the portly man standing beside them. Fortunately, Baoxiang had her own means. She pressed her ample bosom against the portly man's embrace, causing him to tremble with desire, utterly distracted from Suyu, who was eager for a more private rendezvous. Although Suyu was a bit older, her beauty was striking, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. With her painted fingertips, she playfully traced circles on the Duke of Yongchang's chest. Tonight, I shall accompany you, my lord. Are you satisfied? The moment the Duke laid eyes on Suyu, he was captivated. In the intoxicated atmosphere of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Suyu had always been the most enchanting, possessing not only beauty but also the skills to please men. He pulled her into his embrace. Very well, I am satisfied. Tao Hua, prepare a room for me at once. Though Tao Hua feigned reluctance, she quickly concealed her feelings. Of course, my lord, I shall prepare your favorite room. Nestled in the Duke's arms, Suyu playfully tapped his chest. My lord, the Duke, utterly entranced, had forgotten all about the newcomer who had been stolen away from him, merrily ascending the stairs. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Jinshi promptly left the hall. The once crowded space quickly emptied, scattering like autumn leaves. Standing there, Xia Jinshi felt a twinge of fear. Despite having donned male attire, her face was still unmistakably hers. And the Duke had seen her before. Had they intercepted her, recognition would have been inevitable. Thankfully, Tao Hua's swift reaction had facilitated her escape. Suyu had already entered the chamber, and in no more than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the lady would receive what she desired. Tao Hua appeared at Xia Jinshi's side without her noticing. Xia Jianxi, taken aback, responded with a light laugh. Thank you, Tao Hua. Why not take a moment to rest in the chamber? I will have someone escort you out shortly. Just as Tao Hua finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Before Xia Jianxi could respond, a small man rushed in. My lady, the young lord of the Duke of Yongchang's residence has come, saying there is trouble and that we must return the Duke at once. Who did you say? Xia Jianxi froze. The man, startled, quickly clarified. The young lord of the Duke of Yongchang, Helan Ci. As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Jianxi spotted Helan Ci approaching. In that moment, not only did Xia Jianxi see him, but Helan Ci also caught sight of her standing beside Tao Hua. Although it was just a fleeting glance, his instincts told him that something was amiss. In an instant, Xia Jianxi darted towards the second floor, with Helan Ci instinctively in pursuit. Tao Hua cursed under her breath, then quickly donned a smile and stepped forward. Young lord, why have you come at such a time? The Duke has had too much to drink and is resting. Step aside. Helan Ci pushed her aside forcefully and continued his chase. The corridor of the second-floor chamber was not spacious, barely allowing two people to pass. As Xia Jianxi maneuvered through the crowd with Ting Wan and Shi Wei, just as she thought Helan Ci would catch up, a door beside them suddenly swung open, and in the next moment, the three were pulled into a chamber. Panic surged within her as Xia Jianxi struggled violently, only to have a hand clamp over her mouth. In the following instant, she was pressed against the cold wall behind her. Xia Jianxi, it's me. Xia Jianxi's eyes widened in shock. In the dimly lit room, she discerned the face of Yizichuan, their proximity so close that she could feel his warm breath against her skin, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Yizichuan gazed intently into her eyes for a long moment before leaning closer. Xia Jianxi, how bold you are to come to a place like this. Xia Jianxi, wanting to struggle, found her hands firmly grasped, her head tilted back. Don't move. The distance between them was uncomfortably close. Xia Jianxi could see the slight tremor of his eyelashes, while Yizichuan could palpably sense the rapid beating of her heart. Once he confirmed that she recognized him, he slowly released his hold on her mouth. Yizichuan, how did you end up here? Xia Jianxi inquired, her gaze fixed on his eyes, enunciating each word carefully. If he could be here, why can't I? Yizichuan chuckled softly. Xia Jianxi, you have orchestrated quite a scheme. Xia Jianxi remained silent, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. The woman who followed the Duke into the chamber was arranged by you, wasn't it? Yizichuan's voice turned cold. Sending a prostitute afflicted with disease to the Duke's bed. Xia Jianxi, your calculations are indeed impressive. Xia Jianxi understood that this matter could not be concealed from Yizichuan, yet she had not anticipated his swift discovery of her scheme. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she challenged, how did you know she was afflicted with disease? Have you been monitoring my every move? Do you think that just because Yao Zi cannot see her, I cannot? Yizichuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. I allowed Fong Tingting and her mother to leave, so naturally, I investigated their identities thoroughly. Xia Jianxi's heart quaked. Yizichuan's disbelief in her intentions was clear. She had always been forthright. Thus, she seldom relied on Yao Zi for her affairs. Yet she never expected Yizichuan to have thoroughly investigated Fong Tingting's mother. Her mother, a woman who had long sold fans to the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, had ceased her work upon discovering her illness. She had rarely returned to the pavilion until a few days before leaving the capital, when she made one last visit. Yizichuan articulated each word. Initially, Yizichuan had not considered this deeply, believing that perhaps Fong's mother merely sought to bid farewell to her old patron. However, when he observed the commotion from the second floor, he noted that Suyu had been waiting nearby, her eyes never leaving the Duke. Moreover, as a courtesan, Suyu had dressed excessively, clearly concealing something, perhaps the telltale signs of her affliction. Then, when Tao Hua pretended to casually approach Xia Jianxi and whispered something, it suddenly dawned on him. He comprehended Xia Jianxi's scheme. If the prince was aware, then why did he not stop the Duke? Xia Jianxi looked at Yizichuan, her expression lacking the fear of being exposed, instead tinged with mockery. Was he worried he couldn't intervene, or did he believe the Duke deserved his fate? Yizichuan's pupils constricted. Xia Jianxi, put away your little cleverness. Do you remember the documents in your possession? Xia Jianxi smirked. Those documents hold the lives of 12 people. How many of them are innocent women? How many lives have you forcibly taken? How many have you condemned? Do you think those bloody lives are merely names brushed lightly in ink in your eyes? Zichuan pressed his lips tightly together. The bright mirror hanging in the Dali temple. Do you still remember? Xia Jinshi's voice was soft, yet resonated with an intensity that struck at Zichuan's heart. If there are things you cannot do, what is wrong with me doing them? With eloquent words and a deceptive demeanor, your actions are merely driven by your own selfish desires. Zichuan's pupils were dark and profound. Xia Jinshi, your unscrupulous methods are solely for the sake of your petty grievances. And so what? Xia Jinshi lifted her gaze towards him, declaring, I am determined to bring about the complete downfall of the Yongchang Marquis. I wish for them to experience my despair, to understand what it truly means to suffer a fate worse than death. Zichuan, observing Xia Jinshi before him, felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Xia Jinshi, you are utterly insane. I am indeed mad. I would stake my life to escape the death trap they have laid for me, and naturally, I would also wager everything, including my name, to ensure they comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death. A peculiar smile danced at the corners of Xia Jinshi's lips as she regarded Zichuan. At that moment, just as Zichuan was about to erupt in anger, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from behind them. In the next instant, the door behind Zichuan was flung open violently. Xia Jinshi immediately turned her head away, wishing to avoid being recognized by the intruder. Get out! Zichuan's icy voice suddenly rang out. Helan Ci stood at the threshold, observing Zichuan in a rather ambiguous position as he pressed against the young man, their proximity suggesting intimacy even in their viciousness. Helan Ci recalled the rumors of Zichuan's aversion to women, and his expression turned oddly peculiar. Your Highness? Zichuan whipped around, his cold gaze piercing directly into Helan Ci's face. I said, get out. Helan Ci momentarily froze, then quickly retreated. I apologize for the intrusion. Enjoy yourselves. As the door closed, Xia Jinshi, who had been confined, attempted to push Zichuan away, only to find him as immovable as a solid wall. If you wish to remain undetected, it would be wise not to move. Zichuan leaned closer to Xia Jinshi's ear, whispering, the people outside have not yet left. Xia Jinshi immediately glanced outside, and indeed, a figure loomed beyond the door. The struggle she had just attempted ceased, and she obediently stood still, refraining from any further movement. Zichuan observed her stillness, letting out a low chuckle. I thought you feared nothing. Xia Jinshi remained silent. She was not afraid of Helan Ci. Rather, she understood that until Helan Ci received his due retribution, she could not risk being discovered, lest all his actions come to naught. Noticing that Xia Jinshi had ceased her resistance, Zichuan gradually released her grip. The figure outside remained steadfast, and knowing Helan Ci, sought to eavesdrop. Zichuan murmured, if you do not leave, I shall gouge out your eyes. The person outside distinctly hesitated. Helan Ci stood there, his brows furrowed. He had clearly seen a familiar silhouette and had pursued it, but upon reaching the second floor, the figure had vanished. He had opened nearly every door he encountered, yet he could not find the Xia Jinshi he had glimpsed, leaving only this room unopened. Just as he hesitated, Zichuan suddenly swung the door open. In the next moment, a fist, propelled by the wind, launched directly towards Helan Ci's face, catching him off guard and landing a solid blow. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Helan Ci distinctly caught sight of a bare back partially revealed on the bed, its flawless whiteness stirring an involuntary pang in his heart. And the figure unmistakably sported a man's coiffure. Stop looking. Zichuan seized Helan Ci by the collar, dragging him up as he prepared to strike, only to be intercepted by the hastily arriving Tao Huanyangzi. My lord, both of you, please refrain from violence. Tao Huanyangzi hurriedly placed herself in between. Zichuan coldly regarded Helan Ci. How dare you trespass into my chamber, Helan Ci? You truly possess the audacity of a bear. Tao Huanyangzi quickly offered an apology. My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. Helan Ci said nothing, merely fixating his gaze on the silhouette behind Zichuan. Chapter 56. The good man's wind peach blossom lady observed his gaze and quickly shielded herself with her body. Sir, please do not look. I told you earlier that you have mistaken the person. That is merely a young attendant from the neighboring Wushan pavilion, not the young lady you think you recognize. You are truly mistaken. At that moment, a voice, ambiguous in gender, emerged from within. Sir, why not let me step out and allow this gentleman to confirm? As the youthful voice resonated, Heelan Si's expression turned peculiar. Zichuan fixed his gaze on Heelan Si. Do you truly wish to see? Heelan Si glanced at the indistinct figure within, then back at Zichuan's dangerously intense eyes, and ultimately took a step back. It is my fault for spoiling the prince's mood. Please charge today's expenses to my account. Tomorrow, if I hear any rumors outside, I shall not hesitate to send the Earl of Yongchang back to the Dali Temple, Zichuan declared, stepping into the room and forcefully closing the door. The gust of wind from the door's closure brushed against Peach Blossom Lady's face. She stared at the shut door, her heart racing, knowing that Heelan Si was on the verge of discovering the identity of the person inside. If that happened, their establishment would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Young lord, look at the commotion this has caused, Peach Blossom Lady hastily exclaimed. I told you earlier, that is merely a young attendant from the neighboring Wushan Pavilion. You did not believe me. Look, Heelan Si scrutinized her and remarked, if he is but a young attendant from next door, why did he flee upon seeing me? Peach Blossom Lady leaned closer to Heelan Si and whispered, do you not understand, young lord? The reputation of a good man's wind is far worse than that of visiting a flower house. Thus, many nobles prefer to summon young attendants here. That young attendant is likely afraid of running into a familiar face among the nobility. If news were spread, it would be they who suffer the consequences. Though Heelan Si felt something amiss, he recalled the distinct youthful voice and ultimately chose to trust Peach Blossom Lady. Take me to see the Earl of Yongchang. Peach Blossom Lady led Heelan Si forward, speaking in hushed tones. Young lord, the Earl is currently resting. It may not be appropriate to disturb him now. Perhaps you could wait in the guest room. Take me there immediately. Elan insisted. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Peach Blossom Lady finally acquiesced, guiding him to see the Earl of Yongchang. Once they were out of earshot, Xia Jinshi promptly rose to dress herself. Zichuan displayed a measure of gentlemanly decorum by keeping his back turned, avoiding glancing at her. After donning her attire, Xia Jinshi turned to Zichuan and spoke after a lengthy silence. Does your highness not fear the unfounded reputation of being associated with a good man's wind should spread throughout the city? Yet you still concern yourself with my reputation? Zichuan suddenly turned, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Jinshi. Xia Jinshi smirked slightly. If your highness found my actions excessive, you could have simply cast me out. Why then do you choose to shield me, jeopardizing your own name in the process? Zichuan remained silent, his gaze unwavering on her. Xia Jinshi was unperturbed, gradually moving closer. Do you believe I am unscrupulous? Do you think the Earl of Yongchang is innocent? Or do you think the common folk who perish at their hands deserve their fate? They are guilty, yet their fate should be determined by the law, not through such sordid means to compel them. Zichuan articulated, his words deliberate. Xia Jinshi chuckled at his response. Then why does your highness seek to vindicate Lord Qin? Zichuan's hands, which had been clasped behind his back, slowly tightened. The law that condemned Lord Qin was your own. If you are so steadfast in your belief in it, why do you refuse to accept its verdict, risking your life repeatedly to defend him? Xia Jinshi. Zichuan glared at her, demanding, do you realize what you were saying? Your highness, is it so difficult to discern your true intentions? Xia Jinshi was unafraid, inching closer until they were nearly touching. She could hear the quickening of Zichuan's heartbeat. You wish to vindicate him. I seek revenge. You need me, and I require you. Your concern for my methods is irrelevant. Just know that I can assist you. Her voice was like a siren's call from the depths of hell, gradually eroding Zichuan's steadfast resolve. Just as Xia Jinshi anticipated Zichuan's capitulation, she was taken aback by his laughter. Xia Jinshi, do you not think that, in this moment, you are far more malicious than Heelan Si? Malicious? Xia Jinshi lowered her eyes. She gazed at her flat stomach, suddenly reminded of the child who had once dwelled within her for over 9 months. She vividly recalled each heartbeat of that child, the one she had shared her heart with for those long months. Even as she lay in that foul, damp cellar, she had cried out in anguish, summoning every ounce of strength to bring forth the child. Like a wild beast, she had severed the umbilical cord, weeping as she held the silent infant in her arms. Perhaps it was the sound of her cries and the desperate rhythm of her heart that awakened the lifeless child, who suddenly wailed. But in the next moment, the Earl of Yongchang appeared before her like a demon, snatching her child away and casting it aside, then lunging at her in a frenzy. Disgust and despair enveloped her like a shroud. Those filthy hands lifted her blood-stained skirts, trailing up her legs, accompanied by his demonic laughter. TSK, I've never been with a woman who just gave birth. Since you're about to die, why not let your father-in-law have a bit of fun? As the Earl of Yongchang, he ravaged her like a beast, shamelessly violating his daughter-in-law, who had just endured childbirth, while his grandson cried weakly nearby. Malicious? Was she truly malicious? Xia Jianxi inhaled deeply, then looked at Ez Chuan, smiling. And so what if I am? I desire their deaths. I wish to see the entire Yongchang family brought to ruin. I intend to make them perish slowly, in the most humiliating manner possible, so they understand that if heaven does not punish them, then I, having clawed my way back from hell, shall be their reckoning. Ez Chuan regarded Xia Jianxi as she spoke her chilling words with a calm demeanor, and in that instant, he discerned the purest intent to kill within her eyes. At that moment, he comprehended that Xia Jianxi bore a deep-seated grudge against the Earl of Yongchang, one he had yet to grasp. He looked into her eyes and asked, "Who are you truly?" Xia Jianxi paused for a moment before responding with a light laugh. "What do you think I am? You are Xia Jianxi, yet you seem not to be her." Ez Chuan inched closer, asserting, "You know too much," as if everything eludes your grasp. "Xia Jianxi, who are you truly?" Xia Jianxi held her head high, showing no signs of retreat. Even as Ez Chuan nearly reached out to touch her, she remained steadfast, locking her gaze onto his. "I am the daughter of General Xia Maoshan of the National Defense Army, Xia Jianxi." As Xia Jianxi departed from the Zui Xianglu, Ez Chuan stood in the second-floor room, watching her. She descended the secret staircase to the back door, where Yaozi waited. Upon seeing Xia Jianxi, she paused momentarily before approaching her. "Miss Xia?" Xia Jianxi cast a glance at Yaozi, then turned to look at Ez Chuan, who stood on the second floor. She was acutely aware that Ez Chuan, who had always kept a distance from women, was present here for reasons closely tied to her. Yaozi also noticed Ez Chuan on the second floor. She lowered her gaze slightly and said, "Miss Xia, this is my duty." Xia Jianxi smiled gently and replied, "I do not hold you accountable." Chapter 57. Turn around on her return, Xia Jianxi appeared somewhat hurried. She had not even taken the time to change out of her male attire before hastily climbing into the ox cart. Just as she squeezed into the cart, Helan Ci emerged, supporting the almost inebriated Yongchang marquis, who had nearly succumbed to the charms of the brothel. Helan Ci stood there, his expression exceedingly grim as he observed the servants hoisting the drunken marquis onto the carriage. His heart was heavy with lingering thoughts of the fleeting figure he had just seen. Standing at the entrance of the Zui Xiang building, he gazed up at the signboard, and a sense of unease began to unfurl within him. The Tao Hua lady slowly descended the steps of the brothel, fanning herself lightly as she regarded Helan Ci with a smile that was both playful and mocking. "Why the rush to take the marquis home, little lord? Is the marquis's wife upset?" Helan Ci found her voice particularly grating, and he furrowed his brow. "The marquis's wife is not someone you should mention." The Tao Hua lady was taken aback for a moment, her expression shifting. "What has ruffled your feathers, little lord? The marquis is a frequent guest here. We have not forced him to stay. With your demeanor, it seems we should be apologizing for hosting him." Helan Ci glared at her, his countenance darkening to an unsettling degree. Any ordinary person would likely tremble under such a gaze, yet the Tao Hua lady, being the proprietor of the establishment, was unperturbed by the mere son of the Yongchang marquis. Helan Ci scrutinized her for a long while before he merely flicked his sleeve and departed, barking, returned to the residence. Watching him mount his horse, the Tao Hua lady lightly shook her fan. "Take care, little lord. Do visit us again." Frustration simmered within Helan Ci as he left without a backward glance. The Tao Hua lady, noting his retreat, concealed her smile and turned to enter the building. Once inside, she instructed the attendant, "Have Suyu tidied up and sent to the other courtyard. Once the storm has passed, she may depart." The attendant nodded lowly and promptly ascended to the second-floor chambers. Helan Ci rode toward the Yongchang marquis's residence, the sounds of the marquis's drunken ramblings echoing from the cart behind him, exacerbating his agitation. As they slowly passed the back courtyard of the Zui Chun building, Helan Ci spotted a familiar figure conversing with the coachman. "Halt!" Yazi, who stood with her back to him, immediately froze and instinctively reached for the sword at her waist. Helan Ci's voice darkened. "Turn around." At the sound of his command, not only did Yazi stop, but Xia Jianxi in the cart also held her breath, aware that Helan Ci had seen Yazi before. Once she turned, he would recognize her consequently know who was within the cart. What a coincidence, little lord. Yi Zichuan emerged from the shadows. Upon hearing Yi Zichuan's voice, Helan Si's heart sank. Your Highness, what is this? First, you barged into my chambers, and now you have your sights set on a maid from my residence? Yi Zichuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor icy. Yet, in those few simple words, Helan Si felt an overwhelming pressure. The luxurious carriages of the royal estate stood in stark contrast to the humble ox cart they were now using. Yi Zichuan approached, lightly resting his hand on the cart. Are you now concerned about what carriage I ride in, little lord? Helan Si regarded the prince, his smile gradually stiffening. After a lengthy pause, he managed a soft chuckle. Your Highness jests. How could I dare to presume? Then we should be on our way. Yi Zichuan positioned himself in front of the ox cart, subtly shielding Yi Zi from view. He lifted his gaze to meet Helan Si's, his expression frigid. Helan Si's instincts told him there was something amiss with the ox cart. However, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to quarrel with Yi Zichuan at this moment. After all, the man before him was a true lunatic. He scrutinized the cart for a long while before finally lowering his head slightly. I take my leave. As the sound of hooves echoed, Xia Jianxi inside the cart finally exhaled. Yi Zichuan outside heard the noise from within and could not help but smile slightly. Once Yi Zichuan confirmed that Helan Si had departed, he turned to Yi Zi. I will escort you back. Be cautious on the way and ensure you are not followed. Yes. Yi Zi nodded, and just then, Qin Song appeared, clad in black, standing nearby. The ox cart moved forward slowly, with Yi Zichuan and Qin Song following closely behind, ensuring their safety throughout the journey. Xia Jianxi lifted the curtain of the cart to glance back, noticing Yi Zichuan casually trailing them, his gaze fixed on the cart until she looked his way, at which point he averted his eyes. Sitting beside her, Shi Wei could not help but whisper, I thought the prince was angry, yet he has chosen to assist us. Xia Jianxi gazed down at her hands, contemplating for a moment before responding, At dawn, we shall arrange for a boat to expedite Su Yu's departure from Bianjing. Shi Wei paused before asking, Are you concerned that Helan Si will seek trouble for Su Yu once he regains his senses? Though the Yongchang marquis was inebriated, it was uncertain whether he would remember Su Yu, but given the bustling nature of the Zue Xiang building, it was prudent to send her away swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. Xia Jianxi softly added that she was acquainted with Madame Fong, who would likely be willing to care for her. Shi Wei understood. As the ox cart continued its slow journey, Qin Song trailed behind, instilling a sense of safety even in the dead of night. That evening, upon returning home, Xia Jianxi changed out of her dress and fell into the most restful sleep she had experienced since her rebirth. Meanwhile, at the Yongchang Marquis' residence, the lights burned bright. Servants bearing the Marquis' token rushed to the Imperial Medical Bureau, summoning every reputable doctor in Bianjing. Yet one after another, they could only shake their heads and depart. The anguished cries of the old Marquis echoed incessantly, while the Yongchang Marquis, who had just been carried back from the Zue Xiang building by Helan Si, leaned heavily against his chair, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol, appearing utterly oblivious to his surroundings. As Helan Si watched doctor after doctor exit the residence, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, when the head physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau emerged with a dark expression, Helan Si stepped forward, respectfully bowing as a junior. Shen Tai, is there any hope for my grandmother? The physician handed his medicine box to a young attendant and shook his head with a hint of resignation. The old lady is advanced in years and has suffered greatly. The shock has taken a toll on her heart, and with such a fall, her spine is broken. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would struggle to heal her. Helan Si's complexion, already far from favorable, darkened further. Seeing his pallor, Shen Tai assumed he was anxious about his grandmother's health and spoke gently to comfort him. Fortunately, the old lady has been well nourished over the years and is still relatively robust. With proper care, she may live out her days. The phrase proper care carried an immense weight. With a pale countenance, Helan Si dismissed Chen Tai and turned, only to see the Yongchang Marquis, still lost in drunken slumber, and felt a surge of frustration. He strode over and, in a fit of anger, kicked the chair hard. Helan Si's fury erupted. He exerted all his strength, sending the chair crashing to pieces. The already incapacitated Yongchang Marquis tumbled heavily to the ground in his stupor. Alas, that scoundrel dared to kick me, returned the Marquis. Administer several bowls of sobering soup, and when he regains consciousness, instruct him to attend to grandmother's illness. He Lan Si's countenance darkened, and even his most trusted aide, Lan Ting, refrained from inciting his ire at this moment. Soon, servants rushed in, haphazardly carrying the intoxicated Yongchang Marquis away amidst his slurred curses. The anguished cries of the matriarch still echoed in the room, and He Lan Si felt the veins at his temples throb painfully. He clenched his eyes, shut in fury, and then bellowed, "Investigate this matter for me. I wish to uncover who dares to assault our Yongchang Marquis household from shadows." Lan Ting, witnessing He Lan Si's burgeoning wrath, promptly complied. "Yes, my lord." He Lan Si observed as Lan Ting departed to carry out his orders, his anger unabated, further fueled by the lamentations of the matriarch. After a considerable time, He Lan Si exhaled a long, heavy sigh and commanded, "Send someone to summon Miss Elan to attend to the illness." The servant, showing no hesitation, immediately set off to fetch Miss Elan. Upon returning to his study, He Lan Si felt a tightness in his chest. He leaned back in the armchair, closing his eyes to rest, while a nearby maid cautiously massaged his legs, fearful of provoking his ire with even a slight misstep. Before long, Lan Ting quietly pushed open the door and stood behind He Lan Si. He Lan Si slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a fierce intensity. "What news?" the subordinate reported. "I have investigated. At the location where the carriage overturned, a grain and oil merchant had passed shortly before the matriarch. At that time, a barrel of tea oil was spilled, and I inquired further. Apparently, the merchant was quite distressed and dispatched someone to soak up the oil with cloth, though some residue remains on the ground." Lan Ting spoke softly, his head lowered. "A merchant? Which merchant?" He Lan Si seemed to catch wind of something significant, abruptly sitting up. "It is a nearby grain and oil shop. The owner is from Bianjing, but it appears to be a small family business without any significant backing." Lan Ting raised his gaze to meet He Lan Si's. "With so many carriages passing by, it is too coincidental that one laden with grain and oil would cross just before the matriarch's carriage, spilling tea oil in its wake. What kind of coincidence is this?" He Lan Si suddenly slammed his hand on the side table. The maid, startled, quickly knelt and trembled on the ground. Lan Ting shot a glance at the maid and coldly commanded, "Why are you still here? Depart at once." Chapter 58. Do you want us to commit murder? Indeed. The maid scrambled to her feet, tumbling clumsily as she exited, ultimately managing to rise and close the door with great effort. He Lan Si gazed at the now-shut door, then turned his eyes to Lan Ting. "Do you harbor feelings for her?" Lan Ting hesitated momentarily before bowing his head. This subordinate dares not. Yet her trembling figure is quite vexing. He Lan Si scrutinized Lan Ting for a long while, finally murmuring, "That grain and oil shop is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. Assign someone to keep a close watch on him. I refuse to believe that those behind him can remain hidden indefinitely. Why not simply capture him, my lord?" Lan Ting quickly suggested, "For the old lady has been left in this state due to the spilled tea oil. Even if we apprehend him, others would find it difficult to voice objections. You think the person behind him is unaware of that?" He Lan Si lowered his gaze. "This matter submitted to the Jingzhou prefecture would merely be deemed an accident. If we were to seize him privately, it would only provide others with grounds to speak against us." Lan Ting opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. He Lan Si remained silent for a long time before speaking. "Are there still disturbances from the Xia clan these days? It is said that they have been lurking near the general's residence daily. Yet General Xia remains inaccessible, and Xia Maochuan lacks the ability to bear the weight of the Xia clan's troubles. Now, the Xia clan's kin are utterly at a loss." Lan Ting looked up at He Lan Si. "My lord, shall we meet with them?" He Lan Si raised a hand to press his temples. "I originally did not wish to take such drastic measures, but Xia Jianxi is troublesome. Now, I have no choice but to enlist their aid to support me." In the outskirts of the Xia family villa, as dawn broke, the women of the villa rose to prepare water and meals, only to discover there seemed to be figures standing outside the fence. The boldest among them cautiously approached and shouted, "Who goes there? We are from the Yongchang Marquis, here to invite the Xia clan to discuss matters. Please convey this message." Lan Ting's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing it was the Yongchang Marquis, the woman hesitated for a long time before putting down her shovel and warily approaching the door. "How could the Yongchang Marquis find us here? Surely, You're not trying to deceive us. We would not dare. We are indeed from the Yongchang Marquis, sent by the second miss to resolve your housing issues. Lan Ting continued. Upon hearing that they were sent by Xia Yuhua to address their housing concerns, the woman's face brightened immediately, and she hurriedly opened the door. Are you truly sent by the second miss? Our master and the second miss have grown up together. Recently, the second miss, concerned for your elder's housing, sent us here as soon as she could. Lan Ting spoke softly to the woman. Though Lan Ting was an undercover guard, his bright attire and fair complexion made him appear noble, earning the woman's trust. Please wait a moment. It is still too early, and the men in our house have yet to rise. I will go and wake them. Very well. Lan Ting was unhurried and stood patiently. Seeing Lan Ting's acceptance, the woman called out as she entered. Old man, wake up quickly. The second Miss' maid has come to help us. Her voice was quite loud. The Xia family villa housed nearly 10 households of the Xia clan, and the distance between them was not great. The woman's call roused several neighboring households, and they donned their garments and stepped outside to see what was amiss. The household Lan Ting sought seemed to belong to a prominent clan member, and soon, an elderly man with a head full of white hair emerged from within. In contrast to the delighted woman, he appeared rather indifferent. Regarding Lan Ting with sharp eyes, pray tell, from which family do you come? We are from the Yongchang Marquis. Lan Ting remained respectful, showing no sign of impatience. The Yongchang Marquis? The old man narrowed his eyes. Did you not say that the daughter of the second branch sought your master's assistance? Hence your visit? Lan Ting smiled slightly at the old man. It was indeed the second miss who sought our master's aid. The old man scrutinized Lan Ting for a long time. Are you certain you can assist us? Esteemed elder, we are from the Yongchang Marquis. As a family with a history spanning a century, we surely can resolve this minor issue. Lan Ting continued to smile yet what? The old man frowned. Esteemed elder, it would be best for you to accompany us, as certain matters are best discussed face to face. Lan Ting gently suggested. Though if you cannot make the decision, you may also bring someone who can. The old man was the third uncle who had previously caused a stir at the general's residence. Although he was not the head of the Xia clan, he held a significant voice in this branch. Upon hearing Lan Ting's words, he immediately turned stern. Please wait. The third uncle turned back, instructing the woman to gather a few strong men to accompany the elderly to the Yongchang Marquis. Lan Ting did not stop them. Prior to coming, Lan Ci had specifically instructed that the Xia clan members must see their sincerity. Thus, throughout the encounter, Lan Ting maintained a pleasant demeanor, even as the group boarded the carriage to the Yongchang Marquis. To avoid drawing attention, even though it was still early, the carriage took a detour, circling around to enter the back courtyard of the Yongchang Marquis. When the third uncle and his companions alighted from the carriage and saw that they had arrived at the back door of the Yongchang Marquis, their expressions darkened immediately. Is this how the Yongchang Marquis treats its guests? You must understand, General Xia intends to reclaim the residence. If you cannot find suitable accommodation, you will be sent back to your hometown by General Xia. I presume you would not wish for your relatives in the old residence to learn that you have fallen out with General Xia, would you? Lan Ting gazed at the third uncle and spoke softly. The third uncle's expression shifted multiple times before he steeled himself and entered through the back door of the Yongchang Marquis. After all, the Yongchang Marquis is a family with a long lineage. Along the way, they passed many servants. Yet this group, clad in coarse garments, appeared to be inferior even to the household servants. When they were led into the study, Lan Ci promptly welcomed them with a smile. Upon seeing such a young gentleman, the third uncle felt a bit more reassured. You must be the third uncle that Yuhua often speaks of. Lan Ci approached, and, while inviting them inside, stated with a smile, Yuhua has mentioned you many times, saying that you have always treated her kindly since childhood. She is truly distressed over the misunderstandings that have caused you anger. Such pleasantries were merely for formality, and the third uncle took them to heart. It was not until they entered his study and closed the door that he got straight to the point. Your people say you can resolve our housing issues. Lan Ci paused, glancing at the maids still pouring tea, and then said, You may leave now. The maids promptly exited, their movements so swift it was as though they had never been there. Once they were gone, Lan Ci set down his teacup. You truly are as Yuhua described, quite the impatient one. The third uncle remained silent, simply observing Lan Ci. Seeing his demeanor, Helan Ci lost interest in pretense and spoke. Indeed, I can not only resolve your housing concerns, but also provide the finest education for your children. However, what do you wish us to do? A man beside the third uncle suddenly interjected. Helan Ci gazed at the man and chuckled softly. You were originally part of the main branch of the Xia family, but over time, you fell into decline and became a side branch. Meanwhile, the once overlooked Xia Maoshan branch flourished after his grandfather ventured beyond the capital and achieved fame, ultimately becoming the principal lineage of the Xia family. Your branch, feeling discontent, also set out to make a name for yourselves in Bianjing, did you not? The third uncle narrowed his eyes slightly. You have investigated us. Let's not speak in such a manner. It might hurt our feelings. Helan Ci smiled lightly. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Since you have left home for the capital and established an ancestral hall in a separate residence, it is evident that you wish to gain a foothold in Bianjing. Yet now, due to a marriage dispute, you have angered Xiao Maoshan and are on the verge of losing your very abode. The third uncle regarded Helan Ci, speaking deliberately. You possess some influence back in your homeland, yet you have reduced yourselves to this state in Bianjing. If you were to return like this, you would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Helan Ci chuckled lightly. However, I am willing to offer you a path illuminated by clarity, though I wonder if you are inclined to tread it. Do enlighten me, the third uncle replied, his tone growing serious. Xiao Maoshan has no sons, only a daughter. As the saying goes, great generals are not exempt from perishing on the battlefield. With no offspring, who will ultimately inherit the wealth of the general's residence. Helan Ci smiled lightly. Though Xiao Maoshan lacks a son, his lineage carries on with Xiao Maochuan. It is well understood that as long as the second branch of the Xia family remains unobtrusive and patiently awaits, the possessions of the Guoguang general's residence will eventually fall into the hands of the second branch. You are well aware of Xia Maochuan's character. He has always maintained close ties with you old relatives. Should he gain power, your voices in Bianjing would surely carry weight. Helan Ci concluded, taking a sip of his tea. The third uncle looked intently at Helan Ci. You jest. Even if what you say holds truth, we may never reach that moment. What if Xiao Maoshan's only daughter were to perish? Helan Ci suddenly interjected. The third uncle's head shot up. You wish for us to commit murder. Chapter 59. Sincerity. Helan Ci raised his gaze to the elder before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. General Xia has treated you all well for many years. Why, then, has he chosen to retract the support for your kin this time? Surely, the third uncle should be most aware of the reasons. The third uncle remained silent, merely gazing intently at Helan Ci. You have been led astray, desiring the marriage of Xia Jianxi, hoping to coerce her into relinquishing the position of the heir's wife through public pressure. Yet, you never anticipated that His Majesty would indeed annul this engagement, thereby not only failing to obtain what you sought, but also incurring the full wrath of General Xia. Helan Ci set down his teacup, speaking nonchalantly. Since you are aware that we have been misled, then you must also understand that it is your childhood companion, Xia Yura, who has deceived and manipulated us. Had it not been for her and her mother's instigation, how could we have known that Xia Jianxi intended to withdraw from the engagement? Beside the third uncle sat the young heir, Xia Maolei, who upon hearing Helan Ci's words, felt a surge of anger. Indeed, you have been incited. But if you had not harbored such ambitions of climbing the social ladder, how could you have been so easily exploited? Helan Ci interlocked his fingers, shifting his posture, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Xia Maolei was about to erupt, but was restrained by the third uncle. As former heads of the family, you have wandered in Bianjing for many years, achieving nothing of note, relying entirely on the general's household. Your sons are hardly accomplished. Your envy of Xia Jianxi's engagement stems merely from your lack of prospects, hoping to elevate your daughter for some semblance of status and wealth. Helan Ci fixed a sharp gaze on the third uncle, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with irony. Xia Maolei could no longer contain his frustration and abruptly stood, slamming his palm onto the table. What nonsense are you spouting? Is it nonsense? Or have I struck a nerve that has left you embarrassed? You know the truth. Helan Ci scoffed. I could indeed assist you, but do you wish to continue living a life dependent on others' charity, forever bowing low? The third uncle remained silent for a long while before finally pressing down on Xia Maolei. You speak truthfully. We indeed covet the general's power. Yet even if Xia Jianxi were to perish, how can you guarantee that Xia Maoshan would hand over the authority to the second branch? Even if he did, what relevance would it hold for our lineage? Xia Maoshan has only one daughter, Xia Jianxi. Should she die without leaving descendants, there will undoubtedly be pressure from the court to surrender military power, and at that moment, the second branch would be poised to seize control. Helan Ci regarded the third uncle, well aware that he understood how to manipulate the second branch better than an outsider could. The third uncle pondered deeply. Just as Helan Ci had stated, the second branch would indeed be easy to manipulate, and Xiao Maochuan was, at his core, of a petty nature. Moreover, Xiao Maochuan was not blessed with many offspring. At over 40, he had only one son. Xia Jianxi could die, and how long could the worthless Xia Qingshu survive? Once Xiao Maoshan's line was extinguished, would not all that belonged to the Xia family become theirs? As the saying goes, evil breeds in the heart. This notion was one that even the third uncle, having lived over 60 years, dared not to contemplate. Yet now that it had been brought to light, hesitating would be their folly. Seeing the third uncle's silence, Helan Ci continued, "Third uncle, I present this clear path for you out of respect for Sister Yuraw. If you lack the courage to tread it, then no one can assist you." The third uncle narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Helan Ci. "But murder is a capital offense. You underestimate the situation." Helan Ci's smile faded. "The empire of Dezhou is built upon the corpses of the fallen. If you wish to revive the bloodline of the Xia family, you must possess a modicum of ferocity. Otherwise, it will be better to pack your belongings and return to your old abode." The Xia family members exchanged glances. After a long silence, the third uncle turned back to Helan Ci. "If Xia Jianxi were to die, what benefit would it bring to you?" Helan Ci picked up his teacup, observing the tea leaves swirling within, yet remained silent. The third uncle's gaze bore into Helan Ci. "You went to great lengths to summon us. It cannot merely be to provide us with ideas." Helan Ci slightly lifted his head, meeting the third uncle's cold stare. "You claim it is for the second daughter that you are aiding us, yet your words subtly incite us to commit murder. If we do the deed and the second branch reaps the rewards, what is your gain? What effort have you expended for what purpose?" The third uncle scrutinized Helan Ci, questioning each word. "Or do you believe us to be simple country folk easily deceived?" Helan Ci understood well that the Xia family members were not so easily manipulated. He set down his teacup and looked towards the elder. "You are an astute man. You should realize that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise." Having reached this point, the third uncle found it inappropriate to inquire further. After all, they were commoners, while Helan Ci stood as a young lord of the Yongchang Marquis. It is said that the people do not contend with officials. In such conflicts, it is always the powerless commoners who suffer. "I know your concerns." Helan Ci spoke again. "Consider this. As the sole daughter of General Xia, if anything were to befall her, General Xia would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Consequently, the second branch, as the primary beneficiaries, would face intense scrutiny, while you as kin could remain unscathed." The third uncle comprehended that this was indeed Helan Ci's rationale for seeking their collaboration. Moreover, as relatives, you would find it easier to approach her, thus increasing the likelihood of success. Helan Ci inhaled deeply. "Of course, should you fail, I shall still honor my promise regarding your residence. It is for you to decide whether to choose integrity and virtue or to aspire for boundless wealth and glory." Upon hearing this, not only the third uncle, but also the men beside him could not help but feel stirred. "Uncle, did not Xia Maoshan's power also stem from bloodshed? Are we not capable of the same?" Xia Maolei's chest heaved with determination. "Think of that day. That pair of wretched mother and daughter drove you from the general's estate. They deserve a lesson. Indeed, Xia Maoshan is a coward, dominated by his wife, too afraid to take a concubine. What is there to fear from such a man?" Xia Maosong, equally a cousin, expressed his defiance. "I have slaughtered countless pigs. Killing a little wench would be a piece of cake." Helan Ci observed the group, now inflamed with ambition, a slow smile gracing his lips. What does the third uncle think? The third uncle's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a soft cough. Within this branch, he still held absolute authority. With just that gentle cough, the previously fervent men instantly calmed. The third uncle slowly lifted his gaze to Helan Ci. "And if you were to renege on your promise, then what?" Helan Ci furrowed his brow. "What do you desire?" Since you wish for us to serve your ends, you must demonstrate some sincerity, such as a personal item of yours. The third uncle fixed his gaze on Helan Ci, articulating each word deliberately. Helan Ci's expression darkened. He subtly clenched his jaw before finally retrieving a jade pendant from his waist. We are in this together, yet third uncle, your lack of trust is somewhat disheartening. Even the finest vessel may capsize if steered by a fool. When the ship sinks, the first to suffer will be those who cast their nets. The third uncle accepted the pendant engraved with the character he, coldly remarking, should the ship capsize, we shall all perish together. Helan Ci gazed at the jade pendant concealed within the embrace of his great uncle, his expression growing increasingly frigid, yet ultimately, he managed to mask his emotions. Of course, Helan Ci uttered this phrase through gritted teeth. The members of the Xia family were formidable adversaries. Not only were the retainers of the general's household challenging, but this group of commoners was equally tenacious. With the jade pendant now in the hands of his great uncle, any ensuing trouble would inevitably implicate the Yongchang marquis. Hence, as long as this relic remained in the possession of that old wretch, he would be compelled to protect these individuals. Despite his seething resentment, Helan Ci maintained a facade of cordiality as he bid them farewell. However, as soon as they departed, he could not restrain his indignation, exclaiming, "What cunning old fox! There isn't a single member of the Xia family who is uncomplicated." Lan Ting observed the vexed Helan Ci and, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, finally spoke. "Young master, Miss Heir is still waiting in the adjacent room." Helan Ci paused, then exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Responding, "Please bring her here." Lan Ting acquiesced softly. Before long, Xia Ruo appeared at Lan Ting's side, approaching briskly. "Brother Lan Ci?" Upon seeing Xia Ruo, Helan Ci's demeanor softened considerably. He concealed his inner discontent and rose to greet her. "Have you been waiting long?" Xia Ruo shook her head, then quietly inquired, "Has great uncle made any promises?" The mere thought of that old wretch reignited his previously quelled anger. "Indeed, he has made promises, but your relatives are far from simple folk." "Have they troubled you, Brother Lan Ci?" Xia Ruo asked cautiously. Helan Ci regarded her worried expression, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Not particularly. It is simply that your great uncle is quite difficult to deal with, so do exercise caution in your dealings with him." Xia Ruo nodded, yet still sweetly remarked, "With Brother Lan Ci here, I have nothing to fear. You will certainly protect me. One to you?" Helan Ci playfully tapped her nose, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Oh, you." Chapter 60. The adventure the relatives of the Xia family discreetly exited through the back door. The carriage that was to take them had been waiting patiently at the rear entrance, and the servants lingered at the door for a considerable time, ensuring no one was watching before allowing them to board. It was only after the carriage had departed from the Yongchang marquis' residence that the third uncle produced the jade pendant he had sought. He examined the pendant intently, a glimmer of cunning illuminating his eyes. "Did you notice," he inquired, "that another carriage was stationed at the back door?" Xiao Maolei paused in surprise, then, after a moment of reflection, he recalled, "Indeed, there was a rather small carriage." The third uncle tucked the pendant away and sneered, "That must belong to the second branch. They appear weak, but are adept at using others as stepping stones." Xiao Maosong furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you suggesting that the Yongchang marquis' support is for the second branch? What could they gain from this?" The third uncle's gaze turned icy. The second branch must have promised him some benefits, military power, wealth, or perhaps even women. Otherwise, why would he risk himself on their behalf? Xiao Maolei quickly grasped the implications. "If you know that the second branch is truly orchestrating this, why would you agree to their demands? The uncle's willingness to comply must surely hold some advantage." Xiao Maosong interjected, "Wait, let's hear what the third uncle has to say." The third uncle cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Maolei. "Fool! The Xiao Maoshan lineage is already thin, and the second branch has but a single son. To eliminate one is to eliminate two." Xiao Maosong's eyes brightened with understanding. "You mean, they desire Xia Jinqi's life? We could easily offer them an additional one. After all, it would be a death sentence regardless. Why not sever their lineage entirely, thus ensuring that everything reverts to us?" The third uncle squinted, his eyes glinting with malice. "As for the Yongchang marquis, what of them? Their only son is now in our grasp. Even if they eventually uncover our intentions, they cannot directly confront me, lest they share the same fate as us in the afterlife. The third uncle scoffed. A mere child believes he can outsmart me? Does he think we are so easily deceived? Xiao Maolei suddenly understood. No wonder you sought his pendant. You intend to use it as leverage. Xiao Maosong and Xiao Maolei exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and exhilaration. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. They nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a pivotal opportunity for their clan, a chance they could not afford to miss. The third uncle, still irritated by Xiao Maolei, mused over how the younger generation had become increasingly foolish, despite their lineage being filled with intelligent individuals. He lamented the fact that he, an elder, had to labor for the futures of the clan's children while others, like Xiao Maoshan, thrived against all odds. The carriage bearing the Xiao relatives grew more distant until it vanished from view. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows of the street corner, only to disappear as swiftly as it had arrived, as though it had never existed. At the regent's residence, Yi Zichuan was perusing the records of Song Qinlin, having reviewed them repeatedly, yet each time, the evidence remained irrefutable. Just as despair settled upon him, Qin Song entered the room. Leave. Yi Zichuan, exasperated, hurled the documents across the table. Qin Song adeptly dodged the flying papers and, seemingly unfazed by Yi Zichuan's command, stated, "It has been reported that Miss Xia Jinshi's maid, Shiwei, has sent the courtesan Su Yu from the Zui Chunlu to a merchant ship bound for Jiangnan. Yi Zichuan inhalit deeply. Jiangnan is indeed a favored destination. It seems everyone is being sent there. I wonder how influential the Lin family must be to facilitate such arrangements. The Lin family is the foremost in Jiangnan. Accommodating a few women would not pose a challenge," Qin Song murmured. Yi Zichuan shot him a piercing glance. "What are the matters you were investigating? Have you uncovered anything substantial from the ledger that Miss Xia provided?" Qin Song, undeterred by the scrutiny, replied softly, "The third master remains elusive, but there is a connection between him and the Yongchang marquis' residence." Yi Zichuan's eyes narrowed as he tapped his fingers on the table. Misappropriating military funds is a grave offense. What sort of individual or circumstance would compel the Yongchang marquis to risk such a scandal on his behalf? The Yongchang marquis' family had been established for centuries, possessing vast wealth and resources. To be driven to establish illegal gambling operations for profit indicates an extraordinary financial need. Yet, who could possibly be so desperate? After a long silence, Yi Zichuan exhaled sharply. "Has Yaozi," he said, "anything?" Miss Xia departed early this morning, claiming she was going to the shop to check the accounts. Qin Song reported. There was nothing unusual, except what? Yi Zichuan inquired, raising his gaze. Yaozi mentioned that Miss Xia conveyed a message to the prince, stating that some matters cannot be rushed and must be approached gradually to uncover the true puppeteer behind the scenes. Yi Zichuan's eyes narrowed. She is merely informing us that the Yongchang marquis is but a puppet. As Yi Zichuan pondered the identity of this elusive third master and his association with the Yongchang marquis, a shadowy figure suddenly descended from above. Yi Zichuan regarded the dark-clad figure with silence for a moment before addressing Qin Song. From now on, ensure they were white during the day. Their appearance is quite jarring. The bothersome shadow first glanced at its own attire before responding. I discovered that the Xia relatives left the Yongchang marquis' residence early this morning. The Xia relatives? Yi Zichuan frowned it. What could have prompted their departure from the Yongchang marquis? Did they overhear anything? Not at all. The shadow replied without hesitation. There are many eyes on the Yongchang marquis' vicinity. If I approached carelessly, it would be easily detected. Yi Zichuan regarded the shadow, finally gesturing for it to leave. The shadow departed without hesitation. Qin Song approached the door and gently closed it. Your Highness, it seems the Yongchang marquis intends to conspire with the Xia relatives to ensnare Miss Xia. That is certainly a possibility. Yi Zichuan was it. Yet one thing perplexes me. With so many powerful women in Bianjing, why does Helan Xi fixate on Xia Jinshi? Is it because of the Lin family? Or perhaps the military power? Qin Song pondered. In truth, I have observed that the Yongchang marquis appears to be more financially strained than we initially perceived. Perhaps they are attempting to cover the deficits in the military camp? While it is understandable that they would resort to illegal gambling to fill the military's coffers, why would they repeatedly target Xia Jinshi? As the daughter of a general's mansion, what could possibly make them invest such effort in plotting against her? Helan Ci found it incomprehensible, and so did Qin Song. My lord, Qin Song suddenly spoke. Yizichuan turned to look at Qin Song. What is it? Should we inform Miss Ya about this matter? Qin Song gazed at Yizichuan before replying in a hushed tone. Yizichuan posit momentarily. Recalling the events from the previous night at the Zue Xianglu, where he had witnessed her unwavering resolve and murderous intent, as well as her calm demeanor after employing such treacherous tactics against others. It was a determination that promised to cease only upon achieving her goals. Healan Ci was difficult to fathom. Was Xia Jinshi any simpler? Yizichuan scoffed and said, "Let it be for now. I want to see whether these two truly intend to escalate this to a point of no return. However, do not inform her just yet." Yizichuan stated coldly. Deploy a couple more individuals to protect her. She cannot afford to perish at this moment. After all, the matters he needed to investigate pertained to Jiangnan, and he required Xia Jinshi's connections and resources. Qin Song stared at Yizichuan for a long while before finally responding. Understood, my lord. Chapter 61. Retribution in this life. After bidding farewell to Su Yu, Xia Jinshi enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. The news of the Yongchang Marquis' wife falling and becoming paralyzed after returning from a banquet at the Ningyuan Marquis' residence quickly spread throughout Bianjing. The Ningyuan Marquis' wife was infuriated by the incident, claiming that the Yongchang Marquis' matriarch had ruined the fortune of her precious grandson. Upon hearing this, the Yongchang Marquis immediately sought out the Ningyuan Marquis to contest the matter. However, instead of receiving an apology, he was met with a scolding from the Ningyuan Marquis. Your family has no decent members. Your children are all unruly. While causing a scene at another's banquet is one thing, allowing your own elders to behave in such a manner is unacceptable. Her fall is likely the result of karmic retribution for bullying others. This incident caused great anger in the Yongchang Marquis' household, leading them to pursue the Ningyuan Marquis out of the palace, hurling accusations. The Ningyuan Marquis, a formidable man, was not to be trifled with. Enraged, he retaliated with a punch that rendered the Yongchang Marquis unconscious. Originally, this was merely a private affair among court officials, involving familial disputes that others would typically observe without intervening, especially the emperor. However, fate had it that the Yongchang Marquis collapsed at the palace gates. Even though the emperor wished to remain uninvolved, he could not ignore the sight of the Yongchang Marquis lying unconscious at the entrance and ordered for him to be brought inside, leaving the Ningyuan Marquis behind in the palace. The young emperor, observing the Ningyuan Marquis explaining the chaos caused by the Yongchang Marquis family at their banquet, felt an overwhelming headache. He had never anticipated that being an emperor would entail resolving the private disputes of these elderly officials. That old matriarch fell outside our residence. It has nothing to do with us. The Ningyuan Marquis exclaimed in frustration as they were spreading rumors that his old matriarch had fallen after leaving his home. The emperor pinched the bridge of his nose, gesturing for the Ningyuan Marquis to cease his complaints, and then turned to the imperial physician, Chun. What ails the Yongchang Marquis? Chun, rolling up the Ningyuan Marquis' sleeve to examine him closely before standing to report, replied, Your Majesty, the Yongchang Marquis has fainted, but it is not due to the Ningyuan Marquis' punch. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Then what is the cause? Chun hesitated, casting a glance at the Ningyuan Marquis. After a moment, the emperor encouraged him, Speak freely. Your Majesty, the Yongchang Marquis has a fever, but the pulse differs from that of a common cold. Upon examination, though there are no outward symptoms yet, he appears to be afflicted with a venereal disease. Chen's voice dwindled. The Ningyuan Marquis, upon hearing this, jumped back in shock. A venereal disease? Isn't that a filthy disease? Chen bowed his head, remaining silent. The emperor, too, fell into silence. After a long pause, he turned to the Ningyuan Marquis. You mentioned that the Yongchang Marquis is spreading rumors about your old matriarch's fall. While he may not be entirely in the wrong, it is inappropriate for you to claim it as karmic retribution. Therefore, I decree that your wife must prepare fine medicinal supplements for the old matriarch as a means of apology. Though reluctant, the Ningyuan Marquis had no choice but to accept the emperor's decree. The emperor glanced at the Yongchang Marquis, lying there, and absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. Then addressed Chun. As for the Yongchang Marquis, I trust you will see to his care. Chun acknowledged quietly. The emperor pressed his temples and turned to the Ningyuan Marquis. Ensure today as events do not leave these walls. Moreover, you must properly manage your own household. If you cannot even control your own backyard, how can you demand I expand my harem? You are merely courting trouble. With that, the emperor departed, leaving the Ningyuan Marquis to contemplate the implications of the situation. He cast one last glance at the Yongchang marquis, feeling a sense of disdain, and cautiously inquired, "Chun, my punch will not infect me, will it?" "Certainly not," Chun replied softly. Reassured, the Ningyan marquis headed out, muttering to himself about the necessity of maintaining one's integrity. Typically a loudmouth, despite the emperor's admonition to keep the matter private, the Ningyuan marquis returned home and recounted the events to his wife. While she was a sensible woman who refrained from gossiping about others' private affairs, the emperor's command for her to present lavish gifts as an apology to the Yongchang marquis' matriarch irked her greatly. It took several days for the Ningyuan marquis' wife to summon the courage to visit the old matriarch and offer her apologies. Ever since the old matriarch's paralysis, the household keys had fallen into the hands of a concubine. While this initially posed no pressing issue, news of the Yongchang marquis' venereal disease sent the concubines into a frenzy, resulting in a chaotic household. When the Ningyuan marquis' wife arrived bearing gifts, they waited in the courtyard for quite some time without anyone to greet them. Eventually, her frustration prompted a maid to hastily summon the favored concubine, Ilan, to attend to the visitors. Ilan arrived, her complexion pale and unwell. Once the most cherished among the concubines, she now felt dread. She forced a smile as she approached the Ningyuan marquis' wife. "Madam wishes to see our old matriarch? I shall escort you at once." The Ningyuan marquis' wife scrutinized Ilan's wan face, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "You must not have rested well these past few days." Ilan laughed awkwardly. "The household affairs have kept me quite busy, resulting in little sleep." The Ningyuan marquis' wife examined Ilan closely before smiling. "I know a physician who specializes in private ailments. I wonder if you might find his services beneficial?" Ilan's expression shifted, realizing the insult in the remark. However, she could not afford to confront the Ningyuan marquis' wife directly within her own residence, so she merely swallowed her anger. "I have felt no discomfort lately, but should the need arise, I shall certainly seek your recommendation." The Ningyuan marquis' wife relished Ilan's discomfort, and the thought of apologizing to the old matriarch seemed less daunting. Soon, Ilan led her to the old matriarch's quarters. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a pungent herbal aroma. The Ningyuan marquis' wife instinctively covered her nose, frowning. "Why is it so musty in here? Why not open a window on such a sweltering day?" The old matriarch has been in poor spirits and is reluctant to see guests, preferring to keep the windows closed. The medicinal concoctions brewing within tend to create a stronger odor. "I apologize for the discomfort, madam," Ilan explained softly. Since her injury, her temperament has become quite erratic, occasionally volatile, and she only acknowledges the marquis. The Ningyuan marquis' wife raised an eyebrow, understanding the situation. After all, it was difficult for anyone to accept such sudden misfortune. Noticing her lack of response, Ilan added a caution. "The old matriarch can be quite irritable and may throw things in anger, so I advise you to be cautious." Startled, the Ningyuan marquis' wife furrowed her brow in concern. "Surely, she wouldn't take the opportunity to retaliate against me?" "Not at all." Ilan smiled reassuringly. "Please, proceed." As they entered the inner chamber, the medicinal scent mingled with a strong sour odor, causing the Ningyuan marquis' wife to grimace. But upon seeing the old matriarch before her, she forced herself to endure. "How have you been, esteemed matriarch?" The elderly matron reclined upon her bed, rendered immobile from the waist down since her unfortunate fall. On most days, she could only lie or sit on this very bed. Upon hearing a sound, she lifted her gaze. The moment she discerned the countenance of Lady Ningyi, her expression soured. "What manner of person brings such company to my presence? Am I paralyzed, not deceased? Must I endure this torment?" Lady Ningyuan's countenance shifted slightly, prompting the attendant Ilan to interject hastily. "Esteemed matron, Lady Ningyuan is aware of your injury and has brought a generous gift to pay her respects." "Is that so? Yet I have heard that she has been proclaiming I am suffering divine retribution," the matron retorted with a scoff. "Now, how does she muster the audacity to visit me?" With a faltering smile, Lady Ningyuan found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Nevertheless, Ilan continued with a smile. Those words were mere fabrications from the outside. How could the esteemed matron heed the gossip of lowly servants? The matron huffed softly and fell silent. An attendant brought a stool for Lady Ningyuan to sit upon. In truth, she had no intention of lingering. Her sole aim was to present a fade to the sovereign above. Yet with the stool now offered, It would be unseemly to refuse, lest it be deemed her fault if word reached the emperor's ears. Lady Ningyuan settled onto the stool, donning a congenial expression. I had intended to visit the esteemed matron earlier, but alas, my daughter-in-law proved ineffectual, unable to manage even a single child, which delayed my visit until now. Those who hold the title of lady must possess the ability to be both accommodating and resilient. Though they may speak harshly in private, they must nonetheless display the utmost respect to their elders in public. Elon observed the lady before her with admiration, noting her eloquence and ability to perform with grace. Alas, I am but a wretched woman. After partaking of your family's hospitality, I returned only to sustain this unfortunate condition. Rumors abound that I have offended the general's household, thus bringing this misfortune upon myself. The matron sighed deeply, lamenting her lack of fortune. It seems I am unworthy of your family's graciousness. What words are these, esteemed matron? Lady Ningyuan felt a pang of frustration, yet maintained her smile, for she knew well that the wild tales circulating outside should not weigh upon the matron's heart. Chapter 62. Scandalous Affairs. The old lady scoffed. You are quite something, lowering yourself to visit this old woman, unlike my daughter-in-law, who spends her days tending to her Buddhist altar while neglecting the affairs of the household. To speak ill of one's daughter-in-law in front of others is hardly the act of a benevolent soul. The Countess of Yongchang cast a fleeting glance at the old lady, feeling a sudden wave of annoyance, and replied with a smile. Worshipping the Buddha is also a means of accumulating virtue for the family. It is precisely due to the ongoing devotion to the altar that the Countess of Yongchang has managed to evade this unforeseen scandal. What scandal? The old lady retorted angrily. Do you believe that I, lying here paralyzed, am merely a subject of ridicule? Oh no, dear lady, the Countess stammered. You misunderstand me. I was referring to matters concerning your household. Before she could finish her sentence, the Countess hastily covered her mouth. The old lady sensed something amiss. What has happened to my household? The Countess lowered her gaze, unwilling to speak further. The old lady's anxiety grew. Elon, tell me, is there something serious happening at home? Elon, the young maid, kept her head down, afraid to utter a word. Seeing Elon's demeanor, the old lady became increasingly restless, seizing the Countess of Ningyuan's hand. You must tell me, what on earth has transpired? The Countess, filled with aversion at being grasped, discreetly withdrew her hand and replied softly. Perhaps it is better for you not to know, dear lady. It is hardly a matter of glory, and given your current state of health, it would not be wise to incite your anger. Speak. You are the one who urged me to ask, and now you accuse me of being foolish. The old lady fumed. The Countess had not intended to withhold the truth, for she was not of wicked disposition. Nevertheless, after enduring considerable humiliation while apologizing, the old lady's pretense of superiority tested even her patience. You insisted that I speak, and should you find my words displeasing, do not blame me for whispering in your ear. The Countess arched an eyebrow. Speak. The Countess continued. It is not that I wish to dirty my tongue with this tale, yet as an elder, I must share it, lest I be deemed disrespectful. You may not be aware, but some days ago, the Count of Yongchang fainted at the palace gates. His Majesty immediately dispatched a physician to attend to him. Upon examination, it was revealed that the Count suffers from an incurable affliction, a disease born of debauchery. At these words, the old lady's face turned ashen. The Countess of Ningyuan noticed her pallor, but felt a rush of satisfaction and continued unabated. In my opinion, the Count of Yongchang has been utterly reckless. At his age, to contract such a disease, the young Count still bears the brunt of this disgrace, and henceforth, he shall find it difficult to secure marriage. Enough of your nonsense. The old lady suddenly snapped, grabbing a nearby pillow and hurling it at the Countess of Ningyuan. You wretched woman, cease your slander. Leave my presence at once. Fortunately, the Countess managed to dodge the projectile, yet having been raised in luxury, she was unaccustomed to such indignity and could not restrain herself from retorting. You demanded I speak, yet you accuse me of lying. Your daughter-in-law is truly clever. She knows your son is of questionable character, hence she sought refuge in Buddhism at such a young age to avoid contracting his unsavory affliction. You. The old lady, in a fit of rage, clutched her heart and fainted. Elon, startled, rushed outside, crying, Come quickly. The old lady has fainted. Fetch the physician at once. Instantly, chaos erupted in the Yongchang residence. As the Countess of Ningyuan exited the courtyard, Her face pale, she crossed paths with a hurried Helan Ci. He instinctively bowed to her, but before he could speak, a cacophony of wailing erupted from within the house. Alarmed, he dashed inside, only to find the old lady foaming at the mouth, on the brink of demise. Word of the old lady's grave condition reached the palace just as the Empress Dowager was deliberating on selecting a consort for the emperor. The emperor, whenever this matter arose, found various excuses to evade it, and for over half a month, the Empress Dowager had struggled to engage him on the topic. Concerned, she resolved to choose candidates herself, allowing the emperor to select from a few he favored later. Portraits of daughters from noble families were sent in, many strikingly beautiful, which delighted the Empress Dowager, who thought each one could be her daughter-in-law. However, selecting a consort is a significant matter, entangled with the former dynasty and the inner palace. It requires consideration of appearance, character, and the influence of their families. The Empress Dowager grew increasingly distressed as she examined the portraits daily, until the presence of the esteemed Lady Song provided her some relief. Without her, the Empress Dowager feared she would awaken each day in a state of vexation over the selection process. The Empress Dowager placed the chosen portraits on the table, and while none were displeasing, many belonged to the daughters of old ministers. Look at these charming young women. Behind them stands either Minister Wang or Grand Scholar Zhang. She slammed the fragrant flower she held onto the table, feeling a sense of unease. Lady Song examined the discarded portrait closely and remarked, "I have met this young lady from the Wang family. She looks quite different from the portrait." The Empress Dowager pressed her forehead. Artists can transform someone into a celestial being for the right price. Discrepancies in appearance are hardly surprising. Then why rely on portraits for selection? Lady Song suggested, "In a few days, the lotus in the imperial garden will bloom. Why not host a flower viewing banquet and invite the young ladies of the capital? It would be a more fitting way to assess them." Naturally, the emperor was resistant to such ideas. The Empress Dowager sighed. "You know his temperament. He is quite stubborn. The ministers from the former dynasty have been urging him to marry, which has become tiresome for him. If I were to press further, who knows what he might do?" Lady Song paused, understanding his plight. However, according to tradition, a hunting expedition must occur each year before the end of the season. Since the emperor was unwilling to allow the young ladies into the palace, inviting them to the hunting grounds was a feasible alternative. The Empress Dowager had already devised this strategy and whispered it to Lady Song. Is the Empress Dowager not concerned about the emperor's wrath? This matter cannot be indefinitely postponed. The Empress Dowager lamented, "You are aware of the old ministers. They would not hesitate to offer remonstrations. The emperor may evade this for a time, but ultimately, he cannot escape it indefinitely. The position of empress remains vacant, and a leaderless inner palace is indeed troubling." After a moment's hesitation, Lady Song inquired, "Does the Empress Dowager have anyone in mind?" "There is indeed someone," the Empress Dowager replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Ah," she continued, "the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights hails from a scholarly family, her mother being a noblewoman from Bianjing. The Minister of Rights is a man of integrity, untainted by old ministerial conflicts. I am quite fond of her." The Empress Dowager, while speaking, took out several portraits, including that of the legitimate daughter of the General of the Nation's Defense, who, despite being a martial figure of great renown, was equally endowed with wisdom. She had only this one daughter, who remained unmarried, and it was unfortunate that her mother hailed from a family of merchants. Just as the two were conversing, a personal maid approached the Empress Dowager with urgency. "Your Majesty, what is it?" The Empress Dowager inquired, her brow slightly furrowing. "The elderly lady of the Yongchang Marquis may not have much time left," the maid whispered. "It is said that she's hanging by a thread, sustained only by medicinal soup." "How could it be so sudden?" exclaimed Lady Song, unable to suppress her astonishment. "Not long ago, I heard from Physician Shan that she was merely paralyzed, yet her life was not in danger. How could she have dwindled to this state in just a few days?" The physician indicated that the old lady, due to her advanced age, was already in a precarious condition after a fall that injured her spine. It seems that in recent days, she experienced distress, which exacerbated her condition and led to her current plight, the maid explained quietly. "While residing in the manor, how can anyone provoke her?" The Empress Dowager pondered, somewhat perplexed. "It is said that something has befallen the Yongchang Marquis," the maid coughed softly. 3 days prior, he suddenly developed a high fever and summoned Physician Shun from the Imperial Medical Bureau. At that time, it appeared to be a common case of typhoid, but upon re-examination yesterday, it was discovered that the Yongchang marquis is afflicted with a venereal disease. At these words, the Empress Dowager's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Lady Song, however, maintained an air of nonchalance. The Yongchang marquis has numerous wives and concubines, and he is known for his dalliances. It is hardly surprising that he would contract such an ailment. The Empress Dowager remained silent for a moment. Considering the old lady of the Yongchang marquis holds a noble title, should she succumb, the Ministry of Internal Affairs must prepare for her funeral. As for the Yongchang marquis's illness, it is ultimately his private matter. It would be best to feign ignorance. The maid acknowledged her command and proceeded to inform the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Once she departed, the Empress Dowager could not help but frown. What a turn of events. It seems the Yongchang marquis may not endure this crisis. Such is often the case with the offspring of noble families. It is not an uncommon occurrence. Lady Song remarked casually. However, since you intend to engage in the hunt, it is indeed time to make preparations. Speaking of which, I should also arrange for Zichuan to make an appearance. Chapter 63. The last rain before the summer solstice. The matriarch of the Yongchang marquis did not survive this spring. She passed away on the final rainy night before the summer solstice. When the news reached Xia Jinshi, she was seated by the window with Shi Wei and others, sipping sweet soup delivered from the kitchen while listening to the gentle patter of rain outside. As Yaozi entered, droplets still clinging to her hair, Tingwan quickly approached with a piece of cloth, exclaiming, "Didn't you have an umbrella? How did you get your clothes wet?" Yaozi placed her folded umbrella into a porcelain vase beside her. "The rain was heavy, and I was in a hurry. It's nothing to worry about," she replied. "You arrived just in time. The kitchen has sent over sweet soup filled with peach resin, your favorite," Xia Jinshi said, gesturing for Yaozi to come and serve herself a bowl. Just as Yaozi moved to do so, Tingwan handed her a bowl already filled with the sweet concoction. Taken aback, Yaozi began, "I have something to. Just eat while you talk. There are no strict rules in our courtyard." Xia Jinshi interjected, handing Yaozi a spoon. Reluctantly accepting, Yaozi glanced at the bowl and then back at Xia Jinshi, hesitating for a moment before stating, "The matriarch of the Yongchang marquis passed away in the early hours of last night." Tingwan paused mid-action, looking up at Yaozi in surprise. "Wasn't she bedridden? How could she die so suddenly?" Yaozi continued, "It is said that the wife of the Ningyuan marquis visited yesterday, and shortly after her departure, the old matriarch succumbed. By the time the imperial physician arrived, she was already beyond saving, clinging to life only through a bowl of ginseng soup until dawn." Shi Wei, drying the floor, tossed her cloth into a nearby wooden basin and hurried over. What a coincidence! The wife of the Ningyuan marquis leaves, and then she has gone? Could it be that the visit upset her? There must be a connection. I heard Qinsong mention that the Yongchang marquis had a quarrel with the Ningyuan marquis a few days ago, which caused quite a stir in the palace. It was the emperor who sent the wife of the Ningyuan marquis to offer an apology. Yaozi, unable to restrain herself, took a sip of the sweet soup, savoring the abundant peach resin. Xia Jinshi chuckled at Yaozi's bulging cheeks and said, "Take your time. It's all for you. The wife of the Ningyuan marquis is indeed formidable. To have caused a death under such circumstances, the Yongchang marquis will surely seek revenge." Tingwan remarked while refilling Yaozi's bowl. "The Yongchang marquis has already made his move," Yaozi suddenly announced. Before dawn, he took servants from the manor to surround the Ningyuan marquis's residence. The Ningyuan marquis hasn't even been able to leave his home today, trapped inside. What a tumultuous affair. Shi Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Xia Jinshi, however, remained silent, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Shi Wei perceptively noticed Xia Jinshi's reaction and quietly asked, "Miss, what troubles you?" Xia Jinshi shook her head, pondering deeply before turning to Yaozi. What of Heelan Ci? Has he not gone to the Ningyuan marquis's residence? Yaozi paused, then shook her head. He hasn't. A growing sense of urgency gnawed at Xia Jinshi, a premonition that something significant was about to transpire. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Miss Xia Jinshi sprang to her feet and dashed to the door, flinging it open to reveal a maid rushing toward her through the rain. "What has happened, Miss?" "The proprietor of the grain and oil shop on West Street has been apprehended by the Ministry of Justice. His daughter hid in an oil barrel to escape and has come here through the rain, currently crying at the front," the maid exclaimed. Xia Jinshi's expression shifted dramatically. "Where's my mother? She left early this morning with supplies to pay her respects to the Yongchang marquis and is not in the manor. The maid gasped. That girl knocked on the back door, and upon hearing she was looking for you, the doorman brought her to the back courtyard. Your mother is likely unaware. Xia Jinxi's face paled. Then she turned to Shiwei. Prepare the horses. Shiwei hesitated for a moment before scurrying outside. Yes. Ting Von, gather a change of clothes for me. I'm heading to the flower hall, Xia Jinxi said, grabbing an umbrella from a nearby vase before striding into the rain. Watching Xia Jinxi rush into the downpour, Yaozi quickly set down her sweet soup and followed suit, reassuring Ting Wan, I'll accompany your lady. Do not fret. Ting Wan, still anxious, grasped Yaozi's hand. Please ensure my lady's safety. Rest assured. Yaozi patted Ting Wan's shoulder before swiftly pursuing Xia Jinxi. Miss Xia. Yaozi took the umbrella from Xia Jinxi's hand and whispered in her ear, the Minister of Justice shares no ties with my lord. Helan Ci likely believes my lord will not assist you. Hence he sought the ministry's intervention. Xia Jinxi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yaozi, sensing the growing anxiety in Xia Jinxi's hastening steps, refrained from speaking further and simply quickened her own pace. Upon entering the flower hall, Xia Jinxi spotted a disheveled young woman seated there. The moment the woman heard their footsteps, she looked up, and in the next instant, rushed toward Xia Jinxi. Miss, you must save my father. Xia Jinxi steadied herself, grasping the young woman's hand. Man, do not panic. I will find a way to save your father. But first, you must remain calm and tell me what transpired and the reasons behind their arresting your father. Only then can I devise a plan. Man wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and managed to suppress her sobs. Those men barged in. I was in the back courtyard and overheard them say that the old rice we sold caused the death of a family of 4. But we have never sold old rice. Isn't that an accusation? Yaozi interjected with a frown. Even if they claim someone died, there should be some proof of purchase. They didn't even allow my father to explain. Those soldiers rushed in, striking him with the hilts of their swords until he bled. How could there be any evidence? Man cried, tears streaming down her face, clutching Xia Jinxi's hand tightly. Xia Jinxi quickly grasped Man's hand, examining her closely. How did you escape? Were you harmed? Man shook her head vigorously. I heard the commotion and wanted to go out. My father must have sensed something was wrong and rang the bell, a signal we had agreed upon beforehand. I hurriedly hid in an oil barrel. Xia Jinxi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you are unhurt, I will think of a way regarding your father. Miss, my father won't die there, will he? Man asked anxiously, pacing. Xia Jinxi's expression darkened. She had no answers to offer. All she could do was look into Man's eyes and say, I will do everything in my power to rescue your father. For now, you shall stay in the manor and avoid going anywhere. I promise I will bring your father back. Just as she finished speaking, Ting Wan entered with a bundle of clothes. Xia Jinxi turned to her, instructing, take good care of her. I must go out. If my mother inquires, tell her I want to check the accounts. Ting Wan paused momentarily before responding, Miss, do not worry. I will watch over her. Xia Jinxi nodded and swiftly left the flower hall. The rain outside poured heavier, and her steps grew more urgent. Shiwei had prepared the carriage and stood at the back door, holding an umbrella. Just as Xia Jinxi stepped out, ready to board the carriage, Qin Song, clad in black, suddenly appeared before them. In that instant, an instinctive unease washed over Xia Jinxi. Yaozi instinctively stepped forward, furrowing her brow. What has happened? The prince has just received news that the Zue Xiang Lu has been sealed by the Ministry of Justice. Qin Song replied in a low voice. Xia Jinxi's complexion turned pale. The Zue Xiang Lu has been sealed? What about Tao Huanyangzi? Tao Huanyangzi has been arrested by the Ministry of Justice on charges of trafficking respectable women. She is currently being taken to the prison of the ministry. Qin Song observed Xia Jinxi's increasingly pale face and spoke each word deliberately. It is said that the officials sent to apprehend her are comparing portraits one by one, seemingly searching for the woman who spent the night with the Yongchang marquis. Upon hearing this, Shiwei's expression also grew grave as she instinctively glanced at Xia Jinxi. Miss, they aren't searching for Suyu, are they? At that moment, Xia Jinxi felt as though the world had darkened before her. After a long pause, she let out a cold laugh. So, he has been waiting for me here. Yaozi reached out to support Xia Jinxi. Miss Xia, the prince means to say that the Minister of Justice is aligned with the Empress Dowager. Even he may not be able to intervene. Qin Song spoke softly. Tao Huanyangzi is unaware of your identity. Even if she confesses, The ministry cannot conclude that it is you, Miss Xia. As long as you remain passive, you shall not be discovered. I understand, Xia Jinshi replied, turning towards her carriage. Miss Xia, Qin Song instinctively called out. Return and thank your prince for his kind warning, Xia Jinshi said without looking back as she walked away. Shiwei stood there with the umbrella, Mississippi. To the Ministry of Justice prison. Xia Jinshi placed her hand on Shiwei's and resolutely boarded the carriage. After a brief pause, Shiwei turned to the coachman and commanded, to the Ministry of Justice prison. As Yao Zi prepared to board the carriage, she was stopped by Qin Song. Ensure Miss Xia's safety. Yao Zi turned back to Qin Song, rest assured. Chapter 64. What do you desire? Money? The rain outside intensified, and the carriage sped up. Xia Jinshi sat within, her complexion pale, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Yao Zi gazed at her, murmuring, Miss Xia, if you go to the Ministry of Justice now, Helan Ci will realize that we are behind these matters. 1T? Xia Jinshi remained silent, her gaze fixed on her fingers. If the steward does not speak, then, Miss Xia, he would certainly not speak, yet he is my subordinate, dedicated to my service. I cannot simply disregard him. Xia Jinshi slowly lifted her head. If I act thus, how am I any different from Helan Ci? Yao Zi looked at Xia Jinshi, momentarily at a loss for words. They were shadows of their master, living lives on the edge, born to be reflections of their lord. Even if it meant sacrificing themselves, their deaths would be honorable. Shiwei sensed Yao Zi's confusion and recalled that Yao Zi, too, was a dark guard. Perhaps those like them could not fathom Xia Jinshi's feelings for her subordinates. Shiwei reached out, grasping Yao Zi's hand. In the general's residence, whether it be the general, his wife, or any young lady, they would never abandon anyone, even those deemed lowly by society. Yao Zi looked at Shiwei incredulously. She could hardly fathom the level of trust that prompted Shiwei to speak with such conviction. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. The driver's voice rang out, Miss, we have arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Shiwei quickly disembarked, preparing a footstool and an umbrella. Once everything was ready, Xia Jinshi took Shiwei's hand and stepped down from the carriage. The gate of the ministry stood wide open, with 2 guards stationed at the entrance, exuding an air of authority. Shiwei handed the umbrella to Yao Zi and stepped forward into the rain. Who goes there? The guard voice was deep and commanding. Shiwei stood firm, addressing the guards. We are from the Protectorate General's residence. You have detained our steward, and we have come to secure his release. Upon hearing the word steward, the guards' expressions shifted slightly. They glanced past Shiwei at the 2 women holding umbrellas in the rain. The Protectorate General's residence? Very well. Please wait here while we notify our superiors. One of the guards swiftly entered. Xia Jinshi stood in the rain, her expression inscrutable. After about a quarter of an hour, the returning guard wore an unfriendly countenance, his gaze fixed on Shiwei. You may proceed. Shiwei sensed the guard's hostility, her heart inexplicably tightening. Yet, at this point, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, they had to press on. Xia Jinshi placed her hand in Yao Zi's palm and stepped toward the crimson door of the ministry. As they crossed the threshold, the heavy door behind them creaked ominously shut. Shiwei immediately reached out, exclaiming, What are you doing? The guard remained silent, forcefully shutting the door. As it slammed shut, Shiwei instinctively reached to knock, but Xia Jinshi stopped her. Let us proceed. Shiwei wished to voice her concerns, but Yao Zi, fingers brushing the soft sword hidden at her waist, reassured, Fear not. I am here. Initially taken aback, Shiwei soon remembered Yao Zi's lethal prowess and breathed a sigh of relief. The ministry appeared considerably more spacious than the Dali Temple. And just when they encountered a fork in the path, Lan Ting suddenly descended from above. Yao Zi instinctively moved to strike, but Xia Jinshi restrained her. Lan Ting regarded Helan Ci, his expression shifting. Miss Xia, please follow me. Xia Jinshi was not surprised to see Lan Ting here, for this was but a trap, and she was merely the prey. Following Lan Ting through a long corridor, they arrived at the entrance to the ministry's prison. Lan Ting slightly turned aside. After you, Miss Xia. As Xia Jinshi entered, Shiwei and Yao Zi attempted to follow, but Lan Ting blocked their path. Please wait here for a moment. Miss. Shiwei tried to stop Xia Jinshi, but she entered without hesitation. A wave of panic washed over Shiwei, prompting her to warn. The general's residence is aware of our presence here. Should you harm our miss, the Iron Cavalry of the Xia family will storm this ministry. Lan Ting cast a glance at Shi Wei, but remained silent, holding his sword coldly. Xia Jianxi proceeded deeper into the ministry. The corridor of the prison was dark and long, filled with the echoing cries of despair. Had the former Xia Jianxi been here, she would have likely broken down in tears. Yet the current her had clawed her way out of hell. The cries were merely the wails of lost souls. Insignificant in comparison. Traversing the corridor, they arrived at row upon row of dimly lit cells, faintly illuminated by a few oil lamps. Each cell contained disheveled individuals, some exceedingly wicked, others ferociously brutal. A few prisoners, either mad or simply bored, clawed at the bars upon seeing a well-dressed young lady enter, reaching out with strange cries. Yet, each time, Xia Jianxi merely cast a cold glance and continued unfazed. At last, she reached a well-lit area, and there, seated upon an octagonal chair, was Lan Ci. Beside him, the bloodied and tortured steward Wu. Xia Jianxi observed Lan Ci's eerie smile, her steps unwavering as she approached him. "Miss Xia, what a surprise to see you here." Lan Ci toyed with a whip adorned with barbs, rhythmically tapping it against his palm. "What must I do to secure his release?" Xia Jianxi inquired, cutting to the chase. Lan Ci smirked, pointing the whip at the bound steward Wu. "Are you referring to him?" Xia Jianxi met Lan Ci's gaze. "You brought him here to lure me out. Now that I am here, you might as well tell me what you desire." Lan Ci fixed his gaze on Xia Jianxi, suddenly leaping forward to stand before her. Xia Jianxi did not flinch, her eyes icy as she regarded him. "Will you grant me anything I desire?" Lan Ci's whip grazed Xia Jianxi's face, its coarse texture familiar to her. In her past life, she had been akin to a dog kept by the Earl of Yongchang, subjected to torment by all. Lan Ci, when displeased, would strike her legs with that very whip, for the wounds could be concealed beneath her skirts, unnoticed even during the general's visits to mourn her supposed death. Xia Jianxi concealed her murderous intent. She could neither kill him nor provoke his wrath, especially with Steward Wu still in her grasp. "What do you want? Money? Money?" Lan Ci scoffed. "Do you truly believe my grandmother's life can be bartered for mere silver?" Xia Jianxi remained silent, her gaze unwavering on Lan Ci. "From the very outset, I sensed something amiss with that overturned oil barrel. With so many carriages along the way, why did it have to topple just before my grandmother's departure?" Lan Ci gazed at the figure of Xia Jianxi before him. "Yet I could never have anticipated that this incident would be orchestrated by Miss Xia. Master Wu merely spilled a barrel of oil by accident, and he promptly cleaned it up. He bears no fault in this matter." Xia Jianxi lifted her gaze to Lan Ci, asserting, "If you perceive an issue, you should have reported it at the onset, rather than resorting to such means to torment him after the fact." Lan Ci turned his attention to Master Wu, questioning, "Just an accident?" Master Wu weakly raised his head to the standing Xia Jianxi, pleading, "Miss, you ought not to be here. He is a lunatic, intent on tarnishing our general's household." Silence. Lan Ci fiercely cracked the whip, leaving Master Wu's skin lacerated. "Lan Ci, you are resorting to vigilante justice." Xia Jianxi instinctively reached for the whip in Lan Ci's hand. In a sudden motion, Lan Ci turned and forcefully pinned Xia Jianxi against the wall. Pain surged through her, and as she instinctively attempted to rise, Lan Ci held her firmly in place. He leaned in closely, gripping her neck, his gaze piercing through her. "Xia Jianxi, from the very beginning, you were aware of my intentions, were you not? Thus, you meticulously plotted against me, starting from the gambling house. Every event has been orchestrated by you, correct?" Xia Jianxi's face flushed crimson from the lack of air as she struggled to pry his hand away. "Let go, let go." Lan Ci's grip tightened slowly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Xia Jianxi, why have you chosen this path? Why should I not?" she retorted, grasping his hand tightly, unable to suppress a laugh at his question. "Is it permissible for you to scheme against me while I am barred from retaliating?" Lan Ci's eyes, previously narrowed, widened in shock. "When did you come to know? To conceal one's deeds, one must refrain from committing them. Xia Jianxi mais il en sies gaz resolutely. Do you truly believe that Xia Yuruo is aligned with you?" Chapter 65. Lan Ci, dare you? What do you mean? Lan Ci's fingers tightened slightly, yet the resolve in his eyes wavered imperceptibly. Xia Jianxi fixed her gaze on Lan Ci's eyes, her lips curling into a cold smile. "What do you think?" Xia Jianxi understood Lan Ci all too well. He was undeniably selfish, with only himself as his most cherished. He might care for Xia Yuruo, but to him, she was merely a favored pet. If that pet were to turn on him one day, all affection would vanish in that instant. Xia Jianxi, do not attempt to sow discord between me and Yuruo. I will not be swayed by your words. Helan Ci leaned closer to Xia Jianxi, enunciating each word. Xia Jianxi felt his grip tighten around her throat, forcing her to tilt her head back. Affection? What kind of affection? Romantic love or sibling love? You personally delivered her to the Prince of Yong'an's side, allowing her to flaunt herself before Kong Muse like a flowered peacock. Is that the affection you share? Silence. That was her desire. Helan Ci's eyes, filled with rage, began to redden. What she sought was a marriage to the Yong'an prince's residence. The honor of being a noble consort, not to demean herself like a servant, groveling for a mere fraction of a Yong'an princess's favor. Xia Jianxi scoffed Helan Ci. You cannot offer her such dignity. Why should she continue to stand by your side? Xia Jianxi, are you truly unafraid of my killing you? Helan Ci, consumed by fury, tightened his grip around Xia Jianxi's neck, his knuckles growing white. Xia Jianxi clutched his hand tightly, her eyes brimming with derision. Helan Ci, dare you? Helan Ci narrowed his eyes dangerously. Helan Ci, I am the sole daughter of the National Protector's general's household. Should I perish here, I assure you, the general's iron cavalry will trample the entire Yongchang marquis' residence. Xia Jianxi coldly regarded Helan Ci before her. Xia Jianxi, do you believe that if you die here, anyone will know? Each word from Helan Ci's mouth was spat through clenched teeth. I can ensure your silent demise here, even if you rot away. No one will ever know. Silent decay rot. In her past life, Xia Jianxi had met a similar fate, dying without a sound in the cellar of the Yongchang marquis. A strange smile crept upon her lips, her eyes filled with mockery. Helan Ci, by all means, try it and see if you possess the capability. Provoked to the brink of insanity, Helan Ci was losing his composure, and just as he was about to snap Xia Jianxi's neck, she managed to draw the broken blade concealed in her waistband. The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, resonated sharply in the cold, silent dungeon. In the next instant, feeling the acute pain, Helan Ci looked down in disbelief. A dagger was lodged in his abdomen. The sensation of pain surged, his brows furrowing. Xia Jianxi. With a swift motion, she withdrew the blade and plunged it deeper. This strike was executed with renewed conviction. The gush of blood stung Helan Ci's eyes, and he tightened his grip. Xia Jianxi felt her breath growing shallow, the figure before her gradually blurring, yet she clung to the blade instinctively. Just as he was on the verge of breaking her neck, a stone struck his hand, causing him to release her. Xia Jianxi was flung against a nearby table, crashing heavily to the ground, the bloodied knife flying from her grasp. Miss! Shiwei rushed towards Xia Jianxi immediately. After confirming her safety, Yizichuan discreetly averted his gaze. Young master, Lan Ting, visibly wounded, hurried to Helan Ci's side, pressing down on his injury. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young master, it seems your interrogation skills are lacking. Inadvertently wounding your own kidney? Yizichuan stood before Helan Ci, looking down at the fallen figure. Helan Ci gritted his teeth against the pain, glaring at Yizichuan with murderous intent. This is the criminal department's prison. It is not the place for a prince to conduct inquiries. Yizichuan observed Helan Ci's increasingly pale complexion, then produced a seal from his robe. Under heaven, there is no land that is not the king's. To see this private seal is to see his majesty. What place is beyond the reach of the emperor? Helan Ci fixed his gaze on the seal. A mere grain shopkeeper, yet you can summon the emperor's private seal. Truly, you are a busy man. Yizichuan discerned the mockery in Helan Ci's words, chuckling softly as he crouched before him. Let us speak plainly. I am often idle, and I have a penchant for meddling in trivial matters. Yet you, young master, should be mourning the recent loss at the Yongchang marquis' residence. Why are you here interrogating criminals? Is the criminal department so depleted? There is no need for your sarcasm. Helan Ci cast a glance at the bound Wu Zhonggui, then coldly turned to Yizichuan. If it were not for this scoundrel, my grandmother would not have suffered such humiliation. I merely acted as a dutiful descendant. Why must you meddle? Yizichuan glanced at the still-dazed Xia Jianxi, then suddenly jabbed his finger into Helan Ci's abdomen. Ah! Helan Ci was caught off guard, crying out in pain. Yizichuan raised an eyebrow, then pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. If I had not come, Young master, you would likely have died here. Lan Ting, witnessing the blood seeping from his fingertips and He Lan Si's increasingly pallid face, felt a surge of anxiety. Young master. He Lan Si met Yi Zichuan's gaze for a moment before suddenly laughing. Yi Zichuan, she is a viper. Just because you saved her does not mean she will be grateful. Women are venomous and cruel. The injuries I sustained today will be repaid 100-fold upon you in the future. Yi Zichuan furrowed his brow slightly, and Yao Zi stepped forward, forcefully stepping on He Lan Si's wound. The searing pain struck He Lan Si's mind like a lightning bolt, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. You all, do not waste time. Take your young master to see a doctor before he bleeds out. Yao Zi commanded coldly. Lan Ting felt a rush of panic. But recognizing He Lan Si's injuries were paramount, he swiftly lifted him and departed. Once Lan Ting had left, Yao Zi hurried to Xia Jinshi's side, meticulously checking her injuries. Just as Yao Zi touched the bruises on her neck, Shi Wei interjected, "Why do both of you enjoy choking each other? Is there some grave illness at play?" Yi Zichuan's expression stiffened at the veiled sarcasm. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "How is she?" "There are some bruises, but nothing serious. None have struck vital areas." Yao Zi supported Xia Jinshi to her feet, adding, "However, she seems to have been startled." Xia Jinshi leaned against Yao Zi and Shi Wei, slowly lifting her gaze to Yi Zichuan. "Your arrival was indeed timely. Had you been a moment later, my corpse would have been on display." Yi Zichuan looked at Xia Jinshi, who was half supported by Yao Zi, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the bruises on her neck. His brow furrowing involuntarily. "You still possess the energy for banter. It seems your injuries are not severe enough. Miss Xia, upon learning you were at the criminal department's prison, I hastened to seek a private seal from His Majesty before rushing here." In a low voice, Yao Zi remarked that without this private seal, even the prince would not be able to enter the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Upon hearing Yao Zi's words, Xia Jinshi instinctively glanced up at Yi Zichuan, who stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes brimming with scorn. "I had thought Miss Xia came to the Ministry of Justice to rescue someone, but it appears she is here to stage a prison break," he scoffed. "With such bravery, Miss Xia ought to take up the mantle of a valiant general defending the homeland. Had the prince feasted upon unripe plums before his arrival, to speak so sourly?" Xia Jinshi's voice was hoarse, yet she could not suppress a retort. Yi Zichuan regarded her with that very expression, and without the slightest mercy. He pressed his fingers to his brow and said, "Leave for now." "What a master Wu?" Xia Jinshi suddenly inquired, fixing her gaze upon Yi Zichuan. "You still have the energy to concern yourself with others." He shot back, unfurling a contract before her. 1,500 taels of silver, the price of his life. An amount he had advanced, and she was to repay it. With her heart slightly eased, Xia Jinshi turned to look at Master Wu, now freed from his bindings by Qin Song, and finally exhaled in relief. "What the peach blossom lady? She is not in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice at all." Yi Zichuan's expression shifted. "Even I cannot locate her there." Just as she had begun to feel a measure of relief, anxiety surged within her once more. Did not Qin Song say she was taken by the ministry's men? How could she not be here? I witnessed the peach blossom lady being escorted away by the ministry's personnel, yet she is indeed not here. Qin Song spoke softly, carrying Master Wu on his back. A sense of inexplicable panic gripped Xia Jinshi. She instinctively sought to free herself from Yao Zi's grasp, but in the next moment, she suddenly lost all strength. She felt like a doll from which the very essence had been drawn, collapsing toward the ground. Yi Zichuan swiftly stepped forward, catching Xia Jinshi in his arms. Mere moments ago, she had been conversing with them, yet now she lay unconscious, silent in his embrace. Miss! Shi Wei's face drained of color, her voice quivering with panic. Yi Zichuan furrowed his brow, swiftly lifting Xia Jinshi horizontally and making his way outside with haste. Chapter 66. The hero's struggle against the beauty's barrier. Xia Jinshi was brought to the regent's palace by Yi Zichuan. Shi Wei initially intended to take Xia Jinshi back to the general's residence, but was halted by Yi Zichuan's words. "Are you not concerned that her current state will raise suspicions with General Xia and Madame Xia?" Despite her unease, Shi Wei ultimately acquiesced, especially after Yao Zi reassured her. "With Dr. Jiang here, I am certain Miss Xia will awaken soon." As Yi Zichuan laid Xia Jinshi on the bed in the guest chamber, perhaps due to anxiety or fear, The already unconscious young woman instinctively tightened her grip on Yi Zichuan's hand. Miss, Wei attempted to pry Xia Jianxi's fingers apart, but each time she exerted pressure, Xia Jianxi only clutched tighter. After a prolonged struggle, Wei was unable to loosen Xia Jianxi's grip by the time Jiang Huayu arrived, ultimately resigning to the fact that Xia Jianxi would continue to hold onto Yi Zichuan's arm. Upon entering the chamber, Jiang Huayu's gaze immediately fell upon Yi Zichuan, whose hand was firmly grasped by Xia Jianxi. He paused for a moment before looking up at Yi Zichuan and inquiring, "Will you not have her release your hand?" "Your Highness? I have tried, but my lady's grip is too strong to break." Wei interjected hastily. Jiang Huayu paused again, then could not help but glance at Yi Zichuan once more. Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "You had best attend to her quickly. If she dies, I will have no excuse to offer the general's household." Only then did Jiang Huayu meticulously examine Xia Jianxi's body. After confirming that her injuries were not life-threatening, he placed his hand on her wrist. "Doctor, is my lady going to be all right?" Wei asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on Jiang Huayu. Jiang Huayu glanced at Yi Zichuan, who was still being held captive by Xia Jianxi's grasp, and after a moment of silence, he quietly replied, "Miss Xia is not in grave danger. Her fainting spell is due to a prior injury to her chest, which has shown signs of slight rupture after a significant impact. Additionally, she experienced a moment of suffocation, which, coupled with emotional distress, caused a surge of qi and insufficient blood supply, leading to her fainting." "What shall we do?" Wei questioned, her voice trembling. "Do not worry. I will administer an injection and prepare a decoction. After she consumes it, she should awaken in about half an hour," Jiang Huayu stated, rising to write a prescription. "But who will accompany me to fetch the medicine?" "I shall go," Wei quickly volunteered. Upon completing the prescription, Jiang Huayu handed it to Wei, saying, "My apprentice will guide you to the pharmacy. Remember, boil 3 bowls of water down to half a bowl, and be cautious not to let it burn dry." After Wei and the apprentice departed, Jiang Huayu retrieved a needle kit from a nearby medicine chest. He surveyed the room before looking at Yao Zi. "I require fire and liquor." "Certainly, I shall fetch it right away," Yao Zi replied, hastily turning to comply. With everyone occupied, Jiang Huayu leaned back, observing Yi Zichuan seated beside the bed. "That little girl cannot let go, and neither can you?" he teased. Yi Zichuan glanced at Jiang Huayu. "Indeed, I cannot." Jiang Huayu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in exasperation. "I wonder who it was that shattered my medical box with a single slap. It was crafted from the finest black iron, resistant to fire and water. Yet it was destroyed in an instant, and I have yet to be compensated." Yi Zichuan closed his eyes, feigning ignorance. Jiang Huayu, intrigued by Yi Zichuan's demeanor, approached Xia Jianxi and gently squeezed her fingers, such soft hands. "If the prince finds her grip uncomfortable, I could dislocate her bones." Feigning indifference, Yi Zichuan slowly opened his eyes. "I have already dispatched someone to have your box remade." "Very well." Jiang Huayu retracted his hand, then scrutinized the young lady on the bed. This unfortunate girl, so young yet beset by misfortune. She was just stabbed through and now has suffered this fall. Once she recovers, she ought to visit a temple and offer thanks. If she had remained peacefully in the general's residence, even if the sky fell, General Xia would have been there to support her. Alas, she is not one to remain compliant. Yi Zichuan remarked softly, gazing at Xia Jianxi's face. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiang Huayu shook his head. "And now you call her non-compliant? Who was it that galloped into the palace upon hearing of her predicament? That seal of yours was surely pilfered from the emperor." Yi Zichuan fell silent. Jiang Huayu, observing his expression, could not help but shake his head. Throughout history, heroes have always found themselves ensnared by the beauty's allure. Jiang Huayu, Yi Zichuan, losing his patience, snapped, "Are you going to administer the needle or not?" "The materials have yet to arrive." Jiang Huayu pouted, "But I believe the one who truly needs the needle now is not the one lying there, but rather you." The infatuated fool. Yi Zichuan chose to disregard him, closing his eyes once more as if he could not hear. At that moment, Yao Zi returned with the liquor and fire starter. "Dr. Jiang, the kitchen only has Dukong wine. Will that suffice?" "Yes," Jiang Huayu replied, taking the wine jug and fire starter. He poured the liquor into a teacup, ignited it, and then passed a silver needle through the flames. "Yao Zi, hold her steady. Do not let her move. If I accidentally pierce incorrectly, it could leave her paralyzed." Yao Zi promptly secured Xia Jianxi's other hand. All right, I've got her. Jiang Huayu's fingertips delicately traced along Xia Jianxi's head until he located an acupoint, slowly inserting the needle. At the moment the needle pierced, Xia Jianxi's tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly. Jiang Huayu glanced at Zichuan beside him and casually remarked, "You recklessly stormed the Ministry of Justice today, incurring the ire of the Empress Dowager and leaving her with leverage against you. Are you not concerned about her retribution? The accounts she wishes to settle with me are far beyond this." Zichuan replied nonchalantly, "The Ministry of Justice's prison is of little consequence. What could they possibly do? Take my life." Jiang Huayu gently twisted the silver needle in his hand. "This is the first time I have witnessed you taking risks for another." Zichuan regarded Jiang Huayu with a raised eyebrow. "Am I not the one you rescued from a host of assassins?" Jiang Huayu, "One must not be overly forgetful. You are well aware that I—" Jiang Huayu's voice rose in irritation as he looked up at Zichuan, only to find him leisurely studying him. Feeling a pang of guilt, Jiang Huayu quickly averted his gaze and swiftly withdrew the silver needle. "All right, she should be able to release her grip now. After she drinks the medicine and rests a while, she will awaken. Thank you for your efforts," Zichuan said, extending his hand to gently pry apart Xia Jianxi's fingers one by one. As anticipated, the previously rigid fingers relaxed at that moment, and with a slight exertion, they could be gradually freed. Soon, Shi Wei returned, hastily carrying the prepared medicine. As Jiang Huayu gathered his medical supplies to leave, he remarked, "Well, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave." As Shi Wei administered the medicine to Xia Jianxi, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Do not rush to thank me. There's another severely injured man next door awaiting my attention." Jiang Huayu shot a pointed glance at Zichuan before muttering under his breath as he resigned himself to tending to the injured manager Wu in the adjacent room. Zichuan observed Xia Jianxi, cradled in Shi Wei's arms as she sipped the medicine in small sips, then turned to Yao Zi. "You should not have allowed her to enter the prison alone." Yao Zi initially froze, then immediately knelt. "It is my incompetence. Had we arrived any later today, I fear Helan Ci would have truly harmed her." Zichuan gazed at Yao Zi and remarked, "The reason I assigned you to Summer Jianxi's side was to ensure her safety. If you are unable to fulfill this duty, it would be better to appoint someone else." "My lord, it was I who instructed Yao Zi to wait outside." A hoarse voice suddenly interjected, as Summer Jianxi slowly opened her eyes while half reclining in Shi Wei's embrace. It did not surprise Zichuan that Summer Jianxi awakened at this moment. He turned to her, his gaze frigid. "Do you comprehend the consequences if you were to perish inside today? What punishment would Yao Zi endure? I have stated that it was I who made Yao Zi wait outside. It is not her fault." "Yao Zi, you speak." Zichuan interrupted Summer Jianxi. "If negligence results in Miss Xia's demise as a shadow guard, I shall face severe punishment for my failure to protect her." Yao Zi spoke, her head bowed, enunciating each word deliberately. Summer Jianxi's pupils constricted sharply. "She belongs to you. This is the rule of the shadow guards." Zichuan observed Summer Jianxi with a cold gaze. "Moreover, Summer Jianxi, you ought to realize that should you fail to emerge alive from the Ministry of Justice today, many lives in Bianjing would be lost due to your actions." Summer Jianxi remained silent, for Zichuan's words rang true. She was the sole daughter of the general of the nation, raised with utmost privilege. General Xia cherished her deeply, questioning every servant if she received even the slightest bruise. Should she truly perish in the Ministry of Justice, the iron cavalry of the general's residence would undoubtedly storm the ministry and the Yongchang Marquis. In such an event, it would not only be the personnel of the ministry and the Marquis who would perish, but also the general's residence, which had unlawfully deployed military horses, would face the same fate. After a prolonged silence, Summer Jianxi finally lowered her gaze. "There shall not be a next time." Zichuan scrutinized her for long, while before raising an eyebrow slightly. "Miss Xia, remember your words." Summer Jianxi looked back at Zichuan. "I understand, but regarding Taohua." "Summer Jianxi, if you attempt to save everyone, you will acquire countless compromises." Zichuan met her gaze, articulating each word with precision. Chapter 67. The Emperor's disciple Xia Jianxi remained silent, leaning against Shi Wei's embrace, her gaze fixed intently on Zichuan. After a long silence, Zichuan sighed helplessly. "As for Tao Huanyang, I will find a way." However, as the Madam of Zhe Xianglu, her hands are inevitably stained. A person who treads the line between light and darkness. Even I may not be able to protect her. Tao Huanyang has a lover. Xia Jinshi suddenly spoke. Yizichuan frowned slightly. A lover? It is rare for a woman of her background to reach this position without someone backing her. How could she possibly establish herself in the expensive city of Bianjing? Xia Jinshi looked up at Yizichuan. Yizichuan narrowed his eyes. So, in her youth, Tao Huanyang used her selling price to support a lover. Xia Jinshi paused, then whispered, "That man is Hamlin academician Jiang Yihong." Yizichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Darren? How could it be him? Jiang Yihong, born into a humble family, was a confidant fostered by the late emperor. A disciple of the emperor, always humble and polite. No matter who came to see him, he was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. Yizichuan, filled with incredulity, asked, "Are you certain it is he?" This was directly stated by Su Yu. Xia Jinshi replied softly, "Jiang Darren is 38 and still unmarried. If there were no secrets, how could he, once a top scholar, remain single all these years? I understand. I will handle this matter. In the days to come, you should remain cautious and refrain from provoking Helan Ci." Yizichuan said coldly, glancing down at the bloodstain on his clothes. "I could save you once, but I cannot do so a second time." Xia Jinshi looked up at Yizichuan, and after a long while, she spoke. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me this time." Yizichuan raised his eyelids, indifferent, and turned away. "Since you have awakened, once Manager Wu's injury is treated, make haste to leave." When Xia Jinshi exited the side door of the royal mansion with Manager Wu, Qin Song was already waiting there, with their carriage behind him. "The carriage has been inspected. The prince is concerned that someone from the Yongchang Marquis might intercept us on the way, so I shall escort Miss Xia back to her residence," Qin Song said, stepping aside to allow Xia Jinshi to board. After Yao Zi helped Xia Jinshi into the carriage, she gazed deeply at Qin Song. "Why is it you? Where's the prince?" "The prince said he had to meet someone and did not allow me to follow." Qin Song replied softly, then turned to the driver. "Let's set off." Yizichuan, mounted on his horse, waited in the shadows for quite some time, until he personally witnessed Qin Song escorting the carriage past him before turning to Jiang Huayu. "Let us go." Jiang Huayu followed slowly on his horse, unable to suppress his complaints. "You sent all the hidden guards to escort someone, leaving just me, a doctor, to accompany you. Yizichuan, no one schemes like you. You must pay me double for today's task. Were you not the one who constantly lamented about doing nothing in the mansion? Taking you out for a stroll is merely catering to your desires." Yizichuan replied without turning back, dismissing Jiang Huayu's request for double pay. "What do you mean by a stroll?" "Yizichuan, your skin is as thick as a city wall, and you lie without blushing," Jiang Huayu retorted. "You are nothing but a miser." Yizichuan remained silent, riding towards the southern residence, where a modest but exceptionally elegant courtyard awaited. The occupant of that residence was none other than the Hamlin academician, Jiang Yihong, whom Xia Jinshi had mentioned. Jiang Yihong, a scholar from a humble background, had excelled in examinations from a young age, becoming a top scholar at 15 and later a disciple of the emperor. Scholars from humble origins who achieved such status were often quickly pursued by families seeking suitors. Yet, Jiang Yihong had managed to evade countless matchmaking attempts, even rejecting the late emperor's overtures. Initially, it was assumed that Jiang Yihong had a prior engagement and was returning home to marry, but as time passed, he remained without a wife, and not even a close confidant was known. Thus, when Xia Jinshi revealed that Jiang Yihong was Tao Huanyang's lover, Yizichuan found it implausible, yet could not refute her claims. After much contemplation, he resolved to meet this Hamlin academician. The Jiang residence was modest, nestled among similarly unremarkable courtyards, and the narrow path in front was barely wide enough for 2 carriages to pass. By the time Yizichuan arrived at the Jiang residence, dusk had fallen. He spotted an elderly man with a head full of white hair, carefully hanging a lantern. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, the old man turned slowly, and upon seeing Yizichuan, he was not overly surprised but respectfully bowed. "Sir, do you have an appointment with my master?" "I do not have an appointment, but I wish to see your master on urgent business. Please inform him that the Regent King Yizichuan has arrived." Yizichuan dismounted, took the reins, and spoke plainly. Even upon hearing that Yizichuan was the Regent King, the old man did not hurry, still bowing respectfully before turning to convey the message. Jiang Huayu dismounted and gazed at the plaque above, hesitating for a moment before finally exclaiming, "How remarkably clean!" Soon, a servant emerged to greet them. The servant, appearing no older than 15 or 16, also bowed respectfully upon seeing Izichuan. "Your Highness, my master invites you inside." Izichuan nodded and followed the seemingly more like a scholar's assistant into the Jiang residence. Inside, the decor was even more austere. Aside from a few stone tables and benches, the flooring was composed of inexpensive stone slabs, with some areas merely covered by gravel. Had one not known beforehand that this was the residence of a Hanlon academician, they would never have guessed that a third-rank official resided in such a rather hastily arranged abode. The servant led Izichuan to Jiang Yihang's study, located at the edge of the courtyard. It was spacious yet profoundly quiet. The servant knocked on the door, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, pushed it open. "Your Highness, please." Izichuan glanced at the servant and stepped inside. However, just as Jiang Huaiyu prepared to follow, the servant suddenly stepped forward. "Young master, we have excellent red tea in our courtyard. Might you join me for a cup?" Izichuan halted and turned to Jiang Huaiyu. "Go on." Jiang Huaiyu, who had merely accompanied Izichuan for the sake of it, did not mind following the servant out. "It better be good tea. If it's some old tea, I want tea agree. It is assuredly of the finest quality." The servant replied with a smile. Once Izichuan entered, he casually closed the door behind him and turned to find that the room was dimly lit by a single oil lamp. "Your Highness is indeed a rare guest." Jiang Yihang emerged from behind a bookshelf, holding an ancient text, his demeanor cool and slightly aloof. Izichuan, feeling unrestrained, surveyed the study. "You seem to live quite comfortably." This small study is filled with both ancient and modern classics. Having no particular hobbies, I find solace in a few books to alleviate boredom. Jiang Yihang set down the book in his hands and turned to Izichuan. "Has your Highness come today merely to see my humble abode?" "Not quite. There is an amusing matter I wish to discuss with you, Jiang Darren," Izichuan stated with a hint of intrigue. Jiang Yihang lifted his gaze to Izichuan and smiled. "Your Highness, please proceed." He mentioned an acquaintance who, not long ago, had redeemed a young woman named Su Yu at the Zui Xiang Lu for 100 gold coins. Izichuan gazed at Jiang Yihang's profile and softly remarked that the young woman, Su Yu, had somehow offended a noble family. Jiang Yihang, still holding the book, wore an expression of calm indifference, as if the matter Izichuan spoke of had no bearing on him. Izichuan, unhurried, continued, "That noble is quite ruthless. In his quest to locate Su Yu, he bribed the Ministry of Justice and apprehended Su Yu's matron. I was entrusted to negotiate her release, yet, to my dismay, the matron has vanished without a trace." Jiang Yihang tightened his grip on the book, his hand involuntarily turning pale. "Minister Jiang," Izichuan said, "I have been tasked to find this matron, yet I am unaware of the forces behind her. What methods do you suggest I employ to uncover these individuals?" Upon finishing, Izichuan quietly set down the book he held, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Yihang. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Yihang finally turned to Izichuan. "Is the person you seek perhaps me?" Izichuan was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that rumors do not arise without cause and had suspected that Jiang Yihang was somehow connected to the infamous Tao Hua. Yet he never anticipated Jiang Yihang would so readily acknowledge it. Noticing Izichuan's silence, Jiang Yihang took the initiative. "Your Highness is searching for me, and I, in turn, am searching for you. I know someone paid 100 gold coins to redeem Su Yu, yet I was unaware that it was you. Your Highness." Izichuan gazed at Jiang Yihang, who maintained his forthright demeanor. "I too did not foresee that the illustrious Minister Jiang, known for his integrity, will be the true steward of Zui Xiang Lu." "Your Highness has misunderstood," Jiang Yihang replied, looking up at Izichuan with a light chuckle. "I am not the steward of Zui Xiang Lu. I merely don my official robes to lend a modicum of assistance in preserving the establishment." Chapter 68, or perhaps, "Your Highness is reluctant?" Izichuan squinted slightly. "What does Lord Jiang mean?" "Literally." Jiang Yihang lowered his gaze slightly. "The Zui Xiang Lu was entirely managed by the Tao Hua lady. My sole contribution was redeeming her from bondage. The building itself was purchased by her, as a destitute scholar. My meager salary is hardly sufficient to cover such expenses. Hence, Zui Xiang Lu bears no relevance to me." Izichuan remained silent, merely listening intently. Perhaps feeling the dimness of the room, Jiang Yihong lit an oil lamp with a wooden stick. If one must speak of a connection, then I am merely a frequent patron there. A scholar claiming to be a regular at a brothel is a statement that only Jiang Yihong could make. Lord Jiang means to say that you are the fiancé of that flower girl. Jiang Yihong spoke plainly. Yizichuan was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yihong looked at Yizichuan with a shy smile, then poured a cup of warm tea for him. If your highness finds it not dull, may I regale you with a tale? Yizichuan did not decline. It is commonly said that Jiang Yihong was born of humble origins. Yet few know that he is also an orphan. He lost his father at 3 and his mother at 9. The ancestral home and field were usurped by uncles. It was his widowed aunt who raised him with her meager dowry of 2 acres of land, allowing him to pursue his studies. However, his aunt passed away in the very year he traveled to the capital for the imperial examination. His only cousin worked tirelessly day and night, weaving and embroidering, to gather the funds for his journey to the examinations. Months passed without news of Jiang Yihong. The avaricious relatives, knowing his cousin had no protector, sold her into a brothel to seize her 2 acres of land. She resisted, refusing to entertain clients, enduring beatings and humiliation, proclaiming to all that her fiancé would arrive on a grand steed to rescue her. Alas, no one believed her. She was forced onto the bed, compelled to entertain clients. By the time Jiang Yihong returned home adorned with a red flower, his cousin had become the courtesan of Zui Xianglu. She, enduring disgrace, awaited his return to witness his success in the examinations, her heart fulfilled but unwilling to continue living in such a state. Under the cover of night, she took her life with a silk cord from the beam. On that day, he was restless and, in the dead of night, rescued his cousin. Tearfully, he pleaded for her to live, expressing no disdain for her past, wishing to marry her as a rightful wife, provided she remained by his side. Yet, she refused to hinder his future. On that day, he was still the esteemed scholar, while she had become the Taowa lady of Zui Xianglu. She never coerced those women into selling themselves. Rather, most in this world are fated to suffer, with many unable to survive. While others claim she profits from their flesh, she offered displaced women a refuge. Jiang Yihong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lord Jiang, since the Taowa lady is your cousin and beloved, why did you show no sign of urgency when she was taken by the Ministry of Justice? Yizichuan observed Jiang Yihong, furrowing his brow without speaking. Because I knew, your highness, that you would come to find me. Jiang Yihong gazed at Yizichuan softly, revealing that Taowa had previously sought him out, foretelling that she might encounter trouble one day. Yizichuan frowned slightly. Your scheme against the Duke of Yongchang cannot remain concealed. Jiang Yihong raised his eyes to Yizichuan. Thus she had anticipated that one day someone would come to settle accounts with her. Your highness once saved a woman at Zui Xianglu, did you not? The Taowa lady mentioned that the regent saved a woman entangled in a plot there. Even so, how can you be certain I will save her? Yizichuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Taowa lady said that despite the malicious scheme laid against that lady, she also saved Suyu. If you are willing to save someone gravely ill, would you turn a blind eye to someone who once aided you? Jiang Yihong chuckled softly, admitting that he had once mocked her naivety. Yet she insisted that this is human nature. Yizichuan could not help but recall the one who risked everything to rescue Manager Wu from the ministry's prison, shaking his head in exasperation. Perhaps they indeed understand human nature better than we do. Did she mention how he might save her? Jiang Yihong shook his head. The Taowa lady possesses no such ability. Yizichuan closed his eyes. So she presumes I will rescue her, thus daring to act so recklessly? She acted first. Jiang Yihong corrected. Now it falls upon us men to mend the aftermath. What do you mean, us men? You are you, and I. Is your highness not here for that lady? Jiang Yihong interrupted Yizichuan, speaking softly. Yizichuan was rendered speechless. It seemed that at some point, she had recklessly stirred trouble, and he, unknowingly, had repeatedly come to her aid. The Taohua lady, having been forced into this life, upheld the principle of voluntary service at Zui Xianglu. Though he engaged in the trade of flesh, he desired not to be a mere viper of the flesh. Jiang Yihong looked at Yizichuan and asserted, "Thus I can affirm that the ministry has falsely accused her." Falsely accused? Does this mean there are no instances of coercion at Zui Xianglu? Yizichuan raised an eyebrow. None. I vouch for her with my official status. The reason Zui Xianglu thrives above other brothels is that most of the women there are destitute and willingly choose this life. Jiang Yihong frowned slightly, adding that the earnings from her services are split, with the women retaining half, allowing them to redeem themselves or purchase land in the future. Thus those women work exceptionally hard. Yi Zichuan scoffed, noting the cleverness of it all. Jiang Yihong paused before adding, I possess a copy of every woman as contract. Initially, I feared someone would set a trap, so I required all voluntarily selling themselves to sign an additional proof of consent, and I served as their witness. Yi Zichuan stared at Jiang Yihong, momentarily speechless. After a long while, he finally spoke. Does this mean that should anything happen at Zue Xianglu, Lord Jiang must testify? What of your reputation? Is that truly a matter of great importance? Jiang Yihong appeared unconcerned, revealing that if not for the Taohua lady's unwillingness, he would have long resigned his official post to return to the ancestral home and lead a life of simplicity, thereby avoiding this lonely existence. Yi Zichuan had always thought the existence of Xiang Maoshan was miraculous, yet he was surprised to find another extraordinary figure in Jiang Yihong. He pressed his hand against his forehead. So, what does Lord Jiang intend to do this time? Naturally, I shall sue the Minister of Justice. Jiang Yihong replied nonchalantly, stating that he possessed all the evidence to prove the Taohua lady's innocence and was also a witness. He must return her to him, or he would confront him in court, willing to fight to the bitter end. Jiang Yihong spoke these words with a composure that was almost serene. Yi Zichuan remained silent for a long time before saying, if Lord Jiang proceeds thus, the Minister of Justice may indeed return the Taohua lady to you. Yet her fate, alive or dead, would be left to chance. Jiang Yihong's expression changed. What do you mean? I oversee the Dali Temple and have witnessed countless wrongful convictions. Surely you must understand why so many innocents perish? Yi Zichuan regarded Jiang Yihong, extending a finger. 100 taels of silver for a life. This is the ministry's price. Should you persist with your lawsuit, they will undoubtedly release her, but at that point, the Taohua lady could fall ill or even take her own life out of fear of retribution. Jiang Yihong's countenance darkened profoundly. The Minister of Justice was a relative of the Empress Dowager. With the in-laws wielding power, the common folk suffered immensely. Yi Zichuan lowered his gaze slightly. Although Lord Jiang had no desire to engage in politics, he remained virtuous and upright. Could one truly bear to witness such a person committing injustices in the court, ultimately leading to the demise of ordinary citizens? I have no intention of involving myself in the power struggle between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, Jiang Yihong stated with a serious demeanor. Would Lord Jiang be willing to see the corpse of Taohua? Yi Zichuan responded coldly. You are threatening me, Jiang Yihong remarked. I merely wish to offer you a solution that serves both parties, Yi Zichuan said, fixing his gaze on Jiang Yihong, enunciating each word deliberately. After much hesitation, Jiang Yihong finally spoke. I am eager to hear more. You possess evidence of the Minister of Justice's wrongful accusations, and I can assist you in locating Taohua. Accusations, imprisonment in a private dungeon, and previously gathered evidence against the minister. All of this can be utilized. Should you choose to stand by my side, I could even procure a marriage certificate for you. Yi Zichuan softly articulated, his eyes locked onto Jiang Yihong's. Yi Zichuan was aware of his intentions to exploit Jiang Yihong. Yet when the words marriage certificate escaped Yi Zichuan's lips, a shameful stir of emotion arose within him. Is your highness serious? Indeed, though in the coming days, Taohua may endure some hardships. I shall expedite the search for her whereabouts. Yi Zichuan respitted. If I am not mistaken, she is likely confined within the estate of the Duke of Yongchang, yet I have yet to ascertain the exact location. Jiang Yihong fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly spoke. If your highness desires my assistance in toppling the Minister of Justice and severing the Empress Dowager's support, one cannot expect me to exert no effort at all. What do you mean? The Duke of Yongchang seeks the lady behind you, does he not? If you wish to locate Taohua, why not use her as bait? Jiang Yihong gazed intently at Yi Zichuan. Yi Zichuan's expression darkened. Jiang Yihong, undeterred, continued, or do you find yourself unwilling to proceed? Chapter 69. The defective product when Xia Jianxi returned to the general's residence with Manager Wu. Madame Xia was waiting for her in the main hall. As they entered, they were intercepted by Aunt Nanxing, who stood beside Madame Xia. Miss, the madam is waiting for you in the front hall. Xia Jianxi's complexion paled slightly. She instinctively reached to touch her neck, where the dark marks on her fair skin were glaringly apparent. Aunt Nanxing, may I first return a change into clean clothes? Aunt Nanxing tilted her head slightly. immediately noticing the bruises on Xia Jinxi's neck. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried forward, gently touching the bruises with her fingertip. Who has the audacity to harm our young lady? They must be seeking death. Wei, is this how you protect the young lady? Wei instinctively flinched, then quickly responded, and it was my carelessness. Do not blame Wei. Xia Jinxi interjected, stepping forward to shield Wei from Aunt Nanxing's gaze. Aunt Nanxing furrowed her brow slightly. Miss, you only know how to protect them. You have spoiled them both beyond recognition. I do not wish to worry Mother. I want to change my clothes first. Aunt Nanxing, please be lenient and do not tell Mother, all right? Xia Jinxi grasped Aunt Nanxing's hand, shaking it gently. Aunt Nanxing had watched Xia Jinxi grow up. She was the first to hold her when she was born and had always been protective. Each time Xia Jinxi got into trouble, Aunt Nanxing had helped her evade Madame Xia's punishments. However, this time, Aunt Nanxing's expression darkened. No, miss, you are injured like this. I cannot assist you in concealing it. You must inform the madam. Xia Jinxi observed Aunt Nanxing's furious expression and realized that she could not hide her injuries today. She had no choice but to face Madame Xia. Upon entering the main hall, she found Man, who had changed into clean clothes, standing alongside Tingwan. At the sound of their entrance, Man looked up abruptly. Although Manager Wu's injuries did not threaten his life, they had affected his muscles and bones. Despite being bandaged by Dr. Jiang, he was still unable to walk and was now carried in by the guards of the residence. Father. Man immediately spotted Manager Wu lying bloodied on the stretcher and dashed over in tears. She flung herself onto Manager Wu, but before she could cry out, they heard him scream in pain, "Do not touch me! Do not touch me!" Wei quickly pulled the bewildered Man away. Manager Wu has been whipped. The whip was soaked in salt water and chili water. Although the wounds have been treated, they are still excruciating. The doctor instructed that no one should touch him. Man quickly withdrew her hand. Then what about my father? He will be fine. Although the injuries appear severe and are indeed painful, they have not harmed any vital areas, and the wounds have been treated. What remains is daily dressing changes. In about 7 days, he should be able to move. Wei reassured her gently, adding, but for the next few days, he cannot come into contact with water. Do not worry. The young lady will arrange for someone to care for Manager Wu. As Wei spoke, Madame Xia's gaze was drawn to the bruises on Xia Jinxi's neck. Xia Jinxi instinctively sought to evade her gaze, but was caught by Madame Xia's outstretched hand. What happened to your neck? Mother, it's nothing. Xia Jinxi instinctively attempted to brush it off, but upon meeting Madame Xia's penetrating gaze, she fell silent. Madame Xia's expression darkened, and even Aunt Nanxing lowered her head, afraid to meet the furious gaze of Madame Xia. Wei, speak. Madame Xia's voice was cold, yet laced with authority. It was the young Lord He Lancy from the Yongchang Marquis. Wei lowered her head, her voice trembling. He Lancy? Madame Xia's brow furrowed. Then she turned to Xia Jinxi. Why would he harm you? Xia Jinxi continued to lower her head. A mere glance from Madame Xia was enough to compel Wei to explain. The officials from the Ministry of Justice arrested Manager Wu, citing the sale of spoiled rice that led to the deaths of an entire family. Man narrowly escaped and sought help. The young lady went to the ministry, but unexpectedly, the one interrogating Manager Wu was He Lancy. Madame Xia cast a cold glance at Xia Jinxi, who remained silent and bowed her head. Is this true? Realizing she could not conceal the truth, Xia Jinxi reluctantly replied, yes. Why did you not inform me of the incident at the shop first? Madame Xia's face darkened. Instead, you took it upon yourself to go to the ministry? Is the prison a place where an unmarried young lady can freely go? The grain and oil shop is under my name. Why should I not go? Xia Jinxi raised her head to meet Madame Xia's gaze, her expression obstinate. Is it only unmarried young ladies who cannot go? If I never marry, will I have to endure watching others bully those in my shop? This marked the first time Xia Jinxi had argued with Madame Xia. Madame Xia looked at her in astonishment, disbelief evident in her eyes. Xia Jinxi epitomized the ideal young lady. Despite her birth in the general's residence and her mother's merchant origins, she had been raised delicately by General Xia and Madame Xia. From a young age, she was educated in the classics, arts, and the skills befitting a lady of high society. Xia Jinxi had been betrothed at birth to the heir of the Yong'an princely estate. Madame Xia, having faced disdain in Bianjing due to her merchant background, had long worried that Xia Jinxi would be looked down upon by the noble families because of her mother's origins. Thus, Madame Xia had nurtured her to be compliant and graceful, ensuring she would never give the aristocrats any reason to criticize her. Xia Jianxi, aware of her mother's intentions, had always been obedient, following Madame Xia's words to the letter. Yet now, for the first time in her life, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Madame Xia did not respond with the anger Xia Jianxi had anticipated. Instead, she regarded her with an oddly contemplative expression until Xia Jianxi felt guilt for her own disrespect. Suddenly, Madame Xia spoke. Never marry? Why do you harbor such thoughts? A mother's intuition is keen. With a single phrase, Madame Xia astutely sensed the turmoil within Xia Jianxi. Furrowing her brow tightly, she grasped Xia Jianxi's hand. Tell me, has someone said something to you? Has someone bullied you? As Xia Jianxi gazed into her mother's compassionate eyes, her heart sank. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke, her voice trembling under her mother's increasingly moist gaze. I do not wish to marry. I do not want to be treated like an item on a shelf, chosen and discarded at whim, only to be returned like a defective product, just as I was returned by the Yong'an princely estate. Upon uttering these words, a single tear fell from Xia Jianxi's eye. In that moment, Madame Xia felt as though her heart were shattering. She enveloped Xia Jianxi tightly in her embrace, holding her precious daughter close. She had thought the matter of the broken engagement was behind them, but she had not realized that it had left a lasting scar on Xia Jianxi's heart. It is my fault, my fault. I never considered it. It is all my fault. Tears streamed down Madame Xia's cheeks, falling onto Xia Jianxi's head. If you do not wish to marry, then do not marry. If you wish, we shall find a son-in-law to come to our home. I possess the wealth of the empire. My Jianxi should be the one selecting her suitors. Just as Xia Maoshan returned from his patrol, his heart brimming with joy as he intended to share the day's amusing anecdotes with his wife, he stepped through the door only to witness his two most cherished treasures sorrowfully embracing each other in tears. Upon seeing Xia Maoshan, Xia Jianxi was suddenly struck with the feeling that the heavens were about to collapse. She barely had time to wipe her tears before she and Madame Xia rushed out, one clutching his waist and the other his legs, exerting all their strength to halt Xia Maoshan, who upon hearing the name Helan Ci, was ready to step out with a blade in hand to settle accounts. Xia Maoshan was regarded by the emperor as an exceptional weapon, unerring in his strikes, and capable of facing the harshest battlegrounds with a cheerful demeanor. However, both the late emperor and the current one were acutely aware of one undeniable truth. His wife and daughter were off limits. If Madame Xia represented Xia Maoshan's Achilles heel, then Xia Jianxi was the scabbard that sheathed his blade. As Xia Jianxi recounted the events to Shi Wei, she clung tightly to Xia Maoshan's leg, speaking rapidly, fearful that if she faltered in her words, his wrath would be unleashed from miles away. You mean, Helan Ci colluded with the Minister of Justice to slander your shop, leading to a death, disregarding any explanation, and without evidence, had your people taken away, while also daring to force a confession. Xia Maoshan's voice emerged almost as a growl from his nostrils. Xia Jianxi stood there, obedient as a quail yes. Then you went to demand their release. And not only did he refuse, but he also laid hands on you? The deepening tone of Xia Maoshan's voice carried an unmistakable hint of menace. Yes. Xia Jianxi bowed her head lower. The root of all this was his belief that the carriage of the elderly matriarch of Yongchang Marquis had overturned because, prior to the incident, the workers from her shop had carelessly spilled tea oil as they passed. Xia Maoshan fixed his gaze upon Xia Jianxi, articulating each word with precision. Xia Jianxi, with her eyes cast down, focused on her toes. Just when everyone presumed Xia Maoshan would say no more, he suddenly spoke. Xia Jianxi, was that barrel of tea oil truly spilled by accident? Indeed. Xia Jianxi despaired and shut her eyes briefly. Her greatest fear had come to fruition. It must be noted that Xia Maoshan's ascent to the position of National Defense General was a testament to his cunning as well as his valor. Xia Jianxi, answer me. Xia Maoshan slammed his hand on the table. Chapter 70. The general truly lacks compassion. Xia Jianxi's body instinctively trembled, and she slowly raised her head to gaze at Xia Maoshan, who sat before her. Just as she was about to speak, the shopkeeper Wu suddenly interjected, General, this is entirely my fault. Struggling to rise from the stretcher, he endured the pain coursing through his body and slowly knelt down. Under Xia Maoshan's frigid gaze, he spoke each word deliberately. The tea oil in the shop is always fresh stock, and that day was no exception. It was my greed that led me to choose second-hand oil barrels, resulting in the leakage. Beside him, Man quickly joined him in kneeling, adding, "When the oil leaked that day, my father hurriedly sent me to fetch water. Together, we painstakingly absorbed the oil with cloths, even using lye to wash several times. Yet, who could have anticipated that the old lady would be so unfortunate?" Xia Jianxi stared blankly at the shopkeeper Wu, her heart a tumult of emotions. Wu was lying, and so was Man. Those were not second-hand oil barrels. The leakage was a result of their own tampering. The oil could not have fortuitously spilled at that precise moment and location. As for the lye water Man mentioned, it was merely a cover-up to avoid suspicion after the old lady had left, a measure taken to protect others from harm. Wu and Man were shielding her from blame. Xia Jianxi quietly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her reddened eyes. She had never asked them to do such a thing. After all, this incident, while not trivial, was not insurmountable. Xiao Maoshan fixed his gaze on the injured Wu, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Is what you say true? Can there really be such coincidences in this world?" Even before a man like Xiao Maoshan, who had seen countless battles, the blood on his hands could instill fear. Yet, the honest Wu nodded without flinching. "Everything I say is true. Though I cannot explain the coincidence, I am not lying. If the general does not believe me, he may investigate at the shop." Of course, Xiao Maoshan did not believe him. He scrutinized Xia Jianxi for a long time, his gaze finally settling on the bruises around her neck. He knew all too well that the situation was not as simple as they claimed. There could not possibly be such a remarkable coincidence. The old lady's injury was undoubtedly connected to Xia Jianxi. Yet, he could not fathom why his beloved daughter, who had always been obedient and gentle, would set such a trap for the old lady, especially knowing the consequences of her actions. Xiao Maoshan could not comprehend the entanglement between Xia Jianxi and the old lady. However, he firmly believed that his daughter was not the type to be maliciously cruel. Her actions must stem from profound resentment. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, ultimately coalescing into one resolution. Since the old lady's injury was indeed caused by their shop, he would send some medicinal supplies as a gesture of goodwill. However, he would never let Wu's slander and the assault on his daughter go unpunished. He would confront the Duke of Yongchang for clarity. "The old lady has died." "What?" For a moment, Xiao Maoshan thought he had misheard. Lady Xia took a deep breath and reiterated, "The old lady passed away last night. It is said that the wife of the Duke of Ningyin visited her, spoke some words, and that night the old lady became agitated and passed away within hours. You left early this morning and went straight outside the city, but your colleagues did not have the chance to inform you of this news. She fell ill for only a few days and then just passed away?" Xiao Maoshan was astonished. The wife of the Duke of Ningyuan was a sensible person. It was unthinkable that she would provoke someone better than. How could such a thing lead to her demise? It was only said that the wife of the Duke of Ningyuan visited the old lady, and the details were vague. Others assumed that the wife had caused her death through anger. When I went to express my condolences today, I happened to see the rarely seen wife of the Duke of Yongchang. Though she is a woman of few words. One of her attendants let slip that the old lady had learned about the Duke's affliction and became agitated, leading to her fatal condition. Lady Xia spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing the term affliction, Xiao Maoshan involuntarily glanced at Xia Jianxi, who appeared confused. He whispered, "Even so, the Duke of Ningyuan cannot escape responsibility. Some compensation must be offered." Lady Xia nodded. Who would disagree? After a moment of silence, Xiao Maoshan turned to Xia Jianxi. "You're quite bold, girl. You faced such a situation without informing your mother and me. Today, you were fortunate to emerge from that prison unscathed. What will your mother and I do if something happens to you next time?" Xia Jianxi lowered her head, acknowledging her fault. "I will not dare to do so again. Father, this time we shall let it pass. I will settle matters with the Minister of Justice myself. If there is a next time, even if your mother begs me, I shall break your legs," Xiao Maoshan said coldly. Xia Jianxi kept her head down, not daring to speak. Ultimately, it was Lady Xia who intervened. "All right, let us return. Send someone to fetch a doctor to check for injuries." Nanqing acknowledged and hurried to summon a physician, fearing that the unpredictable Helan Ci might retaliate. Xia Jianxi chose not to let Wu and Man return to the shop, arranging for them to stay in the front hall instead. Before Wu departed, Xia Jianxi did not say much, merely offering a quiet thank you. Wu smiled in understanding, and they shared a knowing glance, hastily moving past the incident. Once everyone had left, Yaozi, who had witnessed the commotion, could not help but exclaim, I never expected General Xia, who seems so gentle and simple, to be so terrifying when angered. Gentle and simple? You must be blind. Shi Wei, exhausted, slumped onto the soft couch. Our general can take on 100 foes. If he truly becomes enraged, no one can stop him. Xia Jinshi sat before the vanity, gazing at her bandaged neck in the mirror, and sighed softly. Father does not believe Wu's account at all. Shi Wei sat up abruptly. Then what shall we do? Since he does not press further, we shall act as if we know nothing, Xia Jinshi replied, lowering her gaze. My father is not easily deceived. He simply does not wish to confront me or put my mother in a difficult position. After all, as a distinguished general, it would be a joke if he were fooled by Wu's clumsy act. Yaozi was not surprised, but clearly, General Xia did not intend to pursue the matter. However, Miss Xia, you must exercise caution in your actions. General Xia cannot remain oblivious forever. Xia Jinshi did not respond, merely looking at Yaozi. Has Qin Song sent any news? Miss Xia must be inquiring about Tao Huan Yangzi, right? Yaozi approached and took a seat beside Shi Wei, stating that there was no news yet. Should there be any updates, Qin Song would undoubtedly deliver them without delay. For the next few days, it would be best to refrain from allowing Qin Song to bring any messages. Xia Jinshi raised her gaze towards Yaozi. Yaozi momentarily froze, then quickly grasped the implication. Miss Xia believed that General Xia would intensify the surveillance of the residence. My father will oversee it personally. Xia Jinshi lowered her eyes, asserting that no one could escape her father's watchful gaze when attempting to deliver anything to the general's manor. Before Yao Zi could notify Qin Song, Yi Chuan was apprehended by Xia Maoshan. Typically, Qin Song and Yao Zi communicated through concealed arrows. Qin Song would usually shoot a message-laden arrow towards Yao Zi, who would then collect and convey the information. However, today, as Qin Song reached the corner of the wall and began to organize the arrows in his hand, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze bore down upon him from behind. Instinctively, he reacted, but in the blink of an eye, a gleaming silver axe was pressed against his throat. Such swiftness! Qin Song barely had time to respond before Xia Maoshan subdued him. Regent, will you not reveal yourself? Xia Maoshan's voice dripped with menace. After a brief pause, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, and soon, Yi Chuan's figure appeared at the far end of the surrounding wall. With a frigid glare, Xia Maoshan delivered a sharp kick to Qin Song's knee, causing him to kneel in pain. The general is quite furious. Yi Chuan approached on horseback, his demeanor leisurely. What is your man doing? Sneaking around my residence in the dead of night? Xia Maoshan narrowed his eyes as he slowly approached Yi Chuan. General Xia is being overly cautious. Are you worried that someone might steal fragrant treasures under the cover of night? Yi Chuan chuckled lightly, mischief glimmering in his eyes. Yi Chuan, Xia Maoshan scowled. I care not for your schemes, but I warn you to keep your distance from Jinshi. Yi Chuan dismounted with a casual grace, sauntering towards Xia Maoshan while gently fanning himself. General, you are truly heartless. Had I known, I should have watched her perish before my very eyes during the Hua Zhao festival. Chapter 71. What did you just call me? A war between two men was on the verge of erupting. Qin Song was nearly flung away by Xia Maoshan, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to steady himself just in time to avoid a humiliating fall. As Xia Maoshan charged towards Yi Chuan, the axe in his hand glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Yi Chuan, upon seeing the axe hurtling towards his face, barely evaded the strike. Yet before he could utter a word, Xia Maoshan's axe came crashing down again. In that moment, Yi Chuan experienced for the first time the sensation of being shadowed relentlessly. Xia Maoshan's skill was unlike those who merely flaunted their techniques. Each strike was aimed directly at vital points. Having spent years on the battlefield, he had mastered the art of killing to survive. His movements may not have been as visually appealing as those of others, but every blow was delivered with lethal intent, capable of extinguishing a life at any moment. As Yi Chuan parried Xia Maoshan's relentless onslaught of 7 or 8 strikes, the calm demeanor he once held evaporated, leaving only a frantic retreat. Just as Xia Maoshan's axe descended towards Yi Chuan's face once more, he suddenly realized that this General Xia was indeed intent on murder. After narrowly dodging the axe again, Yi Chuan chose not to evade, but instead charged forward, clasping his hands together to lock the axe handle. General Xia, please calm down. Calm down. Damn it. Xiao Maoshan nearly spat the words through clenched teeth. Seeing the fury in Xiao Maoshan's eyes, Yizichuan hastily added, "If you truly kill me, how will the general's residence survive? I kill you, bury you quietly. Who would know it was me?" Xiao Maoshan's icy gaze swept over Qin Song, who was poised to intervene. "None of you will escape." In that chilling moment, Qin Song felt an icy dread creep from his heels to the crown of his head. Despite having accompanied Yizichuan through countless life and death situations over the years, he had never felt an ounce of fear. Yet, the instant he locked eyes with Xiao Maoshan, he was engulfed by the stench of blood and death. Indeed, no matter how formidable a killer might be, they falter before a general returning from the battlefield. After all, the battlefield is the true hell. "Xiao Maoshan." Yizichuan's voice trembled as he grasped the axe once more. "What do you want? I was wrong." His plea was so smooth that for a fleeting moment, Qin Song thought he had misjudged the scene. Xiao Maoshan narrowed his eyes. "What did you just call me?" Yizichuan's face paled, his reluctance palpable. But with the axe glaring before him, he had no choice but to concede. "Master." Xiao Maoshan raised an eyebrow, exhaling through his nose. "Since you called me master, I shall spare your life today." He then withdrew the axe, bringing it down heavily beside his feet. Qin Song rushed forward, extending a hand to assist Yizichuan, but his eyes caught sight of the ground where the axe had struck, shattering the stones. He could hardly fathom the chaos that would have ensued had the axe struck Yizichuan's head instead. After enduring 3 strikes from Xiao Maoshan, Yizichuan felt as if his palms and arms were numb from the impact. He swung his arms a few times to alleviate the strain. Xiao Maoshan remained firm, his expression cold, his eyes glinting with a hint of malice. "I recall you saying how you would handle the flower festival. I did not simply stand by and watch her die before me. Does the general truly need to resort to such deadly measures?" Yizichuan clenched his hands, his expression darkening. "How dare you twist the truth, Yizichuan? Have you forgotten that if it weren't for my sister saving your mother, the late Emperor Song would likely have been a mere mound of grass by now?" Xiao Maoshan huffed. "Not only are you ungrateful, but you also contemplate standing idly by in the face of death. Yizichuan, has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Yizichuan fell silent. He certainly would not stand by while another suffered, especially since, as Xiao Maoshan pointed out, it was indeed Xia Jinshi who was injured while rescuing the empress. Even if he had ulterior motives, he ultimately saved a life. Yet, when confronting Xiao Maoshan, Yizichuan was unwilling to concede even a fraction of his pride. Despite his reluctance to admit it, the truth remained that Xiao Maoshan had indeed taught him martial arts. Yizichuan was the youngest brother of the late emperor. Born after their father had already passed away, the late emperor had raised him, teaching him to read, write, ride, and shoot. However, the late emperor was frail. Although he had exquisite calligraphy, his martial skills were lacking, which led him to seek out a formidable instructor from among the court officials. Even now, Yizichuan could not comprehend why, with a martial arts instructor already in the palace, the late emperor insisted on having the martial man Xiao Maoshan teach him. He vividly recalled how, at a young age, Xiao Maoshan had repeatedly kicked him into the lake, insisting he admit his wrongs before rescuing him. Back then, Xiao Maoshan had been a rising star, far more flamboyant than the young men of today, and was certainly not inclined to be called master by a mere child. At that time, only 5 years old, Yizichuan had been kicked about mercilessly, wishing for nothing more than to cry for help. Whenever he reminisced about those days, he felt utterly humiliated. "Why is the prince silent?" Xiao Maoshan suddenly interjected. Yizichuan snapped back to reality from his memories of being tossed into the lake. He looked at Xiao Maoshan and raised his hands in a gesture of respect. "General, please temper your anger." Xiao Maoshan scrutinized Yizichuan before him. Although this fellow had changed from his childhood self, now more unruly and tempestuous, he was still that boy who once could not stand up to him, yet was too proud to seek help from the late emperor. He was cheeky, but not malicious. With one hand resting on the axe and the other on his hip, Xiao Maoshan regarded him warily. "So, what are you doing wandering about here at this hour?" The general may not be aware, but Xia Jinshi nearly met her demise in the prison today. Helan Ci almost choked the life out of her, and she nearly stabbed him in return. "It was I who arrived in time, bearing the emperor's token, to save your precious daughter." Yizichuan spoke solemnly, each word deliberate. "What do you mean, nearly died in the prison?" Xiao Maoshan frowned. Does Helan Ci truly intend to kill her? Has he lost his senses, thinking there's no one left in the general's residence? The general must not have seen the injuries on Miss Xia, I presume? Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Maoshan froze for a moment, then shot a sharp glare in response. Yi Zichuan instinctively took a step back, quickly clarifying, "Rest assured, General, I haven't seen them either." Xiao Maoshan's expression softened slightly. Yi Zichuan discreetly exhaled in relief and continued, "When I arrived at the prison, Helan Ci was mere moments away from breaking her neck. I intervened just in time to save Miss Xia, but she was subsequently thrown aside, landing heavily. And then? My physician examined Miss Xia's pulse. That fall was severe. While she did not suffer life-threatening injuries, the wound on her chest slightly reopened, and she has numerous bruises. According to her maid, her back is covered in wounds." Yi Zichuan observed Xiao Maoshan's expression darkening further. He glanced at Qin Tsang, who quickly understood and handed over the medicine he had been carrying. "This is a remedy from my physician, specifically formulated for treating injuries from falls. Its efficacy is exceptional." Xiao Maoshan stared at the vial for a long time, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You came all this way just for this vial of medicine?" "Of course not. However, there are certain matters that must remain undisclosed to Xiao Maoshan. After all, his temperament is fierce, and should he become enraged, he might storm into the Yongchang marquis' residence, leaving everyone unable to escape unscathed. At present, if he cannot articulate another reason, Xiao Maoshan will undoubtedly remain skeptical. The manager Wu from your estate was ransomed for a sum of 1,500 taels of silver, and I had intended to seize this opportunity to retrieve the funds. Little did I anticipate that the moment he arrived, you would be apprehended, General." Yi Zichuan remarked it, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Is that truly the case?" Xiao Maoshan squinted. "Indeed it is." Yi Zichuan repeated. Xiao Maoshan was well aware of the deception, and Yi Zichuan knew he was aware. Yet, confronting the truth directly would yield no benefits for either party. Xiao Maoshan, having ascended to his current position through diligence, was certainly no fool. The veracity of Yi Zichuan's words was a blend of truth and falsehood, difficult to discern. Nevertheless, he refrained from exposing Yi Zichuan outright. After all, without Xia Jinshi's consent, even Yi Zichuan's presence here would not ensure the unimpeded delivery of information. Xiao Maoshan glanced at the towering 3-meter wall, his gaze darkening. "Rest assured, concerning the 1,500 taels, the general's estate will not default on its debts. However, it is late, and the accounts room is already at rest. Come morning, I shall ensure that the full amount is delivered to the royal residence. Since the general has spoken so definitively, I shall take you at your word." Yi Zichuan unfolded his fan, gently waving it before him. "If there are no further matters, your highness should return promptly. This is, after all, our general's estate. Should you linger here, the guards might inadvertently harm you with their unsheathed weapons, a consequence we cannot bear." Xiao Maoshan remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Very well, very well." Yi Zichuan glanced at the surrounding wall, then smiled. "I shall not intrude further. Do rest well, General." As Xiao Maoshan nodded slightly and turned to depart, Yi Zichuan, seemingly casually, remarked, "Your Highness, take care on your way. The night is deep and quiet." In that instant, Yi Zichuan felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively quickening his pace, until he mounted his horse and rode away. He did not dare glance back at Xiao Maoshan, for he was truly a figure of lethal prowess. Once Yi Zichuan had left, Xiao Maoshan stared intently at the vial in his hand for an extended period before casually tossing the contents over the wall. A dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of someone collapsing into the heap of grass. Xiao Maoshan, however, feigned ignorance, aware that the world outside was fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to falling into another's trap. There was no response. Xiao Maoshan had no intention of waiting for one. He hoisted the axe onto his back and strode back to his courtyard, his demeanor leisurely, as though none of the preceding events had transpired. Chapter 72. A loyal and righteous individual the following day, as dawn broke. Madame Xia withdrew 1,500 taels of silver from the storeroom and promptly dispatched it to the Regency Prince's residence. Every detail was meticulously arranged, flowing seamlessly without the slightest delay, as if to avoid the slightest accusation of debt. The events of the previous night were recounted in their entirety by Yaozi to Xia Jinshi, including how Yi Zichuan was struck, how he referred to Xiao Maoshan as his teacher, and how he pleaded for mercy. Yaozi expressed each incident with remarkable precision, leaving no detail overlooked. While Shui tended to her wounds, Xia Jinshi glanced at the exuberant Yaozi and couldn't help but inquire, Are you perhaps excessively pleased that your master was beaten? Is it that obvious? Yaozi raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. Though I was also struck down by the general with a medicine bottle last night, and still bear swelling on my head, my thoughts are solely occupied with your royal lord's predicament. Shiwei shot a glance at Yaozi, cautioning, "Aren't you worried that your lord might be infuriated by your delight?" "What's it to me?" Yaozi retorted. "We who provide comfort endure our own beatings to emerge from the stronghold. If the lord can afford a beating, it is of little consequence." Xia Jianqi paused, observing Yaozi's demeanor before asking, "Do you know what Qin Song intended to discuss yesterday?" Yaozi hesitated momentarily before replying. "This morning, a carrier pigeon was sent, stating that Lord Jiang indeed possesses evidence proving that Taowan Yangzi is innocent. However, the pressing issue remains. No one knows her whereabouts." Xia Jianqi furrowed her brow slightly. "Is your lord unable to locate her?" Yaozi shook her head. "If the lord claims ignorance, likely no one else can find her either. His shadowy guards are dispersed throughout Bianjing. Such a living person cannot possibly escape their watchful eyes. Could it be that she is already?" Shiwei's words trailed off abruptly. Xia Jianqi understood her implication, paused, then shook her head. "No, that Helan Ci seeks Suyo. As long as Taowan Yangzi does not divulge Suyo's location, she remains safe. What if Taowan Yangzi reveals it?" Shiwei expressed her skepticism regarding Taowan Yangzi. Given her profession in the flower district, Taowan Yangzi would not speak, Yaozi asserted quietly. Or perhaps she genuinely does not know where Suyo is. Shiwei stared at Yaozi in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that Taowan Yangzi is completely unaware of Suyo's whereabouts?" Xia Jianqi turned to Shiwei. "Did you ever see Taowan Yangzi when Suyo departed?" Shiwei hesitated before quickly shaking her head. "No, Taowan Yangzi is quite aloof. She did not come to bid farewell, merely entrusting a child by the roadside to deliver the contract of sale without uttering a word. It is not a refusal. It is the custom of Zue Xianglu." Yaozi interjected. "I inquired previously, and the rule is thus. Once one redeems themselves from Zue Xianglu, they have no further ties. The establishment does not inquire about origins or destinations, hoping that those who have redeemed themselves can live out their lives in peace, entirely severed from Zue Xianglu." Shiwei paused. "Is such a rule truly in place?" Although Zue Xianglu relies on women selling their beauty for profit, Taowan Yangzi, in this context, could be considered a paragon of loyalty and righteousness, Xia Jianqi remarked softly. Shiwei's expression shifted slightly, but could she possibly betray the young lady and the lord? Taowan Yangzi does not recognize Miss Xia. However, regardless of her recognition, Helan Ci is already aware that this matter involves Miss Xia, so her testimony would make little difference. Yaozi interjected abruptly. "Thus, the most pressing matter at hand is to locate Taowan Yangzi before Helan Ci loses patience." Xia Jianqi turned her gaze to Yaozi. "How is Helan Ci's injury?" Yaozi shook her head. "No news. Helan Ci has not summoned a physician. However, judging by the length of that small blade, it should not have harmed his vital organs. Merely a superficial wound. Nothing fatal. The young lady should have plunged it through him," Shiwei exclaimed, tossing the used cloth into a nearby basin with force. "A treacherous person like him deserves to meet Yama." Xia Jianqi regarded Shiwei and gently clapped her hands. "It is imperative that we first locate Taowan Yangzi. He suffered on our behalf, and we cannot abandon him. I understand, but Bianjing is vast. It is not so easy to find her." Shiwei scoffed. "Yesterday evening, the young lady sent someone to inquire at the merchants, yet thus far, there has been no news. A person of such size cannot simply vanish. Indeed, a person cannot simply disappear, but they can conceal themselves." Xia Jianqi narrowed her eyes slightly. "If one wishes to hide someone externally, there will inevitably be oversights unless Helan Ci is hiding her right under his nose." Yaozi suddenly grasped the implication. If that is the case, it makes sense. Despite his injuries, he refrains from summoning a physician, likely fearing outsiders might notice something amiss in his residence." Shiwei gazed at Yaozi, perplexed. In such a large estate, how could a physician possibly be turned away? If he were to neglect his injuries simply for Taowan Yangzi, then Helan Ci must indeed hold her in high regard. Xia Jianqi fell silent. The mention of hiding beneath one's nose reminded her of a certain cellar. When she had once been confined there, she had never imagined that the opulent Yongchang marquis' residence could harbor such a dark and filthy place. Akin to a rat hole within a palace, chilling and ominous, exuding an eerie atmosphere. That cellar resided within Helan Sea's courtyard. It was unfathomably deep. Should one fall in, no matter how loudly they called, it would be impossible for anyone outside to hear. But if not for Tao Wanyanzi being present, why would Helan Ci, such a private individual, not seek medical attention after sustaining injuries? Xia Jinshi furrowed her brow tightly, and just as she found herself at an impasse, Ting Wan entered, stating, "Miss, Madam says that the old matriarch of Yongchang Marquis will be buried tomorrow afternoon. Though our families are not closely related, we have interacted in the past. According to custom, Madam must pay her respects. She insists that we must honor the deceased, lest they depart in unrest. However, if you do not wish to attend, it suffices to send something in tribute. Neither Xia Jinshi nor Madam Xia and General Xia wish to attend. Nevertheless, in this world, the deceased held paramount importance. Although they had exchanged sharp words, the families had once shared ties. Failing to pay their respects would inevitably invite gossip. Tomorrow afternoon? How can it be so soon?" Xia Jinshi asked, taken aback. "It is said that the current heat is unbearable. If the body remains in the residence for too long, it may start to emit unpleasant odors. Thus, the matriarch has decided on an early burial. I heard Helan Ci raise some objections, but ultimately, he could not prevail over the matriarch." Ting Von explained softly. "When did this news arise?" Yaozi suddenly inquired. "This morning? The news only arrived at the manor today. But I heard some estates received word last night." As Ting Wan finished speaking, Yaozi and Xia Jinshi exchanged glances. Shui noticed their reaction, asking, "What is it?" If Helan Ci had known last night that the old matriarch was to be buried, he would have certainly sought a way to clarify matters before the funeral. Otherwise, on the day of the burial, with so many people present, complications could easily arise. Should anyone discover that he had imprisoned Tao Huanyang within the estate, he would find himself in an inextricable predicament. Yaozi immediately interjected, stating that his reluctance to summon a physician stemmed from the fact that he only learned last night of the old matriarch's imminent interment. Thus, he had rushed to interrogate Tao Huanyang, leaving him no time to seek a doctor to tend to his wound. Xia Jinshi scoffed, concluding that their suspicions were indeed correct. Tao Huanyang was undoubtedly within his residence. "I shall inform the prince at once," Yao Zi declared promptly. "You cannot simply rush to inform him. He cannot storm into the Yongchang Marquis' estate to seek her out." Xia Jiangxi interposed, halting Yao Zi. Turning back, Yao Zi queried, "Then what shall we do? Are we to merely stand by and watch? If Helan Ci were to act in haste and harm Tao Huanyang, it would be catastrophic. He would not so easily eliminate her." Xia Jinshi replied, her gaze momentarily cast down. Given Tao Huanyang's standing in Bianjing, Helan Ci's nature would deter him from hastily ending her life. After all, he could not ascertain whether her allies were beyond his reach. Furrowing her brow, Yao Zi pressed, "What shall we do next?" "Listen, Wan, Xia Jinshi instructed, turning her attention to her. "Go and inform my mother that I shall accompany her to the funeral tomorrow." Chapter 73. Matters concerning Zhong Wuyin. The sudden passing of the matriarch of the Yongchang Marquis family left the previously controlling Ilan at a loss. Her meager attempts to console were insufficient in the face of such a calamity. Ultimately, it was the Yongchang Marquis who sought out the marquises to preside over the matriarch's funeral. The matriarch's departure was so abrupt that there was no coffin prepared. Quality coffins are typically commissioned well in advance. Ilan initially thought to purchase a makeshift coffin from a funeral parlor. Yet she was met with a fierce reprimand from the Marquis, who nearly resorted to violence. It was only the intervention of the marquises that diffused the situation. Acquiring a proper coffin was not as simple as wishing for one. In the end, the marquises enlisted the help of a respected elder from the ancestral hall to inquire about families that had prepared coffins earlier. After much effort and the promise of a better coffin in return, they finally managed to procure a suitable one. When the matriarch passed, her reluctance to leave this world was palpable. She clutched the Marquis's hand tightly, her eyes half open even in death. Though the Marquis struggled to accept his mother's demise, he was also gripped by a fear stemming from her inability to close her eyes after passing. Thus, when the coffin arrived, he hastily ordered her to be placed inside. As the Xia family's carriage came to a halt at the gates of the Yongchang Marquis' residence, several other carriages were already present. Mrs. Xia had not intended to attend, for the matriarch had never been amiable. However, given that both families were officials of the same dynasty. A gesture of condolence was deemed necessary. Upon disembarking, Mrs. Xia and Xia Jinshi noticed the marquisess and Helan Ci standing solemnly at the entrance, clad in mourning attire. Helan Ci's pallid complexion and slight lean suggested he had not fully recovered from the wounds inflicted by Xia Jinshi. When Shi spotted Helan Ci, she instinctively moved to shield Xia Jinshi. Mississippi. Xia Jinshi hesitated for a moment before gently pulling Shi's hand, reassuring her not to worry. Just then, Mrs. Xia glanced over, prompting Shi to step back quickly. Mrs. Xia, observing the whispered exchange, inquired quietly, "What is the matter?" Xia Jinshi shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. It's just been a long time since I last saw the marquisess. Today, I find she has changed from the memory I held. Indeed, it had been years since she last appeared, claiming illness and avoiding all social gatherings. The last time Xia Jinshi had seen her was likely 5 or 6 years ago. In that span, everyone inevitably changes." Mrs. Xia continued, surveying the crowd, noting that all those with ties to the Yongchang marquis' residence had come to pay their respects. As the saying goes, the dead are like extinguished lamps. Now that the elderly matriarch had passed, most returned to offer their farewells, unless their enmity was irreconcilable. Nanxing remarked softly that despite the tight schedule, the funeral was conducted with a semblance of dignity, led by the legitimate wife, as the concubines could never ascend to such prominence. Mrs. Xia frowned, admonishing, "Do be quiet. Such remarks are inappropriate at this time." Nanxing paused before bowing her head. "I merely feel it unjust for the marquisess, who has long been overshadowed by that concubine, to be called upon to manage affairs in a moment of crisis. Truly, where there's trouble, it's Yin, and where there's peace, it's Yin-Nan." Mrs. Xia sighed softly. Alas, each person has their fate. Upon hearing Mrs. Xia's words, Xia Jinshi gazed thoughtfully at the standing marquisess, realizing she had never witnessed the marquis's smile. Even during her own wedding, when she was presented tea, the marquisess had merely nodded, devoid of any warmth. In the ensuing years, Xia Jinshi had seldom encountered this so-called mother-in-law, who resembled a Bodhi tree planted in a temple. Silent and indifferent, preoccupied solely with the Buddha above. "Enough of this talk. We must proceed inside," Mrs. Xia urged, taking Xia Jinshi's hand and leading her toward the entrance of the Yongchang marquis' residence. Xia Jinshi lagged a few steps behind, glancing at Mrs. Xia to find her demeanor steady, which relieved her somewhat as she followed. In stark contrast to the marquis's poise, Helan Ci's gaze, filled with animosity upon seeing Xia Jinshi, was particularly jarring. Mrs. Xia noticed this and subtly positioned herself to shield Xia Jinshi, addressing Helan Ci coldly. "Young marquis." Upon hearing Mrs. Xia's voice, Helan Ci sneered. "Miss Xia dares to show her face here? Are you not afraid my grandmother will rise from her coffin to settle the score with you? Young marquis, the matters concerning the shop have nothing to do with our Jinshi. If you believe we are shielding the shopkeeper, you may directly present your evidence to His Majesty, rather than fabricating slander against us." Mrs. Xia retorted sharply. Helan Ci, incensed by her rebuke, was about to retaliate when he was interrupted by the marquisess. "Today is your grandmother's funeral. Do not create discord here." Helan Ci attempted to protest, but the marquisess had already bowed to Mrs. Xia. Lan Ci was raised under the matriarch's care. He bears no ill toward her. His grief over her passing has left him in a poor state. "If he has offended you, I ask for your understanding." Mrs. Xia huffed. Grief does not grant one the license to behave like a mad dog. One must remain composed. Perhaps he believes everyone owes him a measure of respect. Helan Ci's face paled and reddened in succession, his expression a tempest of emotions. Despite his desire to argue, he was restrained by the marquisess, who urged, "Please enter, Mrs. Xia." With a final glance at Helan Ci, Mrs. Xia turned and entered the Yongchang marquis' residence. Just as Mrs. Xia and Xia Jinshi stepped inside, Helan Ci cursed, "What are you doing blocking my way? Do you not realize? Today is your grandmother's funeral, and you beg me to assist with these arrangements. If you cannot endure this, do not blame me if I return to my temple and cease to involve myself in these trivialities." The marquisess regarded Helan Ci with a cold, unyielding gaze, her eyes devoid of warmth, as if he were a stranger rather than her son. Despite his dissatisfaction, Helan Ci refrained from further protest, well aware that the marquisess was a woman of her word. Should she leave, the funeral would devolve into a farce. According to custom, they were required to bow before the spirit hall as a final farewell to the matriarch. However, upon arriving at the hall and observing the Yongchang marquis kneeling there, they were taken aback. Though clad in mourning attire, his head, face, and neck were wrapped in bandages, revealing only one eye that appeared relatively intact. Sherwei, still youthful and unable to contain her curiosity, blurted out, "Did the Yongchang marquis fall and injure himself in his grief?" Mrs. Xia covered her mouth and coughed lightly, then whispered, "This is not an injury. He has clearly been beaten." The Yongchang marquis's residence had descended into chaos in the days leading up to this moment. Aware that the matriarch had met with the wife of the Ningyuan marquis shortly before her death, the Yongchang marquis had stormed into the Ningyuan marquis's estate immediately after her passing. At last, when the Marquis of Yongchang pointed an accusatory finger at the Marquis of Ningyuan, the latter could no longer endure the provocation. He charged forward, forcefully pinning the former to the ground and delivering a thorough beating. However, this time, the Marquis of Ningyuan took the initiative. He removed his official hat and knelt before the palace gates to plead for forgiveness. Although the emperor was aware that the incident was undoubtedly instigated by the lady of the Marquis of Ningyuan, he could not dismiss the Marquis from his position over the transgressions of an elderly woman. Ultimately, the punishment was mild, merely a few strikes and a reduction in salary for several months, swiftly brushed aside. After regaining her composure, Lady Xia led Xia Jianxi forward to perform a bow. Standing there, Xia Jianxi appeared respectful, her eyes downcast. Yet, who could fathom that the demise of the one resting in the coffin was hastened by her subtle machinations? After all, the whispers of curses uttered by the lady of the Marquis of Ningyuan had reached the ears of the aged matron of Yongchang with remarkable speed, a feat that required some effort on her part. The gold piece she had given away was surely meant to yield some returns. As Xia Jianxi straightened up after a bow, her gaze fell upon He Ruyan, who knelt in a corner. With the passing of the elder matron, the air of arrogance surrounding her vanished. Now, she sat on the ground, her frail form almost ghostly, incessantly feeding paper offerings into the fire. Occasionally, she lifted her face, revealing large handprints marring her skin. He Ruyan, being merely a concubine, had once wielded her mother's influence in the household to demean those sisters who lacked her favor. Now, with the matron gone and her mother stripped of authority, the opportunity for retribution had arisen for those who had suffered at her hands. One glance at her current state suggested that her circumstances had not been favorable of late. "What troubles you?" Lady Xia inquired, noticing Xia Jianxi's stillness and casting a glance over her shoulder. "Nothing," Xia Jianxi replied, shaking her head. Yet once her gaze fell, she could not help but murmur softly to herself. It simply feels as though the order of cause and effect is unwavering, and retribution is inevitable. Chapter 74. The cellar of the Yongchang Marquis's residence, despite its recent decline, still bore the dignity of a noble house. With the passing of the matriarch, who held a title of honor, it was only fitting that many came to pay their respects. Due to the influx of visitors, the estate had arranged a space for guests to sit briefly, as the timing of the funeral had been meticulously calculated by the master. Not just any moment would suffice for the final rites. Madame Xia led Xia Jianxi to the flower hall in the inner courtyard. Previously, the steward was a young girl, whose management of the inner courtyard had been utterly chaotic. The flower hall was adorned with gaudy crimson and violet roses, although not unattractive. They clashed with the hall's serene decor. The servants guided Madame Xia and her daughter to a secluded corner of the flower hall, which, though remote, offered a sense of tranquility that pleased Madame Xia. Soon, the flower hall was bustling with people. As it was a funeral, many who resided outside Bianjing made the journey specifically to bid the matriarch farewell. Among the crowd, distant relatives and acquaintances, long unseen, inevitably exchanged stories of the past. Madame Xia, not being from Bianjing, found herself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, which she considered a blessing, as she had little desire to engage with such insincere and exhausting company. While Madame Xia sipped her tea, relishing the moment of peace, a sudden whispering arose from an unknown source, intermittently mentioning the general's residence. Leaning in to listen, she could not discern the conversation clearly. Just as she contemplated rising to investigate, Xia Jianxi interjected, "Mother, I need to change." Taken aback, Madame Xia nodded in agreement. "Have Sherwei and Yao Zi accompany you. Do not stray far, and return swiftly." "Do not worry, mother," Xia Jianxi affirmed. lifting her skirts as she moved towards the flower hall's exit. As she traversed the corridors of the Yongchang marquis' estate, Xia Jianxi felt as if the surrounding environment resembled a prison, the scent of blood from the cellar encroaching upon her. She paused for a moment, inhaling deeply, before calling out, "Yao Zi, Miss Xia." Yao Zi quickly approached, lowering her head. "I have observed the surroundings. Nearly everyone is in the front courtyard. There should be no one in the back. Then let us take a look." Xia Jianxi replied, her eyes filled with determination. Peach Blossom Lady might be confined in this rear courtyard. Although Yao Zi did not understand how Xia Jianxi could be so certain. Her duty was to remain by her side and ensure her safety, especially considering the near-fatal encounter Xia Jianxi had with Helan Ci days prior. Having resided in the Yongchang marquis' estate for nearly 9 months, Xia Jianxi was intimately familiar with its every detail, particularly the path to the rear courtyard. Their passage was unhindered, just as Yao Zi had predicted. Nearly all the servants were stationed in the front. At this moment, the rear courtyard was nearly deserted. Without hesitation, Xia Jianxi proceeded directly toward Helan Ci's courtyard. His courtyard, adjacent to the main hall, faced south and received the most sunlight in the entire estate. As Xia Jianxi approached, she noticed no signs of life, but just as she neared Helan Ci's courtyard, Yao Zi suddenly halted her. Before Xia Jianxi could react, Yao Zi pulled her and Shi Wei into a corner. In the very next instant, Lan Ting emerged from around the corner, sword in hand, moving cautiously and quietly, each step nearly soundless. Without Yao Zi's presence, Xia Jianxi would have undoubtedly missed him. They remained hidden on the narrow corridor bridge, which could only accommodate one person pressed against the wall. Yao Zi held onto both girls, striving to maintain their balance while suppressing their breaths. After circling the area twice and confirming it was clear, Lan Ting began to retreat. Yet, Yao Zi did not emerge from their hiding place. Instead, she whispered, "He has grown suspicious. If we get too close, he will notice us." Furrowing her brow, Xia Jianxi turned to Shi Wei. "Shi Wei, find a way to distract him." "Me?" Shi Wei hesitated, but soon nodded. "All right, I will draw his attention." Without any hesitation, she vaulted over the corridor bridge with Yao Zi's assistance, then halted, stomping her foot forcefully. As expected, Lan Ting immediately turned towards her. Shi Wei took off running without a moment's pause, her floral shoes echoing against the corridor floor. Upon hearing the noise, Lan Ting quickened his pursuit. Before long, both had vanished from sight. Yao Zi grasped Xia Jianxi's hand, pulling her back from the corridor bridge. Xia Jianxi headed straight for Helan Ci's study, declaring, "Lan Ting is Helan Ci's trusted aide. On a day like today, he should be by Helan Ci's side. Yet he is here guarding this place. There must be something amiss." Yao Zi had also considered this, but thankfully, Shi Wei had lured him away, granting them ample time to investigate Helan Ci's courtyard. To Yao Zi's surprise, upon entering Helan Ci's courtyard, Xia Jianxi seemed as if she had returned to her own abode. She did not bother to open any doors, but headed directly to a corner filled with ginkgo trees. Just as Yao Zi was filled with confusion, Xia Jianxi discovered a spot beneath a pile of debris. "Yao Zi, help me move this," she exclaimed. Although puzzled, Yao Zi complied. However, the moment she approached, she realized something was off. Usually, a space piled with debris would be thick with dust, yet as she began to shift the items, she noticed that they had only a very light coating of dust, resembling the morning dew that had not been wiped away in time. This indicated that the items were not mere refuse. Rather, they were deliberately placed there to conceal something that ought to be hidden, perhaps the Peach Blossom Lady. Indeed, as they cleared away the debris, a cellar bound with iron chains was revealed before them. Yao Zi hardly had time to ponder why a cellar was located in the courtyard when Xia Jianxi began to work on the iron lock. "Miss Xia, stand back." Yao Zi withdrew a hairpin and worked the lock's mechanism, turning it several times until they heard a click. The moment the lock clicked open, Yao Zi faintly heard a cry for help. As the cellar door swung open, she realized the sound was not a figment of her imagination, but a genuine plea for assistance. The cellar was deep, nearly devoid of light. Upon opening the door, a strong metallic scent filled the air, accompanied by the Peach Blossom Lady's frantic cries. "Help! Someone please help me! I don't know who they are! Help!" Yao Zi turned back to Xia Jianxi, her face radiant with joy, only to find Xia Jianxi devoid of the same elation. Her expression more akin to one who had survived a catastrophe. "Yao Zi, go bring the Peach Blossom Lady up," Xia Jianxi urged, gazing into the abyss of the cellar, dread creeping over her once more. All right. Yaozi descended into the cellar, acutely aware of the oppressive darkness enveloping them. She stood below, her figure nearly invisible, relying solely on the voice of the Peach Blossom Maiden to navigate her way in the dark. The Peach Blossom Maiden seemed to have endured considerable suffering. Upon hearing someone approach, she had been pleading for mercy until Yaozi lifted her up. Do not be afraid, Peach Blossom Maiden. We are here to rescue you. In the cellar, there were no ladders, and even with the Peach Blossom Maiden in her arms, Yaozi struggled to ascend easily. After several attempts, it was only when she leapt to the edge of the cellar and grasped Xia Jinshi's hand for leverage that she finally managed to rise. The moment she emerged into the sunlight, Yaozi could not help but gasp in shock. The Peach Blossom Maiden in her embrace bore no semblance of health. She was drenched in blood, so much so that it obscured her face. Just as the Peach Blossom Maiden attempted to open her eyes to discern who was there, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. You take her away, Xia Jinshi urged, pushing Yaozi outward. Even if they discover my presence here, they would not dare to harm me. You must leave with her immediately. Though Yaozi felt a pang of unease, she recognized the truth in Xia Jinshi's words. They were here to conduct a funeral, and if anything were to befall Xia Jinshi, the entire Yongchang Marquis residence would be implicated. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Yaozi resolutely departed with the Peach Blossom Maiden. Xia Jinshi, having no time to restore the scene, hastily ran in another direction towards a dog hole that led to the neighboring courtyard. While it was undignified at that critical moment, Xia Jinshi cast aside her concerns for propriety. She could distinctly hear the footsteps approaching the cellar, panicking as she groped her way to the dog hole from memory. Fortunately, her recollection served her well, and she found the entrance. The dog hole was small, yet just ample enough for her to squeeze through. As Xia Jinshi emerged from the passage, the footsteps passed by just behind her. She held her breath, crouching against the wall, terrified of making even the slightest sound. Only when the noise receded did she dash towards the flower hall with all her might. However, just as she thought she had evaded capture, she suddenly spotted a dark figure striding swiftly toward her from not far behind. Just when she believed there was no escape, a hand unexpectedly seized her, pulling her away. Chapter 75. Are you out of your mind? Xia Jinshi was startled, her instinctive struggle and scream caught in her throat. In the next moment, a cool hand firmly covered her mouth. It's me. Even with her back turned, she instantly recognized the voice of Yi Zichuan. One hand covered her mouth while the other encircled her waist, swiftly pulling her into the narrow crevice of a rockery. The space was so confined that it barely accommodated both of them. Xia Jinshi's back pressed tightly against Yi Zichuan's chest, and she could distinctly feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which was quickening. Once assured that Xia Jinshi would remain silent, Yi Zichuan released his grip on her mouth and spoke in a hushed tone. Where is Yaozi? We found Taowan Yangzi, and Yaozi took her and escaped. Xia Jinshi whispered back. How did you end up here? The old lady of Yongchang Marquis has passed away suddenly, and the emperor, wishing to show his regard, sent me with some ceremonial offerings prepared by the palace, Yi Zichuan replied, his gaze fixed on the profile of Xia Jinshi. I meant, how did the prince return to this place? This is the back courtyard of the Yongchang Marquis residence. Xia Jinshi struggled to turn and look at Yi Zichuan. Upon entering the Marquis gate, I noticed your Wei's hurried demeanor and felt something was amiss. I made an excuse to come in and, as expected, found you here in peril, Yi Zichuan explained, but then caught sight of a trace of blood on her neck, frowning immediately. You're injured? Xia Jinshi was puzzled. No, I'm not injured. Upon hearing this, Yi Zichuan's furrowed brow eased. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve and carefully wiped the blood from her neck. Satisfied that there was no wound, he sighed in relief. It must be from somewhere else. Xia Jinshi glanced at the bloodstain on the handkerchief, frowning slightly. It probably belongs to Taowan Yangzi. She has been severely tortured, and her entire body is in a terrible state. If we delay any longer, she may not last here. Then you could be considered her savior. Yi Zichuan raised an eyebrow. Once we get out, Lord Jiang will treat you to a drink. It's all my fault for putting her in this situation. Do not speak. Yi Zichuan's voice turned cold. Xia Jinshi instinctively held her breath. They were hidden behind the rockery, surrounded by dense shrubs that concealed their figures, allowing them to glimpse the silhouettes of people outside. Where's she? A voice filled with frustration suddenly rang out. The familiar tone made Xia Jianxi instinctively look, but upon seeing Kong Muse standing outside, a wave of disdain washed over her. I just saw her, a nearby servant exclaimed, bewildered. How could she suddenly vanish? You useless fool. You can't even find one person. Kong Muse kicked the servant's leg in anger. The servant staggered but dared not express discontent, bowing his head as low as possible. I saw Miss Xia enter the back courtyard and followed her, but she suddenly disappeared. Truly worthless. In such a small space, you can't find a person? What good are you? Kong Muse snapped, turning away. I merely wish to speak with her, yet she refuses to see me. Young master, do not be angry. I will look again. There will surely be an opportunity to speak with Miss Xia. The servant hurriedly followed, reminiscing about how Miss Xia had once eagerly rushed to meet him for a forged letter. Surely, she held some affection for him, despite the hurt caused by Lady Wang's actions in withdrawing the engagement. It's all because of Xia Yuro and her mother, constantly inviting my mother to drink and play cards, that she has become so bewitched, believing Xia Yuro could replace her. Who knows what Lady Xia said to my mother? Kong Muse lamented as he walked. The servant remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. As they watched the figures fade into the distance, Yi Zichuan turned to Xia Jianxi, who leaned against him and remarked, I never expected Miss Xia to be so deeply infatuated. Xia Jianxi could not help but turn to Yi Zichuan, her brows furrowing. Are you out of your mind? Yi Zichuan stared at her disdainful expression, momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I said you were out of your mind. Xia Jianxi struggled to step out from behind the rockery. Kong Muse is sick, and so are you. I've long since broken off our engagement, sanctioned by the emperor himself. Where is my affection for him? If anything, it's resentment. The unusual feelings stirring within Yi Zichuan dissipated completely under Xia Jianxi's rolling eyes. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he pressed on. But they say you once rushed out to meet him for a mere letter. How can you now be so cold-hearted? He is the heir. My betrothed is ordained by the late emperor. At that time, my future depended on him. After receiving multiple letters, I didn't respond. Before I even entered his household, he had already arranged for a concubine. Ultimately, it would be our general's residence that suffers the embarrassment. Xia Jianxi gradually edged her way out. Xia Jianxi, your words are too heartless, Yi Zichuan remarked, looking at her with incredulity. Do you not fear that Kong Muse might be saddened by this? Saddened? What would he possibly be sad about? Xia Jianxi scoffed. Without his consent, how could the princess of Yong'an have come to withdraw the engagement while my life hung in the balance? Ultimately, he simply regrets his decision. Yi Zichuan gazed down at Xia Jianxi as she struggled to escape the narrow crevice. When her hand touched the rock before her, an unexpected sensation from behind caused her expression to shift. She turned sharply to see Yi Zichuan, disbelief in her eyes. Don't move. His deep voice resonated above her. Xia Jianxi stared at Yi Zichuan, stunned, before finally regaining her voice. Then you go first. Yi Zichuan watched as her ears turned crimson. He squinted slightly, chuckling softly. You stepped on my foot. What? Xia Jianxi instinctively looked down, only to be lifted by Yi Zichuan, and they both gracefully emerged from the narrow gap. When Yi Zichuan set Xia Jianxi down, her face was flushed bright red. You. Miss Xia has been eating well lately, looking quite plump. Yi Zichuan observed with a slight tilt of his head. Xia Jianxi frowned and stepped back. No, I've just grown taller. Sudendi. Yi Zichuan lianit kolosiv. Examining her closely before concluding, indeed, you have grown taller, and your complexion has improved significantly. You look much better than before. Xia Jianxi, taken aback by Yi Zichuan's sudden proximity, instinctively stepped back, only to find herself blocked by the rough rockery. Well, of course. Yi Zichuan slightly tilted his head, noticing her flushed ears, and decided to stop teasing her. He then removed a jade pendant from his waist, waved it in front of her, and placed it in her hand, saying, This pendant seems to have bothered you, so I offer it as a token of apology. Who wants your jade pendant? Xia Jianxi instinctively attempted to retract her hand. It was firmly grasped by Yi Zichuan. Xia Jianxi, the jade pendant from the regent's residence can, at times, be a lifesaver. Are you certain you do not wish to have it? Xia Jianxi gazed into the proximity of Yi Zichuan, her instinct urging her to withdraw her hand. However, upon hearing his words, she silently clutched the jade pendant. What purpose do you have for me in possessing the jade from the regent's residence? With your propensity for causing trouble, were I not to provide you with a talisman for protection? I fear you might meet your demise at the hands of others before I even reach Jiangnan. Zichuan observed as Xia Jianxi grasped the pendant, gradually loosening his hold. I, too, do not engage in unprofitable transactions. Xia Jianxi examined the jade pendant in the palm of her hand, scrutinizing it closely. Isn't this merely an ordinary jade pendant? How could it serve as a talisman? Surely, you are not deceiving me, my lord. Why would I deceive you? Zichuan remarked with a glance at Xia Jianxi, his tone indifferent. In Bianjing, there is no official or soldier who does not recognize this pendant. Should you venture beyond the city, it will facilitate your passage through all post stations and checkpoints. Additionally, this pendant allows you to summon my hidden guards. Can it also summon Qin Song? Xia Jianxi's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Zichuan, noticing her expression, felt an inexplicable unease as though he were being outmaneuvered. Yet he continued, in my absence. You may also command him with this token. At that moment, Xia Jianxi realized the true value of the pendant and quickly stowed it away in her bosom. If that is the case, then I shall gratefully accept it. Just then, the sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. Zichuan lifted his gaze toward the billowing smoke emerging from beyond the gates of the marquis' residence, his furrowed brow slightly easing. It appears they are to conduct a funeral. Xia Jianxi hesitated for a moment. Feeling a surge of urgency, we must head to the front hall. Zichuan glanced at her before gently wrapping an arm around her waist and leaping gracefully over the rockery. Upon landing, Xia Jianxi barely had time to express her gratitude before she hurriedly lifted her skirts and made her way towards the front hall, aware that her mother must be searching for her by now. Watching Xia Jianxi dash away with such speed, Zichuan could not help but shake his head, reflecting, truly, she is the daughter of Xia Maoshan, unafraid to venture into any place.